My name is Shinqing. I woke up staring at a dark, low ceiling, confused about whether I was still dreaming. The past few nights, I had the same dream, an old, broken house with a leaky roof, muddy floors, and barely any furniture. But this time, it felt too real. Outside, I heard cries and pleading voices. Suddenly, I sat up, feeling dizzy. My mind cleared as I realized where I was. This was the very house from my dreams, the home of a cruel old woman who controlled everything. She dictated what was eaten, how money was spent, and even when people slept. Right now, she was using her usual trick, refusing to eat to force her family into submission. This time, she wanted to throw away her two granddaughters. One was nearly 3, the other just a newborn. The reason? The older one was sick, and the younger was another useless girl. Selling them wasn't possible, so she planned to abandon them in the wilderness, where they wouldn't survive. She had her tactics figured out. Hanging herself was too risky. She'd have to go far, and if no one found her in time, she might actually die. Drowning was just as dangerous. But starving herself? That was safe. She knew her sons wouldn't dare let her suffer. Sooner or later, they'd give in. This method always worked, one step of compromise leading to another until they had no choice but to obey. If she had used her scheming for business, she might have been rich instead of fighting over food and children. But somehow something had gone wrong, and I ended up in her body. I sighed as my stomach growled. Outside, the crying stopped when I spoke. I'm hungry. Bring me food. There was a pause, then a voice full of joy answered, yes. Right away. I heard them celebrating, but I knew better. They thought I had changed my mind, that I wouldn't throw away the girls. But I knew this woman too well. She would eat first, then cry, then complain, then force her sons to choose between feeding their mother or keeping their daughters. It had always worked before. But this time, things might be different. The wooden door swung open, and a crowd rushed in. My sons were at the front, crying and relieved that I was finally eating. I wanted to laugh bitterly. They were worried about their mother eating, while I had been planning to throw away their own daughters to save food. How much grain could 2 small children even consume? And where did they think they would find another wife to bear them more children? My eyes landed on my 3rd and 4th sons, both looking worried. My thoughts turned to the terrible fate awaiting this family. In my dreams, I had seen what happened: a flood, ruined homes, and a desperate escape. They had no money, no resources, and no way to survive. In the end, they all scattered or died, not a single one making it through. I had always thought that an evil person needed another evil person to bring them down. But now I was that so-called evil person. And unlike before, I had the power to change things. I accepted a bowl of thick porridge from my eldest daughter-in-law, Huibing. The room went silent as everyone stared at me, swallowing their own hunger. They had been waiting for me to eat before they could. Huibing was a tough woman, sold as a child bride at 10, forced to work harder than anyone else. Even when I had ordered my granddaughters thrown away, her husband hadn't stood up for her. Instead, she had taken her sick child and newborn and left, knowing full well they wouldn't survive. And they hadn't. One by one, they had died, and she had followed soon after. I sighed. Life was bitter. As I swallowed the porridge, my throat burned. The taste was awful, far worse than anything I had ever eaten. Looking closer, I realized why. The porridge wasn't just cornmeal, it had crushed corn cobs in it. My 3rd son complained that I should have been served eggs. I shot back. Why didn't he make them himself? He was stunned. In this house, women did all the work. Well, not anymore. I wasn't going to spoil them into being useless. If they wanted to survive, they would have to learn. My 3rd son, Jiang Xiangnan, looked at me in shock, unable to believe what I had just said. He had always been my favorite after the youngest, always able to order his older brother and sister around. I had never truly scolded him before. He probably thought this time was no different. But I didn't care about his reaction. I told him to take 5 eggs and boil them. 2 for me, 2 for his sister-in-law Huibing, who was still recovering from childbirth, and 1 for his sick niece. It had to be boiled eggs, not egg soup, so no one could steal a portion along the way. This family was in a bad state. Huibing had just given birth, but she wasn't getting proper food. If she didn't recover, she wouldn't survive the disasters ahead. Little Hua was even worse, just 3 years old, thin as a twig and sick. In another world, a child like her would be spoiled and well-fed. Here, her own grandmother had wanted to throw her away, and her father had agreed. Her uncles had said nothing. I knew they were shocked. Eggs were rare. Usually only my youngest son got one when he came back from studying. The others only had a few from time to time. Huibing and the girls? Never. They were confused. Why was I suddenly treating them equally? I had an explanation ready. I claimed I had a dream where a deity warned me. If I didn't change, disaster would come. The eldest, Zhang Xiangdong, believed it immediately. The others hesitated, but didn't dare question the will of the gods. Meanwhile, my daughter-in-law was overwhelmed. When little Hua whispered, "Can I really eat an egg?" I saw tears in her mother's eyes. Then I looked at my eldest son. "Your daughter is sick. Why haven't you called a doctor?" He was stunned. He turned to his daughter, seeing her pale, sickly face. A strange emotion flickered across his expression. Maybe, for the first time, he was realizing what he had done. Zhang Xiangdong quickly left to get a doctor, his steps fast and urgent. I turned to Huibing and little Hua, telling them to go back to their room and wait for the doctor. I needed to save my energy for now. Soon, the boiled eggs were brought to me. They were salted, without sugar. If I had oil and brown sugar, I could have made something more nourishing, especially for a woman recovering from childbirth. But sugar was too expensive, even more than salt. I took a bite. Compared to the coarse porridge from earlier, the egg was smooth and rich, a true delight for my hungry body. To my surprise, they were duck eggs, not chicken eggs. But in this area, ducks were common and easy to raise, making their eggs cheaper. Chicken eggs, on the other hand, were too valuable to eat and were usually saved for trade. I quickly finished both eggs and drank every drop of the broth. Strength slowly returned to my weak body. After resting a bit, I began checking the family's assets. I found a small pouch under my bedding, 11 pieces of silver and 327 copper coins. Judging by their size, each silver piece was probably 1 tael, meaning the total savings were just 11 taels of silver. That wasn't much at all. Just salt alone cost 70 to 80 copper per pound, and a family this size needed at least 1 tael of silver per year just for salt. No wonder they had no safety net when disaster struck. I then checked the food supplies, 3 sacks. One contained cornmeal, mixed with crushed corn cobs. The other 2 held whole corn. That was it. And it was only March, far from the wheat harvest in May. No wonder they were so desperate. I also found a small bag of white flour, just 5 or 6 pounds. Enough for maybe 1 full meal, if used freely. With no money, no meat, little oil, and barely any salt, how would we survive the floods in a few months? The only option was to act now. First, I needed to set new rules. Those who worked more would eat more. No more free meals for lazy sons. After being scolded by me, my sons quickly ate their lunch. The thick corn porridge I had barely touched was poured back into the pot, mixed, and shared equally among everyone, including my eldest son, who had gone to fetch the doctor. I had made it clear, food would be divided equally from now on, no matter if someone was male, female, old, or young. Jiang Xiangnan, my third son, squatted in the yard, eating his porridge while eyeing little Hua. He tried to trick her, offering to help her finish her food since she had already eaten an egg. But little Hua wasn't stupid. She knew food was precious. If she had leftovers, she would rather share with her mother or aunt than give them to a lazy uncle who called the food bad. Jiang Xiangbei, my fourth son, looked at his brother with disdain and refused to share anything. He had worked hard to set fishing traps, so why should he give up his catch? He understood my new rules. Whoever worked more would get more. Jiang Xiangnan grumbled, but gave in. He decided to go fishing himself, but deep down, he knew catching big fish was tough. Most of what they got were tiny fish and shrimp, barely enough for a meal, usually just chicken feed. But now, food was food. Anything was better than starving. Jiang Shui, my daughter, watched everything carefully. She had seen how food had always been given to the men while she, her sister-in-law, and the children barely got enough to survive. She remembered how Jiang Xiangbei used to catch fish and snails, but since no one appreciated it, he had slowed down. But now, with my new rules, even the laziest had to move. She teased Jiang Xiangnan, saying if he caught a big fish, he could sell it for silver. If he worked hard, he might even build his own house one day. For the first time, Jiang Xiangnan considered looking for work outside the village. If he could keep what he earned, why not? For now, he ran off with excitement, ready to fish, ready to work, ready to earn. Xiaohua looked at the empty yard, held up the big bowl to Jiang Shui, and said in a baby voice, "Aunt, this is for you." Jiang Shui's original ridicule towards the third brother disappeared completely, replaced by a gentle smile, lowered his head and coaxed, "Aunt, you are full, Huahua. Eat it." She didn't lie to Huahua. Mother ate eggs and ate less porridge, so the thick porridge that belonged to Mother was empty. The second brother was away from home for more than half a month because of labor service to repair the river bank, and the younger brother came back for dinner. Today they divided it equally, which was much more than before. It was much less for the brothers, but she had half a bowl more. It was much better than the usual fullness. "Aunt, eat it, Huahua can't eat anymore." Xiaohua continued to persuade. Jiang Shui thought that since she could eat her fill, it was normal for Xiaohua not to finish it, but she shouldn't eat this much. Take it to your mother. If the sister-in-law eats more, Xiao Chao can also drink more. Besides, the sister-in-law is tall, and the amount that is barely enough for her is far from enough for the sister-in-law. Xiaohua shook her head and whispered, "Annie, there is an egg inside. My mother asked me to give it to you. It can't be seen by others." Jiang Shui knew it. She has always been mean to the sister-in-law. The sister-in-law is willing to give up the whole egg to her, which must be grateful for her protecting Xiaohua. She protects Xiaohua not because she is the sister-in-law's child, but because Xiaohua deserves it, so the sister-in-law doesn't need to thank her extra. Looking at the big bowl raised high, Jiang Shui took it. Originally, he wanted to return it, but after thinking about it, he took out the poached egg at the bottom of the bowl and ate it carefully, one bite at a time. "Okay, Xiaohua, take the porridge to your mother." She said that the sister-in-law is very happy to eat it. Xiaohua cheered and walked into the house carefully, holding the big bowl. Jiang Shui watched Xiaohua enter the house before retracting his gaze. He walked towards the courtyard wall surrounded by reeds, picked up the bamboo basket, and went out. She couldn't go into the water to catch fish or eels in the fields to sell for money like her brothers. It was okay for the men to get their clothes wet or even go shirtless, but if she got her clothes wet outside, she would either die or live a life worse than death. Fish have their own way, and shrimps have their own way. Although she couldn't go into the water, she could go digging wild vegetables. There weren't many vegetables in the vegetable garden during the lean months, but there were a lot of wild vegetables. If she dug more, she could get an extra bowl to fill her stomach. Xinqing walked out of the house only after seeing her son and daughter all go out to work. She had just counted all the property in her house. It was pitifully little, and it wouldn't get more no matter how she looked at it. If she wanted to make money, of course she had to go out and see if there were other ways. There are 3 houses made of yellow mud and reed stalks. Next to them is a slanted house made of thatch as a kitchen. Behind the kitchen is a firewood room where various firewoods are piled up. The yard is also made of reed stalks. Compared with the house, it is more simple and not even covered with yellow mud. The only advantage is that it occupies a large area. 2 thatched houses are built on the right side of the yard, which should be chicken coops and duck sheds. On the left side, 3 compartments of land are opened. Not long after sowing, most of them have only a light green. The only lush thing is leek. Chicken and duck feces are fertile, and leek is green and tender. More than half of it has been harvested, and the remaining part is probably enough for the whole family to eat a meal of leek boxes. only enough for one meal. Xinqing either goes to the vegetable market or the supermarket to buy vegetables. No matter where, there are always many choices. At this moment, he finally has a concrete feeling of the leakage. There are really no vegetables. It will take several months for the grain to be harvested, and the stored grain is not very sufficient, so it has to be eaten sparingly. No wonder Jiang Shui wants to dig wild vegetables. If he doesn't dig wild vegetables, there will be nothing to eat. Without adding a lot of wild vegetables, even the cornmeal that she disliked for being irritating to the throat might not be enough to eat. Now, not only is there a shortage of money and food, but even vegetables are not enough. Xinqing turned and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was also blocked by a thin layer of wood. She excitedly wondered if there was a door, which meant there were good things inside. Otherwise, there would be no need for a door. When she pushed open the wooden door, the first thing she saw was a big iron pot. There was not even a stove but a few big stones piled on the ground, and the iron pot was placed on the stones. Xinqing's eyes went dark and she almost couldn't stand steadily. She could only comfort herself that at least there was a big iron pot, which would not affect the cooking of various fried and boiled dishes. She looked around and began to look for seasonings, mainly oil. She didn't see it in the house, so it should be in the kitchen. She heard the third and fourth brothers chatting in the yard. They went to catch fish and shrimp. Xinqing is close to a very large river with a lot of water. Before the heavy rain broke the dam and caused floods, most of the people in Xinqing relied on water for their livelihood. There is no need to worry about watering the fields. Big fish, eels and loaches can be caught and sold to supplement the family budget. Small river shrimps can improve the food, and small wild fish snails can be smashed to feed chickens, ducks and geese, so that they lay a lot of eggs. Snails are really not delicious without seasoning, but small wild fish only need oil and a little salt to fry, and they are crispy and fragrant. Even the fish bones can be chewed and eaten. It is very fragrant, and most importantly, it is nutritious. Free natural delicacy. After searching for a while, Xinqing finally found a coarse pottery jar and stretched his head. He looked at it carefully and decided to take back what he had just said. Natural delicacy is right, but it is not free. Oil is the biggest cost of this dish. There was only a thin layer of grease left in the coarse pottery jar the size of a small watermelon, and a bamboo stick was placed on it, which seemed to be used to scrape the grease. No wonder there was no oil on the porridge served at noon. The oil scraped from the bamboo strips was put into a large pot of wild vegetable corn porridge. If you can see the oil, you must have good eyesight. There was basically no oil, and not much coarse salt. Xinqing looked up at the sky speechlessly and found that there was a bamboo basket hanging on the roof. She stood on tiptoe to try it and found that it was quite heavy. She was delighted and took down the bamboo basket with all her strength. They were full of dried fish, each about long, and they were dried in the sun. Even so, the bamboo basket was still very heavy. Xinqing estimated that it was about 20 kilograms. This is a good thing. If it was dried in China, it would weigh at least 20 to 31 kilograms. I didn't expect it to be placed casually in the kitchen. Then I thought of Xinqing, where there are a lot of water and fish, especially dried fish, which have many bones. Rich people think it is troublesome to eat, there are few edible parts, and poor people think it can't fill their stomachs. No wonder there is a reason why it can be placed in the kitchen instead of in her house. It is not valuable. After a round of walking around the kitchen, Xinqing thought that it would be impossible to cook many dishes without oil, especially small fish and shrimps. If there is oil, coat them with the prepared batter and fry them in the oil pan. The first time they are shaped, and the second time they are fried, they're crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. They are delicious, nutritious, and can replenish oil and water. They are guaranteed to make everyone in the family grow meat. The most important thing now is not to grow meat, but to survive. Not having enough food is more serious than anything else. I can only go to the city tomorrow to look for business opportunities. Xinqing went back to the house with a cold heart. When he entered the house, he looked at the house of his eldest daughter-in-law opposite, thinking. Hu Bing in the room was relieved when she heard her daughter say that her sister-in-law had eaten the poached eggs. In the past, She had the worst food and the worst things in the family, and she had nothing to thank her sister-in-law for. Today, she finally got a delicious meal, and it couldn't be better that her sister-in-law didn't dislike it. Seeing her sister-in-law go to pick wild vegetables, she wanted to go, but the current situation did not allow it. It's not confinement. There are women in the village who have confinement, but it's either because the mother-in-law is good or because she gave birth to a son, and she can forget about confinement if she gives birth to a daughter, especially since she gave birth to 2 daughters in a row. It's like a sinner in the family. The mother-in-law dislikes her, the husband doesn't protect her, and the 2 daughters and her life in the future. When Huibing was depressed, she looked up and saw her mother-in-law walking into the house. She stood up hurriedly and asked carefully, "Mother-in-law, what do you want me to do?" The brother-in-law went to fish, the sister-in-law went to dig wild vegetables, and the husband had not come back from the doctor. She was the only one who could work at home. Since she gave birth to a daughter, the mother-in-law has not entered her room. This time, she must have something to tell her to do. Xinqing, who had eaten and drunk enough to recover her strength, just realized that the eldest daughter-in-law kept calling her mother-in-law. It sounded strange. Didn't the daughter-in-law who married into the family also call her mother, like her husband? Especially Huibing was a child bride who came to the Jiang family at the age of 10. Oh, I remember now. Calling her mother-in-law was the original owner's idea. She said that Huibing, a bought person, was not worthy of being called mother. Huibing had no choice but to call her mother-in-law. It was just a name that was not painful, but she had to classify it into different levels, forcing the family to be divided. She said casually, "You gave me 2 good granddaughters. We are family. In the future, call me mother like Xiangdong and the others." Huibing suddenly raised his eyes to look at his mother-in-law, his mouth slightly opened, and his tall body trembled slightly with excitement. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law, isn't she speaking in a sarcastic way? Can you become a family by giving birth to a granddaughter? Can a granddaughter be called good? Before, no, mother-in-law was different. She shouldn't have suspected that mother-in-law was speaking in a sarcastic way. Okay, mother. Mother recognized her. Xinqing didn't know how much shock her casual words had on her eldest daughter-in-law. She looked at Huibing, who was standing in front of her with his head down. I just realized that my eldest daughter-in-law is so tall.
Wow.
At least 177 centimeters or more. 177 centimeters is considered tall for Chinese women, not to mention that height is generally not up to standard here. Huibing is probably taller than her husband Jiang Xiangdong. It's not that she's afraid. Jiang Xiangdong is definitely not as tall as Huibing. He's more than a head taller than her mother-in-law. Xinqing needs to look up at her eldest daughter-in-law. Huibing is not only tall but also strong. Years of hard work have made her not fat, but strong muscles. Xinqing just feels very safe. Huibing's duty is to protect the family and the children. He is tall, strong, and strong. If he takes good care of his body, he will definitely be able to deter those refugees who are plotting against him on the road to escape from famine. As for the eldest son Jiang Xiangdong, well, let's train him to take good care of the children during this period. Only when he takes good care of the rear can Huibing have no worries. As a father, the eldest son does need to participate in raising children. If he doesn't have feelings for his daughters, and he doesn't like them because of his mother's instigation when they are young, how can he support them when they get married and get wronged? I'm afraid he will stand up for his daughters and the husband's family and accuse them of not doing well enough. Xinqing made a decision happily and then remembered the business of coming to Huibing this time. All the money in the family is in her hands. After inviting the doctor, she must pay the consultation fee and the money for the medicine, so she has to prepare it in advance. There is not much money in the family, but no matter how much she saves, she can't save money for medical treatment, especially in places where there is a shortage of doctors and medicines. A cold can kill people, so she has to take it seriously. She waved to Huibing. Huibing stepped forward. Xinqing stretched out her hand and handed over a piece of broken silver and 30 coins and ordered, "You keep these silver coins so that you can pay the consultation fee when you see the doctor later. If there is more, keep it and tell me if it is not enough." Huibing was stunned. She now trusts her mother-in-law a lot. Not only did she share eggs with Xiaohua, she also asked her sons, who had always spoiled her, to run errands and cook. She even took the initiative to invite a doctor to treat Xiaohua and was willing to give her money for safekeeping. They were really different, like two completely different people. But no matter whether it was the guidance of the Bodhisattva in the dream or anything else, it didn't matter. The important thing was that she only recognized this one. She knelt down heavily on her knees and pulled her eldest daughter to kneel down with her. Her voice was choked but very clear. Mother, from now on, you will be my heaven, more important than my husband, no, more important than my life. What is a husband? What the mother-in-law did today is thousands of times more important than the husband. She added, Xiaohua, you must listen to Grandma in the future and put Grandma before mother, father, and anyone else. Today and in the future, Grandma is her heaven, the heaven of the three of them. Xiaohua didn't know what her mother meant, but she knew that there was something delicious, and Grandma asked her father to invite a doctor for her. Grandma is a good grandma, better than Daddy and better than Mommy, but Mommy said that Grandma is in front, so she is in front. She nodded her little head hurriedly and said softly, well, Xiaohua will listen to Grandma in the future and give the delicious food to Grandma first. Xinqing had never been kneeled by anyone, especially so cautious. Eating 2 eggs and seeing a doctor when sick are simply ordinary things in China, but 2 people who have been suppressed all the time got this little benefit that they deserved, and they wanted to give their lives to her. She was very panicked and hurriedly bent down to help up the 2 people, one big and one small. At the same time, a ding sound came from her mind. Do the right thing and you will be rewarded. Mall is online, and 2 categories of medicine and food are open for you for free. At the same time, 23 kilograms of high-quality dried fish were detected, and the price per kilogram was 18 yuan. Do you want to sell it? Xinqing was even more panicked. It took a while for him to realize that this was a benefit that came with the time travel. But why did it come out at this time? Huabing said earnestly, Mother, you should keep the money from me. I know you really want Xiaohua to get better. Mother directly brought more than 1 or 2 taels of silver, and also took some scattered copper coins.
How could she use them?
It was obvious that she was subsidizing her, so that she would have money to use. Mother was so kind, and she really thought that the money should be managed by her mother alone. Xinqing realized later why it was doing the right thing will be rewarded instead of doing good things, and doing good things will be rewarded. Because she helped people who deserved help, instead of being kind and helping everyone without knowing the truth, and the people who were helped were grateful and recognized this help. She suppressed her inner excitement, helped the 2 up first, thinking about finding a deserted place to take a good look at the mall, and said to Huabing in a tough tone, You have 2 children now, you should have some money in your hands, take it. Then she stuffed it into Huabing's big hand without saying anything, turned around and ran away anxiously. Huabing saw this anxiety because she was afraid that she would return the silver. She felt warm in her heart, and she felt that she had cried a lot today. She tightly grasped the silver in her hand, and the idea in her mind became more firm. Her mother-in-law will be her heaven in the future. Xinqing did not return to her room, but went directly to the kitchen where the dried fish were stored. She closed the kitchen door carefully, took the bamboo basket containing the dried fish and placed it in front of her, and excitedly pressed yes on the sales page. 23 pounds of high-quality dried fish, 18 yuan per pound, a total of 414 yuan, which can be checked in the balance. You can purchase the items you need in the medicine and food categories that have been opened in the mall. Friendly reminder: all items in the mall cannot be resold directly. Xinqing saw the dried fish in front of her suddenly disappear, and the balance on the mall screen in front of her showed 414 yuan. In China, Xinqing also often shopped online and was very familiar with how to buy things on Taobao and Duoduo. She first found the medicine and looked at it for a while and found that it was very complete and the price was not much different from that of Chinese pharmacies. She felt much more at ease. Xiaohua at home was sick. Although she had consulted a doctor, she didn't know Chinese herbal medicine. Now that she could buy the medicine she was familiar with in the mall, she felt relieved. Even if Xiaohua didn't need it, with so many people at home, She might need it one day. Once she did, it would be life-saving. She was grateful from the bottom of her heart that medicine was one of the categories opened for free in the mall. After looking at the medicine, she turned to look at food. Medicine can save lives at critical moments, and food is indispensable. There were only flour and corn flour at home, and Xin-Qing looked at flour first. The price of white flour ranged from 2 yuan per caddy to more than 10 yuan per caddy, but even flour at 2 yuan per caddy was very good, and she was very satisfied. After happily looking at the white flour, Xin-Qing moved to corn flour. White flour is a fine grain, and it is too eye-catching to eat it all the time. It is not easy to say to other people at home, so she still needs to buy more corn flour to eat. Xin-Qing's mind was very clear, and when she saw the price of corn flour, all her sobriety was thrown out of her mind. Why is the cheapest corn flour 5 yuan per caddy? It is a coarse grain. How can it be more expensive than flour? It is more than twice as expensive. 414 yuan, at least 100 yuan should be left to buy medicine, which means that the money that can be used to buy food is 314 yuan. 314 yuan can buy 62 or 3 caddies of corn flour, but it can buy a full 157 caddies of flour. 150 or 60 caddies of white flour is mixed with 3 caddies of 3 meals a day, which can be eaten for more than a month. That is refined grain. Even a fool knows how to choose. Xin-Qing is not a fool, but he did not dare to choose all white flour. When 3 caddies of white flour are mixed with 1 caddy of corn flour, the food made will have a light yellow color, and it will taste delicate and have the fragrance of corn. If you ask, just say that the corn flour is mixed with white flour. After selling the dried fish, Xin-Qing went straight back to her room, found the cloth bag for flour, and filled it up directly. She only bought a few dozen pounds of cornmeal, mixed it into the sack that originally contained corn flour, and stirred it evenly. Even if the original corn flour was not fine and there were cob crumbs, it must not be thrown away. Food is precious and cannot be wasted. Xin-Qing has never agreed with this statement so much. At the same time, she was glad that the original owner kept all the food in her room and kept it strictly, not allowing others to touch it. Every time she cooked, she scooped out the corresponding amount for Huibing or Jiangshui, which made the family only see the sack, but they didn't know how many pounds were left. With more than 100 pounds of food and a balance of 100 in the mall, Xin-Qing felt a little relieved. But before this feeling of relief lasted too long, Huibing's anxious voice came from the opposite room. "Doctor, you said it will get hotter at night?" "Yes, the little girl has a fever caused by a cold. This disease is worse at night. Wait for me to prescribe 3 sets of medicine. Take it back and boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl for each set of medicine. If the fever still cannot be reduced after drinking 3 sets, you can only ask for help from others." So serious?" The panting voice came from Jiang Xiangdong with a hint of surprise. Xin-Qing thought that this was nonsense. If she was left unattended for 3 days and could not eat, not to mention a 3-year-old child, even an adult would get worse. "Who of you will go back with me to get the medicine?" I'll go. This time Jiang Xiangdong's voice was unhesitating. Xin-Qing thought that fever was what Huagua called fever. Xiaohua had a fever and it was still serious. She opened the mall and found children's antipyretic medicine, 37 yuan a box. I also found children's antibiotics and cold medicine, which cost more than 40 and 50 yuan per box respectively. Fortunately, antibiotics and cold medicine do not need to be taken at the same time. You can choose one according to the symptoms. There is still too little money, and I have bought too much food. I should save more money for emergencies. Saving money alone is not enough. I need to earn money. I will go to the city to find money making projects tomorrow. The mall can currently guarantee that you will not starve to death and have medicine when you are sick, but meat, oil, salt, sugar, seasonings, cloth, and even vehicles needed to escape famine in 2 or 3 months, etc. All need to earn money.
Mom,
come and see how many small fish and shrimps I have caught and bring back. I will cook small river shrimps to eat in the evening. There was a happy shout outside the house, wishing that everyone in the house could hear it. It was the voice of Lao Si Jiang Xiangbei. At the same time, there was a ding. Fresh, wild, small river shrimps were detected to be 3.4 gene, 37 per gene, and fresh, wild, small river fish were 7 gene, 13 per gene. Are you selling them? Xinqing heard the price and finally understood the difference between the mall and China. When she bought dried fish before, she bought at least 20 to 30 kilograms at the vegetable market, and the purchase price given by the mall was 18 kilograms. Wild, fresh river shrimps in the vegetable market had to be snatched up, and if you went too late, they would be gone. She remembered that she had to buy 60 to 70 kilograms before, and fresh wild fish were also 20 to 30 kilograms. The price given by the mall was not the selling price, but the purchase price. And the things sold to her were the selling price. Then she thought of clearly marked prices, free trading, buying or selling, and she could decide whether to buy or sell by herself, which was very fair and just. From the perspective of the mall, it was doing business, and of course you have to make money in business. And from her perspective, she could sell the small fish and shrimps that she didn't need in this dynasty to the mall at a high price, and then buy the rice, flour, and medicines she needed at a low price. Not only did she not lose money, but she also made money. With this mall, Xinqing was very satisfied. She came to the yard and looked at the half-person high bucket. She saw that most of the bucket was full of lively fish and shrimps, and she was very happy. Jiang Xiangbei shouted as if to take credit. "Mom, look how many there are. I'm going to smash the small fish now and feed them to our chickens so they can lay more eggs. How about peeling the tails of the small river shrimps and cooking some for Xiaohua? Mom, let me make it clear first. These are the ones I laid. I want to eat more." Xiaohua was sick and couldn't eat much, so he was willing to share some with her. After saying that, he happily reached out to scoop the fish and shrimps out of the bucket. Xinqing quickly blocked his way. "Stop." Jiang Xiangbei looked up blankly and looked at his mother in confusion. "What's wrong, Mom?" At noon, the third brother asked the eldest sister-in-law to make an egg custard, but the mother didn't agree and asked the third brother to do it. Calling the doctor was also asking the eldest brother to run errands. Does that mean the eldest sister-in-law should be asked to smash the small fish and make river shrimps now? Xinqing coughed uncomfortably, cleared her throat, and said, "Don't feed the chickens yet. Mother's going to make some food and go to the city to see if we can sell it for money." Jiang Xiangbei's eyes were immediately filled with heartache. These fish and shrimps have many bones, large shells, and little meat. Who would buy them? It's a waste of oil, salt, and effort. Mother, don't work so hard. You can't sell them at all. His mother is really different. Not only does she let her sons work, Mother herself is also trying to make money. I haven't found a good reason. It's okay. She can still say, "Okay, then Mother will take care of it. You've worked hard and go to rest. Mother will make you a delicious dinner." Jiang Xiangbei was immediately moved to tears. In the past, Mother only cared about her younger brother and only felt sorry for her younger brother, but today she actually felt sorry for him. It turns out that it feels so good to have a mother's love. He gritted his teeth and said with a firm look, "Mom, I'm going to help my third brother. He is catching eels on the ridge of the field. Eels can be sold for more than 10 coins per pound in the city. Let's catch a few more pounds and go to the city to sell them early tomorrow morning." Xinqing was eager. She just wanted Jiang Xiangbei to leave quickly so that she could sell the fish and shrimp. She nodded happily. "Okay, go ahead. I'll buy you meat with the money you earn tomorrow." Hearing that there was meat to eat, Jiang Xiangbei almost jumped for joy. After waiting for Jiang Xiangbei to run away, Xinqing carried the big bucket into the room and closed the door for safety. She also adjusted the weight of the small river shrimps in the mall to 3 pounds, leaving 4 ounces, and then pressed the yes button. 3 caddies of fresh wild river shrimp, 37 yuan per caddy, totaling 111 yuan, 7 caddies of fresh wild river fish, 13 yuan per caddy, totaling 91 yuan, a total of 202 yuan, which can be checked in the balance. Xinqing breathed a sigh of relief as the balance increased by more than 200 yuan. Xiaohua's medicine money no longer needs to be worried. The most important thing is that small fish and shrimp can be sold to the mall, and in the current month, some fish and shrimp can be caught every day. With this source, there is no need to worry about food for the time being. You can even try to eat better within limited conditions. There is no meat and not much oil, so cooking and frying leek boxes are impossible. However, if you can't fry leek boxes, you can make leek dumplings. The leeks in the yard are fresh and tender, and paired with fried duck eggs, hand-rolled white flour dumpling skins, and white flour leek dumplings with thin skin and more fillings. They are delicious wherever they are placed. Just do it. Xin first went to the kitchen to get a large wooden basin, scooped up 5 large gourd ladles of flour, and added 2 more ladles in case it was not enough. It was cold in late spring, and the leftovers could be put aside for breakfast the next day. Although there were 2 meals a day during the slack season, Xin was used to 3 meals a day. If she didn't have breakfast tomorrow, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold on and walk to the city. Besides, Huabing was still in confinement after childbirth, and people in confinement get hungry quickly, and the food they eat is not oily, so it was just right for the eldest brother to give her an extra meal at night. After scooping up the flour, Xin went behind the door and got 15 duck eggs. Chicken and duck eggs can be exchanged for salt and needles and thread, but Xin didn't plan to exchange them with eggs. Eggs are delicious and easy to digest, especially the eggs laid by chickens and ducks that grew up eating fish, shrimps, and insects. They are nutritious local eggs, and it's best to keep them for the family. After mixing the flour and putting it aside, Xin picked up a kitchen knife and went to the yard to cut all the remaining leeks. After cleaning them, she picked up the 4 Liang River shrimps that were not sold, leaving only the shrimp tails after peeling the shells. Xin was originally distressed that the shrimp shells could be used to make shrimp oil, but later she rolled the shrimp shells into the chicken coop to feed the chickens, thinking it was not a waste. Back in the kitchen, frying duck eggs, cutting leeks, rolling dumpling wrappers, making dumplings, marking dumplings with shrimp meat. Xin was busy like a team. When the first pot of dumplings came out of the pot, Xin put them into a stoneware bowl, took a bite of the white flour dumplings with thin skin and large fillings, and almost cried. There was no dipping sauce, only a little salt for seasoning, but it was still delicious, even better than what she had eaten before. Xin finished a big dumpling in 2 or 3 bites, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and put the remaining dumplings in the big iron pot into other stoneware bowls. There was only 1 big iron pot, and when Xiaohua's medicine came back later, she had to boil the medicine, so she had to cook the dumplings before dawn. Their family still eats 2 meals a day, and the second meal is before dark, around 4 o'clock. Xin estimated that the time was about right, so he scooped up the first pot and immediately started the second pot. After the dumplings were put into the pot, Xin brought 2 bowls of dumplings, 1 large and 1 small, to Huabing's room. He greeted, "Come here, Huabing, dumplings for you and Xiaohua. Xiaohua, put yours on the stool to eat. Be careful of the burns." Dumplings? Huabing was confused. She had eaten duck eggs at noon, and there were dumplings for dinner? She hurriedly put down Xiao in her arms and went to greet her, taking the coarse pottery basin from her mother-in-law. The coarse pottery basin that was originally used to hold soup at home was used by her mother-in-law to hold dumplings for her. There were at least more than 10 dumplings the size of a palm. She stumbled and asked, "Mom, is this for me and the head of the family?" If Xiaohua hadn't had a separate portion, she would have thought it was for 3 people. "No, it's for you alone. The boss will cook it when he comes back.
There's more in the pot.
Eat it quickly. Don't save it. You are eating alone now, and you need to make up for 2 people. You must eat more," Xin urged. She has no mother-in-law and has never been a mother-in-law, but she knows how difficult it is for women. Women who have given birth are in the most difficult time in their lives. If she puts herself in their shoes, she will treat her daughter-in-law as she wants her mother-in-law to treat her. Naturally, she will treat her daughter-in-law according to this requirement. Huabing only felt that her mother-in-law packed all the dumplings for her. When she saw that the dumplings were made of white flour, her first reaction was that she didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve to eat so many dumplings, let alone white flour dumplings. On Yang, there are eggs and shrimps in the dumplings. Huahua, who was squatting on the chair and taking a bite, looked up and reported to Anyang in surprise. She ate eggs and shrimps after just 1 bite. The dumplings made by Grandma are really delicious, and the skin is also delicious, better than anything I've ever eaten before. Xinqing scratched her head in embarrassment and explained to Hubing, only Xiaohua's dumplings have shrimps. Oh, and Lao Si, he caught some shrimps, and I left him 2 dumplings with shrimps. We didn't have any. That's good, Mom. It's good to have dumplings to eat. Hubing murmured. She didn't know what to say, but she felt a warm current that she had never felt before in her heart, and this warm current kept drilling into her eyes. Seeing that Hubing didn't care at all, Xinqing smiled and waved her hand. Okay, there are still dumplings in the pot. I'll go to the fire. If the skin is broken, it won't taste good. If you don't have enough, I'll send you more. Enough. Enough. Everyone who came back from home later had the same reaction as Hubing and Xiaohua. Some were surprised, some were happy, and most were incredulous and unworthy. Those were white flour dumplings. How could Mother be willing to give them away? In the past, Mother was willing to scoop a little to make a pancake or a noodle soup for her younger brother, but now she was willing to give them to eat? Jiang Shui was the most shocked. Carrying a basket full of wild vegetables, thinking that it would be good to share more wild vegetable porridge in the evening, she came back and her mother took the basket and urged her to wash her hands and eat dumplings. When she held the bowl, she saw the same white flour dumplings as the 3rd and 4th brothers, and the number was the same. By the way, Mother also specifically explained that the 4th brother had caught shrimps, so there were 2 shrimp dumplings, and asked them not to mind. Why would they mind? These were white flour dumplings, and there were many scrambled eggs in them. She didn't have less than her brothers because she was a daughter, nor did she not give her white flour because she was a daughter, and she didn't give her dumplings with less eggs because she was a daughter. The 4th brother could have a few more shrimps, not because he was a boy or a son, but because the shrimps were caught by the 4th brother. Jiang Shui found that she didn't mind at all, really. In the past, they quarreled and made a fuss for a thicker paste and to eat more wild vegetables, but now it no longer existed. She liked the way her mother handled it, and she liked it even more that her mother would explain it to her specially. Her mother was so good today. She prayed to God that this was not a dream, and that her mother would not change back to the way she was when she woke up. Xinqing didn't know what her children were thinking. Seeing them happily eating the dumplings she made with big mouthfuls, she felt a sense of accomplishment for no reason. She would not treat herself badly. She ate her fill early, when the first pot was cooked. At this time, she was free, so she just picked up a large basket of wild vegetables that Jiang Shui had dug back. The most in it was Malantu, which was also sold in Huagua's supermarket. The difference was that the supermarket was planted in a greenhouse, and the stems were green, while the stems picked by Jiang Shui were reddish and had a stronger fragrance. Xinqing loves to eat and can cook. After blanching, cut into small pieces, add salt, minced garlic, chili, aged vinegar, and sesame oil and mix well. It tastes delicious. Xinqing looked at the vegetable basket again. There were a lot of purslane. This way of eating is similar to that of water spinach. It also has the effects of clearing away heat, detoxifying, and stopping diarrhea. It is very good for people to eat. Unfortunately, there is no aged vinegar and sesame oil now. There is no oil for stir-frying. Well, I can go to the city tomorrow to buy the necessities. Xinqing basically didn't recognize the rest. She thought they were familiar, but she couldn't name any of them. Anyway, she knew they were edible, so she didn't worry too much. Why didn't you wait for me to start eating? Unhappy words came from the door of the yard. The 3rd and 4th children, who were eating happily, curled their lips, lowered their heads, and continued to eat without caring. Jiang Shui looked at Xinqing nervously, biting his lower lip, not knowing what he was thinking. Xinqing looked up in surprise and saw a childish boy in a long gown, frowning and looking at them with reproach. Oh, this is the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiangzhong, who is back. Speaking of Jiang Xiangzhong, he is the only one favored by the original owner, who puts him first in everything and spoils him without any bottom line. With 4 capable sons in the family, plus Hubing and Jiang Shui, 2 capable girls who are quick and capable of cooking and washing, they would not have been so poor. At least they would not live in a shabby house, eat coarse food, and have little savings. Just because they have to pay Jiang Xiangzhong a tuition fee to buy paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. Reading is a good thing, and raising a scholar with the strength of the whole family can change the family status. Of course, the premise is that the person being raised is grateful and cannot be an ungrateful person. Jiang Xiangzhong used the money earned by his four brothers and enjoyed the care of his eldest sister-in-law and sister. He just thought it was his due and never had any gratitude or respect. Over time, except for the eldest son who was the most filial, Huibing who could not resist, and the second son who was as hardworking as an old ox, the rest of the family members were only friendly on the surface, but they were cursing in their hearts. "I'm talking, didn't you hear me?" Jiang Xiangzhong frowned even deeper. His eyes swept from his brothers and sisters and finally fell on his mother. He wanted his mother to give him an explanation. How could these people eat before he did? Shen Qing saw Jiang Xiangzhong looking at her and didn't say a word. Behind every naughty child there is a naughty parent. What others hate is not the naughty child, but the naughty parent who spoils and indulges behind the scenes. She hates naughty children and doesn't want to be a naughty parent. The 13-year-old Jiang Xiangzhong was furious when he saw that everyone didn't take him seriously. He stomped his feet and shouted fiercely, "Mom, you haven't eaten yet. How can they eat first? If you don't take care of it, will they still take you seriously in the future?" Shen Qing exclaimed and answered the question irrelevantly, "I have already eaten." Jiang Xiangzhong was stunned. Did he mean to ask this? No. How could Mother eat without waiting for him? Mother had actually eaten too. "Mom, why did you eat first? I'm your mother. What's wrong with me eating first?" Shen Qing was not going to tolerate it and asked back coldly. Jiang Xiangzhong choked, pointed his finger, and finally landed on Jiang Shui and said angrily, "Then how can she eat first? Shouldn't she wait for me to come back before eating?" Shen Qing glanced at Jiang Shui and said lightly, "She is your sister. There is an order of seniority. Do you think she can eat first?" Jiang Shui's mouth corners widened little by little and finally lowered his head to continue eating dumplings. The dumplings are so delicious, even sweeter than before. Jiang Xiangzhong opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He just felt that his mother was so strange today. He argued unconvincedly, "But she is a woman. She is born inferior to men. How can she be ranked ahead of me?" His mother had always told him that Jiang Shui was a worthless and money-losing commodity, and that when he was going to take the imperial examination in 2 years, she would marry Jiang Shui to a rich family, and the betrothal money would be enough for him to take the imperial examination. After he passed the examination, he only needed to support the Jiang family and didn't need to worry about Jiang Shui. If she married into another family, she would be someone else's and had nothing to do with him. Why should he respect an outsider? Shen Qing was so angry that he almost laughed. "Since you think they are inferior, why do you let them wash your clothes? Why do you eat the food they cook? Why do you use their money? You are a scholar. You are noble and proud. You should maintain your own character. If you don't like it, then rely on yourself. By the way, the dumplings tonight are also made by the inferior women in your mouth. You'd better not eat them." She knew where Jiang Xiangzhong's concept came from. It was from the original bishop, but he was different from the eldest and second brothers. He went to school, read books, and met all kinds of people, including those who were knowledgeable and profound. He should have his own judgment on his mother's words. He didn't, and still believed in what his mother, a country woman, said as always. Either it proved that his reading of the sage book was useless, and if that was the case, there was no need to read it, or it showed that this was something he already recognized. After all, who wouldn't be happy to enjoy others working for him openly and without reward? Selfish people don't need to spend the hard-earned money of other relatives to study. Jiang Xiangzhong was stared at by his mother's knowing and smiling eyes. He felt that his little thoughts were all seen clearly. He snorted angrily, "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat." Even if his mother came to ask him to eat, he would not eat. Then he thought that his brush was a little bald today. He wanted to buy another one with money. He gritted his teeth and thought, forget it. If his mother asked him to eat later, he would eat it reluctantly. It would be a way for his mother to save face. When he asked to buy a brush again, his mother would definitely return the favor and might buy him two at once. Jiang Xiangzhong waited and waited until the sun completely set, but his mother did not come to beg him to eat dumplings. His stomach made a gurgling sound, and he could not help swallowing his saliva. When he passed by, he saw that even Jiang Shui's bowl was filled with white flour dumplings. That was white flour. On weekdays, only he could eat white flour, but Jiang Shui even ate it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, and he felt that the night was particularly long. The other members of the Jiang family felt that today was particularly comfortable and relaxed, especially at night, when they had a full stomach and no longer had to sleep hungry. Shen Qing did not dare to sleep too deeply. She took Xiaohua to her room to sleep. In the evening, Jiang Xiangdong boiled herbs for Xiaohua, but the herbs were extremely bitter. Xiaohua vomited as soon as she drank them, and almost vomited out the dumplings she had eaten. Shen Qing felt very distressed. She immediately proposed that she would take care of Xiaohua and let the eldest take good care of his wife and little daughter. Shen Qing looked at Xiaohua, whose face was flushed with fever, and bought strawberry-flavored antipyretic medicine and lied that it was sugar water for Xiaohua to drink. Grandma is so nice, giving Huahua sugar water. Huahua likes grandma. The confused person with fever did not forget to praise Shen Qing. Shen Qing's heart almost melted. She finally understood why so many people want to have daughters. It's so loving. Who doesn't love a sweet and soft daughter? Shen Qing tested Xiaohua's forehead every 2 hours and observed whether she had other symptoms, and added medicine at any time. God bless. The little girl slept well all night and did not have a high fever again and again. By the early morning, there were signs of the fever subsiding. Shen Qing was relieved. She lay on the wooden bed with her clothes on. The sky turned white, and the crowing of roosters sounded. She quickly turned over and got up. She was going to the city today to find a way to make money. The hard bedboard, the hardened quilt, the blackened quilt cover, and the thin clothes woke her up again and again in this cold spring. She wanted to change them all. And a comfortable life is inseparable from money. Life without money is too hard. Shen Qing got up early, and there were people in the family who got up earlier than her. Huabing got up first and went to the kitchen to boil hot water for the whole family. After boiling, she poured the water out and put it in a large wooden barrel with a wooden lid to keep it warm so that the family could use it whenever they wanted. The empty large iron pot was used to cook cornmeal porridge. Mother said that from today on, the family would eat 3 meals a day, and everyone had to keep their bodies strong and energetic. It was not yet the busy harvest season in May. In the past, when there was enough food, they would eat 3 meals a day 10 days in advance, and when there was not enough food, they would only eat 3 meals a day 2 or 3 days in advance. Moreover, women like her and her younger sister were not included. It was only mid-March now, and for some reason, Mother asked them to start taking care of their bodies. She was also specifically told to take good care of her body and make up for the loss from having a baby. Even though her mother told her last night that she should just concentrate on her confinement and not worry about the housework or do anything else such as fishing or digging wild vegetables or even washing clothes, she didn't have to do anything. But she didn't think it was a big deal to just light a fire and cook without having to touch cold water or feel tired, and she could also warm herself by the fire. Her mother treated her well, so she had to treat her mother even better. The head of the family was forced by her mother to take care of Xiao Qiao. Xiaohua had worked hard for her mother last night. Her brother-in-law and sister-in-law at home each had their own work to do, so she couldn't just shirk her responsibilities. She still had to do what she had to do. After the corn flour was put into the pot, Huabing chopped up the gray vegetables that her sister-in-law had picked up yesterday afternoon and threw them in. She would add salt when the food was served, so that the least amount of salt would be used to make the taste heavier. Finally, she put on the steaming rack and arranged the dumplings left over from last night one by one. There were still 23 left. In fact, if they had eaten as much as they could last night, even if Jiang Xiangzhong hadn't eaten, they could have finished all the 23 dumplings. But in the lean months, it was great to have a full stomach. If they were too full, it would be a waste of food. So, everyone felt full and stopped eating. Huabing swallowed his saliva instinctively at the thin-skinned white flour dumplings with plenty of filling. Mother was not used to eating porridge. She ate 10 of the 23 large dumplings. Xiaohua got one, and paired it with a small half bowl of corn ash and vegetable porridge to fill her stomach. The remaining 12 dumplings were enough for the 6 of them to get 2 each, plus a big pot of porridge, which was more abundant than during the busy harvest season. After eating well, Huabing was a little worried again. Was there enough food? Mother said that she was going to the city to find a job to make money today. If she found a job carrying a large bag, she would let the head of the household go with the brothers-in-law. Each person could earn 30 or 40 coins a day. After a while, Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei walked quickly into the kitchen. Jiang Xiangnan shouted, "Sister-in-law, keep my breakfast warm in the pot. I'll come back to eat it after I get the eel cages out. Yesterday afternoon, I dug up a lot of earthworms with great effort and put them all in the cages. I have to go back early to get them back, otherwise if someone steals them, my thighs will be swollen." Jiang Xiangbei smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, mine too." His mother said she was going to the city to sell eels today, and he wanted to go with her to see what she was like. He wanted to get the eel cages back and go to the city early so that they would be fresh and alive and easier to sell. Huabing responded blankly, "Okay." She was not used to her brothers-in-law being so polite. In the past, Xiangbei was fine and would nod to indicate, but Xiangnan usually acted as if he didn't see her. When he scooped water or left food, he was either silent or gloomy. He never greeted her with a smile like today, but it felt so good. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei scooped hot water into a wooden basin, too lazy to go to the yard to add cold water. The two of them squeaked and quacked while they wiped their eyes with a little hot water on their palms, just as they had washed. Then they rushed to the yard, picked up the shoulder pole and 2 baskets, and ran to the river bank in the dim light of the sky. Jiang Shui came out after her 2 brothers ran away. She glanced at their brisk backs and began to let the chickens and ducks out. She let the ducks out first. With the yard door open, 9 ducks staggered forward and made loud quacking sounds. After a while, groups of equally noisy ducks came out from the neighbors' houses. Jiang Shui went forward to close the yard door and then opened the chicken coop to let the chickens out. The 4 old hens and 1 rooster that had been locked up all night flapped their wings and just scratched the soil in the yard to find food. Jiang Shui chased the chickens a little further away from the chicken coop, then lowered her head and bent over to crawl into the chicken coop, carrying a bamboo basket, and began to pick up eggs. The weather has been much warmer recently than in winter, and with the fish and shrimp mixed with wild vegetables, the chickens and ducks have laid more eggs than in winter. 3 chicken eggs and 5 duck eggs were piled up in the small bamboo basket. In the past, Jiang Shui would hide one of the eggs for herself or Xiaohua out of selfishness, secretly replenishing their bodies. But thinking of yesterday, she finally carried the bamboo basket to the large water tank where water was stored and began to carefully clean the chicken and duck feces on the chicken and duck eggs. In the past, she didn't know how to wash the chicken and duck eggs she picked up because the chicken and duck eggs after washing were easy to spoil. But today, my mother is going to the city, and the eggs accumulated at home and in the basket must be taken to the city to exchange for salt and other things. After cleaning, they look good and are easy to sell. This is what Xinqing saw when she came out. In the morning mist, her daughter was carefully scrubbing the chicken and duck eggs beside the water tank. In the dim kitchen, the eldest daughter-in-law was cooking breakfast for the whole family. The firelight flickered, showing a warm feeling in this cold weather. She reminded Xiao Shui, "Mother will go to the city later. Hua is still sleeping. You can watch her after breakfast." "Oh, okay." Jiang Shui replied in a clear voice. For the first time, there was no complaint. It was just because she said last night that she would take care of Xiaohua. Mother said that she was only 15, and she was still a half-grown child. How could she let her stay up late to take care of a sick child? Is she still a half-grown child at the age of 15? Since she could remember, her mother would only say that she was a girl, and she had to be sensible, obedient, virtuous, and diligent, so that she could be useful. She couldn't be lazy or she would be unhappy in the future, and the housework would be done by her and her eldest sister-in-law. When Xiaohua was born, she was younger. When she took care of Xiaohua, her sister-in-law could do more arduous and tiring work. She never thought that 3 years later, she would be treated like a child. Jiang Shui's eyes were hot. She lowered her head and repeatedly scrubbed the duck eggs with a bundle of weeds. Xinqing looked at the clean eggs and asked in confusion, "Why are you washing the eggs?" The eggs in the house were not washed either. Why did they start washing them today? But I have to say, it's better to wash them clean. Many of them at home were covered with chicken and duck, and they were very dirty. When she took them, she only dared to pick them up with her thumb and index finger. Without meat, eggs are the best nutrition, but there are 5 duck eggs and 3 chicken eggs. There are more than 10 people in the family, and 1 egg per person a day is not enough. Especially Hubing. According to the custom of her hometown in China, the eldest daughter-in-law will have a bowl of brown sugar poached eggs every day these days. It would be great if the mall opened eggs. Those cheap and large foreign eggs can be bought for 4 or 5 yuan per pound. Selling a pound of wild river shrimp can get 37 yuan, which can buy 8 or 9 pounds of foreign eggs. Even the small wild fish that feed chickens and ducks here can buy 3 pounds of eggs per pound. Oh, it would be great if the mall opened it up. I don't know what conditions can be triggered to open it. Jiang Shui looked up, also puzzled. Mom, aren't you going to the city today? Wash them clean so they can be sold. Xinqing understood. She didn't know when the eggs in the mall would be open, so she didn't plan to sell the eggs she had saved at home. 1 chicken egg costs 1 cent, 3 duck eggs cost 2 cents, and the head fee for entering the city once is 2 cents. Coarse salt also costs 70 or 80 cents per pound. It's a pipe dream to want to live a good life just by selling chicken and duck eggs. If you want to make money, you have to think of other ways. In the future, the weather will gradually get warmer. With these 9 ducks and 4 old hens laying eggs, plus the eggs saved before, it will also greatly improve the food. After buying antipyretic medicine in the mall yesterday, there are still a total of 267 yuan left, which is equivalent to more than 100 kilograms of grain. With the more than 100 kilograms of white flour bought yesterday, although the grain is not very sufficient and the balance is not much, it means that the whole family will not go hungry. As long as they are not hungry, the rest is to find ways to make money. She smiled at Jiang Shui and said, "I won't sell the eggs. I'll keep them for you guys to nourish your bodies." Jiang Shui heard this. It was just like what her mother said yesterday about eating white flour dumplings. So many eggs, keep them all? She swallowed nervously, but finally resisted her greed and advised, "Mom, eggs are expensive. You should sell them." 3 chicken eggs picked up this morning were worth 3 cents, and 5 duck eggs were almost 4 cents. 6 or 7 cents could buy 2 kilograms of corn flour, mixed with a lot of wild vegetables, enough for a family to eat for a day. It would be a big loss if we didn't sell them. Especially later, we need silver to buy salt, and there is no oil. Xiaohua's clothes are torn and can't be torn anymore. Xiaoqiao can't pick up grass, and cloth is even more expensive. She knew that her mother must have some money in her hands, but it must not be much. Everything needs silver, and it would be a waste to keep the eggs and eat them. Xinqing didn't think as much as Jiang Shui and replied naturally, "You are all in poor health. You need to eat something nutritious to replenish yourself. If we haven't come back at noon, you can go to my room and get 3 duck eggs and some wild vegetables to make a pot of dumpling soup, and take 2 more to cook poached eggs for your sister-in-law. She will have milk if she eats well. Water." She felt sad watching the confinement. Jiang Shui was stunned. She didn't expect that they could use 5 eggs for a meal when her mother was not at home. Moreover, her mother allowed her to enter her room and even let her take it, instead of always taking it out and telling her to cook it for her younger brother and repeatedly telling her not to eat it secretly. She quickly responded, "Mom, I know. After Xiaohua was born, the eldest sister-in-law ate poorly, and Xiaohua often cried with hunger. Fortunately, at that time, there was a grandmother in the village named Daqing. There was too much water, so she would carry Xiaohua to ask for a meal every day. Xiaoqiao was born in a bad month, so even if someone else had a baby, they would be reluctant to give milk to other people's babies. If the sister-in-law's milk was not enough, Xiaoqiao would have to go hungry. She knew that being hungry was not pleasant. Hubing in the kitchen also understood. She lowered her head and, did not say a word of gratitude. She silently remembered that no matter what the situation was, her mother would be the most important to her. Qing was not too polite about the distribution of dumplings. She really couldn't drink the porridge mixed with corn cobs, and she had to eat her fill. Only when she was full would she have the strength to go to the city to find opportunities to make money. The more silver they had to escape from the flood, the greater the possibility of their family surviving. Jiang Xiangzhong, who came late, was dissatisfied and looked at Huibing. Why do I only have 2 dumplings? Last night, his mother was really cruel to let him starve all night, and this morning he didn't dare to say he didn't want to eat. He didn't expect there would be dumplings at first, and he was delighted when he saw them. However, when he saw that everyone, even Huibing and Jiang Shui, had the same 2 dumplings in their bowls, he felt unhappy. He didn't dare to make any comments on his mother's bowl being full of dumplings, but it was fine for the 3rd and 4th brothers to have 2 dumplings. According to the past, Huibing and Jiang Shui's 2 dumplings must have been his, so it was reasonable for him to eat 6 dumplings. But now the 2 women are the same as him. He was not in a good mood early in the morning. Before Huibing spoke, Qing asked in a bad tone, "Didn't you see that except for me, every one of you had 2 dumplings? What? Do you have an opinion that your sister-in-law gave mother more dumplings? Oh, by the way, Xiaohua only had 1. She picked up one from the large stoneware bowl and put it in Xiaohua's bowl and said to Huibing, I said Xiaohua is the same as you, and what she can't finish belongs to you. The eldest wife has a little one, so what's wrong with eating more food? Huibing knew that her mother was backing her up and making her attitude clear to her brother-in-law. She swallowed back the words she was about to say and said gratefully, Thank you, Mother. Mother, you know very well that your son didn't mean that. Jiang Xiangzhong said dissatisfiedly. How could his mother change overnight? Before, she was on a hunger strike and wanted to throw away the 2 money-losing babies born by her eldest sister-in-law. He watched his mother hold on for 2 days. Why did she not make a fuss when she came back last night, but also treated her eldest sister-in-law and the 2 money-losing babies better? No. Not only to the eldest sister-in-law and the 2 money-losing babies, but also to Jiang Shui and even the 3rd and 4th brothers, but not to him. Mother, why do you give them my share? It clearly belonged to him before. Qing ate the thin-skinned and stuffed steamed dumplings while they were hot and drank the warm boiled water that Huibing had cooled down for her from time to time. Hearing this, she didn't even raise her eyes. Oh? How come that share belongs to you? And why does it belong to you? Jiang Xiangzhong choked. Qing added, It was you who took their share of food, but instead of being grateful, you took it for granted. How about this? When you go back to the academy, ask the teacher and your classmates to see who took whose share. Jiang Shui glanced at his mother quickly, then lowered his head. Why did she feel that her mother was setting a trap for her younger brother? Qing saw his daughter looking at him and knew that she understood. Well, this child is smart. She was indeed setting a trap for Jiang Xiangzhong. If he really asked, both the teacher and his classmates would definitely look down on him, which also proved that he was not only bad but also stupid. In this case, there was no need to save him. But if he still had a little sense of shame and didn't ask, perhaps he could still make up for it. Jiang Xiangzhong didn't say anything. Home is home, and outside is outside. How can you go outside and say bad things about your family? He finished his own portion in a few bites and said, My brush is bald. The teacher said that the words written by it have no pen tip. Mother, remember to buy me one when you go to the city today. After saying that, he ran away quickly without waiting for a reply. Judging from the background, he seemed to be running away in a panic. Qingkai didn't think about buying them. Paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones have always been expensive goods. The money she saved has more important uses. Besides, it is still unknown whether Jiang Xiangzhong will continue to study. To become a talent, one must first become an adult. If Jiang Xiangzhong's foundation is bad, it will be useless to read more books. It will only drag down the whole family. Mother, sister-in-law, little sister, come and see what we harvested last night. Qing, Huibing, and others ate first. After all, there was still a lot of work to do at home. After eating, Huibing had to replace Jiang Xiangdong Jiang Shui had to go to dig wild vegetables, and Jiang Xiangzhong had to go to the academy. If there was no condition, just keep the food. So when Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei's cheerful voices came at this moment, Shenqing, Huibing, and Jiang Shui had just finished eating and all came to the yard. Shenqing was different from others. She had received the reminder from the mall in advance. 19 caddies of fresh, wild, pollution-free premium yellow field eels were detected, 54 yuan per caddy. Do you want to sell it? One fresh silver carp was detected, 7 caddies, 2 yuan per caddy. Do you want to sell it? Shenqing could tell whether it was an item needed by the mall by listening to the adjectives in front of the prompt. Yellow eels are expensive in China's vegetable markets, and wild yellow eels are even harder to come by. One often has to get up early and try their luck to buy one. Artificially bred yellow eels cost 70 to 80 kilograms, let alone wild ones, which are bound to cost over 100 kilograms. The mall wants to make money by reselling them, so the purchase price of 54 is very reasonable. The difference between the purchase price and the selling price is twice as fair among agricultural and sideline products. As for silver carp, the head of this fish is big and the meat is rough. Rich people basically don't buy it to eat. What does it matter whether it is artificially bred or wild? Anyway, people who buy it just want it to be cheap. When I arrived at the yard, I heard Jiang Xiangnan chattering and showing off. Mom, look. My fourth brother and I caught a big fish. My fourth brother estimates that it weighs 7 kilograms and can sell for a lot of money. Jiang Xiangbei couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, which were always pursed. After all, he is not very old. Huibing and Jiang Shui were also very happy. They gathered around the big fish and looked at it carefully. It is really big. I'm afraid it won't be a problem to sell it for 40 or 50 cents. Fish is not as good as pork, mutton, and chicken, but it is meat after all. The selling price is 1 or 2 cents more expensive than refined rice and flour and can be 8 or 9 cents per pound. Big fish have more meat and fewer bones. Compared with yellow eels, city people are more willing to buy them. Yellow eels are better than small fish and shrimps, but they consume more oil and seasoning. They must be stir-fried with a lot of oil to be delicious, otherwise there will be a fishy smell of mud. City women also count the expenses when they live. However, it is rare to catch a big fish, but yellow eels are extremely easy to catch. The selling price is not high, but there are more of them. Third and fourth brothers are awesome. Jiang Shui couldn't stop praising. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei, who were praised, felt embarrassed. The two teenagers scratched their heads uncomfortably and waved their hands, not knowing how to respond. In the past, no matter how much money they earned, it was all controlled by their mother, and in the end it still flowed to the younger brothers. Except for the eldest brother and the second brother, who would be willing to do something that was hard and would not get good results. Now that you do more, you get more. In order to have money in your hands, of course you have to work hard. Unexpectedly, you will be praised by your eldest sister-in-law and younger sister. Don't say it. It feels so good to be praised, especially when it is praised by your own family. Unlike others, Shenqing's eyes fell on the yellow eels running around in the big wooden barrel. Each one was similar to a snake and much thicker than a thumb. No wonder the mall said it was a fine product. She didn't care about the big fish. The mall bought it at a price of 2 yuan a caddy. Of course, she had to take it to the city to sell it. Otherwise, it would be better to eat it at home and not sell it to the mall. After all, rice and flour also cost 2 yuan a caddy, and eating fish was much more cost-effective. She asked, "How much can these eels be sold for per caddy in the city?" Jiang Xiangbei replied happily, 5 to 6 cents per caddy. We have a good harvest today. I'm afraid this bucket can be sold for more than 100 cents. More than 100 cents, Shenqing was disappointed. 19 caddies, 54 yuan per caddy, a total of 1,026 yuan, which can be exchanged for more than 500 caddies of flour in the mall. She was a little anxious at this moment, thinking, how can these eels be sold to the mall? Mom, let me follow you into the city. You see, these eels and buckets are not only heavy, but big fish also need water to keep them. The journey is short, but these 2 big buckets are heavy, aren't they? Jiang Xiangnan said first. Their Chili village was only 7 or 8 miles away from Xingqing. Although it was close, the number of times he had been to the city could be counted on one hand. The main thing was that one had to pay a 2-cent head fee to enter the city. That was 2 cents. Who would be willing to go to the city for nothing? He finally got the chance. Of course he wanted to see the world. Jiang Xiangbei immediately became anxious. Mom, there are obviously more eels in my cage, so I should go. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Afraid that his mother would not agree, he even thought of a reason. Mom, I am the best at selling things. If you take me to the city, you don't have to worry about the fish and eels. I guarantee that they will be sold out. Originally, Xinqing couldn't make up his mind about whom to take into the city, but now he couldn't be more certain. It must be Jiang Xiangnan. Jiang Xiangnan's eyes dimmed when he heard his brother's words. He really wasn't as good at selling things as Xiangbei. In fact, no one in the family was as good as Xiangbei. Even when he was a child, he used chicken eggs and duck eggs to exchange things with others, and he was faster and better than anyone else in the family. Mother loves to take Xiangbei with her the most. Xiangbei, Mother knows that you're good at selling things, but this time Mother has other ideas and wants to give it a try. Look at how heavy this wooden barrel is with water, eels, and big fish. Only your third brother is strong enough to carry it from 7 or 8 miles away. But don't worry, you will get every penny of the money from the sales. And you can catch small fish and shrimps, catch more, and wait for Mother to come back and fry small fish for you. Xinqing is a professional in persuading people. He first affirms the other party, then expresses his own ideas, and finally promises some benefits. Of course, this is what Jiang Xiangbei deserves. Hearing that there is food, and it is fried, Jiang Xiangbei can't help swallowing. His eyes widened. Are there really fried fish? Xinqing nodded affirmatively. Oil is on the must-buy list for this trip to the city. The family currently has enough flour. It is made into batter, and the small wild fish is hung on it and fried. The batter is crispy, and the small fish is crispy. It is both a dish and a snack. With it hanging in front, Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei will be motivated to catch small fish and shrimps, right? Otherwise, the two children will put 12 points of enthusiasm into catching big fish. Jiang Xiangnan likes to sell things. First, it is natural, and second, he also wants to earn money to buy delicious food. Now that he has money and delicious food, what else is he not satisfied with? He immediately responded hurriedly. Okay, I will go dig earthworms and put cages later, catch a lot of fish, shrimps, and eels. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can catch a big fish. Xinqing said sincerely, don't force big fish. Don't focus all your attention on big fish. It's great to catch more fish, shrimps, and eels. Jiang Xiangnan was immediately moved beyond words. His mother was so nice. She was worried that he couldn't catch the big fish, and comforted him by saying that the small fish and shrimps that couldn't be sold for money were also great. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely catch more today than yesterday. Xinqing was relieved. After the candidates to go to the city were decided, Xinqing went back to the house to get the silver, and Jiang Xiangnan picked up 2 large buckets, and the two of them set off toward Xingqing in the light morning mist with high morale. Chili village is only 7 or 8 miles away from Xingqing. According to Xinqing's classification, it belongs to the suburbs, which is very close. It will be very convenient to enter the city for business in the future. After paying a 2-cent fee for entering the city, Xinqing and Jiang Xiangnan entered the city smoothly. Jiang Xiangnan looked at the 4 cents handed over to the soldiers guarding the city, and the pain in his eyes could not be concealed. Xinqing was fine. Although he didn't have much money, he didn't worry too much about these necessary expenses. Mom, where are we going first? Jiang Xiangnan asked nervously, looking at the busy streets. He was not worried about running around in the village, and he was so brave that he was never afraid to go to the wilderness, but somehow, he didn't know where to put his nervous hands and feet when he saw so many people at once. Xinqing replied, find a big restaurant first, sell the fish and eels while they are fresh, and you can relax a little. Money is safe in the pocket. Jiang Xiangnan nodded obediently, carrying a large bucket and following his mother's footsteps, without any objection. Fortunately, his mother led the way in front. Otherwise, he would be very busy if he came alone. Thinking about Xiangbei, who can sell things, is really amazing. Xinqing quickly found a big restaurant, went around to the kitchen at the back, and asked Jiang Xiangnan to wait at the entrance of the alley before knocking on the courtyard door. Jiang Xiangnan saw a manager coming out, nodded at the big fish in the bucket, and relaxed his frown when he looked at the yellow eel in another bucket. After a while, he came out with a purse. His mother turned sideways to block the bucket behind him, so he couldn't see clearly. But he was sure that the man was very satisfied with the big fish and the yellow eel, and he must have sold them all. Mother is really amazing. Xinqing waited until the door in front of him closed, and after confirming that there was no one around, he quickly pressed the yes button on them all. In an instant, the yellow eel in the bucket disappeared, and then there was an extra 989 yuan on the balance. Adding yesterday's, the balance suddenly broke through the 1,000 yuan mark. Looking at the balance of more than 1,300 yuan, she breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he could have earned 1,026 yuan, but when the chef from the restaurant bought some fish, he didn't want to buy any. But after she said that she would give him an extra yellow eel for the fish, the chef was very satisfied with the fish and even more satisfied with the yellow eel. After all, the money for the fish was paid by the restaurant, but the yellow eel was his own. He lost an eel and his income was 37 yuan less, but compared with the 989 yuan in his pocket, Xinqing felt that it was acceptable. At least it saved time and found a good excuse for the future sale of yellow eels. Carrying 2 empty buckets, Jiang Xiangnan's steps were obviously much lighter. He asked with a smile, "Mom, where are we going next?" With a full stomach, the fish and the yellow eel were sold again, and the money was in hand. Why was he so happy? Obviously, this time, just like in the past, his mother didn't give him a penny, but he was sure that his mother would give him. Xinqing had thought about the things to be inspected today last night. Let's go to the pork stall first. When Jiang Xiangnan heard about going to the pork stall, if he hadn't been carrying 2 large buckets, he would have wanted to jump up. Even so, he still asked excitedly, "Mom, do you want to buy pork?" He thought to himself, can I buy pork immediately after selling fish and eels? The money hasn't even warmed up yet. Then the brain quickly gave an answer. Well, very good. Isn't the purpose of earning money to buy this mouth? Of course it's good. Jiang Xiangnan was suddenly filled with joy. Not necessarily buying pork, maybe buying pig offal, or something like that. Xinqing couldn't bear to dampen Jiang Xiangnan's enthusiasm, but he had to tell the truth. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be disappointed later. Hearing about pig offal, Jiang Xiangbei was not disappointed at all. His tone was still very excited. Pig offal is also very good, cheap. The money to buy a pound of pork can buy a lot of pig offal. We have a large family. Everyone can get half a bowl. If we buy pork, maybe each person can only get a piece. I will clean it up when I get back. I clean it up very cleanly. I guarantee that the whole family will not be able to taste the bad smell. Xinqing's heart was not excited. She bought pig offal not mainly for her own consumption, but to do the braised food business. After all, who hasn't braised a few dishes at home? Selling braised food can make more money than selling salted duck eggs. By the way, Mother, we have to go faster. If we go too late, we won't be able to grab it. Xinqing's heart sank. If pig offal had to be snatched, then the braised food business would basically have no chance. But think about it. The ancients were not stupid, as long as it was edible. No, even if it was poisonous, they could study how to eat it. It was just pig offal. How could they be stupid enough not to know how to eat it? When we got to the pork stall, it was indeed as Jiang Xiangnan said that we had to them, because the pig's offal was gone. Xinqing turned to ask about the prices of other parts. Pork belly is 39 yuan per jean, lean meat is 28 yuan per jean, pig's trotters are 20 yuan per pair, and pig's head. Today's pig's head is not big, so I'll charge you 40 yuan each. How about it? Or take the pig's head. It costs 50 yuan on weekdays. The pork stall owner enthusiastically promoted. Xinqing looked at the pig's head and estimated that it was about 10 jin. The bones of the pig's head accounted for a large proportion, and basically the meat was 3 to 4 jin. These 3 to 4 jin of meat were very good in China. The pig's ears were rich in gelatin and had a crisp taste. They were delicious whether they were braised or stir-fried. They were very expensive. The same was true for the pig's tongue. The boneless meat removed from the bones was mostly lean meat, fragrant and not greasy. However, these three items were in great demand in China, where oil and water were abundant, but they were not as good as fat meat in Xinjiang, where oil and water were generally scarce, even the lowest grade fat meat. Sure enough, the next second Jiang Xiangnan's disdainful voice rang out. No, no, this pig's head is not fat at all, it's all bones. There are very few edible parts, and it doesn't make much oil. Your price is too high. Xin Qing could tell that Xiangnan was disdainful in words, but he was actually trying to lower the price. At least 35 cents, no less. Okay, and I'll give you another big bone. No, that won't do. A big bone can only be sold for 3 or 4 cents. I'll be at a big loss. How is that possible? Look, there's no meat on this big bone. Others spend 3 or 4 cents to buy eggs, and even 5 or 6 duck eggs. If it were you, would you eat the meatless big bone or 5 or 6 eggs? The pork stall owner was stunned by the question and continued after a while. You don't know. This big bone soup is very effective for those with broken legs, leg pain, and growing kids. Anyway, I can't give it away for free. How about this? I'll give you the pig hair. Well, pig hair can't be eaten. What do I need it for? I see you must be a villager. Do you have fields and land at home? I tell you, this pig hair is good for composting. If you harvest more grain next year, wouldn't you make money? Jiang Xiangnan still wants big bones. No one in the family has broken legs and leg pain, but there is Xiaohua, who is growing up. When he didn't know, he also disliked big bones without meat. Now that he knows, he wants them very much. Seeing that Xiangnan was still trying to persuade her, Xin Qing said softly, If you want the pig head, then give me pig hair. And how much is the pig fat? Jiang Xiangnan didn't know, but she did know that drinking big bone soup would have little effect on people with broken legs and leg pain who are growing up. The main thing is to rely on the nutrients in the meat to replenish the body, and the pig head is enough. The stall owner quoted several prices just now, but there was no pig fat. Was it intentional or unintentional? When the stall owner asked about pork fat, he looked up at the woman in front of him again. Although his clothes are covered with patches, there are also patches on the cuffs and shoulders. Would such a poor family buy lard to eat? He tried to advise her kindly, Sister. The price of pork fat has gone up recently. It now costs more than 80 yuan per catty, and 1 catty of pork fat can only yield 6 or 7 taels of lard. It's not as cost-effective as sesame oil and rapeseed oil. Sesame oil costs 30 or 40 yuan per catty, but rapeseed oil can be bought for more than 20 yuan per catty. The difference of several dozen yuan is something that even poor people would understand. Xin Qing finally understood. The stall owner did not quote the price of pork fat, mainly because she was not her customer group. However, she couldn't make the braised food business, so she thought of trying making soap. The most important thing in making soap is oil. The boss reminded her that she could also buy sesame oil. She had made handmade soap at home before and was successful. There was no ready-made alkali available for purchase here. She knew that it could be extracted from straw ash, but she had not tried it before and was not sure how to get the right amount. She had to try a few more times. So you have to buy lard, but you can't buy too little. She said politely to the stall owner, I want 3 pounds. Hearing that Xin Qing wanted 3 pounds, the stall owner was delighted and busy cutting and weighing. When he collected the money, he not only gave her the pig hair, but also the big bone that Jiang Xiangnan had been longing for. Jiang Xiangnan was carrying a bucket filled with pig heads, pork fat, pork hair, and pork bones. The burden on his shoulders was nothing, but the burden in his heart was getting heavier. Mom bought so much. Will the income from selling fish and eels in the morning be enough? When he got home, he immediately went to catch fish and eels, never being lazy. He must be worthy of the meat and lard his mother gave him to eat. Xin Qing walked along the street, saw a spice shop, and immediately went in. Before she went in, she still held out a glimmer of hope for the braised food business, but when she came out, she had completely given up on the idea. Originally, I thought that I couldn't braise pig offal, but I could braise goose or pig's trotters. But after asking about star anise, cinnamon, and other marinade ingredients, which are the spices of this dynasty, I became extremely worried. So expensive. No wonder spices were used as salaries for officials in ancient times. Jiang Xiangnan followed his mother closely and saw her enter the spice shop and then the grocery store without any fear. When he came out of the spice shop, his brows were frowned and he looked hopeless. When he came out of the grocery store, he was in high spirits, but soon he looked sad again. He couldn't understand why his mother's mood changed so quickly. Shen Qing didn't care about Jiang Xiangnan. She was silently calculating the feasibility of the soap business. This is called Panax chinensis. A piece of Panax chinensis costs 181. After deducting the profit of the grocery store, the purchase price is about 100 to 121. The cost of a pound of lard is about 101. She looked at the size of the Panax chinensis in the grocery store, and it can produce about 5 or 6 finished products, which means she can earn 501 with a cost of 101. She also specifically asked if there was any soap specifically for washing hair, and the shopkeeper said no. Sesame oil was only 30 or 40 cents per pound, and the cost was even lower, so the shipping price could be appropriately lowered, allowing the grocery store owner to make more profit so that even if soap could not open up the market, sesame hair soap would be able to do it. However, Shen Qing thought with some worry that no matter what kind of soap it is or what kind of production process it is, it basically needs to be left for a period of time. The professional term for this is maturation, and to put it simply, it is a saponification reaction. The irritating substances in the soap will gradually decrease over time, making it milder and more suitable for skin use. Will not cause skin irritation. When the products are first put on the shelves, every grocery store owner will inspect the goods. If they are irritating to the skin, wouldn't that ruin their reputation? Which grocery store owner would dare to enter their business? So it will be safe to leave it for at least a month. It is now mid-March, and even if we work non-stop, we will not see any money coming in until the end of next month. More than a month is nothing in a peaceful and prosperous era, but there will be floods in June, and everything will be submerged, so we must set out before that. Without food and belongings, the old and the young cannot walk, so before setting out, they must have a large amount of silver to buy a means of transportation, a cart. If they are poor, they can use a flatbed cart or a wheelbarrow. If they are rich, they can use an ox cart, a donkey cart, or even a horse cart. The time to make money is too short. Although it is short, Shen Qing still went to the oil shop to buy 10 kilograms of sesame oil and 5 kilograms of rapeseed oil. When Jiang Xiangnan came out with the jar in his arms, his mouth was almost big enough to fit an egg. Jiang Xiangnan was carrying a large bucket filled with pork, lard, and other things. Shen Qing was holding the jar, so it was really inconvenient for him to walk around anymore. She said, "Let's go back. I remember there is a candy shop on the way here. Let's buy 2 kilograms of brown sugar." Hu Bing still had more than 20 days before she was released from confinement. Now that she had oil, she could fry an egg. According to the custom of her hometown, adding a spoonful of brown sugar would make it delicious. Traditional brown sugar, made purely by hand, is perfect for women who are weak after giving birth. Jiang Xiangnan had no objection after hearing this. When passing by a bookstore, he hesitated for a long time before asking, "Mom, are you really not going in to take a look at the brushes?" Shen Qing looked at Xiangnan beside her in confusion, not understanding why she was going to look at the brushes. Jiang Xiangnan pursed his lips and finally chose to remind, "My brother said that his brush is bald. What if the teacher blames me if I don't buy one? The teacher's words are more important to my mother than an imperial decree. My brother is the child that my mother loves and pampers the most. My mother had already been cruel to me last night, for fear that she would regret it after returning home today. By then, it would be too late to regret when I want to buy a brush after the city gates are closed. I won't buy it," Shen Qing said unhappily. The profit from soap production can only be seen after a month, and the key is that this month cannot be idle. If we want to make it continuously, we must make continuous investments. The family has only 11 taels of silver in savings. Oh no, I gave Huibing more than 1 tael yesterday, and with what I have spent today, I have just over 9 taels left. How can I buy expensive things like paper, ink, brush, and inkstone with just over 9 taels of savings? Expensive goods? The raw materials for ink and inkstone are difficult to make, but paper and pen can be used, especially paper. She can't make good paper, but she has seen videos of making bad paper. Bamboo, weeds, trees, vines, etc. can all be used. The process of making a brush is much simpler and easier than making paper. Shen Qingxin moved casually, stuffed the jar in her hand into Jiang Xiangnan's hand, and said quickly, "Mom, go in and take a look. You wait a moment." Jiang Xiangnan forced a wry smile. He knew his mother would go in and see. Come to think of it, Mother has doted on me for more than 10 years, and I am the only educated person in the family. In the future, the Jiang family can only rely on me to change its fortunes. How could Mother really not care about me? Mother has treated them and her eldest sister-in-law Xiaohua Jiangshui better, so she will definitely treat her most beloved little brother better. While Jiang Xiangnan was daydreaming outside, Shen Qing had already found out everything he wanted to know in the bookstore. A writing brush costs 150 or 60 cents, which is only slightly cheaper than a piece of soap. But the cost of hair is high. A brush that costs 150 or 160 cents is made of either pig hair, wool, or rabbit hair. The profit is really not low. Even more profitable than pancreas. Shen Qing calculated carefully in her mind. The profit of the products sold in the shop is basically between 30% and 50%, which means that the purchase price of the worst brush is more than 80 or 91. They just started, and it is definitely not feasible to go the high-end route, but even if they make the worst brush, the shipping price of one can be set at 81. Pig hair has no use, so it can be given away for free, but pig hair is hard and is not the main hair material for making brushes. Common hair is wool, rabbit hair, weasel hair, and the like. Shen Qing can't get weasel, but wool and rabbit hair should be available in the city. The hair material cannot be installed directly after purchase, and it must be degreased, that is, to remove the grease attached to the roots, and it can be soaked in wood ash water or lime water. Shen Qing didn't know the difference between the two, so she decided to try them both to see which one works better. Wood ash water is easy to get, but lime water requires buying lime first. The pen holder is made of bamboo joints. Xingqing is located in a plain area with a cold climate. There are no thick bamboos, but there are still small bamboos. She saw bundles of thin bamboos in the firewood room, and the villagers used them for burning. It only takes manpower to cut and carry them back. Shen Qing now thinks that everything that doesn't cost money is good. At present, we need to buy sheep and rabbit wool and lime. In addition, we need to use silk thread to tie the pen head tightly so that it cannot be scattered and stuff it into the hole of the pen holder. This silk thread must also be bought. Other things like combs for combing hair and scissors for trimming pens can be bought if you see them. If you don't see them, you can go to the city tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to buy them. After all, there are indeed a lot of things bought today. If there are more, it will be difficult for two people to carry them. It would be nice to have a car, whether it is a cart or a wheelbarrow, which can be loaded and saves effort. Stop. The money has not started to earn yet, and the total savings are pitiful. Good steel should be spent on the blade. How can it be used on large consumer goods right away? Jiang Xiangnan looked at his mother coming out empty-handed and asked, "Mom, why didn't you buy anything? Did we spend too much money today, and it's not enough?" Shen Qing shook his head and said excitedly, "No, I just wanted to take a look and didn't think about buying anything. Third brother, let's go. Let's work harder today and go to the place where the raw materials are sold. The raw materials need to be soaked for 5 to 7 days first. Other things will not delay the construction period if they are not bought today, but these two things can be shipped 1 day earlier if they are bought 1 day earlier, and they will all be sold for money. A family that is in urgent need of money has finally found a project that can make money. How can she not be anxious to make it as soon as possible? Besides, it is the first attempt, and the possibility of problems in the middle is too great. At that time, it may be necessary to adjust repeatedly, which is very likely to delay time, so the sooner the better. Jiang Xiangnan just felt that his brain couldn't keep up. Why did his mother go in and go to the place where the raw materials are sold after coming out? But whatever his mother said is what it is. Hey, let's go. It's not hard. Mother brought him here instead of the fourth child, which means she trusted him to be able to carry the load. Now, there are just a lot of things, but they are not heavy at all. They were heavier before they came. Besides, even if the 2 buckets are full, he is happy even if it is hard. Xinqing asked people and quickly found a place to sell wool materials. Wool and rabbit hair are different from pig hair. Pig skin can be eaten, but pig hair is scalded by boiling water and scraped off by the butcher, so it is not very useful except for composting. Wool and rabbit hair are different. They are dense and thick. Together with leather materials, they are excellent warm clothes, so they are sold together with leather materials. Xinqing does not need a whole piece of material to make a brush. A whole piece of material is expensive. She only picks those useless scraps from the edges and corners and even collects the loose hair from the brush. Finally, she filled a backpack, but she gave up because it was too full and spent 1.5 taels of silver. On the way back, they also bought some silk thread. The place selling silk thread had scissors and combs for embroidery. Xinqing was eager to get them, so she took them with her immediately and spent more than 1 or 2 taels. There was a sugar shop next door, so they didn't have to look for it again. They bought 2 kilograms of brown sugar for more than 300 coins. The other things were okay, but Xinqing was surprised when she bought the brown sugar. No wonder sugar is said to be a valuable item. After everything was done, Xinqing counted the total savings of his family. It was less than 6 taels, to be exact, 5 taels and a few dozen coins. They were poor to begin with, and now they are even poorer. Fortunately, the balance in the mall has exceeded the 1,000 mark, with 1,345 yuan, so they won't go hungry. The sun rose to the middle of the night, and Xinqing estimated that it was 12 o'clock. He originally wanted to buy a few buns to fill his stomach, but was rejected by Jiang Xiangnan. It's only 7 or 8 miles, we'll be home soon. My sister-in-law must have left some food for us, so we don't have to waste this money. He originally thought that his mother came out to sell fish and eels and buy some delicious food to take home, but as he looked at the woolen materials and silk threads along the way, he had a vague guess in his heart. Besides, the white flour dumplings we had last night and in the morning, and the pig's head and pig fat in the bucket, there must be delicious food for dinner, not to mention that his mother didn't even buy the brush that she loved the most this time. His mother needed money, and how could he waste money when there was food at home? Xinqing was thinking about going back to make soap and brushes, so he didn't persuade her anymore. The two of them quickened their pace and hurried home. They were eager to go home. Xinqing has a flat terrain, and there is no ups and downs in sight. When Xinqing came, the sky was white and foggy, and he was in a bad mood and didn't feel like looking around. Although he was also in a hurry on the way back, he found 2 jobs that could make money, so his mentality was invisibly relaxed, and he also had the mind to look around carefully. The more I look at it, the more I understand why the flood caused so many casualties in Xinqing. It is mainly because this flood was not entirely caused by heavy rain, but by the river bursting its banks caused by heavy rain. The river burst its banks hundreds of times, large and small. After each burst, the banks were reinforced and raised. Over the years, it has already been higher than the entire Xinqing terrain. The heavy rains in recent days were like a basin of water pouring down, and the water level rose very quickly, and then the river bank was destroyed, and the entire Xinqing was shrouded in floods. Houses and livestock were destroyed and washed away, and there were also many people whose lives and deaths were unknown. Even those who survived by chance could only flee in embarrassment. Chili Village is close to Xinqing City. Generally, the places where cities are built have been carefully selected, which is much safer than other places. Chili Village also benefited from the terrain. There were basically no casualties in the village in the bursting of the bank, but the houses had already collapsed in the heavy rains in recent days, and there was not a single corn seedling half a person tall left. We were together on the way to escape, and there were many people. After all, we came from the same village, so we helped each other and were safe for a while. However, as food became scarce and the journey was far away, the families had different opinions on the destination, and conflicts became more and more frequent. Finally, the family fell apart, and the scattered families were regarded as fat sheep by other refugees. Shun Qing thought worriedly that it would not be enough to have only a dozen people from his family on the way to escape. He also needed to bring some teammates with him. Of course, it would be best if these teammates were strong in martial arts but not mean and cunning, and they should not be calculative. It would be best if they had a certain economic foundation. Oh, it was difficult. The weather in March was getting warmer, but a late spring cold snap caused the temperature to drop sharply. At noon, the sun was shining brightly, and many people were huddled in the corner of the village to bask in the sun, doing handicrafts and chatting. In the slack season, there was not much to do except digging wild vegetables and fishing. When Xin Qing and Jiang Xiangnan appeared at the village entrance, they were immediately discovered by a sharp-eyed woman who shouted, "Hey, what good things did you go to the city to buy? It is said that Widow Jiang is free and can buy whatever she wants." How could she be so free when we were alone? Jiang Xiangnan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on when he heard it, and his hair immediately exploded. If he hadn't been carrying 2 full buckets of valuables, he would have wanted to jump up and rush forward. He held the carrying pole in his hand and looked to his side nervously, waiting for his mother to start scolding him, but he saw that his mother looked as if she didn't hear it. He asked cautiously, "Mom, aren't you angry?" In the past, when people said that the head of the family was gone, his mother would be angry and her face would turn red and her neck would be thick, and she would want to go forward and fight. Xin Qing. Huh? You mean her? Widow Jiang is actually her? My God, she already has grandchildren. And she is still called a widow? She looked at Jiang Xiangnan beside her and found that he was very angry, even her part, as if she should be angry too. Xin Qing had nothing to be angry about. First, she was not the original owner after all, and she had no feelings for her dead husband. Second, the original owner's husband was really not good. He could not make money outside, and he would not help her when she fell down at home. Even so, the original owner had to put him first in everything, and he had to eat the best food and drink first, and even the children had to come after him. Wouldn't it be a nuisance for such a man to be alive? If he is gone, he is gone. The original owner was only 37 years old this year, just the right age to start a career. So why would she need a man? What's there to be angry about? But you, third brother, remember her. We must be on guard against her in everything in the future. Jiang Xiangnan nodded frantically, then reacted and reminded. Mom, every time you quarrel with Aunt Xiaomai, you become close to her again after a few days. Shun Qing. Is this Xiaomai who speaks in a sarcastic tone still the friend of the original owner? She coughed and argued. So you see, Mom didn't quarrel with her. So of course she wouldn't become close to her again after a few days. Mom is someone who is guided by the Bodhisattva in a dream. How can she still be the same as before? As soon as the Bodhisattva was mentioned, Jiang Xiangnan immediately agreed. He didn't believe it very much in the past, but Mom has really changed a lot in the past 2 days, and it's for the better. Apart from the Bodhisattva, who always guides people to be good, who else has this ability? Seeing that Xin Qing didn't respond, Sun Xiaomai glanced at her and continued to add fuel to the fire. Now that the boss is gone and the money is in charge, you can't use it whenever you want. What if you need money when something happens in the future? Do you have to kneel down and beg others? Xin Qing didn't understand the way the original owner and Sun Xiaomai got along, but she really didn't like this sarcastic way of speaking, so she replied, "The boss is gone, so I'm the boss, right? Of course I can use it however I want. If you are envious, why don't you let the boss die?
You don't have to die.
As long as you are valued, you can be the boss as long as you are alive." Sun Xiaomai didn't expect that the words that would immediately anger Xin Qing in the past would not only have no effect today, but she also calmly retorted back. She was furious. Why could Xin Qing, spend money whenever she wanted and not have to serve men? It was obvious that she had not lived as well as she did in the past. She rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "What kind of head of the family are you? I remember you wanted to throw away those 2 money-losing things 2 days ago. You are still at home because of this matter. Strange. Why are those 2 money-losing things still at home? Why do you, the head of the family, say things like farts?" As soon as Sun Xiaomai finished speaking, Zhang Ying beside her couldn't listen anymore, frowned and said unhappily, "Sun Xiaomai,
What do you mean by this?
It was wrong to throw her away in the first place. You didn't praise her for changing her ways and stop doing evil things. Instead, you are adding fuel to the fire. What is your intention? The other women were originally laughing at the joke, but they came to their senses after hearing Jiang Ying's words. Yes, throwing away the granddaughter was an evil thing in the first place, and it was right not to throw her away. Besides, no matter whether other families throw her away or not, they can't add fuel to the fire. The life of a girl is also a life. Suddenly, they looked at Sun Xiaomai with contempt. Xinqing looked at Jiang Ying twice more and whispered to the third child beside her. Mother used to have a poor eye for people. In the future, you should spend less time with Sun Xiaomai and spend more time with her. With the previous experience of Sun Xiaomai, she said this vaguely to avoid being exposed. Sure enough, when Jiang Xiangnan heard this, he replied happily, Mother, you finally figured it out. Aunt Ying is so good. She is quick at work and righteous. She is happy to help anyone in our village who comes to her for help. But you think that she is a woman who likes to show off. You don't like her and say that she doesn't act like a girl. She just likes to say bad things about this family and that family behind Sun Xiaomai's back. If he were to say in the whole Chili village which family can be as poor as theirs, which family can be worse than theirs, at least other people's houses are adobe houses, only theirs is walls made of reed stalks and yellow mud. The eldest sister-in-law gave birth to 2 daughters. Originally, the mother just didn't like them, but she didn't want to throw them away. After all, the eldest sister-in-law could still give birth to more children. But Sun Xiaomai kept complaining to his mother that it was useless for his mother to give birth to sons. She couldn't stand the fact that her daughter-in-law was not willing to give birth to money-losing goods. The two of them always gathered together to discuss in a low voice. After a few days, the mother cried and howled at home, saying that she couldn't live anymore. Xinqing finally remembered when she heard Aunt Ying. When she fled in the dream, there was no trouble along the way, all thanks to Jiang Ying's father and Jiang Ying and his wife. Jiang Ying's father, Jiang Yang, was a bodyguard. He traveled all over the country when he was young. When he got older, he injured his leg and couldn't anymore, so he returned to the village to settle down. Jiang Ying's mother passed away early, and the family was managed by Jiang Ying, the eldest daughter. She delayed her marriage for the sake of her younger brothers and became an old maid. When the whole village thought Jiang Ying could not get married, Jiang Yang injured his leg to save a young. The young man was grateful and insisted on sending Jiang Yang home. He fell in love with Jiang Ying at first sight and wanted to marry her. The young man had no relatives and no money, so he could not go to the city to buy a house or property. He simply settled down in Chili village and could take care of each other with his father-in-law Jiang Yang and his brothers-in-law. On the road to escape, such a united, capable, and warm-hearted family is simply a treasure. Others can't wait to cling to them, but the original owner disliked Jiang Ying and felt that she had many sons, and they were all strong laborers. After quarreling many times, she ignored Jiang Yang's repeated persuasion and insisted on separating. Xinqing was worried. The original owner and Jiang Ying had a bad relationship. How could she get along well before fleeing? However, interpersonal relationship repair can be done slowly. She has to go back and try to make brushes and soap to earn money. Earning money is the most urgent task. With money, it will be easier to repair the relationship later, right? Xinqing winked at Jiang Xiangnan, who immediately understood and picked up his burden and strode towards home. The big ears of the pig head in the bucket inevitably showed apart. Sun Xiaomai glanced at her and secretly regretted that she shouldn't have been sarcastic to Xinqing right away. The fat meat in her mouth was gone. Otherwise, she could have gotten a few pieces of meat. She swallowed her saliva, thinking of the contemptuous and blaming eyes of a group of village women looking at her just now, and said bitterly, "It's not a festival. You bought a big pig head and lived like this. No wonder you have to throw away your granddaughter to save food. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's useless to come to me to beg you when you have no money or food." Xinqing wanted to laugh in her heart. Sun Xiaomai's family background is about the same as hers. She is so poor that she can only eat porridge for 2 meals a day, And she still begs her? It's as if begging her will give her food and money. She really didn't have a correct understanding of herself. My mother won't throw away her granddaughter. My mother is fine. Jiang Xiangnan carried a large bucket, straightened his back, and shouted with full energy. Sun Xiaomai didn't expect Jiang Xiangnan to speak. Xinqing's sons are ranked from top to bottom in terms of foolish filial piety and from bottom to top in terms of shrewdness. Jiang Xiangnan is in the middle, both shrewd and not foolishly filial. In the past, when he heard her mocking his mother, he acted as if he didn't hear it. Why did he speak up to defend her today? While Sun Xiaomai was stunned, Xinqing and Jiang Xiangnan had already returned home quickly. She looked at the straight backs of the two and looked down on them from the bottom of her heart. Eat. This trip must have cost a lot of money. Let's see how they live in the future. Mom, you're back. There is wild vegetable noodle soup in the pot. It has been warmed. I'll go and serve it. Huibing heard the sound and ran out and said. Xinqing responded and slowly put down the backpack behind him. Not to mention, the full backpack of leather is really heavy. 2 marks were left on her shoulders. But now is not the time to be pretentious. She first found 2 wooden basins and sorted the leather. Jiang Xiangnan also put down a large bucket, first carefully moved out the sesame oil and rapeseed oil in it and placed it on the muddy ground in the yard, and then took out the pork fat and pork bones piled under the pork in another bucket. Pork fat is expensive, and the villagers must not see it. Pork bones and pork fat are easy to wash. Just rinse them twice with well water later. The pig head, especially the pig ears and pig nose, must be carefully cut open and washed. Huibing came out with 2 bowls of dumpling soup and was stunned when he saw the things he had packed. Xinqing made a gesture to keep quiet, and Huibing nodded quickly to show that he understood. The houses in Chili village are next to each other and gathered together. The advantage of living in a group is that they can help each other when there is danger, but the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, there is no privacy at all. Before, the Jiang family was poor, and they had either porridge or porridge with pancakes for 2 meals a day. There was no oil or water, so naturally there was not much smell, but it was difficult to cover up the smell of meat dishes at home. Xinqing lowered his voice and said, "When I passed by the village entrance just now, many people saw the pig's head. There is no need to hide it today. Let's talk about it later. You can't just stop eating meat because you're afraid of what others say. Besides, there is no famine yet, and we are not on the road to escape. Even if someone is jealous and greedy, they can just go to the city to cut a piece of meat to satisfy their cravings. There is no need to rob. After all, their family is already the poorest in the village, and other families can afford to eat meat. However, when we move to a new place in the future, we must choose a remote location when choosing an address so that we can fry, stir-fry, and cook everything without being afraid that the aroma of meat will spread and be constrained." Jiang Xiangnan took the wild vegetable noodle dumpling soup immediately and rushed it into his mouth. After hearing it, he hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, I will wash it later. You can do it after I wash it." Mother said that sister-in-law was still in confinement. She was willing to cook, but she would never wash clothes or dishes with cold water. However, he didn't plan to let sister-in-law wash. He would be lazy and cunning in other things, but never in eating. Besides, who doesn't work at home now? He is happy to work. Okay. Huibing agreed without hesitation, then looked at his mother-in-law and asked awkwardly, "Mom, how do you cook this pig's head? After all, it's meat. If it doesn't taste good, it will be a waste." Not to mention that her brother-in-law and sister-in-law will blame her. She herself will not be able to do it. Xinqing has many ways to cook it. The most common one is stewing, but many of the stewing ingredients are not cheap. Even soy sauce, sugar, and other seasonings are expensive. Now it's good to have meat to eat. With the current economic situation, other things can't be too particular. She thought for a while and said, "Blanch the meat first, add more and garlic to stew, and when it is cooked, make a soup with the broth and the ash green vegetables. Cut the pig ears into thin slices and mix them with the blanched water amaranth. Stir-fry half of the boneless meat with wild garlic and season with some chili. Save the other half for tomorrow's lunch and make a soup with the pig bones and eat the pig snout and tongue for dinner tomorrow." It's cold now, so it's not a problem to keep the meat for 3 or 4 days. A pig's head can produce 3 or 4 pounds of meat, which can be eaten all at one meal according to the appetite of the family, or even not enough. But on the one hand, everyone hasn't eaten meat for a long time, and they are afraid that the stomach will not adapt if they eat too much at once. On the other hand, the body may not be able to absorb too much, so now it's a long-term plan to maximize the body's absorption of nutrients and store energy for escaping. Hu Bing's eyes widened when he heard this. Mom, we ate all of this big pig's head in 2 days. Hearing that his mother said that it would be eaten in 2 days, Jiang Xiangnan was very happy and motivated. Mom is really willing to spend. Hu Bing still felt that it was too extravagant to finish the meal in 2 days and advised, Mom, it's not good to keep the meat after removing the bones, but the pig ears and pig tongues can be pickled and dried. When you want to eat them in the future, cut a few slices and eat them with stir-fried dishes. The dishes are delicious with the taste of meat. The pig snout can be smoked and stored for half a year or a year without any problem. I will stew the bones early tomorrow, and I can drink broth all day long. Jiang Xiangnan thought that what his sister-in-law said was right rationally, but he couldn't accept it emotionally. He wanted to eat meat and eat several pieces of meat in a row. If it was as his sister-in-law said, he could only get 1 piece of meat from the slices when he cut a few slices for stir-frying in the future, but his sister-in-law was also doing it for the good of the family because in the past, the person least likely to get these slices of meat was his sister-in-law. Shen Qing was also shocked. What she thought was little was a lot for other people in the family. Finally, Shen Qing made the decision to eat the pig head in the next 2 days. She would not keep it and eat fresh. After the pig fat is boiled, the lard residue can be stored for a long time. When stewing in the future, put a few of them in the stew, which is much more oily than pig ears and pig tongues. What Shen Qing did not say was that after the brushes were sold and there was money, she could increase the investment in soap, and then there would be no need to save the lard residue. Thinking of the brushes, she did not care to eat the noodle soup and immediately asked Hu Bing, who was moving the chair over, Do you know which family in our village has straw? Xingqing's main crops are wheat, which is planted at the end of September in the lunar calendar and harvested in early May of the following year. Then corn is planted and harvested in early September so that there are 2 harvests a year. Wheat is ground into powder and is a refined grain. The price is high. Most farmers are reluctant to eat it and sell it for household use. Corn is kept as food for the whole family. Rice is also a refined grain, but the sowing and harvesting time is different from wheat. If rice is planted, corn cannot be planted, so few people in Xingqing plant rice. Shen Qing suddenly realized that few people in Xingqing eat rice, but many eat pasta. Is it because no one grows rice? Without rice, where would the straw come from? Hu Bing saw Shen Qing squatting in the yard with a big bowl and started eating. She turned and went into the house to bring a chair. She put the chair behind Shen Qing, watched her sit down, thought for a while, and said, It seems that only Aunt Ying's family has it. Uncle Ying is from the Jiangnan area. He loves to eat rice. When he settled down in Chili village, he bought fields. It's normal that you and Aunt Ying don't get along, but what do you want straw for? Shen Qing sat on the chair brought by the eldest daughter-in-law. She was looked at by the 3rd child with envy, and she felt happy. Her eldest daughter-in-law is really good. She is perceptive, quick, and hardworking. She has been in Chili village since she was 10 years old. She knows every household in the village very well and even found a reason for her. She didn't intend to hide it from her, but lowered her voice a little to make sure that only the 3 closest to her could hear it. Mom, didn't I get guidance from the Bodhisattva in my dream the day before yesterday? The Bodhisattva not only taught me to be kind, but also taught me several ways to make money. I picked 2 of them and plan to try them out. Both of these require something found in wood ash, which can be found in straw ash. Jiang Xiangnan, who had been eating noodles in big mouthfuls, opened his mouth wide and forgot to continue eating. Hu Bing took a breath, surprised and happy, but mostly happy. She looked around to make sure there was no one, and then lowered her voice to the lowest possible level. Mom, how about I go and ask? Aunt Ying has always taken care of me. But straw can only be used under the mattress to keep warm, so I'm afraid she can't give me much. Aunt Ing got married late and has a small family, but her family is populous and normally worthless items like straw would have been given away long ago. Shun Qing's heart sank. Even if Jiang Ing gave away the straw, regardless of past grudges, it would still be too little. She tried to recall what she had seen in the past. What else could be used to extract alkaline water besides straw ash? She suddenly remembered the Dragon Boat Festival when she was a child, when every household in the village would make alkaline rice dumplings. After the soybeans were harvested, the straw would not be thrown away and would be kept for burning, but most people in the village would keep some of it and make alkaline water when making rice dumplings. The rice dumplings cooked with alkaline water are not only authentic, but also golden and translucent on the outside, and soft and sweet on the inside. They can be hung under the beams for more than 10 days without going bad, and are very durable in storage. Are there many soybeans grown in our village? Are the straws still kept? There were no soybeans at home. She was not sure if she had planted them. There were a lot of things piled up in the woodshed. She took a quick look, but didn't see anything. But even if she saw them, she couldn't guarantee that she would recognize them. Huibing hummed. A lot, Mother. There are some piled up in our woodshed, but they are at the very back and haven't been burned yet. The land on the riverbank can't grow many things. Most families will plant soybeans, because soybeans are edamame rice when they are tender, and they're delicious when they're tender. The old ones that can't be eaten can be dried and kept, and can be boiled, fried, ground into powder, and soaked in water to drink. However, their family has little land and planted little, so they can't keep them until they are old, and they are eaten when the edamame is tender. In the past, Mother didn't care about the dirty and tiring work such as firewood. It's normal not to know that there are more. When Shin Qing heard that there were more in her own family in the village, her eyes lit up and she was no longer panicked. She ordered, "Okay, Lao San, go find them after you finish eating. I'll see how many there are and whether they are enough. Ah Bing, use soybean stalks when you cook the pig's head and lard later." Okay. Jiang Xiangnan poured the last bit of soup at the bottom of the bowl into his mouth in 2 or 3 gulps, responded excitedly, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and rushed to the woodroom. Huibing was worried, but now she asked Shin Qing when she was in doubt, "Mom, we only have one big iron pot at home. Should we cook lard first or the pig's head? There is also a pottery pot for boiling soup and medicine. The pig's head can't be boiled. Can we use it to boil lard?" Lard is a very precious thing, and she can't make the decision on her own. Shin Qing wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was rare for a poor family to have only one pot. Okay, let's boil it in a clay pot. Even if it has a bit of herbal smell, it doesn't matter. It can still be called herbal soap. Besides, if the clay pot is washed clean, there will be basically no residue. Huibing got the news and immediately got up to clean up the big iron pot and the clay pot. Shin Qing was not idle either. She got up and went to the house to look for cloth. She was the only one with a lot of clothes in the family. Huibing and Jiang Shui only had 2 sets of clothes, which were barely enough for changing. In winter, they wore 2 sets on top of each other, which was not warm at all. Except for Jiang Xiangzhong, the other sons were not much better. Shin Qing found 3 sets of clothes on the inside of the bed, found a piece of clothes that was washed white and had only a thin layer, and cut out a large piece of cloth. She remembered that gauze was the best, but now there was no gauze, so she could only use cloth instead. Put the ashes in the cloth, and then pour boiling water from top to bottom over and over again. Alkaline water can be extracted during the filtering process. Jiang Xiangnan quickly brought a large bundle of soybean stalks outside the house. Huibing had already cut the lard into pieces of the same size and put them into a ceramic pot. He lit the soybean stalks and began to refine the lard. On the other side, a large iron pot was also lit to boil water, waiting for the pig's head to be washed and blanched. The 3 of them were busy in full swing. In the house, Jiang Xiangdong looked at the sleeping baby and quietly walked out. He leaned forward and asked, "Mom, do you want me to do anything?" Most babies in confinement sleep after eating and eat after sleeping. They will cry when they and will not turn over. It's their own home, so there should be no danger. However, in addition to the baby in confinement, there is also a 3-year-old Xiaohua in the family. Shen Qing is eager to make money, but She dare not take the baby's safety lightly. Thinking of Jiang Xiangnan, who had been busy all morning and now had to go to the woodshed to move soybean stalks, which was dusty and tiring, she said to Jiang Xiangdong, "Eldest brother, go to the woodshed and move soybean stalks to Bing. Move as many as you can. We'll burn them all in the next few days. Let the third brother look after the two kids. If they wake up and cry, call Bing over. He can also take a break. Boiling the pig's head and making lard will take at least an hour, which is enough time to burn out the soybean stalks and put them in that big pile. When they are burned into ashes, they will be smaller in size and much easier to store." Okay. The Jiang family's small kitchen and large yard immediately became busy. What a nice smell. Jiang Xiangbei just entered the courtyard with a bucket in his hand and couldn't help breathing heavily. Jiang Xiangdong was carrying soybean stalks with a dusty face. His face was dusty, but full of an extremely bright smile. He grinned and said, "Old four, Mother bought a pig's head and we'll have pig's head meat tonight." Mother said that the pig's head was seen by the women in the village, so she could talk about it, but the pig's fat couldn't be talked about. After all, the pig's head was worthless, but the pig's fat was very expensive. It would be bad if someone shamelessly came to get the lard. Jiang Xiangbei screamed and rushed into the kitchen as soon as he put down the bucket, without reporting his victory today. Shen Qing had already sorted the raw materials by type. The part that was soaked in lime water was already soaked, and the other part was just waiting for the soybean stalk ash to come out. Seeing Jiang Xiangbei coming back from fishing for fish and shrimp, he immediately walked towards the bucket without making a sound. As soon as he approached, the system issued a crisp and pleasant prompt sound. Wild river shrimp weighed 4.6 jin and 37 yuan per jin. It would be hard to say where to go if you don't keep any, but you can't bear to keep too much. After all, river shrimp are expensive. She kept the change and earned 148 yuan. Wild river fish weighed 11.3 jin and 13 yuan per jin, which Shen Qing was willing to give away. But there were too many to fry, so she kept most of it and sold the rest for 50 yuan. A total of 204 yuan was earned, and the balance was more than 1,500 yuan. Shen Qing glanced at the sky. Jiang Xiangbei would go out again later, and it was estimated that she could earn more than 100 yuan. This daily income should last until the end of the river shrimp and fish seasoning. She quickly cleaned the river shrimp and wild fish, poured them into a large soup bowl, added the coarse salt water that had been dissolved in advance for seasoning, brought them into the house, scooped half a ladle of flour and poured it in, mixed it with her hands, and made sure that every fish and shrimp was covered with batter before bringing it to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Jiang Xiangbei stared at the pig's head in the big iron pot and swallowed his saliva. After a while, he looked at the floating lard residue in the pottery jar on the other side and swallowed his saliva more frequently. After he came in, he had heard his elder brother and sister-in-law say that the neighbors thought it was the smell of stewed pig's head meat, so they couldn't make it public. He was not stupid, so of course he would not shout outside. He still understood the principle of eating meat in the bowl. Seeing his mother coming in with a big soup basin, he wanted to get close to her. Mother is so kind. She is willing to buy meat to eat. And lard. Hu Bing saw Shen Qing coming in and hurriedly handed over the chopsticks and asked, "Mom, do you think it's done?" It has been stewed for about half an hour, and the chopsticks can be easily inserted into the meat of the pig's head. The lard residue over there has already been a burnt smell. Shen Qing came forward and tried it with chopsticks, nodded in affirmation, and continued to instruct. You can fish them all out, save the lard residue, and let the lard cool down. I will use it later. Fry the small fish and shrimp mixed in the big soup bowl with rapeseed oil later, and give each family member a portion as a snack. Hu Bing was okay. Jiang Xiangbei was so happy that he almost jumped up. He just felt his heart pounding with joy, as if it was about to jump out. Pork head, lard residue, lard, and small fish and shrimp fried in rapeseed oil. Is his family celebrating the New Year today? No, the New Year is not so rich. He pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain, and then a big arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he smiled foolishly. It hurts, I'm not dreaming. Jiang Xiangdong came in and saw his younger brother laughing foolishly, and he understood it at a glance. because he had laughed like this not long ago, and it lasted for a long time, as unreal as a dream. I just felt that I wasn't tired at all when I was working. Jiang Xiangbei wanted to wait for the fried fish and shrimp to come out of the pot, but he remembered that his mother said that everyone's share was the same, so it didn't matter whether they ate early or late. If he ate late, he would have more than what was left for other people in the family, and he would envy them. Yes, he would go and catch more river shrimps. Maybe he would be lucky enough to catch a big fish. If he sold the big fish, his mother would buy him delicious food. Jiang Xiangbei did it as he thought. He looked back at the kitchen every few steps and went out reluctantly. Shun Qing didn't have time to care about others. She was wetting the wood ash collected by Hubing with water and filtering it over and over again with a cut cloth. After extracting the alkaline water, she poured half into the wool material to soak. She moved the other half into the kitchen with the basin and put it together with lard and sesame oil. To make soap, you need to heat it while pouring in alkaline water and keep an eye on the saponification reaction at all times. Only when it is suitable can it be poured into the mold to cool and set. Whether it is a container for heating or boiling, it can only be done in the kitchen, and now both pots are occupied. There are always people coming and going in the kitchen, and I can't concentrate. I can only wait until breakfast and dinner are finished and try to make a batch in the afterglow of the sunset. There is no way, the conditions are simple, and I can only create conditions wherever there is a gap to complete it. Thinking of the mold, Shun Qing suddenly remembered something. She had planned to fail many times in the trial stage and planned to make the smallest amount each time and pour it directly into a bowl to cool after it was done, so there was no rush for a regular mold. But since the mold has to be made anyway, it's better to go there early and decide on some things by the way. She stood up and said to Hubing, "I'm going to go on the carpenter's house. You've worked hard here." "It's not hard, mother, you go." Hubing stuttered back and looked at her mother's back with worry. Then shook her head. What was she worried about? Mother is different now. She believes in her mother. Shun Qing understood why Hubing was so nervous that he stumbled when she heard that she was going to Guan Carpenter's house. Guan Carpenter was the only carpenter in Chili village. He was also a famous carpenter in the surrounding villages, and even in the city. Many people came to him to make furniture. He had only one daughter and one son. The eldest daughter, Guanli, was 18 years old this year, and the second son, Guan Shaoshan, was 12 years old this year. Guanli and Jiang Xiangxi, the second son of the Jiang family who went to repair the river embankment, were in love with each other. It was said that Guan Carpenter was a skilled and profitable craftsman. Jiang Xiangxi was 19 years old this year, which was well-deserved to be old in this dynasty. Guanli was 18 years old, and they were also well-matched in age. The original owner should be very satisfied. But firstly, after giving birth to Guan Shaoshan, Guan Carpenter's wife was weak and sickly. She was bedridden for many years. She spent all her money on medical treatment and died after she owed debts. This was known to the whole village. Secondly, Guan Shaoshan had a serious illness when he was a child. After he recovered from the illness, one of his legs became weak and shrunken. The children in the village always chased him and shouted, and whenever Guanli heard it, she would stand in front of him, put her hands on her hips and curse back, and said that she would take care of her brother whether she married or not, and would not let anyone bully her. This was also the point that the original owner looked down on Guanli the most. She believed that a daughter-in-law should take her husband's family as her heaven after marrying in. Wouldn't it be a burden if she took care of her disabled brother? The last point is also the most important. For the selfishness that the original owner could not express clearly, she did not want the second son to get married, because once the second son got married, the money he earned would sooner or later belong to his family. The second son was practical and capable, like an old ox that eats less and works more, is tireless and does not complain. He just needs to stay at home to earn money for her youngest son to take the imperial examination. When Jiang Xiangzhong passes the imperial examination, how many women will he need? Then give her a lot of golden grandchildren. Anyway, they are all her grandchildren, and they are the same to her. Why not sacrifice the second child? The most honest, sensible, and hardworking child in the family often suffers the most. This is the case with Jiang Xiangxi. In his dream, due to his mother's obstruction, he was unable to be with Guan Li. On the way to escape, the Guan family still had some money. The debt owed for medical treatment was paid off, and the Guan family secretly saved some silver. Guan the carpenter was obsessed with carpentry, and he was deeply in love with his deceased wife and did not want to remarry, so he kept his reputation of being in debt so that people who were after money would not come to the door. Guan Li had the same idea. She would rather not have a husband who was after her father's money. If it weren't for the flood, the Guan family wouldn't be so bad, and even Guan Xiaoshan was already learning carpentry, and it would only get better and better. Unfortunately, the flood came, and in the hasty escape, they couldn't take away the belongings they had bought. Not only did they all go down the drain, but the Guan family was old and young, and Guan Xiaoshan had difficulty walking. Even if there was a cart, no one in the family could pull it all the time, so the escape was extremely difficult. In the end, no one was spared in an attack by refugees. Upon hearing the news of Guan Li's death, Jiang Xiangxi was disheartened, as if he had lost his soul. In the conflict between his mother and the soldiers guarding the city, he rushed to the front, determined to die. When he got his wish, the corners of his mouth were raised. Xinqing felt that tears were worthless and cried again and again. She walked towards Guan's house and saw Guan the carpenter, who was planing wood flowers in the yard from a distance. Next to him sat Guan Xiaoshan, who was inconvenient to walk but was concentrating on carving. Guan Li was not at home, and it was not time to cook dinner yet. During this period of time, she should have gone to dig wild vegetables with Jiang Shui. Guan Xiaoshan was the first to see Xinqing coming from afar. He quickly signaled to his father, who was busy planing wood flowers in front of him. After hearing this, Guan the carpenter immediately put down the woodworking in his hands, rubbed his hands on the hem of his clothes repeatedly, and the father and son looked at the person nervously. It was not until Xinqing stepped into the yard that the father and son confirmed that he was looking for them, and they were suddenly panicked and didn't know what to do. "Dad, I'll go to the house to make some tea." Guan Xiaoshan picked up the crutch that was leaning against the chair, stood up, and said. Carpenter Guan sighed twice, lowered his voice, and said, You make a cup of brown sugar water. Put 2 more spoons of brown sugar. Don't let your sister have a hard time in the future. Women all like to drink sugar water. Xinqing will be the mother-in-law of his daughter in the future. His daughter has paid too much for this family. He, as a father, can't behave badly anymore. Okay, I understand. Guan Xiaoshan nodded heavily. His sister has already displeased brother Xiangxi's mother because of him. Now that she rarely comes, of course she must be treated seriously. After instructing his son, Carpenter Guan smiled on his wrinkled face, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said enthusiastically, Sister-in-law Jiang, please sit down. Xinqing looked at Carpenter Guan, who was so enthusiastic that he was a little humble and understood that this was all for the sake of his daughter Guan Li. He was afraid that offending her would make his daughter suffer. How could he know that the original owner had never thought of Jiang Xiangxi marrying Guan Li, and even didn't think of Jiang Xiangxi getting married? As soon as Xinqing sat down, she saw Guan Xiaoshan walking towards her with a cane in one hand and a cup in the other, obviously pouring tea for her. She hurriedly stood up and wanted to take a few steps forward to take it. Carpenter Guan smiled and stopped him. It's okay, Sister Jiang. Just sit down and relax. Although Xiaoshan has difficulty walking, his daily life is not a problem. Not only can he dress and wash like an ordinary person, but his hands are also very skillful. You see, the wooden combs placed next to the chair are all made by him. If you don't mind, take one home and use it. Xinqing heard that the person in front had picked up the wooden comb and looked at it carefully. The wood was polished smooth, and the teeth between the combs were neat and orderly, which were finer than those sold in grocery stores. Just as she was about to join in the praise, she heard the words from behind her. She immediately shook her head and said solemnly, The child worked so hard to make it. How can I take it for free? I came here to customize a few molds this time and brought money with me, so it's just right to calculate the money together. Carpenter Guan waved his hands in panic. It's made by a child. How can I charge money? Sister Jiang, what kind of mold do you want to make? If it's not time-consuming, I'll make it now, and you can just take it back. Guan Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. Shen Qing didn't expect the father and son of the Guan family to be so warm and polite. She understood that no matter whether the mold was time-consuming or not, it would be no time-consuming in the end, so they had made up their minds not to charge money. She first described the size and appearance of the mold in detail, and then said, I still need 2 wooden basins and 2 wooden barrels, but these 4 things are not urgent. I will give you the mold according to the price of the wooden basin and the wooden barrel. The comb is a token of Xiaoshan's kindness, and I will accept it. It happens that I bought meat today, and it is also my intention to send a bowl of meat to Xiaoshan later. If you don't accept the comb, I dare not accept it. Where have the Guan family father and son ever seen Shen Qing, who is so kind and polite? In the past, she always found fault with her, and even if she didn't ask for money, she would have a lot of things to say. Today, not only did she not take advantage of Xiaoli, but she also wanted to return the gift. The two were surprised and happy, and didn't know what to do. The father and son thought worriedly, with such a big change, did he agree with Xiaoli, or did he think there was no hope and draw a clear line? But regardless of whether they agreed or not, Guan the carpenter said in a matter-of-fact way, Sister Jiang, the mold you mentioned is just 3 long wooden boards nailed together. It doesn't cost any wood or time. How can it be priced the same as a wooden basin or a wooden barrel? As for the comb, it's not worth anything. How can it be exchanged for precious meat? You should keep it for your family. Shen Qing didn't care and said with a hint of meaning, What do you mean keep it for your family? Isn't Xiaoshan also a family member in the future? Guan the carpenter and Guan Xiaoshan both understood and opened their mouths in shock. Shen Qing said again, I was confused in the past, but fortunately it's not too late. To be honest with you, I have a great use for this mold. When the family affairs are settled, I will definitely ask a matchmaker to come to propose marriage. The flood will last for about 3 months. The soap will only have income after a month, and the brush will see income in 5 to 7 days. She plans to settle this marriage before the flood comes. Even if there is no time to get married, the 2 families have this relationship and can flee together and take care of each other along the way. After getting the promise, Guan the carpenter was so happy that he didn't know where to put his hands. He kept asking Shen Qing to drink water. Then he rubbed his hands and said firmly, I will make the mold now. You can take it home directly. If it's not enough, I will let Xiaoli deliver it to you tomorrow. Although Xiangxi is 19, Xiaoli is already 18. Besides, Xiaoli likes Xiangxi's boy, and Xiangxi has nothing to say about his family. This time it is his family's turn to do corvée for the dam repair, not to mention Xiaoshan, and he was sick a few days ago, and his health is not as good as before. If Xiangxi hadn't taken the initiative to offer to take over their family, he might not know if he could come back. Since the mold is related to the lifelong affairs of the 2 children, he must hurry to make it. Guanli came back when the sun was setting. She saw that her father and brother both had big smiles on their faces, and their eyes looking at her were also particularly excited. She was a little confused. Was there any happy event at home today? Dad, someone from the city came to order furniture? People in the city would order a whole set of furniture for their daughters as dowry, and the money they gave was also high. The money earned could buy meat, so Xiaoshan would be very happy. Sister, it's much more important than someone coming to order furniture, Guan Xiaoshan said happily. Then he told Shen Qinglai's series of performances and words in detail with great joy, for fear that he would miss a little bit and his sister would not understand. After speaking, he asked happily, Sister, do you think your relationship with brother Xiangxi is going to be successful? Guanli was stunned after listening, and then sneered. How is it possible? You must have been deceived by her. Dad and brother are men, and they don't have much contact with brother Xiangxi's mother, so it's normal that they don't know. She knew that brother Xiangxi's mother didn't like her at all. No, she didn't have any daughter-in-law she liked. Sister Huibing was calm and steady, hardworking and willing to work. She was raised in the Jiang family at the age of 10, which meant that she was raised by brother Xiangxi's mother. Even so, she felt that Huibing was taller and stronger, had no support from her natal family, and ate more. She was dissatisfied with all kinds of things and felt that Sister Huibing was not worthy of her eldest son. She would have her natal family, and her father would have a skill to make money. But so what? Wouldn't she still despise her? In addition, she felt that she had a loud and undignified voice, a strong temper, and was difficult to manage. In short, she had no strengths, and was naturally not worthy of her second son, who was as capable as an old ox. No, sister, Aunt Jiang is really different this time. You don't know if you're not here. Hey, I don't know how to say it, but it's just that the feeling I had when I saw her before is completely different, Guan Xiaoshan said anxiously without giving up. He knew that his sister liked Brother Xiangxi very much, and Brother Xiangxi also liked his sister very much. In the past, Aunt Jiang was always indifferent to them, or she would glance at his sister and him with her eyes slanting, which always felt bad. It seemed that she was very disrespectful. But this time was completely different. There was no disgust or disdain in Aunt Jiang's eyes when she looked at him. When he brought her the sugar water, she was worried about whether it would burn him, instead of being afraid that he would spill the sugar water as in the past. Guanli did not dare to hold out hope. Maybe they are short of something again, and want Dad to help make it. In the past, when they were polite, it was when the Jiang family was short of wooden basins, wooden barrels, or beds, they always wanted to take advantage. I guessed right. Did they come here to ask Dad to make something because they were short of something? Guan Xiaoshan nodded, and then quickly said, but this time is different. I have already given the money. She also said that if she doesn't accept it, she won't want it. Even the comb I made, she said that she would send the meat over at dinner time. Even if the meat was not sent, it would be okay. After giving the money, it was different. At least it was much better than before. Guan Li's mind was moved. She had been restraining herself from thinking about the figures working the embankment, but now she could no longer let her thoughts wander. She gave him money, not for free like before, and even the comb made by Xiaoshan was said to be a return gift. Is it really possible for her and Brother Xiangxi to be together? She stopped in a hurry, pursed her lips, and thought of the man who had been working hard. She couldn't bear to say harsh words after all. I'll go make dinner. They finally bought meat once. How can there be more? Don't have too much expectations. Hey, sister, I don't have too much expectations. I don't crave meat. Guan Xiaoshan smiled and followed his sister to the kitchen. He wanted to eat meat, but compared with his sister, eating meat was not that important. When Xinqing took the template home, Hu Bing had already fried the small river shrimps and spread them flat in a dustpan with lard residue to cool. The broth from the pig head stewed in the big iron pot was transferred to the pottery jar, and a lot of gray vegetables were added to it. This was pure meat soup, and Hu Bing felt that the gray vegetables were also stained with a strong meat flavor. The blanched water spinach was chopped into small pieces, mixed with the sliced pig ears, and placed next to it. At this moment, the big iron pot was not idle. A small spoonful of oil for frying fish and shrimp was scooped into the pot, and after adding dried chili peppers to stir-fry, the garlic of wild mountain garlic was immediately poured in. As soon as the wild mountain garlic was put into the pot, it made a sizzling sound. Hu Bing quickly stir-fried it until the garlic turned yellow and slightly cooked, then poured in the cooked boneless meat, and finally put in the garlic leaves of the wild mountain garlic. After a few stir-fryings, the garlic leaves can be served when they are cooked. According to Xinqing's instructions, Hu Bing prepared the dishes for dinner and then started to make pancakes. Mother said that there would be soup for dinner, so it would not be suitable to eat watery food. There was no time to make steamed buns today, so we had pancakes. Hu Bing had 3 scoops of white flour and 2 scoops of corn flour. He kept 1 scoop of white flour and made pancakes for his mother. Xinqing saw it, but said nothing. The corn flour they were eating was the same as the one at home, and the corn cob crumbs in it scratched her throat. With this white flour pancake, she and Xiaohua had enough to eat. The 3-year-old had a tender throat, so she should eat it with her. She looked at Hu Bing and instructed, "Spread it a little bigger so that it will be more delicious when you use the pancake to wrap the vegetables." Hu Bing immediately spread the originally thick pancakes thinner and bigger. Xinqing was very satisfied. Her daughter-in-law understood what she said and was willing to do it. She was so lucky. Hu Bing was making pancakes. Xinqing found a big bowl, carefully spread the pig ears and deboned meat on the bottom of the bowl, and then put fried fish, and lard on top. Finally, she put the 3 pancakes on top. She didn't put pure white flour, but a mixture of white flour and corn. After all, pure white flour would be too eye-catching. When she was done, Jiang Shui also came back. She waved and called out, "Xiao Shui, come and wash your hands." Jiang Shui put down the basket full of wild vegetables, washed her hands in the basin in the yard, and ran in. As soon as she entered the kitchen, the rich fragrance hit her face, and she couldn't help but take a few breaths. It smells so good. How many delicious dishes did her mother and sister-in-law make at home? She wouldn't go anywhere later, and must be the first to eat. Shun Qing smiled and said, "You send this bowl to your sisterly, and we can have dinner when you come back." Jiang Shui thought she had heard it wrong. She looked at the big bowl filled with food handed over by her mother, and took it blankly. The heavy weight in her hand made her understand that her mother was not just pretending, but sincere. Didn't her mother always dislike sisterly? Why would she take the initiative to ask her to send something over? What? Are you tired? Then why don't you let? Jiang Shui hurriedly shook her head. Not tired, not tired. I'll do it. Sisterly took such good care of her. How could she be tired to deliver a bowl of food? Especially this bowl was asked by her mother. However, her mother's behavior today shocked her so much that she felt it was unreal. Guanli also felt it was unreal. She looked at the pile of big bowls in Jiang Shui's hands and asked uncertainly, "Did your mother really ask you to deliver it?" Jiang Shui said with a smile, "Such a big bowl, if my mother didn't agree, I would give it to you?" Guanli thought it made sense. In the past, Jiang Shui never ate more than 1 bite. When they were digging wild vegetables together, she would occasionally bring some food and share half with Jiang Shui, but Jiang Shui didn't dare to keep it as long as her mother saw it. It would never go into Jiang Shui's stomach. Jiang Shui urged, "Hurry up and take it.
My family is stewing meat today.
I have to go back and eat meat quickly." Guanli took it stupidly and hurriedly called Jiang Shui, who was about to turn around and leave. "Wait a minute, I'll free up the bowl for you to take back." "Forget it, you go back first, I'll wash it and send it over tomorrow." Jiang Shui was anxious to go back to eat the delicious food, so he hummed indifferently and ran home quickly. Seeing Jiang Shui leave, Guan Mujiang and Guan Xiaoshan came up and praised the piled-up bowls. "This pancake has a lot of white flour. White flour is a refined grain, and this pancake is only light yellow, so it has a lot of white flour. There are 3 pancakes, 1 for each of us. The pancakes are all piled outside, sister. Look at what's in the bowl." Why did he smell the aroma of meat? Guanli now felt that Aunt Jiang had indeed changed and was not the same as before, but she did not dare to let her brother have too much hope, lest he be disappointed if he didn't see the meat later. Jiang Shui picked so many wild vegetables and brought them back. Now, every household eats those wild vegetables. As she spoke, she put the bowl on the stove and took the plate to remove the pancake covering it. As soon as the pancake was removed, the food in the bowl appeared in front of the 3 people. The room was unusually quiet, with only obvious gasps. Pork dregs, fried small fish, these are all thick with oil, more precious than meat. Guanli picked up the pork dregs and fried small fish with chopsticks and put them on the plate, more than 20 pieces of pork dregs and more than 10 small fish. The bottom of the bowl was cold mixed pig ears and boneless meat, not much, but it was all meat, with very few wild vegetables. Carpenter Guan said blankly, "This is too much, Xiaoli. I will make a few more molds later, and you can send them to your Aunt Jiang when you return the bowl tomorrow." This was the first time Guan Li did not refute the matter of giving something to Aunt Jiang. It was indeed too much. Carpenter Guan looked at the 20-odd pieces of lard residue, then looked at his thin son and daughter, and said, "Eat the meat and cold mixed pig ears tonight, and share the fried fish between you and your sister. Stew the lard residue with wild vegetables and bake a few more steamed buns. I will take time to go to the embankment tomorrow night to deliver them to Xiangxi. It's too late to do carpentry work after dark. It takes 3 hours to go back and forth from Chili Village to the embankment, so it won't delay the work the next day." Guanli responded with a yes, divided the fish into 2 portions, and divided her portion into 2, keeping one and putting the other into Carpenter Guan's bowl. "Her portion will be delivered tomorrow." The corvée work is no joke, and many people can't come back. Guan Xiaoshan also silently kept his fish. No one in the family said it clearly, and each did their own thing. The Jiang family's dinner was particularly sumptuous. It was so sumptuous that everyone felt that the fatigue of the day was swept away, and even felt that eating such a delicious meal was not worthy of the work they did today. 2 dishes and 1 soup, each with meat. There was also a small fried fish snack. Everyone had their own portion of fried fish, covered with batter, salty, crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside. It made a crunchy sound when you took a bite, and even the fish bones were fried crispy. You chewed and ate it. This can be kept for a long time, and no one was willing to finish it all at once. After eating 2 or 3 to satisfy their cravings, they put the rest away. The boneless meat was fried with wild garlic and dried chili peppers. Xiaohua couldn't eat it, but Huibing had reserved 3 pieces of meat in advance. At this moment, he tore it up and evenly put it in a white flour pancake and rolled it into a roll, and put it in his daughter's small palm. She also used her small wooden bowl to fill a bowl of meat soup, with tender gray vegetables floating in it. When wild vegetables are cooked in a paste or without oil, they are indeed not as delicious as vegetables grown in the vegetable garden. They are too dry and astringent, but after being paired with oil and water, this dryness turns into refreshing, more delicious than vegetables. Xiaohua drank a mouthful of hot soup, and then took a bite of the delicate white flour pancake, and her big eyes immediately smiled into crescent shapes. Grandma was so nice that she gave her a piece of her white flour pancake, which was so delicious. The others also did the same thing as Huibing gave Xiaohua, spreading the vegetables on the pancake, and then eating it with a mouthful of soup and a mouthful of pancake. The only difference was that their pancakes were mixed with corn flour, but everyone was so satisfied. It was delicious, and I never thought that eating was also a kind of enjoyment. Mom, I pulled some vines back this afternoon, and I will weave some ground cages in the moonlight later. You can take as many eels as you can to the city to sell. I still want to eat meat. Jiang Xiangbei's mouth was bulging like a squirrel, still thinking about the next meal. The meat is so delicious, and the fried fish is also delicious. It would be great if we could have a meal every 3 to 5 days, no, 10 days or half a month. The eldest brother Jiang Xiangdong ate the roll in big mouthfuls and quickly glanced at the 4th brother, joking, "You still want to eat it once every 10 days or half a month? We have only eaten it once since we were so old, ha ha ha, it would be good to eat it once a year." Jiang Xiangbei thought about it and felt a little discouraged. Once a year seemed like a long time away. Jiang Xiangnan went to the city with his mother and bought many things with her. He looked at his mother quietly, always feeling that it was very likely that we would have a meal of meat every 10 days or half a month. No, even 3 to 5 days. He believed that his mother could do it. Jiang Xiangzhong came back late. In the past, no matter when he came back, he had to wait until he got home before eating, even if it was late, and he had to wait to eat in the dark. Shen Qing was different. There were a lot of things waiting for him. What was he waiting for? He asked Huibing to save his share, and the others started to do their own things. The 2 brothers Jiang Xiangnan and Xiangbei were weaving traps for eels in the yard. Jiang Shui was collecting the wild vegetables she had picked that day, and she carefully took out a few Chinese tune leaves and put them separately. In the evening, her mother said that frying eggs with it had a unique fragrance. She didn't understand, but her mother said that she must like it, so she kept it and could mix it with other wild vegetables and cook it in the same pot. Jiang Xiangdong was kneading dough while watching the 2 children in the house. Her mother said that Huibing knew how much salt to put in when cooking, and she had steady hands. What she was going to do later was to control the amount accurately and stop at any time. Only Huibing could do it, and the children didn't have only their mothers, and his father was watching the same. As for kneading the dough, her mother said that the dough was ready to be steamed into buns. It's cold now, so it can be put in. She steamed dozens of them and sent them to the 2nd child along with the lard residue. He was doing corvée labor on the embankment, and his body couldn't bear it if he didn't eat well. Jiang Xiangdong originally had some complaints about his mother letting him, a grown man, take care of the kids, but his mother said that she stopped complaining after sending food to the second child, and she began to care about them, which was only done by Xiangzhong in the past. So, taking care of the kids is nothing. His mother must be doing this for his own good. His mother is right. These are his daughters. He should treat them well, just like he, Xiangxi, and Xiangzhong are all his sons, and his mother used to only treat Xiangzhong well, but now she treats them all well. His daughters, he should treat them well too. After arranging the work for the family, Xinqing and Huibing stayed alone in the kitchen. Xinqing thought that it was impossible for 1 or 2 people to do the work of making brushes, trimming the hair, polishing bamboo, tying silk threads, installing, etc. At that time, everyone in the family would choose a link according to their own expertise to form an assembly line to do the work. Making soap is different. What temperature should the oil be heated to, how much lye water should be poured in, and to what extent should the lye water be stirred? All of these are skills. Those who are good at it can do it from beginning to end by themselves. There is no need for too many people, and Xinqing does not want too many people at home to know. The more people know, the greater the possibility of leakage. Of course, the core technology is in the hands of a few people. Huibing also understood this truth. After listening to this, she spoke with a trembling excitement. Mom, shouldn't such an important matter be left to the head of the family or the third and fourth brothers? Isn't it inappropriate to let my daughter-in-law do it? Xinqing asked back. Why is it inappropriate? You are steady and careful, and it couldn't be more appropriate. Huibing lowered her eyebrows and said gloomily, Mom, after all, my daughter-in-law is a person of an outsider. Mom is very good. She entrusted such an important matter to her. This is a trust in her. But after hearing the words for more than 10 years, she has already taken root in her heart. How can she, a person of an outsider and a woman, do this job? Such an important job should be done by the head of the family or the brothers-in-law. Xinqing smiled and asked, What's my last name? It is said that we are the only 2 people of outsiders in this family, right? Huibing immediately raised his drooping eyebrows, and his eyes were as dark as stars in the sky, shining brightly. In the future, there will be no outsiders or outsiders. Once you enter our home, everyone is a family. Our main goal is to live a good life and strive to have meat and eggs for every meal, and white flour and rice. Xinqing said boldly. Huibing was infected by the atmosphere, and her bright black eyes flickered. Mom is right. She didn't dare to think about the days of having meat, eggs, and white flour for every meal, not even in her dreams, but her mother was right. They must live a good life. 3 meals a day, every meal can be full. The kitchen didn't even have a stove, only a pit dug in the ground, surrounded by a large circle of stones, and a large iron pot on top. The smallest fire was rising in the stove hole, and Xinqing carefully poured a small bowl of sesame oil into it. Sesame oil is cheaper than lard and weighs more. Using sesame oil first can withstand failure. She has made handmade soap before, so she knows the temperature and the degree of heating, but the amount of alkaline water extracted from wood ash cannot be controlled, so it needs to be tried many times. We calculate it in a small bowl each time. You see, heat the oil until it is slightly hot, slightly hotter than the water temperature for bathing, but not to the extent of burning the skin. Then pour in the lye water while stirring, and then stir quickly to allow the lye water and oil to fully blend together. Once blended, they can be poured into the mold. If they cannot blend together, it means failure. At the same time, too much lye water is not good, which is more troublesome because it cannot be found when stirring, but only after it is poured into the mold and solidified. At that time, there will be dark brown blocks on the soap, which is extremely ugly, and it will burn the skin when used. This is a failed product and cannot be sold, otherwise it will affect the reputation. Xinqing demonstrated and taught. In this day and age, reputation is the most important. Although the business in Xinqing can only be done for a few months, conscience cannot be lost. Huibing watched carefully and listened clearly and concluded, that is, we are not worried about putting too little, but we should worry more about putting too much. Xinqing gave a thumbs up and praised. Smart. You are right. It is good to talk to smart people. She now discovered another advantage of her eldest daughter-in-law. She is smart and has a strong understanding ability. This is very important. If you meet a stupid person, even if you teach her dozens of times, she still doesn't understand. Later, she will get angry and smash the pot. Fortunately, after stirring the oil and water, you can stop immediately and pour in the lye water. The two of them tried 3 times each and stopped, waiting for saponification and demolding after a day. Then you can know how much lye water to pour by looking at the appearance. After pouring all into the mold, Huibing stayed to clean the kitchen and clean it up, while Xinqing moved the mold back to her room. Just as she put everything in place, she heard Jiang Xiangzhong's blaming voice coming from outside. "My food is cold. You knew I was coming back for dinner, but you didn't even put it in the pot to warm it up for me?"
I'm sorry, Xianzhong.
My sister-in-law was using the pot and couldn't keep it warm. Don't worry, I'll heat it up now. I've been to school all day, and I'm so tired. How can anything be more important than my food? I think you did it on purpose. You immediately ignored my mother's behavior yesterday. How dare you neglect me like this in the past? Jiang Xiangzhong's words were obviously filled with anger, and he became angrier and angrier as he spoke. You just bought it for our Jiang family. Jiang Xiangzhong. Xinqing walked out and shouted gloomily. The voice was not loud, but it was extremely terrifying to everyone's ears. Jiang Xiangzhong's short body froze, and he looked over with his neck stiff and his head raised stubbornly. I know you're tired from going to school, Xinqing said slowly. Jiang Xiangzhong's stiff body relaxed a little. Did his mother give in? Others had completely different ideas. For some reason, they thought it was the calm before the storm. As expected, Xinqing said casually, fishing and catching eels, working in the fields, sowing, weeding, harvesting, picking wild vegetables, feeding chickens and ducks, washing clothes. These are not tiring, it's so easy. In the future, you'll be like your brothers, sisters, and sisters-in-law, and you don't have to go to the academy to study. Jiang Xiangzhong was completely stunned. He never thought that his mother would say that he didn't need to study. He liked reading and never said he was tired before, but his mother often said that he was tired and hard to study, so the delicious food at home should be eaten by him, and he didn't have to do the housework. Over time, he also believed this from the bottom of his heart. He stammered, "Mom, I want to study."
Oh?
Isn't it tiring to study? You are so tired that you can't even heat up your own rice. Your brothers and sisters-in-law come back tired all day, not to mention heating up the rice. They can even cook a meal. How can you be so tired alone at home? Of course, you have to enjoy the same happiness as them. Xinqing said yin and yang. He obviously enjoyed all the resources of the family, but he was ungrateful and even took it for granted. Then she couldn't speak to him in a pleasant manner. Others understood Xinqing's words, and Jiang Xiangzhong understood them even more. He turned around and bowed deeply to Huibing. Sister-in-law, I was wrong just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Thank you for leaving the meal for me. I will heat it up myself. Huibing waved her hands. After all, this was her mother's most beloved youngest son. She looked up over Jiang Xiangzhong's head and looked at her mother. The latter nodded at her. She understood and stepped aside. You're welcome.
Go in.
If you don't know anything, ask me again. Since her mother asked Xiangzhong to go to the kitchen, she must have her reasons. The previous head of the family never participated in taking care of the baby. She never changed Xiaohua's diaper or fed her porridge. Even so, whenever Xiaohua cried, he would first blame her for not comforting the child. When the child was sick, he blamed her for not taking good care of the child. The child was thin, and he also blamed her for not feeding him well. Now, in addition to feeding, changing diapers, washing diapers, burping, and coaxing the baby to sleep as taught by the mother are all the responsibilities of the head of the household, and at the same time, he has to watch Xiaohua play. From yesterday's reluctance to today's proficiency, the more he does, the less blame and accusations he received in the past. The head of the household, a grown man, can take care of the baby, and it is not a big deal for the brother-in-law, a scholar, to go to the kitchen. Jiang Xiangzhong was busy in the kitchen using flint to make a fire. The dust stained his clothes and his face, but there was still no spark. He gradually lost his patience and finally threw the flint far away in anger. His chest was heaving violently, but his stomach was rumbling with hunger. He covered his stomach. He had been hungry once last night, and he knew the pain of being hungry, and he didn't want to experience it again. He calmed down, stood up, and bent over to search for the flint in the direction he had just thrown it. In the yard, Shunqing said to the two brothers Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei, "Old 3 and Old 4, you two should go to bed early after you finish. Tomorrow morning, you should set up the cages and put the eels in the buckets. Tomorrow I will go to the city to sell them alone, and you two can continue to catch fish and shrimps. If there are any extra ones, I will fry small fish for you to eat. As long as they are not electrocuted or killed by nets, the fishing and shrimps of the 3 and 4 brothers will not cause extinction, and there will be heavy rains and floods in 2 or 3 months. Save as much money as possible in the mall, not only to buy food but also medicine. With so many people in the family, it is possible that someone will get sick. The more balance, the more peace of mind. Mom, can you carry it? Otherwise, I will go with you. I don't need to buy anything tomorrow and come back early, so it won't affect the fishing and shrimps." Jiang Xiangnan took the initiative to say, "Anyway, fish and shrimps are not valuable. The leftovers can only be smashed to feed chickens and ducks. Frying small fish wastes oil, so how can you fry them every day?" Of course, Shunqing couldn't let anyone go with her. She wasn't afraid of carrying buckets. She could sell them to the mall as soon as she left the yard. The empty buckets could be brought back to the city to carry the things she needed to buy. She didn't plan to buy anything else, but in the afternoon she thought of Guan Li and Jiang Xiangxi and decided to go to the city to buy some things for him. Serving corvée was no joke. Who would want to suffer more if they could suffer less? No, it's only 7 or 8 miles, and it won't take long. Besides, the head fee to enter the city is 2 cents, and one less person can save 2 cents. When Jiang Xiangnan heard about the 2 cents, he stopped insisting. That's 2 cents, and 3 duck eggs can only be sold for 2 cents. No one cared about Jiang Xiangzhong in the kitchen anymore. Everyone was busy with their work and went to bed early. Shunqing still got up early. The problem of not being able to get up because of poor sleep in China was completely gone. Now, she fell asleep as soon as she fell into bed at night and woke up before dawn in the morning. If she went to bed as soon as it got dark at night, how could she not wake up early in the morning? After being busy like a spinning top all day, how can you not fall into bed and sleep? But I have to say that going to bed early and getting up early really makes you feel energetic. She took a deep breath, washed up quickly, and after breakfast, she saw the eels splashing in the bucket in the yard. She picked it up. Wow, it's so heavy. Fortunately, there is a shopping mall. Otherwise, she couldn't carry these 23 eels with water and wooden buckets even if they were easy to sell in the city. Not to mention that they are not easy to sell in the city. After selling the eels to the mall and earning 1,311 yuan, Shunqingxi was beaming with joy. The 3rd and 4th children can earn nearly 2,000 yuan a day. Xiao Shui makes sure the family has no worries about vegetables. Huibing takes care of 3 meals a day. The eldest child takes care of 2 babies, and while washing diapers, he can also wash the family's clothes. Well, at present, only Jiang Xiangzhong has not contributed to this family. Forget it. Let's treat studying as a long-term investment. At least in 2 years, Xiaohua will be able to learn. Girls can't go to the academy, and Jiang Xiangzhong will be able to use her then. Shunqing still has modern thinking. She thinks that people can have no diploma, but they must be literate. No matter whether they are men or women, they must be literate and educated. Her granddaughters and grandchildren will all be literate in the future. Then she thought divergently that in fact, it can be more than just granddaughters and grandchildren. When the business grows bigger, sons, daughters, and daughters-in-law can also learn to recognize words and arithmetic. Jiang Xiangzhong's opportunity to demonstrate his value has come. Shunqing had the experience of yesterday, and she bought less things today, so she quickly bought everything and came back. Salt, sugar. When she was about to reach the village, she bought 20 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of millet, 5 kilograms of soybeans, and 5 kilograms of mung beans from the mall. The mall has many varieties of grains, but there are not many varieties at home. If you take them out rashly, it will be glaring. So she had to go to the city alone so that she would not have to spend cash to buy it, and the family could have more food varieties and more pounds. Salt and sugar were prepared for Jiangxiangxi. The government would provide meals for corvée laborers, but each meal only had a bowl of water and 2 black flour steamed buns. The black flour steamed buns were like corn flour mixed with corn cobs, which scratched the throat. And they were hard. There was no oil and not much nutrition, plus the heavy physical work every day. Many people collapsed halfway through their working period, and if they collapsed, their families would have to replace them. Otherwise, they would have to use silver to pay for corvée labor, and the silver to pay was as expensive as a sky-high price. So, every household would bring some private food to people doing corvée labor to supplement their physical strength and nutrition. Jiang Xiangxi never had it, whether it was for his own family or for the Guan family this time. The Jiang family did not prepare it for him, but fortunately the Guan family prepared some before he set off this time. Although the weather is not hot yet, cooked food cannot be kept for too many days. Shen Qing thought that even if the Guan family prepared it, they would have eaten it all. Even if they didn't finish it, it's okay, just eat more. People who do physical work don't have much fat in their stomachs. If they eat as much as they want, no matter how much food they eat, it's not too much. Shen Qing went home with a lot of supplies. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he saw a girl who was dressed neatly and had bright eyes. The girl heard the sound, turned around and looked over. The two looked at each other from a distance across half the yard. Shen Qing, who is this?
Aunt.
The crisp voice was generous and not shy at all, and Shen Qing had a good first impression. She felt that she looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who she was. However, no matter whether she knew her or not, she would greet her with a smile. By the way, who is this girl? Mom, you're back. Xiaoli brought us bowls and a dozen molds. No matter how I persuaded her, she refused to accept money.
Please tell me.
Huibing had just put the molds away in the room and ran out when he heard the sound. Shen Qing's mind suddenly became clear. Is this Guanli, the sweetheart of her second son? My goodness, such a beautiful and generous girl. No wonder the second son was so depressed and wanted to die after the accident. Before Shen Qing opened her mouth, Guanli spoke first. How can I come back with an empty bowl? My father said that we don't have any good things at home, but the wood is ready, and it happens that my aunt can use it, so just make a few and let me bring them. If I accept your money, what kind of person will I be? I will be scolded to death by my father when I go back. After saying this, she pursed her lips subconsciously. Aunt Zhang always disliked her sharp-tongued appearance, saying that she was not easy to mess with, but she became more and more aggressive since her mother passed away. It has become an instinct, and she can't change it and doesn't want to change it. After hearing what Shen Qing said, she added another advantage to Guanli. She is polite. Not only is she polite, but she doesn't take the credit, indicating that the credit belongs to her father, and she is just running errands. She praised sincerely. Good child, you speak so nicely. Guanli's face changed. She looked at Huibing, only to see that the latter still had a warm look of my mother is so good and great, and she was confused in her heart. Wasn't Aunt Jiang being sarcastic to her? She looked up and observed carefully, and found that Shen Qing was sincere, serious and happy, and it didn't seem like he was pretending, and the worries in her heart dissipated. She smiled and replied, It's good that Auntie doesn't mind. What's there to dislike? Being eloquent is a great advantage. The second child is so lucky. The more Shen Qing looked at them, the more she felt that the two were a perfect match. Jiang Xiangxi was like a gourd with a sawed mouth, taciturn, and a good worker with all his strength, but he would not fight for his own rights, while Guanli had a cheerful personality, good eloquence, and was not afraid of the outside world, and knew how to protect people. Speaking of protecting people, Shen Qing couldn't help but feel sorry for Guanli. Her mother was sick and frail, and she was bedridden all year round. Her father was busy, and her brother was disabled. Such a family forced her to grow up quickly, and not everyone in the village was simple and harmless. There were many bullies. How could she protect her sick mother and weak brother without being fierce? Only children who are protected can be innocent. Even though Guanli heard her brother repeatedly tell her last night that Aunt Jiang was different and that her marriage with brother Xiangxi would not be a problem, she still did not dare to hold too high expectations. Now that she saw it with her own eyes and heard it with her own ears, she finally felt a little bit of reality. Her face blushed, and when she saw the 2 buckets that Xinqing was carrying, she changed the subject and said, "What good things did Aunt buy? Can I see them?" Xinqing said, "I made dough to make steamed buns last night and prepared to send them to the second son today. I got up early and went to the city to sell eels. I thought about buying some salt and sugar to send together. Without salt, I have no strength, and sugar are sweet and can also replenish some physical strength. There is not much food at home, so I bought some to supplement it. The balance in the mall has increased, but currently only food and medicine can be bought." She originally wanted to buy more meat, cloth, and the like, but soap and brushes have not started to earn money yet. The family has a total of more than 4 taels of silver left after buying salt and sugar, and she dare not use more. After all, the brushes and soaps have not been made yet. If we need to buy other tools and materials or need silver for some unexpected things, what can we do without silver? Fortunately, a batch of brushes will be made in 5 or 6 days. By then, we will know how much we can earn, whether they are good or bad. Then we can send delicious food to Jiang Xiangxi. This time, we will send steamed buns, lard residue, salt, and sugar. Guanli didn't expect Xinqing to send food to Jiang Xiangxi, and she was so generous. In addition to steamed buns, she bought salt and even sugar. She hurriedly told him about her father's decision to go and deliver food last night. "My father asked me to bake a lot of pancakes. There is also a small piece of bacon at home, and he took some fried wild garlic and prepared to run over tonight to deliver it. Aunt, do you want my father to bring it over as well?" Huabing hurriedly shook his head. No. Uncle Juan had a serious illness a few days ago, and he started taking carpentry work again after his health finally recovered. It takes at least 2 hours to go back and forth from our Chili village to the dam. Uncle Guan does carpentry work during the day and walks for so many hours at night. How can his body bear it? Xinqing quickly converted it. More than 2 hours is more than 4 hours. Not to mention walking on a dirt road for 4 hours with a big bag of things. It would be tiring even if you walk empty-handed. She responded, "Yes, don't let your father go, She paused, thinking about who would be the most suitable person to go. Huabing took over the conversation. "Mom, let the head of the family go. I have already done what you taught me last night this morning. You can check it out later to see if it works. I don't have anything to do in the afternoon, so I can just look after the 2 kids. Let the head of the family run a trip. He is fast and might be back before dinner." Xinqing thought about it, and it was right. Jiang Shui and Guanli were both girls. It was impossible for them to walk such a long distance on a dirt road. It was obviously more risky for girls to travel alone. The 3rd and 4th children fished for shrimps and eels, earning more than 2,000 yuan a day. They would not be easily moved unless there was something special. Of course, she and Huabing could not go either. It was no surprise that the eldest brother was the most suitable candidate. She made the decision happily. Okay, the eldest brother should pack up and go over. He is young and has good legs and feet, so he won't be late to come back for dinner. How come his legs and feet are good? The basket that Xinqing brought back with the woolen materials yesterday was used again today. Steamed buns, pancakes, salt and sugar, bacon fried with wild garlic, and a large piece of lard dregs wrapped in oil paper and a small piece of lard dregs wrapped in oil paper. Looking at the 2 pieces of lard dregs, Xinqing thought that the Guan family was nice. She was reluctant to eat the good things and thought of sending them to the second brother. She was grateful, and the second brother was worth it. Guanli looked at the bulging appearance of the large oil paper package, thinking that all the lard dregs were probably here. She looked at Xinqing, but there was no trace of her original harsh look. The whole person was peaceful, warm, and powerful, making people want to get close to him. Guanli stayed at the Jiang family for a long time before reluctantly going back. Xinqing and Huabing were busy here. After carefully checking the saponification reaction of each template, they determined the amount of lye water to be used. "Mom, We have 10 more molds. Should we make all of them? There was still 1.5 kilograms of lard and 7 kilograms of sesame oil at home. The finished soap would have to be kept for a month. If you make it earlier, you can sell it earlier and earn money. But you have to keep investing money to buy oil. If you keep the soap at home and can't sell it, will your mother have enough money later? Xinqing made a preliminary estimate of the existing molds at home. She could make about 14 jean at a time. One jean can be cut into 5 pieces, which means 70 pieces of soap can be made at a time. Regardless of the number of pieces or the amount of oil used at a time, it is considered a lot for them at present. The investment is too much and the risk is too great. And if they make 14 jean at a time, she and Huibing will be very tired, and when people are tired, they are prone to mistakes. Sesame oil and lard are made separately. Sesame oil is made once every 5 days, and lard is made once every 7 days. Each time, 5 jean is made. We can adjust and make more at any time to see which one sells better later. Lard needs to be boiled. Sesame oil is made on the same day and put aside to wait for saponification. Lard is boiled in advance on the 2nd day. The boiled lard is used to make soap on the 3rd day, and then the soap is demolded. The schedule is not too tight, but it is not idle either. Now is not the time to be idle. Huibing thinks this is a bit too easy, but thinking that there are still wool materials soaking in the yard, his mother may spare time to make brushes. The soap issue was tentatively settled, and Xinqing started to study the brushes. The wool material that was soaked would have to wait until the day after tomorrow to know if it was usable. If it was not usable, it would need to be soaked for another 1 or 2 days. However, the next day or 2 could not be wasted. Although the wool material could not be used after soaking, the pen holder could be polished in advance. Bing, is there any more bamboo in the firewood room? The bamboo in the firewood room was cut down early, and it had dried and turned yellow, so it could not be made into a pen holder. However, there was no big bamboo in Xinqing, but there were thin bamboos. There should be more. The head of the family said last time that they found another piece, which was much older, but it was a bit far away, and it would take an hour to go back and forth. The shoots of this wild bamboo are bitter and astringent, and no one goes to eat them when there are wild vegetables. Bamboo joints will make crackling sounds when used for firewood, and many people are afraid of damaging the iron pot, so they rarely cut bamboo joints for cooking. The main reason for their Chili village is that it is too close to the city and there are few trees around. The wild grass that can be used for cooking is very fiercely fought for, so they have no choice but to go to farther places to get it, and they don't mind wild bamboo. After all, it costs money to buy firewood, so who would be willing to spend it? When Xinqing heard that Jiang Xiangdong went to cut it, he stopped talking about it. When it was time for dinner, Jiang Xiangdong really rushed back, not delaying the meal at all. During the meal, Xinqing instructed Jiang Xiangdong, "Boss, tomorrow morning you go to the place where you cut bamboo last time and cut a batch of bamboo back. The more the better." Jiang Xiangdong was breaking open a steamed bun and stuffing vegetables into it. There was a bowl of big bone purslane soup on the ground in front of him. Hearing this, he responded without raising his head, "Okay, then I'll take the shoulder pole. I can tie it up and bring back 2 large bundles. Is that enough? We had meat yesterday, and we have meat this morning and this evening. It's normal to do any work with this meal, especially after seeing the second brother's work on the embankment, carrying wood, moving stones, and carrying soil. There was a handyman standing a few steps away. If he was a little slower, the whip would fall on him. The tall and strong second brother has lost a lot of weight. Thinking back to the time when he went there before, he couldn't help shivering. The dam is repaired once a year and repaired every few years. Now it is higher than the entire Xinqing. When he saw it today, he suddenly thought that if the flood destroyed the dam, the entire Xinqing would be. Stop, don't think about unlucky things. Besides, he still has big white flour buns to eat. Yes, the big buns distributed last night, the fist-sized buns are very solid. Mother packed more than 20 for the second child, saying that she would send them after they finished eating, and they would eat the rest. If I can still eat big white flour buns tomorrow. Xinqing thought about the arrangements for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and instructed Jiang Xiangdong, "Big brother, you have to work harder. Make more flour tonight to make buns. Make more. Our family will be very busy tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Then we can cook a pot of egg soup with buns to save time and fill our stomachs. The meat was eaten while it was fresh. He would not buy meat again before the brush made money. It took time to fry fish and shrimp, and they would not be made in a short time, so the only thing that could supplement nutrition was egg soup. Fortunately, there is enough rice and flour, which is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. My dream has come true. Not casual. With steamed buns and egg soup, life is so beautiful that it's about to bubble. Shenqing looked at Hubing again. I bought rice, millet, and mung beans. We can make porridge for breakfast. Vegetable porridge, mung bean porridge, shrimp porridge, you can cook it. She had eaten several meals of noodles and missed rice. Eating rice requires side dishes. There is only one pot, not even a stove, and the thatched house has no main room and naturally no table. Cooking takes time, and there is no place to put it after cooking. When everyone eats porridge, they just squat under the eaves in the yard with their bowls. These 2 days, when there are vegetables, they sit in the kitchen around the vegetables. In such a difficult situation, it is better to drink porridge to relieve the craving for rice. In the future, when there are conditions, we can always eat rice. Vegetable porridge, mung bean porridge, shrimp porridge, no matter which one, it sounds delicious. Xiaohua blinked her eyes, raised her little head and asked, Aunt, is the rice porridge delicious? Jiang Shui swallowed her saliva. She didn't know. She had never eaten rice in her life. No one in Chili village used to grow rice. They only grew wheat and corn. She had mostly eaten corn flour and flour a few times, but never rice. Seeing that her aunt didn't answer her, Xiaohua raised her head and asked her father. It was her father who took care of her these 2 days. She and her father were very familiar with each other. Jiang Shengdong had a lot of question marks in his head. Dad doesn't know either. Only your Aunt Ying's family has rice in our village. Rice is a refined grain. It is sold in grain shops. But how can our farmers afford to buy it? Only her mother was willing to take them to open their eyes. Is rice porridge delicious? A voice that said it was delicious and delicious sounded from the depths of Hubing's memory. She suddenly lowered her head and tried to recall it, but her memory was blank. Thinking about it again, her head exploded with pain. She was trembling with pain, but she couldn't help but think about it more deeply. Shenqing was sitting opposite Hubing and was the first to notice her abnormality. She asked with concern, What's wrong with Bing? Are you tired and feeling unwell recently? Hubing felt as if a voice penetrated her and pulled her back to her deep thoughts. She pulled herself out of it, and her head no longer hurt. She often felt this way when she first came to the Jiang family. At that time, she was already 10 years old and couldn't remember the past, let alone now, more than 10 years later. She hasn't thought about the past for a long time, and now that life is better, she doesn't need to think about it anymore. She shook her head, forced a smile, and replied, No, Mother, I'm fine. I'm very good. The pain has only lasted for a while, and it's already very good. When she first came, her mother was not there, and she was in pain for half the night until she fell asleep. Shenqing was still worried. After seeing Hubing's face recover, she thought about taking her to the city to see a doctor for a pulse check when she had money. If the doctor in Xingqing couldn't do it, she would change to a doctor in Fuqing. She looked at Jiang Shui. Tomorrow morning, your elder brother will go to cut bamboo. You can help take care of the 2 children. I will cook the meals and let your elder sister-in-law have a good rest. Jiang Shui didn't have any objections. Hubing was anxious. Mom, I'm really fine. It's an old illness. It will be fine as soon as it's said. Don't worry. I'm in good health and it won't affect my work at all. The family is in need of people now, and the work she is responsible for is not much. How can she not do such a little work? Shenqing didn't agree. Others didn't object either, and they all persuaded Hubing to listen to her mother and have a good rest. It's very strange. In the past, there was not much work to do during the slack season, but I wish that others would work all day long and I didn't do anything at all. Now every day is full from morning to night. Not only do I not feel tired, but I feel that I can add more work. Hubing felt a warm current in her heart. She lowered her eyelids and nodded silently. It's good to have family. This is family. Qing went to the city to sell eels in the morning. She didn't need to buy things in the city these days, but she didn't have an empty bucket when she came back. Instead, she used the money from selling eels to buy rice, flour, mung beans, red beans, and other food. The food in the house did not decrease, but increased every day. Everyone in the family was full of energy as they watched more and more food. Jiang Xiangdong borrowed a saw from the carpenter to saw off all the bamboo he cut on the first day, comparing it to the length of Jiang Xiangdong's brush. The cut was rough, so Guan Shaoshan came over to give instructions. First, polish it with a stone, then use coarse cloth, and if it's still not fine enough, use cotton cloth. As for these bamboo joints, if you want them not to burst or turn yellow and dry, you can use a low fire to slowly roast them. The control of the heat is very important. He personally demonstrated until Qing and Jiang Xiangdong had mastered it completely before going home. Qing thought silently that it was really like what the system said, doing the right thing will be rewarded. It seemed that making friends with the Guan family was the right decision. On the 5th day, the raw materials soaked in lime water were fine, but those soaked in wood ash were not, and they were not fine until the 7th day. Qing summed up the rule. Lime water has a stronger ability to remove grease than wood ash. In the future, if lime water is used, it will be soaked for 5 days, and if wood ash is used, it will be soaked for 7 days. During the days of soaking the raw materials, Huibing made soap with the remaining sesame oil and lard. Jiang Xiangdong sawed out all the bamboos on the first day. There were more than 100 bamboos that could be used. It was fast to cut bamboos and saw them into sections, but baking was an extremely slow and experience-testing job. After 2 days of watching closely, only more than 60 bamboos were successfully baked. Jiang Xiangdong was originally very anxious, fearing that he would delay other processes, but after understanding, he found that he seemed to be the fastest among them. Qing was in charge of polishing. She first polished the joints of the bamboo joints with a smooth stone slab. Then she polished back and forth with linen cloth, and not just the cuts but the entire bamboo joints. The polished pen barrels were smooth and round. After the linen cloth, cotton cloth was used. The pen barrels after the cotton cloth were smooth to the touch. Whether it was looking at it or trying it, it was obviously more than one level higher. On the first day, she polished 7 pens. At the end of the day, her whole arm was so sore that she couldn't lift it. She thought she was not skilled enough. With the experience of the first day, she would be much faster on the second day. Well, the second day was indeed much faster, polishing 9 pens. The polishing speed obviously couldn't keep up with the other steps. Qing thought that this wouldn't work, so on the 3rd day, Zhang Shui didn't go to pick wild vegetables, but also polished the pen barrels at home. The little girl was flexible and polished 11 pens. Qing looked at the pen barrels that had been baked at home and immediately stopped Jiang Xiangdong and asked him to clean the wool instead. After the wool was cleaned, Zhang Shui had no time to polish the pen barrels because sorting the wool and tying the wire was a delicate job. Especially the binding line. Use silk thread to tie the pen head tightly, without any gap, and then put it into the hole of the pen holder of the same thickness according to the thickness, and then carve a scratch on the top of the outer side of the pen holder and tie it with silk thread to ensure that it will not fall off. Finally, trim the pen head, and a brush is completely completed. The problem Qing is facing now is that there are not enough people. Very insufficient. The eldest brother is responsible for cutting bamboo, sawing pen holders, baking, and cleaning wool materials. She is responsible for grinding. Xiao Shui is responsible for hair removal, and then there is a lack of people to bind the wire and trim the pen head. Moreover, grinding and binding the wire alone is completely impossible, and it can't keep up with the progress. Grinding is a time-consuming job, and one person can only do a dozen or so a day at most, while binding the wire and trimming the pen head requires skills. A skilled person can do 30 to 50 a day, and a clumsy person can't tie it well, and it will fall off even if he only does a few a day. The former can be called back by the 3rd and 4th brothers, but the latter can't be done even if they are called back, and Qing has never thought of calling them. It is important to make money, and it is also important for them all to make money. After all, The mall has money to guarantee food and medicine. She can still distinguish, which is more important. Since the third and fourth sons cannot be called back to do these jobs, they have to find other suitable people. Sister Jiang, it is only natural for the children to go over and help a little. What's the point of talking about wages? In the adobe hall, Guan the carpenter rubbed his hands and said uncomfortably. Guan Xiaoshan beside him nodded in approval. Just as Guanli was about to speak, Shen Qing stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Xiaoshan helped a lot a few days ago, and I didn't ask for payment. If it was just occasional help this time, I would have come to your door with a thick face. But this time it is a long-term job, at least 2 or 3 months. If you don't talk about wages, then even if I am thick-skinned, I dare not come to your door, right? Guanli couldn't help laughing after hearing these words, and she quickly covered her mouth. Carpenter Guan looked at his daughter hesitantly and opened his mouth. Xiaoli, what do you think about this? Guanli was not shy and said directly, Dad, since Aunt has already mentioned the wages, let's do as she says. If we don't do a good job, it is reasonable to deduct. Carpenter Guan still felt that something was wrong. His daughter would marry Xiangxi in the future. He and Xin Qing were in-laws. Xiaoshan was only in her teens. Helping the Jiang family was also helping her own sister. It was not appropriate to ask for more wages. But Xin Qing said it very clearly, and he would not let them go to help even if they didn't want wages. Forget it. The worst thing is that he can give his daughter more dowry in the future, and it will be the same if he subsidizes it. Okay, Sister Jiang, tell me what to do. If the 2 kids can't do it well, I can teach them a thing or 2. Shui Qing didn't worry that Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan wouldn't do it well, especially since Guan Xiaoshan was very skillful in woodworking. Compared to making brushes, she was more concerned about another thing. She solemnly reminded them, only my family knows about my brush-making business. After today, our 2 families will know about it. There are good and bad people in the village. When I make money in the future, I can't guarantee that there won't be people who will come and learn from me out of jealousy. Therefore, our 2 families must pay attention to the process and craftsmanship and not let anyone know. Carpenter Guan's face was equally solemn. Don't worry, Sister Jiang. No family pays more attention to the confidentiality of craftsmanship than our family. You trust the 2 children and treat them as your own family. I can guarantee that they will be as strict about making brushes as they are about woodworking craftsmanship. Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan followed suit. Xin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, the level of confidentiality of craftsmanship is absolutely the highest these days. The reason why she trusted the Guan family was first, she valued the character of the Guan family and Guan Li. Second, it was also because of Guan Xiaoshan. He took the initiative to teach them how to bake the pen holders. He did not hide anything and treated the Jiang family honestly. In return, she naturally trusted them. Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan followed Xin Qing to her home. The originally small house was now even more crowded. Every piece of land was filled with things. The 2 carefully observed and found that the things were messy, but not messy. Everything had its use and was placed in the most suitable position, which did not hinder the next step. Jiang Xiangdong saw Guan Xiaoshan coming and ran over to report, Xiaoshan, I finally became more proficient in what you taught me yesterday. Now I can successfully bake more than 40 pieces a day. More than 50 pieces should not be a problem in the future, but if I want to go further, I can only use up my sleeping time. My mother said no matter how busy I am, I can't use up my sleeping time, saying that earning money is for a better life for the whole family. And making a brush is a long-term thing, not a job that can be done in 1 or 2 days or 10 days or half a month. In that case, it will be over after a while. If you rely on long-term work, you will only wear out your body, and then no matter how much money you have, it will be useless. Although he thought his mother was exaggerating, and that he was young and healthy, what would happen if he endured it? But since his mother disagreed, of course he had to listen to her. Guan Xiaoshan followed Jiang Xiangdong to look at the baked pen holders. Guan Li's eyes fell on Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangxi, who were using stones to polish the cut of the bamboo joint. The 2 brothers were rubbing the bamboo joint in their left hands and the stone in their right hands, and they were rubbing very fast, one after another. They were so busy that they didn't even raise their heads. Jiang Shui was originally trimming the fur, but when he saw Guanli coming, he stopped what he was doing, followed her into the house, and explained for Guanli. Mom said that the step of grinding with stones only requires great strength and quick movements, and is more suitable for men. The third and fourth brothers did this process, and the division of labor was clear. We girls will use linen and cotton cloth to do the fine grinding work later. These two things require dexterity, so the third and fourth brothers will do the waistcloth. Guanli often saw her father doing carpentry work at home, and she knew best that this initial process was the most tiring. Auntie was leaving the easy work to them. So didn't Xiangnan and Xiangbei feel at a disadvantage? She asked in a low voice. Are your third and fourth brothers willing to do it too? No complaints? Jiang Shui smiled, covered her mouth, and replied in a low voice. Of course I am willing, and I have no complaints at all. Guanli raised her eyebrows slightly. Growing up in the same village, she knew a little about the personalities of the two brothers. They were not particularly honest and hardworking. Jiang Shui whispered, 1 pen is 1 cent, and they can polish more than 30 pens in half a day. Do you think they will complain? Not only did she not complain, but she was very happy. 1 pen is 1 cent, and one person can earn more than 30 pens in half a day. Guanli was really shocked this time. You know, the work of carrying large bags and unloading goods in the city only makes 37 or 38 cents a day, and so many men have to rob to get it. She said blankly, more than 60 cents a day. It's really too much. How can it be possible? Mother said that if they polish for a whole day, they can't speed up and time is wasted, so they only polish for half a day, and the rest of the time they have to go fishing for fish, shrimps, and eels. Jiang Shui said again. And she had a vague guess that if the third and fourth brothers could polish more than 60 pens a day, the price that Mother set would not be 1 cent per pen, but 2 pens. Mother would let her brothers earn money, but at the same time, she would not let them have too much money in their hands. To be more precise, she would not let them earn money too quickly or too easily at the beginning. Guanli felt relieved for some reason. As her own sons, Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei had done the hardest and most tiring steps. It was normal for them to earn more than 30 won a day. After all, they were a family, and the meat was still rotten in the pot. Even if they were paid more, it was reasonable. She could roughly guess how much she and Xiaoshan would earn. But it would be good to have half of Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei's wages. Corn was 3 won a pound, and they could buy 5 or 6 pounds of corn a day. She was a woman, and Xiaoshan was a 12-year-old boy. How could they find such a good job? Seeing that Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan had understood the process, Shenqing stepped forward to finalize the processes they would be responsible for. Xiaoli, you'll be responsible for the last 2 rounds of polishing, and Xiaoshan will be responsible for tying the wires and trimming the pen tips. As for wages, we will pay more for more work, and the more you do, the more you earn. Because the previous polishing process is done from south to north, so. Guanli listened calmly, thinking about what Jiang Shui said just now, that she could polish 11 pens in a day by doing all 3 processes. She was originally more efficient and faster than Jiang Shui, so 15 pens would not be a problem if she did all 3 processes. By removing the most tiring and physically demanding part, it would be easy to double the number of pens per day, and with another push, maybe 40 pens would not be impossible. If my aunt set the price at 2 pens for 1 cent or 3 pens for 1 cent, she could earn. So Xiaoli, your price can only be 1 cent per pens. She originally planned to sell 2 pens per pens, but the previous polishing process was completed by the third and fourth sons, so this part of the income would belong to them. If everyone is responsible for 3 polishing processes from beginning to end, they can indeed get 2 cents per brush, but that would be inefficient. For the same wages, of course, efficiency should be maximized. Guanli thought she had heard wrongly, and she blinked. 1 cent per brush? It's just polishing, and it's 1 cent per brush. 30 brushes are 30 cents. Are you sure you're right? Shenqing thought she didn't hear clearly, and nodded affirmatively. Then she looked at Guan Xiaoshan and said warmly, Xiaoshan, tying wire is a skill. I think you have the most skillful and steady hands among us. I rely on you. After installation, we still have to trim the brush head, which is very cumbersome. I'll charge you 2 cents per brush. Do you think it's okay? Hands that can carve wood and make combs are simply overqualified for tying wire to the brush head. Guan Xiaoshan first looked at his sister. He had just watched Jiang Shui demonstrate it. Is it cumbersome? It's not as cumbersome as making a comb. Is it worth 2 cents per brush? Guanli thought her price was already very high, but she didn't expect her brother's price to be even higher. However, she didn't know the process her brother was in charge of. After hearing Xinqing say it was complicated, she thought that maybe he could only make a few brushes a day at most. She nodded to her brother. You have to do it seriously and do it well. Guan Xiaoshan nodded very obediently. Xinqing was very happy to see that the two of them agreed readily. Thinking of the food, she said, lunch. This time, Guanli didn't wait for her to finish and hurriedly replied, Aunt, Xiaoshan and I will go home for lunch and won't disturb you. She didn't know how much Xiaoshan could earn a day, but she knew very well what she was responsible for. Of course, she couldn't eat a bite from her aunt's family for this salary. Xinqing thought that Guan the carpenter was still at home and didn't persuade him much. On March 22nd, the simple family-run brush workshop officially got on track. Jiang Xiangdong was responsible for cutting, transporting, sawing, and baking. On average, he produced more than 40 qualified pen holders every day. After becoming proficient, he was expected to produce more than 50. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei only polished the pen holders for half a day. They polished 50 to 60 pen holders in total. With the surplus, they used the extra time to catch fish and shrimp. Guanli was responsible for the other 2 polishing processes. She polished 32 pen holders on the first day. Jiang Water cleaned the wool and sorted the wool. Guan Xiaoshan tied the wire, installed it, and trimmed the pen head. At this point, a complete brush was successfully made. What was Xinqing responsible for? After Xinqing polished less than 20 pen holders in the past 2 days, she immediately realized that she was not cut out for manual work. Professionals do professional things, so she found the 2 siblings of the Guan family. But she was not idle. Although she was not good at manual work, there were many other things at home. Jiang Xiangnan and Xiangbei still caught eels every day, so she had to go to the city every morning to sell eels and bring some things needed by the family when she came back. Sometimes it was cloth for polishing. The linen was directly used from the clothes that were patched up by the family members. The linen was rough and prickly, and she had already thought about replacing all these torn linen clothes with cotton cloth when she made money later, so she just used them directly now to save waste. Cotton cloth is not cheap, so now you can save as much as you can and buy scraps of cloth. Sometimes it is additional wool material, which needs to be soaked for 5 to 7 days. You have to buy it in advance and soak it. Now the family can produce 30 or 40 brushes a day. How can the raw materials be out of stock? You have to know that it is the goods that are out of stock. All that was cut was silver. The next most important thing was rice and flour. A family had 3 meals a day but no meat. The only oil and water they could get was egg soup and rapeseed oil. With less oil and water in their stomachs, they were hungry and ate more. They had no money to buy other things, but they had staple food in the mall. If they didn't eat enough, they would be really stupid. Xinqing was very cautious. Every time, no matter what she bought in the city or the mall, she would put it at the bottom of the bucket and cover it with wild vegetables. Or occasionally put some daily necessities or worthless things on top, so that when passing by the village entrance, they would not find it unusual. This day, Xinqing thought that she would go to the city to sell brushes tomorrow, so she didn't buy anything and came back with an empty bucket. Yes, after 5 or 6 days of processing and some work, excluding the first 2 days of unskilled production and damaged products, she counted a total of 120 brushes yesterday. Including today's, it would be no problem to bring 150 brushes to the city to sell to the bookstore tomorrow. If she sold it, she would have enough money to go on a shopping spree. If she couldn't sell it, she had lived in China for decades and had seen so many sales techniques that it would be a good opportunity to put them to use. She spent 2 taels of her savings on various purchases, leaving only 3 taels. She would sell her brush tomorrow, and she had a lot of other things to buy. First, the family's clothes and fabrics. They used their old clothes to polish the pen holders. If they didn't buy new clothes, they would have no clothes to change. Secondly, they needed to buy condiments such as oil, salt, sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar, especially soy sauce and vinegar. She missed them so much because she ate bland and tasteless food every day. And pork. This time, pork belly, spare ribs, big trotters, pig's trotters. Jianghua, Shun Qingqing, what kind of business have you found to make money? Take our neighbors with you. Xinqing was thinking that the pork belly should be braised in brown sauce and made into large chunks of braised pork with a rich meaty aroma. The spare ribs should be sweet and sour. The trotters should be stewed until they are soft and boneless, and the pig's trotters should be made into white jade trotters as a dipping sauce. When her saliva was overflowing and she could hardly swallow it, she heard a cold voice. She looked up and saw a dozen women standing under the eaves of adobe houses beside the dirt road in the village. One of them looked at her with a slanted corner of her mouth, half smiling. Chunchao, what a joke you are telling me. People think of you when they borrow grain and money, but can they think of you when they make money and eat meat? This voice is quite familiar. Xinqing suddenly realized, oh, isn't this the original owner's good friend Sun Xiaomai? What's the matter? He is everywhere. The first voice is this Chunchao. Seeing that Xinqing didn't say anything, Zhou Chunchao smiled coldly. Xiaomai, I now completely believe what you said. Some people, they just think of you when they are in trouble and stay away from you when they are good. Xinqing. Who doesn't know how to sneer? We live in the same village. Who doesn't know how we get along on a daily basis? Don't talk like someone has taken advantage of you. Although the original owner was noisy and unreasonable at home, she was a real bully at home. When she went out, she was like a quail and was fleeced by many people. Just because she is easy to take advantage of, all those difficult people in the village have become her good friends. They don't know how much they have taken advantage of the original owner over the years. Now they are the first to feel wronged. What's the matter? Not taking advantage means you are at a disadvantage? Zhou Chunchao really didn't expect Xinqing to dare to refute and even dare to talk about the past. She was immediately unhappy, her eyebrows raised, and she asked with narrowed eyes, say it again. Who took advantage of whom? Who took advantage of you? Who took advantage of whom? And who doesn't know it? Xinqing looked directly at the other party and asked back. Several women around Zhou Chunchao opened their eyes wide in surprise and whispered in low voices, how dare the Jiang family talk back? Yes, in order to get along with Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao, she used to spread rumors, and even if she had delicious food at home, she would send it to them eagerly, for fear that they would not want it. It's really strange. Do you think she really has a strong back after making money, so she doesn't care about Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai anymore? I heard that she has been carrying yellow eels to the city to sell every day these days. There are many yellow eels in our village who can be caged. How much can they sell for? You have been selling them all the time in the past, and you think you don't make enough money, but her family has never sold them before. It's not easy to sell yellow eels and make money. Isn't it obvious? I think it's good that she is not with Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao. Look at what has happened to her family since she has been with those two. Life is getting worse every year. I think so too. Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao were angry when they heard this. They knew that Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei would catch yellow eels, but most of them went into their two family stomachs. They didn't expect Xin Qingqing to sell them to earn money. Why did she sell them without asking them, and she didn't even say that she would buy some cakes and brown sugar to treat them with the money she earned? Sun Xiaomai rolled her eyes and said faintly, yellow eels are not rare. Others are not selling well, but she is the only woman who sells well. This is unreasonable. Zhou Chunchao immediately got excited when she heard this and said angrily, we are all decent families in our village. Don't let some people ruin our reputation. Xinqing laughed angrily. Is this a covert move? Start to make up dirty rumors and throw dirty water? Fortunately, she has read a lot of novels. Although she has no practical experience in dealing with this kind of thing, she has a lot of theoretical knowledge. Today is the right time to combine theory with practice, and she will also be a practical expert. Do you have to distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate people when selling eels? You are all grandmothers and you sell eels in an illegitimate way, hoping that you can sell them just because they are not legitimate? Xinqing did not follow the two people's words to explain how he did business legally, but directly threw out the question. The other women reacted after hearing this. Yes, Jiang Jia is 37 years old and has given birth to so many children and 2 grandchildren. Let alone whether she is decent or not, even if she is not decent, who would take all her eels for this reason. And she is not the only one selling eels in the village. She can obviously make money by selling eels, or has already made money by selling eels. So why would she want to do something that would ruin her reputation? You two are not angry because you didn't get to eat the eel, are you? Not only are you angry because you didn't get to eat it, but are you jealous of the Jiang family's money? If you ask me, we have a lot of water in Xinqing, and you have men in your family, so don't feel bad. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai's faces turned pale and blue. If the men in their family knew how to catch it, they would have taken it to the city and sold it. Not everyone can make an eel cage, and not everyone can find the right eel hole to place the cage. Xinqing didn't intend to let it go easily, and raised her voice and said earnestly, "Hey, I'm your grandmother's man, so it's okay if people throw dirty water on me, but if this happens to any girl, can she survive? How can she defend herself? What can she say so that others will believe her? Wouldn't it cause death?" Chunchao and Xiaomai, I'm not saying this to you, but don't say such things again in the future. It's a great sin. These words made the women present realize the seriousness of the problem. Yes, this time it's Xinqing who is a grandmother. If it was a young girl or a young wife, she would never be able to wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai are so vicious. As if there was something unclean on the two men, a dozen women tacitly took a few steps back and moved further away from them. At the same time, they exchanged glances, clearly telling their families to stay away from the two of them when they returned. Granny Qin couldn't help muttering, "Chunchao and Xiaomai, you guys can't talk nonsense anymore. Also, the Jiang family is right. You should do as she says, and you will be blessed." Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai's teeth crunched so hard that their whole bodies were shaking with anger. Are they something dirty? These people are so far away all of a sudden. Why should they listen to Xinqing? In the past, they only looked at her with contempt when she followed them around and brought them food and drinks, and they listened to her and said that they were blessed. Now go away. They won't listen. Whoever wants to listen can listen. The two of them snorted, turned around, and left. You performed very well. Keep it up. The other women looked at Xinqing's back as he left carrying 2 large wooden barrels and started talking. I haven't eaten meat for 5 or 6 days, and I'm really craving for it. She walked back home quickly, and as soon as she entered the yard, she habitually closed the yard door with her back hand to prevent outsiders from coming in. Making soap was not a big deal, as Huibing could do it alone in the kitchen with the door closed. It was very secretive. But it was not the same with making brushes, as the thatched reed hut was too small and many steps could not be carried out in the house. They could only be done in the yard. The yard had a wall, but it was also made of reeds and was in a dilapidated state. Fortunately, the reeds were tall enough and could not block thieves, but could block the villagers' sight. Well, it's decided. The yard of the new house in the future must be big, and the walls must be tall and solid, with iron nails or wooden spikes inserted on it to give a sense of security. Mom, can I go to the city with you tomorrow? Jiang Xiangbei said expectantly when he saw Xinqing coming back. He wanted to go into the city and take a look, even if it was just for a look. He thought of the reason why his mother took his third brother last time, and hurriedly made a promise. I will carry the brush tomorrow and will not let mother get tired. The young man in front of him had bright black eyes. Xinqing thought of herself as a child who wanted to go to the street with her parents, and her heart softened. Okay. She looked around and looked at the children who had been busy for many days. The oldest of them was only in his 20s. She asked, "Who else wants to go tomorrow?" "Anybody is welcome. We will have half a day off tomorrow and buy some brushes and delicious food." Jiang Xiangnan jumped up and raised his hand and shouted, "Me."
Me.
Huibing smiled and replied, "The 2 kids are too young. I will cook for you at home and wait for you to come back to eat." Jiang Xiangdong wanted to go, but looked at his mother, who gave him a look that said, "Why are you joining in the fun when your wife and children are at home?" He shrank his neck and retreated. I don't know why, but ever since Mom stopped throwing away the flowers and grass, he has become more and more displeased with him, even though he clearly agreed with Mom throwing them away in the first place. Jiang Shui stood up expectantly, opened his mouth, but didn't dare to speak. Shen Qing made the decision immediately. "Xiao Shui, follow me." Then he looked at Guan Li. "Didn't you say before that you had a lot of things to buy? It will be safer if you go with us. You will have company on the road." "Okay," Guan Li said, and looked at her brother. 12-year-old Guan Xiaoshan had a lonely look in his eyes, but when he saw his sister looking at him, he forced a smile and comforted her. "Sister, I'm fine, you go." He couldn't blame anyone else for his leg problem. It was his fate that he couldn't go anywhere. He accepted his fate. Shen Qing thought of the difficulties Guan's family had faced during their escape and said quickly, "It's okay. Your family has a cart. Let the third and fourth brothers take turns pulling Xiaoshan into the city tomorrow morning. It would be even better if the second brother was here. With his strong physique, it would be easy for him to pull the frail Guan Xiaoshan. But the second child will not be back for another week or so." Jiang Xiangnan agreed happily. "Last time my mother and I went to the city, we just wanted to have a cart. You don't know that there is no place to put all the miscellaneous things." Guan Li didn't expect Shen Qing to take the initiative to ask. She couldn't bear to refuse, so she could only thank her repeatedly. Thank you, Auntie." She also thanked Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei. The two teenagers scratched their heads embarrassedly and looked at their mother for help. Shen Qing didn't respond, but said, "Let's work harder and finish the work as soon as possible. Let's set off early tomorrow." The next morning, both families got up early. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei went to collect the traps and took back the eels. Yesterday, their mother said that they would keep the eels today and cook them at home after buying seasonings and would not sell them in the city, so they did not put too many traps. Just enough for the family. After breakfast, Jiang Xiangnan and Xiangbei were about to go out when they saw Guan the carpenter pulling a cart outside the yard gate, with Guan Xiaoshan sitting on the cart. "Uncle Guan Xiaoshan, have you eaten?" Jiang Xiangnan greeted them lively. Guan the carpenter smiled. "I have eaten. I'm sorry to bother you and your family today. When we go to the city, let Ollie buy you some delicious food." In the past, his wife was sick and weak. He had to do carpentry work to earn money, and his daughter had to take care of the family. Even if Xiaoshan wanted to go to the city, he couldn't, but he didn't expect that today he could realize it. "It's great." Guan Xiaoshan on the cart looked up at his father, excited but still lowered his voice and said, "Dad, I've earned wages. I can treat my brothers and sisters to delicious food, as well as my aunt." Aunt said that she would settle the wages after selling the brushes and told them not to worry. He was not worried, but when he thought about the wages and the money he earned to buy delicious food, he couldn't help but get excited. Guan the carpenter hurriedly lowered his head and muttered, "Xiaoshan, didn't I say last night? Sister brought silver and money. If you want anything, find sister." Guan Xiaoshan remembered the words of his father's repeated instructions last night and put away his expectations. Dad said that the brushes might not be sold. If they were not sold, he and his sister would talk about the wages, which would put pressure on Aunt Jiang. She originally brought them with good intentions. Today, just take it as a trip to the city to see the world. He nodded obediently. Guan the carpenter touched his son's head lovingly. Shen Qing and others came out soon. Hua Bingjiang watched the carpenters at Dingguan and others see them off until they could no longer see any of them. In the early morning, the morning mist had not yet dispersed, and the morning sun slowly peeked out, casting a little golden light in the thin mist. A team, especially one with mostly young people, was as noisy as 500 ducks. Jiang Xiangnan, Jiang Xiangbei, and Guan Xiaoshan talked about fishing nets, slingshots, ground cages, wooden boats, and even swords. The two teenagers and one boy were all envious. Guan Li looked at her excited brother on the cart, her eyes slightly moistened. She turned her head away and chatted with Jiang Shui about light topics. "I want to buy a hair flower when I go to the city. What about you?" Jiang Shui stared at the dirt road in front of her with sparkling eyes and felt nervous all over. Hearing Guanli's question, he raised his head and replied happily, I want to buy a piece of cloth to make a new dress. I calculated my wages, and it's enough to buy a large piece of cloth. She has never worn new clothes since she was a child. She always picked up clothes from her elder sister-in-law, and her elder sister-in-law picked up clothes from her mother. Her mother didn't take care of her clothes. When she didn't like to wear them, they were often full of patches when she gave them to her elder sister-in-law. When it was her turn, they were even more tattered. She had seen Aunt Ying's little girl wearing new clothes, pink and tender, so beautiful. She really wanted to have a new dress of her own. Guanli skipped the topic of wages and said softly, My father brought me some money. I want to buy a piece of cloth to make clothes for Xiaoshan. If I come across scraps of cloth, I will buy some and make a pair of cloth shoes for Dad. Dad often has to meet the manager who comes to do carpentry work, and it is not appropriate for him to wear straw sandals. Jiang Shui looked down at her straw sandals and asked, Are cloth shoes very comfortable? They want my feet like straw sandals. Guanli didn't know, but she had made cloth shoes before, so she nodded. They should be very comfortable. Can you imagine how soft the cloth is? How can our feet not be comfortable with them wrapped around them? Jiang Shui thought of Xiaohua's small and tender feet and hummed. The cloth I bought should be more than enough. Can I ask Sister Li to make a pair of cloth shoes for Xiaohua? Sister-in-law Yishang can make them, but she has never made shoes. Their straw shoes only need to be woven, and my mother's shoes are just straw shoes wrapped with a few layers of cloth, which are still different from real cloth shoes. Why are you being polite to me?
Guanli's milat.
Shun Qing listened silently and couldn't help sighing. This family is too poor, and none of the food, clothing, housing, and transportation are up to standard. Fortunately, there is a mall. The fish, shrimps, and eels caught can be sold for money, and the money can be used to buy food, solving the problem of hunger. Clothing, housing, and transportation still need to earn money. After this batch of brushes are sold, clothing materials should not be a problem. When she has money, she should start to consider the means of transportation on the road of escape. After paying the entrance fee and passing through the long and thick hole in the city wall, the half-grown children were immediately attracted by the dazzling array of goods and the hawking sounds. Jiang Shui was more reserved, while Guan Xiaoshan on the cart kept making exclamations of surprise. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei took turns pulling the cart, and the one who was replaced felt that his eyes were not enough to see, so he looked here and there, afraid that he would miss something and regret it when he went back to bed at night. The entrance fee is 2 cents per person. You have to look more. However, no matter how excited and happy they were, the group did not forget the important matters of the day, and they all walked around the cart, fearing that they would get separated and affect their business. Xin Qing had asked Jiang Xiangzhong in advance and knew which street the brush shops were concentrated on, and led the team straight there. Her task today was huge. It was simply the hope of the whole family. No, the hope of both families. Jiang Xiangbei looked at 2 rows of 6 or 7 stationery shops and asked in a low voice, Mom, the shop over there is small. The shopkeeper should be the owner of the shop. The shop next to it is big and wide. The more items there are, the more expensive it looks. The shopkeeper should be someone hired by the owner. Why don't we talk to the owner directly? The owner can directly decide whether to buy or not. But those invited shopkeepers are annoying, asking questions here and there, and in the end they have to ask the owner. But the result is that they will not buy. This was the case when he sold fish and eels to the shop in the past. Jiang Xiangnan said nervously, Mom, I won't go in. I get nervous just thinking about it. He didn't know why. When he thought about going in and talking to people, his legs trembled and his palms went numb, and he didn't know what to say. He was afraid that he would mess up such an important thing. Jiang Shui followed behind and nodded quickly. Mom, I won't go in either. I'll stay outside with Xiaoshan. You can let 4th brother accompany you. Jiang Xiangbei's eyes were dark, and he waited for his mother to make a decision excitedly. Xin Qing had no objection. She looked at Guanli and asked, Do you want to go in together? Guanli was obviously moved. However, Jiang Xiangbei and Jiang Shui, who were his biological children, did not go in. Is it appropriate for her, an outsider, especially a woman, to go in with them? I'd better not go. I'll take care of Xiaoshan outside. This time, before Shen Qing could speak, the three people who stayed behind persuaded at the same time. Sisterly, if you want to go in with mother, otherwise it will be too late to regret when you get home. Xiaoshan is under my care. I promise that you will come out the same as you went in. Sister, don't worry, we will wait for you to come out. With the Jiang brothers and sisters taking care of her, Guanli had no reason to worry. She no longer hesitated and followed Shen Qing, but she saw that the shop she was about to enter was not the small shop that Jiang Xiangbei suggested, but a large shop that looked very expensive and luxurious. Jiang Xiangbei shouted in a stammering voice, "Mom?" Shen Qing glanced at her son and whispered on the spot, "I asked Xiangzhong, there are only a few hundred scholars in Xingqing, but less than 1,000. Among these hundreds of people, there are rich people and poor students like Xiangzhong. If each person makes 3 brushes per year, the maximum amount per year is no more than 3,000, and our family can make 30 or 40 brushes a day now. When your second brother comes back from serving corvée, 50 brushes should not be a problem, right? Xingqing's size can't handle it at all." The rainstorm was in the hot summer, and there were still more than 2 months before the flood. In these 2 months, they could make at least more than 3,000 brushes. Even if all the scholars in Xingqing concentrated on buying brushes in these 2 months, it would not work. They had to buy all the brushes they had for the year so that they could barely sell them all. Obviously, it was impossible. Jiang Xiangbei reacted immediately. He used to sell only a few fish and a dozen pounds of eels. He had never encountered or thought about these problems. He looked at his mother, thinking that he should think more and inquire more in the future and learn in advance like his mother. Guanli also took notes silently. As soon as the 3 of them walked into Jia Zhai, a waiter came up to them. "Hello, what kind of calligraphy do you want to buy?" The 3 of them were obviously not scholars in their dress, but since they were guests, the waiter still asked politely. Shen Qing was very satisfied. No wonder Jiang Xiangzhong said that Jia Zhai was not only the most prosperous business in Xingqing, but also opened branches in other places and even in the capital. She took the bamboo basket off Jiang Xiangbei's back, lifted the cloth covering it, revealing the neatly arranged brushes inside, and asked politely, "Second brother, is your shopkeeper here? I want him to see if he likes these brushes." The clerk looked at the neatly arranged brushes with his eyes wide open. He never thought that the 3 people were here to trade brushes. He nodded hurriedly. "Yes, yes. Wait a moment. I'll go to the backyard to ask shopkeeper Lin to come out." After a while, a chubby middle-aged man in a long gown trotted out and was obviously stunned when he saw the 3 people. Then he reacted, bowed inside, and said with a smile, "Please come in. It's quiet inside. Let's talk inside." The group entered the west wing of the backyard. Shopkeeper Lin waited for the clerk to serve tea and cakes, stood up, closed the door tightly, and then said with a smile, "Can you check the goods first?" "Yes, of course." Shen Qing gestured to the 4th brother, and Jiang Xiangbei quickly handed over the bamboo basket. No matter what kind of goods, inspection is the most critical step. Otherwise, you will spend a lot of money to buy a batch of goods, but you will lose everything. Shen Qing has inspected the goods at home and is confident in the brushes she made at home. She sat comfortably in the chair, picked up the teacup, drank a sip of tea, and waited slowly. The rich tea fragrance at the entrance made her squint her eyes happily. Woo! The tea that was common in China in the past is also a rare luxury in Chili Village. Because of the dense population, there are no tea trees and fruit trees. Even if they are planted, no one knows who will eat them in the end. In this vicious cycle, no one in every household plants them. After all, it won't kill people if they don't eat these 2 things. It's better to catch some fish to satisfy your hunger with this time and energy. Jiang Xiangbei and Guanli looked at shopkeeper Lin nervously, only to see him bending the pen shaft, pulling the pen head, and sweeping the pen head back and forth with his fingers. He tried many brushes in a row. A slight smile appeared on her face. Does this mean that she is satisfied with the goods? The 2 of them felt relieved. Shopkeeper Lin looked up and said to Shen Qing tactfully, "The goods are indeed good, but to be honest, the main store of Jiazhai is in the capital, and we have a cooperative brush workshop. If the price you supply is not high, I can make a decision. If the price you supply is too high, then I can only ask the main store before making a decision. Shun Qing understood that this was asking about her supply price. She did not answer directly, but asked first. Shopkeeper Lin, since you have seen the goods, what is your lowest price? If the difference is not big, we will naturally decide now. If the difference is too big, then we can only look for another company. Shin Qing has calculated the cost in the past few days. The bamboo used to make the pen holder of a brush is free. The most expensive are the wool, silk thread, cloth, and labor costs. The cost of the first 3 items per brush does not exceed 8 cents, and the labor cost is 6 or 7 cents. That is to say, the cost price of a brush is at most 15 coins, so selling it for 50 coins is not a bad profit. But Shin Qing did not think of selling it too cheaply, and her psychological price was 80 coins per brush. First, because making brushes is a technical craft, there are very few people who can make them and they will not easily pass on their skills, so now the brushes in the market are in short supply. I heard from Jiang Xiangzhong that a batch of brushes with good materials often have to be snatched. Second, because making brushes requires extreme care and no mistakes can be made. Although labor is not valuable, what is actually sold is technology and craftsmanship, and this technology and craftsmanship are valuable. Shin Qing is not prepared to disrupt the market for brushes. A price war will only cause both herself and her peers to suffer. Shopkeeper Lin looked at the brushes again, frowned and thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, I can only offer 90 won for each brush. If it's possible, I'll take all your 150 today. In fact, he could offer 92 won for each brush, because the brush shop cooperating with Jia Zhai supplies brushes at 93 won each, but it's only 1 won cheaper than the main shop, which doesn't have much advantage. If he buys brushes at 90 won each, the main shop will not blame him if it knows about it. If the quality is acceptable and the sales are good, he might even be asked to buy and send to the surrounding shops. Alas, he won't do such a thankless task. It's good for him if his shop sells well and has high profits, but what does it have to do with him if other shops are good or not? After all, the brushes Shin Qing brought were not a rare fine product. Hers were obviously ordinary goods with good quality and low price. The better the Jia Zhai around him sells, the more tired he will be, right?
He won't do stupid things.
Shin Qing, sure, but there's a promotion. Shopkeeper Lin asked curiously, what promotion? 1,000 sticks are 87 coins each, 2,000 sticks are 84 coins each, and if we can reach 3,000 sticks, we'll drop it all the way to 80 coins each. Shopkeeper Lin swallowed hard and almost jumped out of his chair. 80 coins each? Did he hear right? Shin Qing shook his head and sighed. Hey, I've already inquired before I came here. The entire Xingqing may not sell 3,000 sticks a year, not to mention there are several shops. Shopkeeper Lin's brain worked quickly, and after a while he said happily, No, I can't sell it in Xingqing's Jia Zhai, but I can sell it in other Jia Zhais. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he continued to explain. What you don't know is that I am only the shopkeeper of Xingqing Jia Zhai. Our Jia Zhai's owner is very powerful. Not to mention the capital, there are more than 10 other shops in the prefectures around Xingqing. 3,000 is definitely not a problem. 80 coins per piece, there was a difference of 10 cents. He bought the goods at 80 cents and quoted 87 cents to his boss for each brush. The surrounding Jia Zhai would definitely be shipped from his side. He would make 7 cents for each brush, 70 cents for 10 brushes, 700 cents for 100 brushes, 1,000 brushes, 3,000 brushes. Oh my, what a stupid thing. How can a businessman's business be called a stupid thing? He should suffer for the surrounding Jia Zhai. At this moment, Shin Qing was relieved. She was not worried about selling this batch of brushes. She was worried about how to sell the brushes that were produced continuously in the future. After all, transportation was not well developed in those days, and transportation was even more difficult. There was no one in her family, and no car. It was impossible for her to go out and find a market by herself. Okay. Shopkeeper Lin rubbed his hands and asked cheerfully, How do you think we can agree on the delivery date, number of sticks, and price? Shin Qing had already thought about it and replied immediately, We will deliver a batch of goods in 6 days, about 300 sticks, and you will inspect the goods. After the inspection, the payment will be settled. The price will be based on 3,000 sticks. If your shop sells well and exceeds 3,000 sticks, don't worry. There will be no recalculation, and the price will still be based on this price. Later, if you become proficient and improve efficiency or expand production, won't it exceed 3,000 sticks? In this way, you don't have to worry about subsequent sales. Just concentrate on production and strictly control product quality. Shopkeeper Lin's round face suddenly smiled and kept thanking him. Suddenly, his face became solemn, and he looked at Jiang Xiangbei and Guanli on both sides of Xinqing awkwardly, wanting to say something but stopping. Xinqing understood what Shopkeeper Lin wanted to say by observing his expression, so she said first, "There is one more thing. I hope Shopkeeper Lin will agree to it." Shopkeeper Lin was stunned for a moment, and instinctively said, "Please go ahead. Our price for this brush has always been 91, but we can only get this preferential price because your purchase volume is so large. We can't buy so much in Xinqing, no, even in Fuqing, so please don't tell others about this preferential price. If others ask, just say it's 91. We all say it's 91 to others." Xinqing pleaded in embarrassment. Shopkeeper Lin was surprised and happy, clapped his hands, and kept saying okay. Thinking that someone would send a pillow when he was sleepy, it was too coincidental, wasn't it? It hit his heart. Then he reacted and squinted at Xinqing. Xinqing looked back openly, without saying a word, but the two businessmen immediately understood each other. Shopkeeper Lin stood up and said to the three people, "Have some tea and snacks and wait a moment. I'll go get the money." As soon as Shopkeeper Lin left, Jiang Xiangbei hurriedly stood up, first went to the door to peek through to see if he had gone far away, then hurriedly turned back and lowered his voice to remind Xinqing, "Mom, I think Shopkeeper Lin wants to take those few coins." Xinqing smiled, first looked at Guanli, who had not spoken and had not even eaten the cakes, and asked, "What do you think? This child is eloquent and patient. After being with the second child's family can only be supported by her. The second child is good at work, but not suitable for the outside world. She doesn't have to have a son to establish a family, so she wants to bring her out to see more." Guanli spoke carefully. "Mom, did you do it on purpose?" The interest on those few coins was deliberately made by Shopkeeper Lin. Jiang Xiangbei was stunned. He quickly recalled it and found that it was indeed the case. If he didn't give up the profit of a few cents, how could Shopkeeper Lin be willing to ship the brushes to the nearby Jiazhai? Without Shopkeeper Lin, they sold this batch, but what about the next batch? Xinqing was quite satisfied with Guanli's answer. This child was indeed much more insightful. She looked at Jiang Xiangbei and comforted him. Look more and think more in the future. People are always making progress. Jiang Xiangbei was not dissatisfied at all. At this moment, he admired his mother very much. He was also somewhat convinced of Guanli. After all, she was more insightful than himself. Guanli praised, "Anne is so amazing. You know that Shopkeeper Lin is most worried about the quotation being leaked. Did you say that deliberately to dispel Shopkeeper Lin's concerns?" Only when the concerns were dispelled, Shopkeeper Lin dared to buy their goods with confidence. Xinqing smiled and nodded. Shopkeeper Lin returned soon. After he came in, he first closed the door tightly, then walked to Xinqing, took out a cloth bag, and put the silver and a string of copper coins on the high table next to him. 150 brushes, 80 coins each, a total of 12 taels of silver. I thought it would be convenient for you to use them when traveling, so I took the broken silver. Please count it. Xinqing now had a general idea of the size of the broken silver, and saw the broken silver and 3 strings of copper coins of similar size, and smiled. Manager Lin is thoughtful. Then let's make a deal. Send the second batch of goods in 6 days, and you will personally inspect the goods. Manager Lin smiled and narrowed his eyes into slits, nodding his head. Okay. You must send it to me personally. No matter who comes, we will settle the silver and goods in the house. Of course, Xinqing promised. Manager Lin hurriedly wrapped the cakes on the high table with oil paper and gave them to Xinqing, and happily sent the 3 people to the outside of the shop, and then hurried back to the house to write a letter. Jiang Xiangbei, who had just left the house, saw that Manager Lin had returned and asked blankly, "Why do I feel so unreal? It's like stepping on clouds. 12 taels of silver. That's 12 taels. They made 12 taels in less than 10 days at home." Guanli wanted to say that she was the same. Her hands were shaking badly just now, and she was afraid of embarrassing her aunt, so she just held on. She had seen 12 taels. Dad could make more than 1 tael of silver for making a carriage, but it took a full month and a half. Now, Aunt has made 12 taels in just a few days. The most important thing is that Aunt actually took her with her and didn't guard against her at all. This trust. Jiang Xiangnan saw the 3 people coming out from a distance, strode forward, and asked hurriedly, "How is it? Did you sell it?" He didn't care about the price, he only cared about whether it could be sold. After all, the price was set by his mother, and if his mother said it was okay, it was fine, and as long as it could be sold, it must be profitable. Jiang Xiangbei was stunned. Guanli answered, "Sold, all sold." Jiang Xiangnan was delighted, looked at his silly brother, and laughed. "Why are you still so stupid after selling it?" I was shocked. He thought it was not sold. Then he asked worriedly, "Was it sold at a very low price?"
No.
Shun Qing replied briefly, without saying how much he earned, but said, "We agreed before that we would give you your wages after selling the brushes. Let's find a quiet place to pay your wages." Hearing about the wages, Jiang Xiangnan jumped up with joy and immediately forgot about the selling price. Guanli and Guan Xiaoshan, brother and sister, thought naively, is their aunt really going to pay them? Especially Guan Xiaoshan. His sister agreed to pay 1 cent per brush, and his work is 2 cents per brush. At the beginning, his sister could make more than 30 brushes a day, and later she could make more than 40 brushes after getting the hang of it. But he can make 50 to 55 brushes a day. 2 cents a pop. Isn't he earning too much? Jiang Xiangnan quickly found a place, which was a dead-end alley. He just needed to block the entrance of the alley so that outsiders could not see what was happening in the alley. Xin Qing was extremely grateful to Manager Lin for his thoughtfulness at this moment. She took out 100 coins first, counted them, and said, "Xiangnan, you worked for 6 days and polished a total of 180 sticks. Here, this is 180 coins. They did not sell all of them today, but just rounded up and sent them here." Moreover, the progress of each step was different, and the speed of hands and feet was also different, so the number of sticks for each person was different. Jiang Xiangnan exclaimed, and ran to take it with a smile on his face. He wished he could wipe them clean one by one before putting them in his pocket. Jiang Xiangbei couldn't wait and urged, "Don't wipe it, it will be used later. No matter how clean it is, it's useless." Jiang Xiangnan snorted. "I decided not to use it. I can't bear to spend the silver money I earned with great difficulty. I want to warm it up, count it every night before going to bed, and count it again when I wake up in the morning." When he didn't make money, he wanted to buy this and that, but now that he made money, he couldn't bear to spend the heavy copper coins in his hands. Woo, so many copper coins, all for him. Jiang Xiangbei opened his eyes in disbelief. Jiang Shui laughed. "Don't worry about the third brother. He will definitely buy it when he sees it on the road later." Jiang Xiangbei had an expression of little sister is right. In the end, Xin Qing told him to pack it up quickly, be careful of being robbed by pickpockets, and Jiang Xiangnan was frightened and hurriedly packed it up and went to the entrance of the alley to check around. Jiang Xiangbei's hands and feet were not as fast as Jiang Xiangnan's, and he earned 172 coins. Jiang Xiangnan's smile deepened after hearing this. Although he was happy to make money, he was even happier that his brothers didn't make as much as he did. Guanli came late but worked fast. She earned 240 coins in 6 days, which shocked the 2 brothers. Jiang Xiangnan whispered, "If Mother let us work for a whole day, I would definitely earn more than her." Hey, why didn't Mother let him work for a whole day? It's not good for him to make more money.
Don't think about it.
Mother said that fish, shrimp, and eels are also important. When the subsequent processes are caught up, Mother will definitely let us work for a whole day. Jiang Xiangbei comforted his third brother while comforting himself. Jiang Shui's work is different from others. It is 300 coins. Jiang Xiangnan almost cried after hearing this. He began to mutter in a low voice again, "No matter how much Xiaoshan gets later, I won't envy him or be jealous. I really can't do the work he is responsible for. How come I can't do it well even though I have the same hands?" When he tied the thread, it was either loose or tight. If it was loose, the hair would fall off, and if it was tight, it would be deformed directly. If the inspection failed, it would be obvious that the goods would not pass, and all the previous processes would be wasted. So the one that Xiaoshan tied was the most important, and if it was ruined, the loss would be the greatest. Jiang Xiangbei thought of how Manager Lin pulled the pen tip back and forth when inspecting the goods just now, and he didn't have any opinions at all. Xiaoshan was really amazing. He nodded in great agreement. Mother gave Xiaoshan 2 coins for each pen because she had a clear understanding of the difficulty of this step. "Xiaoshan, your 2 coins for each pen. You did it quickly and well. This time it's 420 coins, count it." Shen Qing's words shocked everyone. Jiang Xiangnan was really about to cry. "Did I hear correctly? Xiaoshan is actually 421. Wow, we are both human beings. Why is there such a big difference? It's even bigger than that of humans and dogs." He knew Xiaoshan would be taller, but he didn't know it would be so tall. He was wrong just now. It's not that he doesn't envy. In fact, he is very envious. At the same time, he blames his own hand. Why can't it be done? Guan Xiaoshan himself was shocked. More than 400 won. Even if it was his father, it would take many days to earn it. He only spent 6 days, and he earned almost the same as his father? The main reason was that he went there for his sister. He thought that his sister would marry brother Xiangxi in the future. Would it be difficult for his sister to get so much money at once? He looked at his sister. Guanli was also shocked. She has already taken 241, which is 41 a day. This income is more than what the most capable man in the village earns. Now Xiaoshan is directly more than 401. She knows that her aunt earns a lot from selling brushes, but that is because her aunt is good and it has nothing to do with them. "Auntie," Guanli just started to say. Shen Qing interrupted. "The price we agreed on at the beginning will not be changed. We have a lot of things to buy today, and we can't waste time anymore. Buy them earlier and go back earlier so that we can make a few more and deliver them in 6 days. You didn't forget." Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan silently took the heavy copper coins, and then Guan Xiaoshan said to the others happily, "What do you want to eat?"
I'll treat you.
Shen Qing rolled her eyes at her 2 sons as older brothers. How can they let their younger brothers treat us if they don't treat us to food? Besides, they also earn wages. Guan Xiaoshan said happily, "My brothers and sisters have worked hard to take care of me today, and it's only right that I treat them." Shen Qing looked at Xiaoshan twice more. The child didn't say that he was treating because he earned a lot, nor did he say that the 3rd and 4th sons were tired of pulling him over, but that they were tired of taking care of him. So he also rode the river water in. What a thoughtful child. She no longer insisted and smiled and joked. "Okay, let us go." This time was more exciting than going out in the morning. In the morning, I was thinking about selling brushes, and even if I was happy, I was still depressed, fearing that happiness would turn into sorrow. But now I have nothing to worry about, but my pocket is filled with heavy silver money, full of security. It feels good to have money in my pocket. Several people thought of it at the same time, and then thought about going back to work hard and make more money. With a cart and 2 strong laborers, Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei, Shen Qing did not hesitate at all and took the opportunity to buy everything he wanted to buy. First, he went to the butcher shop and settled the brush business, which unexpectedly added points to the good account. The sun rose a lot, and he was afraid that if he was late, the pork would be sold out. No one had any objection to buying pork first. Guanli didn't plan to buy meat at first, but after receiving the wages, she and her brother had a full 660 coins, so they immediately decided to buy a few pounds. Arriving at the pork stall, it was not too late. Except for the cheap offal and pig heads, there were still some other things. Take all the remaining pork fat, 6 pounds of pork belly, 5 pounds of pork tenderloin, 3 pounds of spare ribs, 2 pig trotters, and 1 pig trotter. Shen Qing finished speaking in one breath. Jiang Shui pulled Shen Qing's sleeve and reminded, "Mom, can we finish it?" It is not as cold as in winter now. It would be a waste if it was left for 5 or 6 days and went bad. If it was eaten in 5 or 6 days, it would be too much. Xin waved her hand. Make the unfinished meat into bacon or smoked meat and save it for later. In fact, it was to prepare for the escape. When they were on the road, they would have to sleep in the open air and eat 1 meal a day. In addition, the weather in summer was hot, and fresh meat would not last long and could not be bought often. They had to prepare more meat and eggs that were easy to preserve to supplement their nutrition. Start making it now and accumulate it slowly. Then the days on the road will be much better than others. Xin thought that when she was more familiar with the place, she would ask how to get a pass to go out of town, especially for their big family. It would be best if they could leave early. If they couldn't, hey, try to leave early, even if it's 1 or 2 days earlier. Now they should work hard to make money, take care of themselves, stock up on food, and buy transportation. Guanli originally thought that she would only buy 1 or 2 pounds, but after hearing what Xin said, she decided to buy more. I want 3 pounds of pork belly, 2 pounds of lean meat, and 2 big shanks. Stew the big shanks in soup and make noodles for Xiaoshan. People said that eating shanks is good for legs and feet, so the family often buys some big shanks to stew soup. The pork belly is smoked and eaten slowly. When you are craving for meat, cut a few slices and stir-fry them to make oil and water for your father and brother. Eat fresh lean meat. Xin was afraid that Guanli would not be willing to eat what she bought, so she said, "Yes, buy more and go back to nourish the whole family. Not only Xiaoshan should eat more meat, but you and your father should also nourish yourself, especially you. What if your father and Xiaoshan are exhausted? Even if you earn more money, it will not be enough to see a doctor and buy medicine." In the dream, the family was not in good health on the road of escape. On the road, they had to carry their belongings and Xiaoshan. It was extremely difficult for the father and daughter of the Guan family to pull the cart. Every household in the team could only take care of themselves, so who would care about other families? Only Jiang Xiangxi was willing to do so, but his mother disagreed and separated them. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. It's good to have help from others, but it's a real skill to be able to stand up and survive when others don't help. Guanli suddenly thought of her mother. She has been bedridden for many years, and the family has more money to buy medicine than to buy food. It's okay if she doesn't want to wear clothes, but if she doesn't want to eat and drags down her body, won't she be the same as her mother? Daddy and brother will not abandon her, then she will be the one to drag down the whole family. Guan Xiaoshan also thought of Anyang. He looked at his sister and said reluctantly, "Sister, let's buy more meat. Everyone in the family eats meat." Now he has made money, so he can buy meat for his sister. Guanli gritted her teeth and added another pound of meat to each of them, spending a total of 210 coins. Thinking about it, it's not so bad. Even if this meat can be used to make 4 pounds of smoked meat, the rest can be eaten for 5 or 6 days without any problem. After 6 or 7 days, you can get your next salary and continue then. Make 4 pounds of smoked meat at a time, 4 times a month. That's 16 pounds. After deducting the money for buying meat from the salary, there will still be 2 taels left. Adding what Daddy earns, the more Guanli thought about it, the more excited she became. She quickly stopped talking. Xin bought everything except the big pig's trotter, especially the most pork fat. After buying the pork, the group was even more excited and headed to the next store. The next one was soy sauce. Xin didn't have a soy sauce jar, so he had to buy it on the spot. After buying the soy sauce, he naturally bought vinegar as well. These 2 things can only enhance the taste of the dishes, but Guanli didn't buy any. Then it was the oil press. Xin restocked sesame oil and rapeseed oil. This time, sesame oil was out of stock. Xin thought that he would cook a lot of dishes later and fry small fish, so rapeseed oil would definitely be used up quickly, so he bought 10 kilograms. Guanli followed behind and bought 5 kilograms. Pork belly can also be made into lard. She has a small family and 5 kilograms of rapeseed oil is enough for 2 months if she doesn't save it. She just saw her aunt buying pig fat, and she thought that she would also buy pig fat to make lard next time. Lard tastes better than vegetable oil and has more oil and water, Whether it is used for cooking or stewing, the lard residue is more fragrant than meat. No matter from which aspect, buying pig fat is the most cost-effective for a poor family like her. When they arrived at the cloth shop, Jiang Xiangnan and the three men were fine, but Jiang Shui and Guanli, the young girls, were obviously much more excited. Although Xinqing was not a young girl, she was also very excited. She reclassified it. Being young is not the key is being a girl. God knows how uncomfortable she is wearing linen every day, and she can't say it because she has the best and most clothes in the family. This is not the breathable, comfortable, smooth linen in China. If you have to compare it, it is the big sacks used to store rice in rural areas in the 1980s and 1990s. As a modern person, she really wants to wear clothes made of cotton cloth. Finally earned money, bought cloth and went home to wear it after a few days. Jiang Shui's eyes fell on a piece of pink cloth and couldn't move away. Xinqing pointed with his big hand at the pink cloth and asked, "Waiter, how much is this piece of cloth?" The waiter had not paid much attention to the group of people coming in wearing patched linen clothes, but was shocked when he heard Xinqing asking directly about a piece of cloth. Looking at the clothes, it seemed that he did not understand, but the waiter believed that he could make mistakes when he saw strange things, so he answered carefully, "The pink piece is delicate, and it is the best-selling one in our shop. One piece can make 3 to 4 sets of clothes, so the price of one piece is not cheap. It costs 9 cents and 500 coins. The azure, dark blue, sky blue, black, gray, and white over there are much cheaper, only 5 cents and 300 coins apiece. If you think it is too expensive, you can actually tear it 3 feet long, which is enough to make a set of clothes. If you think it is not cost-effective, the linen over there is affordable." Hearing that the pink cloth cost 9 cents and 500 coins apiece, Jiang Shui's expectant eyes dimmed a lot. 9 coins and 501, which is about 3 coins per set of clothes, or 301. She earned 301 today. When she came here, she also wanted to buy fabric for a set of clothes, but that was when the fabric for a set of clothes only cost more than 101. More than 300 one can only buy one set of clothes, and she suddenly felt reluctant. After all, changing the color is a full half price. After listening to Xinqing, she felt that the waiter was really professional and spoke very tactfully and nicely. Obviously, they didn't look like they could afford cotton cloth, especially not like they could buy a whole piece, but he still patiently explained carefully and even took the initiative to introduce a few cheap ones for fear of embarrassing them. Well, Xinqing also pays attention to her mood when spending money. People like this earn her money, and she feels good when spending money. She began to place an order. "Thank you, Brother Shower," then 1 piece of pink, 1 piece of azure blue, 1 piece of sky blue, 2 pieces of dark blue, and 1 piece of black and gray. The waiter thought he had heard it wrong. Did he hear it right? The woman in linen clothes in front of him said 6 bolts of cloth at once. Jiang Shui also thought she heard it wrong. She pulled Xinqing's sleeve. Xinqing patted her daughter's hand to comfort her. "If you want, buy it. You have 2 sets of pink, your sister-in-law has 1 set, and the rest will make 2 sets each for Huahua and her sister. I'll keep the azure blue, and make 2 sets each for your brothers and your younger brother in black, gray, and dark blue. Your sister-in-law should look good in the sky blue. She has 2 sets and you have 1 set. The extra ones will be made for Huahua and her sister. The cotton padded clothes will be made in winter, and the spring and autumn clothes are being made now. 2 sets for boys and 3 sets for girls. The 2 little granddaughters don't waste fabrics, so they can make more sets for them. Single clothes don't take up space, and they can be worn again after summer and winter. They can also be put inside to wear as a base in winter. It's very practical." Xinqing felt that this money had to be spent and could not be saved. "Second brother, can you please calculate how much it is in total?" The waiter was stunned and hurried to report to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper came over in person, the keyboard beads clacking, and soon quoted, 6 pieces of cloth. 1 piece is 9 cents and 500 coins. 5 pieces are 5 cents and 300 coins. A total of 3 taels and 6 cents. I'll give you a discount of 3 taels and 5 cents and give you a basket of rags. Do you think it's okay?" Xinqing agreed, and immediately took out 4 taels of silver to pay the bill. She found that buying in bulk has many advantages, and people will give you a small discount without bargaining and also give you a lot of gifts. For example, buying cloth will give you a basket of rags, and the pork shop will give you several pork shanks. The shopkeeper of the cloth shop didn't feel a little bit of reality until he received the money. To be honest, when he heard the clerk report the number of pieces just now, he came over and saw Xinqing and his group and really thought she was swelling her face to pretend to be rich and was afraid that she would find an excuse to say she didn't want it after the price was calculated. Unexpectedly, he was the one who got slapped in the face in the end. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Guanli originally wanted to buy some scraps of cloth to make cloth shoes. After receiving her wages, she thought about buying some linen to make clothes. After seeing Xinqing's generous way of buying, she felt that scraps of cloth and linen were not so attractive. She looked at the linen and cotton cloth in a tangled manner, unable to make up her mind. Xinqing stepped forward and suggested, "Your family is not short of clothes. If it is linen, there is no need to buy it. Now there is not much money. You can save it for a while and buy cotton cloth later." The Guan family is considered a decent family in Chili village. They live in an adobe house. Although the fabrics of their children's clothes are not good, they have many sets, unlike the Jiang family who have to wait until another set is dry before changing after wearing one set. In the past, Guan the carpenter earned money to support the family alone. Now the 3 members of the family can all earn money, and the speed of saving money is rising. It is only a matter of time to buy cotton cloth, so there is no need to buy linen now. Guanli felt that what Xinqing said made sense. She said, "Then I'll buy some cloth scraps to make a pair of cloth shoes for my father." Xinqing smiled and said, "Didn't the cloth shop owner give me a basket? You can pick some back. By the way, the wool that has been soaked and treated can be used to make brushes, and the leather can also be used to make shoe uppers, or sewed into the inside of straw sandals as insoles. Why don't you try it?" She remembered that the leather had to be treated with lime water and nitrate. It happened that half of it was soaked in lime water to remove the smell and grease. She would try it when she got home. If it succeeds, wouldn't it be authentic sheepskin shoes? Guanli was embarrassed at first, but she was very tempted when she heard about the leather. She thought that her aunt would definitely not accept the money. Her aunt's family was short of a cart, and her father said that he would make a cart as a thank you gift. She was originally afraid that her aunt would not accept it. Now that she has accepted her aunt's things, it is more appropriate to use the cart as a thank you gift. "Okay, thank you, Aunt." Xinqing didn't take it seriously and called the 3rd and 4th brothers who came to watch the excitement outside to come in and move the cloth and return to the village with a full load. Along the way, Zhang Xiangnan looked back at the pile of cloth on the cart from time to time, wondering if all the silver had been used up. He felt sorry for the silver, and then couldn't help but be moved when he saw the cloth. Jiang Xiangbei didn't have the worries of his brother. He knew how much the brushes had earned, and made a rough calculation. Mother probably hasn't spent half of it yet, and in addition to the 2 condiments of soy sauce and vinegar, meat, oil, and cloth are all necessities that need to be bought. In the past, the family was too poor. Now, the purpose of making money is to live a good life. Mother's spending is right, and it is worth it. The carts were piled high, and it was impossible to hide them. When passing by the village entrance, it was very eye-catching. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai were not in the crowd today. Although the others were shocked, they did not say anything sarcastic. Xinqing and his group quickened their pace, crossed the village entrance, and returned home. Hu Bingjiang, Xiangdong, and Xiahua heard the noise and ran out as soon as possible. Xinqing took out the cakes sent by the shopkeeper Lin of Jiazhai, squatted down to be level with Xiahua, and handed them all to Xiahua. "Huahua, take it and eat it. There are osmanthus cakes and jujube paste cakes in it. They are sweet and delicious." Xiahua didn't expect that Grandma brought her sweet and delicious cakes. Her big dark eyes blinked a few times. Paji kissed Xinqing on the face and praised softly. "Anna is great. Hawa likes Anna, she likes the current Anna." Xinqing's heart melted immediately. The soft and cute doll was so cute that she liked it no matter how she looked at it. Jiang Xiangdong saw the things on the cart, turned his head and looked at his younger sister and asked, Did mother buy all the things in the house? Is it too much at once? But seeing that everyone was used to it, he didn't dare to say anything. Shin-Qing came back to her senses from the little baby voice of her good granddaughter and quickly explained the distribution of cloth to Huibing. Finally, she said, "There should be more cloth over there. You can make a few more diapers for the baby to use as replacements." She didn't know that children could, and a dozen diapers a day might not be enough. She often saw Huibing and the eldest brother baking diapers. And the adults were still wearing linen clothes. How good could the baby's diapers be? They were hard and torn. Since she had bought the cloth, she should change the diapers as well. Hearing what his mother said, Zhang Xiangdong almost burst into tears and wanted to raise his hands and feet to agree. "Mom, you are so wise. If it's not enough, I can make the clothes shorter or make one less, and I can wear old clothes. I must make more diapers for the baby." How can the head of the family be more excited than her? When Xiaohua was young, the head of the family would only think it was unnecessary. Isn't it just washing a few diapers? Just wash them diligently. If they're not dry and can't be used, it means she is lazy and didn't wash them in time. Sure enough, whoever takes care of the baby will collapse. Huibing is the only one in the family who can make clothes. Shin-Qing took over the task of cooking 3 meals a day and making soap. Huibing prepared lunch in advance, and everyone ate it. Shin-Qing cooked dinner. Looking at the pile of ingredients and the increasing variety of seasonings, various ways of eating automatically popped up in her mind. Should the pig's trotters be braised or made into white jade trotters? Should they be stewed or dry pot? Should the pork belly be roasted and served with pickles or braised and stewed with a whole egg? Roasted until sizzling or stewed until soft and tasty? Oh, and there are also yellow eels and small fish caught in the water bucket this morning. There are many ways to eat it, but Shin-Qing didn't think of cooking them all at once. Life has to go on, and you can't stuff your stomach all at once. Today, I bought 8 pounds of pork fat. After boiling the lard, there will be more than 1 pound of lard residue, which is a great thing to replenish oil and water. So only 2 pounds of pork belly are left for braised pork, and the remaining 4 pounds are made into smoked meat. In the future, I will make a few pounds every now and then, and there should be a lot of them stored by June. Shin-Qing also boiled a dozen eggs, soaked them in cold water after boiling, and waited for the braised pork with thick oil and sauce to be stewed. After that, I peeled the eggshells, cut each egg into pieces, and put them into stew. The eggs absorbed the rich braised pork soup, which was delicious. Braised pork and eggs are delicious with rice, especially the egg yolks covered with soup, crushed and mixed with hot rice, and then poured a spoonful of soup on it. Wow, I can't take it anymore. My saliva will come out if I think about it anymore. She thought about other side dishes instead: stir-fried yellow eel, stir-fried purslane meat, eggs, vegetables, and river fish. Well, the dishes for dinner were finalized. She transferred the braised pork and stewed eggs into a clay pot and simmered them on low heat and began to prepare the most important food of the day. She took out all 5 pounds of pork tenderloin, first cut it into large pieces, then cut it into small pieces, and finally cut it into strips the length of fingers. 5 pounds of pork tenderloin was enough to fill half a basin. Pour in the pre-soaked and garlic water, soy sauce, salt, 2 raw eggs, and flour. Stir well. Make sure each piece is coated with the sauce and set it aside to marinate. She also cleaned the small fish in the bucket and marinated them with the same seasoning and method. She just cleaned the large iron pot, wiped off the water, poured in rapeseed oil, and started a fire. When the oil temperature was right, she used a special long chopstick to pick up the first marinated meat strips and put them into the oil pan one by one. After a while, the golden small meat strips floated up. After taking them out of the pan, fry the next batch. After all the meat strips were fried, fry them again quickly. After the meat strips were fried, start frying the small fish. The aroma of fried food was so overbearing that even if the kitchen door was closed tightly, it could not cover the aroma. Jiang Xiangnan had come running several times, and every time he would say several sentences. "It smells so good. It smells so good." Shin-Qing was helpless and amused. Shin-Qing, who originally wanted to leave the small fish for them to eat, had to change her mind temporarily and leave a large bowl of small crispy pork. Forget it. Although there is braised pork in the evening, the small crispy pork and braised pork have completely different tastes, so let the children try it. However, 5 pounds of pork tenderloin with egg flour. Even if a large bowl is left, the rest is still full of 6 large bowls. Each bowl was piled high, and it was a sincere gift. Yes, when she bought pork fat, pork belly, pig's trotters, and spare ribs, she also bought lean meat not for her own consumption, but for giving to others. She had thought about it, whether it was to build up interpersonal relationships in advance on the road of escape 2 or 3 months later, or to have someone to help and speak up when people were jealous and difficult after making money. Some interpersonal communication was a must. And the fastest and most effective way to bring people closer in interpersonal communication is to send food. Small fish is readily available to the people of Chili Village. Since it is going to be sent as a gift, it is better to send fried crispy meat. It is obviously much more expensive than small fish, and small fish is delicious and affordable to keep for your family. Xinqing put 6 bowls of crispy meat into a large bamboo basket, covered it with a layer of cloth, and left the house. She was going to go to the village chief's house first. The village chief Jiangyang is Jiangying's father and her nominal second uncle. After the ancestors of the Jiang family settled down in Chili Village, they gave birth to 5 sons and several daughters. The daughters lost contact after they married in other villages. Among the sons, the father-in-law of the original owner was the eldest son. He did not have many children, only 1 son and 1 daughter. The daughter was married and Xinqing had no impression of her. Needless to say, the son was the husband of the original owner, and the original owner had a very high status in the Jiang family because she gave birth to 5 sons in one breath for this only child. This made the original owner have a very high status, not only in her own small family, but also in the whole family. Her husband died, and the Jiang family members did their best to take care of her and show favoritism. But the original owner looked down on this favoritism and care, and always felt that other people in the Jiang family should be like this. She made the family members feel cold again and again, but no matter how the original owner made a fuss, the Jiang family members took unconditional and special care of her until she fled. Xinqing understood how important it was to be favored and taken care of in a village during the farming era. It was something that could not be obtained by begging for others, so, of course, the existing relationships had to be used well. Dad, I went to the city today and met people from Shirley Village. They said that my cousin Xiaoyu was having a very bad life in the Liu family. More than bad. She was living worse than an animal. I heard that the beast from the Liu family was having an affair with his widowed cousin, and it seems that she got pregnant. Now he is forcing Xiaoyu to agree to serve him at home.
Bah.
Does this beast Liu Sheng have any shame? Dad, don't you want to do anything about it? Xinqing's hand that was knocking on the courtyard door paused, unable to move forward or backward. It seemed that they were discussing private matters inside, so he couldn't go in. Otherwise, he should go back first and come back later. The old man sighed heavily. How to manage it? How can Xinqing come back if she doesn't nod? Besides, where will she live when she comes back? What will she eat? As a married girl, how will she get along with her sister-in-law, nephews, nieces and nieces in the future? Xinqing turned around and prepared to go back, but stopped. Xinqing, isn't this the name of the original owner, that is, her now? Is it possible that Mr. Zhang's family is still talking about her family affairs? Xiaoyu, Zhangyu, is her sister-in-law. The betrothal silver in Xinqing is generally 6 or 7 taels, and Zhangyu's is 10 taels, just because Liu Sheng is a second marriage. His first wife had no children for 3 years and hanged herself to death. She was often beaten before her death. There were many scars and bruises on her face and arms when she died. There was constant gossip in the village, and Liu Sheng's reputation was ruined. No one was willing to marry their daughter to him. Later, he kept raising the betrothal gift. When it reached 10 taels, the original owner was tempted. At that time, her parents-in-law had died. Her husband and she were both greedy for the betrothal gift of 10 taels, but they did not want to bear the bad reputation of selling their own sister into the fire pit, So in the end, the original owner came forward to marry Jiangyu. Jiangyu was a daughter born in her parents' old age. Although she was her sister-in-law, she was only 1 or 2 years older than Jiang Xiangdong. After her parents died, she lived with her brother and sister-in-law. When her brother and sister-in-law wanted her to marry, she did not even have the right to resist. Xinqing suddenly remembered that there was no trace of Jiangyu on the road of escape, and the original owner had attended a funeral before the escape and only said that it was unlucky and returned before the coffin was buried. Could it be that Jiangyu did not live to see the flood? Xinqing's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the Jiang family was very tolerant of the original owner no matter how noisy she was before the escape, but after the funeral, no one smiled again. On the road of escape, except for Jiang Eri, the village chief, who took care of her, the other Jiang family members wished she would die immediately. It turns out that the main reason is not the lack of food and clothing, but that she has given up hope of killing Jiangyu. At this time, Jiangyu has been repeatedly persecuted and beaten by her husband in Lu's house and has no dignity. She can't stay in her husband's house and can't go back to her parents' house. How desperate must a 21 or 22-year-old girl be? In the yard, Li Xiulan, the youngest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, frowned and asked, "Is there no one to take care of the Lu family?" The second son, Jiang Dalong, was furious and snorted, "What do you care about? How did Lu Sheng's first wife die? Don't you know? She had no children for 3 years, and Lu Sheng's mother pointed at her and scolded her for being a hen that didn't lay eggs, and said that raising her was a waste of food. She instigated her son to beat his wife every day. If life wasn't so hard, who would want to commit suicide?" Xinqing nodded like pounding garlic, agreeing very much. He added in his mind, maybe she didn't commit suicide, but was beaten to death by Lu Sheng. She deliberately made it look like she was hanging. There are so many women in the village who hang themselves. As long as they don't report to the authorities, the government won't care at all. The eldest daughter-in-law Zhou Yan sighed and narrated, "Xiu has not been pregnant for 3 years since she got married. The wind in the village has changed. Everyone says it is Lu Sheng's fault. His mother dare not use that trick for fear of losing this daughter-in-law." Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng's widowed cousin is pregnant. Xiaoyu's mother-in-law suddenly became arrogant. She felt that it was not her son's problem and took out the posture to deal with Xiaoyu as she did with the first daughter-in-law. That's not right. The first one wanted her daughter-in-law to die, but wanted Xiaoyu to be, in the Lu family. I'm afraid Xiaoyu can't even get a divorce. Her parents' home is from Shirley Village. She doesn't need to ask about the things in the same village. It's just that she hasn't been back recently. She looked at her father-in-law and asked, "Dad, how about I take some time to go back to my parents' home in the next few days to inquire about the current situation of Xiaoyu's cousin?" Xinqing silently took note. It turned out that this family was in the same village as Jiangyu's mother-in-law's family. Her husband Jiang Dada scratched his head and said worriedly, "It's useless to inquire. After all, we are not relatives. We can only take care of her for a while, but not for a lifetime. As long as her sister-in-law doesn't care, it's useless for anyone to step forward. Their clansmen can only say that they can help to vent their anger, but food and shelter after returning have to be agreed by Xinqing. As a sister-in-law, Xinqing doesn't take the initiative to bring it up. Who will eat and stay after they bring her back? It will be a problem for a long time. Who is willing to step forward? The Lu family is definitely unwilling to divorce, and I'm afraid they won't agree even if we divorce. Think about it. Xiaoyu is good at field work. She is gentle and hardworking, and the Lu family only wants to give her a bite to eat, but what they get is an old ox. Would they be willing to divorce? Li Xiulan felt that the Lu family was not human when she thought about it. Jiang Dalong's face turned red with anger. How can Xinqing have such a vicious heart? In the past, I just thought that this eldest sister-in-law was confused and didn't know people well. She always played with those bad-hearted people in the village and was led astray. Now I think the pot fits the lid. Since she likes to play with those bad-hearted people, she is not a good person either. For the sake of a betrothal gift of 10 taels of silver, no, just an extra 3 taels, Marrying the sister-in-law to the widower who forced his own wife to death is no different from pushing her into a fire pit. Jiang Detong glared at his brother and scolded him. Keep your voice down. But he didn't say that his brother was wrong. Jiang Ying looked at the low and depressing atmosphere in the yard and said, I met my eldest sister-in-law a few days ago. I felt that she was a completely different person. She had a quarrel with Sun Xiaomai in the village. I guess they don't play together anymore. Jiang Dalong didn't believe those empty words. What's the use? I heard that she was still trying to throw away her granddaughter at home some time ago. Jiang Ying glanced at her brother and said, she said she was different just because she didn't throw her away. It seems that she has become more diligent after this incident. She has been passing on meat several times recently. Where did she get the money? She won't be targeting someone again, right? Jiang Dateo thought of Jiang Shui first. This niece is 15 this year, right? Xin Qing originally wanted to continue listening and learn more about the current situation of her sister-in-law Jiang Yu. As she listened, she found that it had become a meeting to criticize her. It would be embarrassing if she was discovered if she continued listening. However, the words in the later chat gradually became a little bit off. No, I can't let the more I explain. She stepped back a distance, and when she was close to the yard, she raised her voice and shouted, Second uncle, are you home? Is Yingzi here? Although Jiang Ying was married and had bought land separately, she was registered as a married woman. The house was built next to her two younger brothers, and the family lived together without splitting up. In those days, the family would not split up easily. First of all, taxes and corvée labor were mostly calculated by household. After the family split up, the small family could not bear the corvée labor alone. The second and most direct problem was firewood. A large family could divide the work of chopping and collecting firewood together. The firewood used for cooking was almost the same. If they were separated, each family would chop firewood and cook separately, which would be too stressful. So generally, as long as the elderly were around, the family would not split up unless they really couldn't make it. However, Jiang Ying was a married daughter, and she was very rare to be able to eat from the same pot with her younger brother and his wife. First, the relationship was deep. Second, all three families were reasonable people. The second point was the most important. Otherwise, even if the relationship between the aunt and the younger brother was good, it would be useless if the relationship with the younger brother's wife was not good. Jiang Ying's strength lies in this. Her two younger brothers' wives are more dependent on her than their own husbands. When Jiang Ying heard Xin Qing's words, a look of surprise flashed across her face. She glared at her two younger brothers, signaling them not to talk nonsense later. Then she strode to the courtyard door and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, you are here, come in and sit down. She was relieved to see Xin Qing coming from a distance. Fortunately, she didn't hear the bad words her younger brother said just now. Xin Qing stepped forward, put the bamboo basket outside, took out a bowl of crispy meat from it, and said with a smile, I have earned some money these days. Today I bought a few pieces of meat and made fried meat. I specially sent a bowl to my second uncle to try. Jiang Ying was really surprised. You know how many times her father has helped Xin Qing, let alone say things, even a sip of water or a good word. Now it is not the New Year or the festival, and he has not helped her recently. Why would he send food over? She looked at the bowl in Xin Qing's hand. It was a large stoneware bowl, with fried meat piled high. There must be a pound of meat, right? Add flour and oil. She greeted him warmly. Come in and sit down, come in first and talk. No, I'm in a hurry to deliver to the next family, and I have to go back to make dinner for the children. Xin Qing smiled and refused. Jiang Ying looked at the sky and saw that it was just past noon, so she had to keep him to chat. It's still early, my father is here. You send him something to eat. He must be very happy. Xin Qing originally wanted to go in and clear his reputation, so he didn't refuse anymore, smiled and said yes, and followed Jiang Ying into the yard. In the yard, Zhou Yan hurried in to move the chairs, Li Xiulan went to make tea, and the two brothers Jiang Dateo and Jiang Dalong stood up and greeted awkwardly. Xin Qing responded generously, took the tea and sat down, and chatted with everyone. After saying some polite words, Shunqing changed the subject and said to Jiang Yang, "Uncle, actually I came here this time to ask you for help with something." Jiang Yang sat up straight and asked very carefully, "What is it?"
Tell me.
Jiang Dateo and Jiang Dalong had an expression of as expected. Shunqing sighed deeply, with an expression of extreme regret and helplessness. "It's about my sister-in-law, Suyu. I saw the wooden bowl she used when she was a child when I was cleaning up a few days ago. You also know that my parents-in-law were old when they gave birth to her, and this child basically grew up with me. A few years ago, I was blinded by greed. The head of the family said that he had to make plans for his sons and prepare betrothal money for his sons to marry wives. I don't know what I was thinking, but I actually agreed to the head of the family to marry Xiaoyu to that widower. I have regretted it every night in the past few years. What a joke. Why is it that the matter is decided by two people? The money is earned by the couple together, but the original owner has to bear the pot alone. Even if the original owner was wrong, her husband was more wrong in this matter. Didn't he let the original owner bear the bad reputation? She insisted on washing away this evil reputation." Jiang Dateo and Jiang Dalong opened their mouths, so wide that they could almost swallow an egg. They were extremely shocked and asked, "You mean our eldest brother agreed to marry Suyu 3 years ago?" Not only agreed, but it was even the eldest brother's idea? They had looked for the eldest brother many times for Suyu's matter, but the eldest brother covered his face with his hands and said that he was useless, couldn't control his wife, couldn't protect his sister, and was afraid that if he didn't agree, his wife would run away, and then the children would be motherless. He couldn't let his children be motherless, so he could only let his sister down. He was about to cry as he spoke. The eldest brother was already in so much pain. Why were they rubbing salt in his mouth? After all, this was someone else's family affair, and the eldest sister-in-law was like a mother. With the parents gone, the eldest brother and sister-in-law were in charge of the marriage of the younger brothers and sisters. The eldest brother couldn't do anything about it, so what was the point of forcing them? The elders had also advised him, but after hearing this, they didn't dare to persuade him anymore. But Big Brother said, "He said that you insisted on letting Suyu get married, and he couldn't stop it." Shunqing snorted in her heart. If it was inconvenient for her to come forward, she would let her own wife rush in front. The bad reputation belonged to her wife, and he got the benefits. She looked sad. What major event in the family can be decided by a woman? What's more, Xiaoyu is her own sister. If it wasn't his idea, he would have beaten me to death just because I took the initiative to propose to marry Suyu to a widower who forced his wife to death as soon as these words came out. The yard was so quiet that even the breathing sound was light. Yes, not to mention other places which family in their Chili village is not headed by a man, especially the sister-in-law of the husband's family. If the brother really disagrees, can he let his sister-in-law sell her? If the sister-in-law can decide to sell, it must be something that the head of the family has agreed to. Jiang Dateo Jiang Dalong only felt a dull pain in his chest and felt that he was so stupid 3 years ago. Why did he believe what his eldest brother said that he had no choice? Even if Shunqing was wrong to let Xiaoyu marry a widower for the betrothal gift of 10 taels of silver, how could the eldest brother be innocent? The eldest brother accounted for at least 50% of this. Shunqing continued, "I was useless in the past. Now, by chance, I found a way to make money. After making money, I thought that my sister-in-law's family and Suyu's husband's family were in the same village, so I came to ask my sister-in-law to go back to her family's house to see how Suyu was doing. If she was doing well, it would be the best thing, and I could rest assured, if she was not doing well, she would see how bad it was and what she thought. She heard that a sister-in-law's family and Jiangyu's mother-in-law's family were in the same village, but when she came in and saw the two sister-in-laws, her voices and people didn't match, and she didn't know which one was which, so she could only speak vaguely. And now she didn't know whether Jiangyu was doing well or badly and how badly, so she could only ask her sister-in-law to help find out. Jiang Dateo and Jiang Dalong didn't expect that Shunqing came to help with this. Their faces immediately turned red with shame. Just now, she brought food, and they thought that she was asking their father to make a decision for a land dispute like before, but it turned out to be for their cousin Suyu. She came here as soon as she earned money, and they were still scolding her for being vicious over a cup of tea. They really deserved to die. At the same time, they thought that it was all their eldest brother's fault for letting Suyu marry a widower. When Joyeon heard that they were asking her to go back to her parents' home to see if Suyu was doing well, she stood up excitedly and blurted out, "How Suyu is doing." Old man Jongyang coughed. Joyeon suddenly woke up. Yes, Shinqing didn't know what they had just said, and she had heard it everywhere. She asked her to go back to her parents' home to see Suyu. How could she fool her with the words she heard before? She looked at her father-in-law, and the old man nodded and said, "The eldest daughter-in-law hasn't been back to her parents' home for a long time. Now there is less work at home during the slack season, so she was planning to go back to her parents' home to see her parents. Tomorrow, the eldest daughter-in-law will accompany her on a trip, and it's a good opportunity to see her sister. Now it's a lean period, and every household is having a hard time. You can take this bowl of food back for the children to eat. You can save the money you earned with your hard-earned money to make up for the loss in the future. No matter what, I am very pleased that you have the sister-in-law and the Jiang family in your heart." The old man wanted to say that there might be one more mouth to feed in the future, but he was cautious and held back. Shinqing just came to ask the eldest daughter-in-law to go back to her parents' home to see Suyu, and he couldn't assume that she was willing to accept the sister-in-law who was divorced and came back. He didn't know what the situation was with Suyu, whether Jongyu was willing to come back, and whether he could come back. Alas, everything will be decided after the eldest daughter-in-law and his wife go back to sea. Of course, Shinqing would not take Xiao Su-ro back. How could it make sense to take back something that had been given away? Besides, the people who asked for help had agreed. She smiled and said, "In the past, my family was poor, and I had to support a child to study. I didn't have anything good to give you. I only sent a bowl of fried meat over the years. If you don't accept it, I really don't have the face to come again." The words made the people present feel warm in their hearts. They felt that the fried meat was precious, and Shinqing's intentions were even more precious. The fried meat was far from representing Shinqing's intentions. When Shinqing was about to leave, except for old man Jongyang who didn't see him off, Zhang and his two sisters-in-law, and even Zhang Daeteo and Zhang Dalong and his group almost sent him to the next house. It was Shinqing who kept persuading them to return. When he returned home, he looked at the fried meat that filled 3 rice bowls from the coarse pottery bowl, leaving the coarse pottery bowl empty so that Shinqing could take it back together. Zhou Yen sighed softly. "Sister-in-law, this bowl of fried meat is so rich. I estimate it weighs about 1 kilogram. There are also seasonings added, and the batter on it is probably white flour. How much oil must be wasted for frying like this?" It was full of oil. Zhang Daeteo and Zhang Dalong, the 2 men, felt their mouths watering when they saw the greasy fried meat. They looked at Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying looked at her father. "Dad, how do you say we divide it?" Shinqing was filial to her father after all. Zhang Yang looked at the 3 bowls of fried meat and distributed them. "Wrap 1 bowl with oil paper, and the eldest will accompany his wife to his father-in-law's house tomorrow to take it. The other bowl and the remaining 2 bowls will be kept for yourselves, and you 3 decide how to eat it." Originally, I thought of taking it to the Liu family. Forget it, the Liu family doesn't deserve to eat meat, not even a grain of rice. The 3 of them responded, and finally decided to stew a bowl with the gray vegetables, so that the vegetables could have the taste of meat and be very sweet. The other bowl, if Shinqing hadn't sent it, they wouldn't have been able to eat it, so they simply splurge and eat it directly, with everyone in the family sharing 1 or 2 sticks to taste. The children who came back couldn't hide their joy at being able to eat meat, and it was meat full of oil. They looked up at their parents, uncles, and grandfathers and wondered why the adults looked so solemn. "Aunt, what's wrong?" Jiang Ying greeted them lively. Eat. Eat. You can only work hard when you are full." She had a hunch that she might have to go to the Liu family in Shirley Village to fight later. When Shinqing went out, he only wanted to send a bowl of food to build a good relationship in advance, and had no other purpose. But after leaving Zhang Eri's house, she deeply felt that she had to go to the next family with a clear purpose. Shinqing's father-in-law from Chili Village is the eldest son, Zhang Yang is the second son, and there are also three uncles, Zhang San and Zhang Wuya, and the fourth uncle died when he was a child. The eldest and the second sons did not have many children, and Zhang Eri was much better than the eldest son. Not only did he have two sons, but he also kept his daughter by his side. He had his own children, and the total number of people was almost 20. The families of Zhang Sanyi and Zhang Wuya were even more powerful. They were much younger and married late. There were not many sons who got married, and even fewer grandchildren. But they had so many children. The two families had 6 or 7 children alone. Even though several of the children were young and had not yet married, the number of people was almost 20. It was really a big family. Shun Qing sat in the yard, looking at the people in the yard, and suddenly felt that his family of 10 or so was not too many. Come, drink some water. Third Aunt Jiang Zhaomingyu, with a smile on her face, handed the glass of water to Shin Qing and lowered her voice and joked, I put some sugar in it. You can be sweet, but don't let the greedy cat at home know. Otherwise, my stock won't last through today. Shun Qing chuckled, took it with both hands, and thanked politely. Thank you, third aunt. Where's third uncle? Zhao Mingyue waved her hand and said indifferently, He can't sit still. He went out to fish. Never mind him. You finally came here. Let's have a good chat. In the past, her niece-in-law was never treated well by them even if they came to her. Today, not only did she take the initiative to come to her house, but she also sent a big bowl of fried meat, which shocked her more than the sun rising from the west. She paused and asked uncertainly, Do you have something to do with your third uncle? But what could be the matter now? The fields don't need irrigation, and they don't need help to grab water, nor do they need to rush to harvest during the busy farming season. I haven't heard recently that any family has occupied the fields of my niece's wife's family and needs their help. Besides, even if she wants to help with her previous temper, she would never come to give things. Shin Qing shook his head quickly. It's okay, thinking that I always bothered you in the past. Now that the family has made some money, I want to honor my third uncle and aunt. Zhao Mingyue's heart settled, her brows relaxed, and she said carelessly, We are not too old. Our arms and legs can move and make money, but you have made money with great difficulty, and the second, third, fourth, and sixth brothers are not married yet, so you have to save some money. We are all relatives, and we can help each other when there is something. There is no need to come here specially to express gratitude. Third aunt accepted at this time, and don't spend money in the future. The eldest nephew is gone, and it is not easy for the niece's wife to support the family alone. How can they, as elders, eat her food again? Shun Qing agreed with a smile, then frowned and said worriedly, I always troubled my third uncle's family in the past. I feel bad, but there may be more trouble in the future. Zhao Mingyue's heart skipped a beat, and before Shin Qing finished speaking, she asked hurriedly, What's wrong? What trouble did you encounter? Shin Qing explained clearly and concisely, It's not me. It's my sister-in-law, Xiuyu. The head of the family insisted on choosing the Liu family, and I was always worried. I had a bad dream a few days ago. Well, it should be caused by my wild imagination. I just asked Dada's wife to ask around when she returned to her parents' home at my second uncle's house. To be honest with my third aunt, I was nervous, for I was afraid that I would find out that Xiuyu was not doing well, and then we, her family members, would have to support her. Divorce is best these days. You can take back your dowry, and your reputation will be good. It will not affect the marriage of your own children. If you are divorced, you will have nothing and your reputation will be ruined. Having a divorced woman in the family will even affect the reputation of the daughters of the entire family. Therefore, when you can't live together, your natal family is very important. If you despise and don't value her, she will be like the first daughter-in-law of the Liu family. She can't go home and is tortured to death by her in-laws. Jiangyu in the dream probably has the same ending. But if your natal family is willing to support you, especially if you have many brothers in your natal family, it will be completely different. Go up and beat up the Liu family. Not to mention the divorce letter, they will have to agree to the divorce. If they don't agree, fine. Beat them up again. If 2 is not enough, then 3. Doesn't Liu Sheng want to drag Jiangyu around? Doesn't he beat his wife every other day? Okay, she will let him have a taste of being beaten. Anyway, before the divorce, it's a family matter for the natal family to beat up the son-in-law. If you don't report it to the government won't care. It's fair. If they report to the police, they will be beaten with 30 sticks first. Let's see if they are willing and can bear the beating. Hearing that it was Jiang Yu's matter, Zhao Mingyue stood up excitedly and angrily scolded. The Lu family is a den of tigers and wolves. It is not a place for people to stay. Every time Xiu Yu sees me alone, she can't stop crying. I think it's not good. No need to ask. After thinking about it, Shun Qing meant that it was the nephew's idea in the first place. No wonder she said that her nephew, a grown man, couldn't take care of the family and she was his own sister. It turned out that the women in the family took the blame. Oh, why didn't the sky send down a thunder to split his grave? She looked at Shin Qing again, patted her hands and promised, Qing, as long as you are willing to support Xiu Yu, you don't have to lift a finger when you get to the Lu family. I can guarantee the third aunt's family and your fifth aunt's family. You can point to more than a dozen men and fight wherever you point. The third aunt will go too. Isn't there Lu Xing's mother? When the time comes, the men can't fight with women, and the third aunt will fight. Shun Qing didn't expect Zhao Mingyue to be so strong in fighting. She was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. It seemed that Zhao Mingyue had even arranged how to fight. Zhao Mingyue thought about it and added, Your fifth aunt can't do it. She is not good at talking and can't win the argument. She can help grab the arms and legs when the time comes. But don't worry, the third aunt has good friends, and she will scold the old man. Call them all when the time comes. In the past, Shin Qing, the sister-in-law, was unwilling to stand up, and they could only hold back their distress. Now Shin Qing is willing to stand up. The Lu family will wait. She felt that there was no need to go to other families, and having the third aunt was enough. Zhao Mingyue was reluctant to see Shin Qing off. If she hadn't said that she still wanted to go to Lao Wu's house, she would have wanted to pull her to have a long talk. With Zhao Mingyue, Shin Qing ran very fast, basically just going through the motions. Jiang Wuye was also not at home. Aunt Wu was just as Zhao Mingyue said, shy and reserved. When she saw her, a junior, she was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Shun Qing sent the things and came out quickly. There were also 3 bowls of crispy meat, which Shun Qing sent to the Guan family, the Qin family, and the Feng family. Needless to say, the Guan family, the Qin family was because when Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunqiao had trouble with her before, Granny Qin spoke for her, and the overall family style of the Qin family was honest and simple, and they were decent people. The Feng family was an outsider, and both the men and women in their family knew some martial arts. When it came time to flee, these 3 families were all families that could be pulled together to form a team. The dinner was particularly rich. Braised pork with eggs, stir-fried eel, cold mixed purslane, and white rice. Shin Qing finally felt a little bit of happiness after eating. If only she could live in a spacious and bright house, a big yard where she could grow flowers and vegetables, and it would be best if she could plant a few fruit trees and build a grape rack, and in summer she could lie on a rocking chair and rock, and pick a bunch of grapes without washing them. In summer she could have cool and refreshing silk clothes, and in winter she could have warm and windproof furs, and when she could travel by donkey or horse carriage. Well, then her life would suddenly go from a little bit of happiness to an overwhelming happiness. Pulling her thoughts back to reality, she looked up at her children who were gathered around the big iron pot and asked casually, "What do you think if your aunt comes back?" Jiang Shui was the first to react and replied quickly with sparkling eyes, "The aunt sleeps with me, and there is room for her at home." After saying that, she was afraid that she was wrong, and she looked at her mother without blinking. Jiang Xiangdong took a big mouthful of food and said puzzledly, "The aunt has been married for several years. How could she come back? We are not far from Shirley Village, and if she doesn't go back to her husband's house on the same day, will her mother-in-law and husband be willing? Married women all live in their husband's house, and they have to hurry back when they come back. Otherwise, who will cook, wash the dishes and clothes, feed the chickens and ducks, and serve the parents-in-law?" Hu Bing glanced at Jiang Xiangdong, then turned to look at Shinqing, making his attitude clear. I'm looking forward to my aunt coming back. Whatever mother says is fine. Jiang Xiangnan agreed with a smile. I'll listen to mother too. In the past, he might not have been willing to do so. The family was small, and the food was not much. If the aunt came back, not only would she take up the food, but she would also have a bad reputation. She would definitely be laughed at by other playmates when she went out. But now the food is good, the accommodation does not affect him, and the aunt is good-tempered and can help with the work. Why would he disagree? He is not stupid. As for being laughed at by other playmates, it's a joke. He is no longer the same person as before. Why does he need playmates? He doesn't have time to play at all. Jiang Xiangbei also understood and responded silently but firmly, I agree. Listen to mother. Jiang Xiangzhong nodded directly, without saying anything. I don't know what mother went out for today, and dinner was served late, so he could catch up with her when he came back, and she didn't wait for him on purpose. They wouldn't even wait for him to eat, and he had no say in other matters at home. Besides, he felt that his mother and family members were different. In the past, they cared a lot about him as a scholar, and would bow their heads unconsciously when talking to him, which was very humble. Now, they didn't know what they were busy with, but their expressions became more and more confident, and they no longer paid much attention to him, but revolved around his mother, and everything was based on his mother. His mother's words were like an imperial decree. Didn't mother ask for their opinions? Why don't they say their opinions, but say they listened to mother? Did they forget to inform him after discussing it? He quickly added flatteringly, I listen to you too, mother. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Shinqing basically understood the family's attitude towards Jiang Yu. In fact, Jiang Yu's return to the family did not affect the men at all. The ones who were most affected were Jiang Shui and Hu Bing, because they could only sleep with Jiang Shui, and Hu Bing had to make one more person's ration for meals. Even so, the two still looked forward to Jiang Yu's return. Even if Jiang Yu, who was divorced and came back, had a bad reputation, the ones who were most affected were Jiang Shui and Xiaohua sisters, who were also women. Jiang Shui and Hu Bing didn't think about it. They just wanted Jiang Yu to come back. Her daughter and daughter-in-law were all very good. As for the sons, forget it. It's enough if the sons are obedient and can help. She smiled lovingly at her three sons. Eat more, eat well. Jiang Xiangdong was touched and nodded heavily with his mouth full of food. Mother is so good. He ate so much, but she asked him to eat more, fearing that he would not be full. It's right to listen to mother. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei were startled and hummed softly. There were a lot of dishes and rice today, and everyone could eat as much as they wanted. But mother was so concerned that they were afraid that they would not be full. Something was wrong. And what did mother do when she went out in the afternoon? Why did she suddenly talk about her aunt? Is her aunt really coming back? But is the Liu family willing to let her go?
No.
The two looked at each other and seemed to understand something. Very good. Finally, there are two who understand. As for the eldest brother, it doesn't matter if he doesn't understand. Just be obedient and help. Jiang Xiangzhong had understood it a long time ago. His usefulness flashed through his mind. Whether it was writing a divorce letter or a divorce letter, he could help. He realized that it was useless to say anything in this family. What mattered was what was done, and what was done had to be useful. His mother now only looked at the contributions of their sons. Whoever contributed was useful. He looked at his mother and showed his value. If you need me to write, I can. Shenqing nodded. You should eat more too. Jiang Xiangzhong raised the corners of his lips and showed a smile. After dinner, Shenqing went back to the house and counted all the family belongings. The grain in the house changed from 3 sacks when she came to 3 sacks and 2 cloth bags, which were similar to the old-fashioned sacks in rural China in the 1970s and 1980s. One could hold 200 kilograms. The cloth bags were 100 kilograms each, and the 2 large cloth bags were filled with flour. Moreover, the food in the sack has changed from corn with corn cobs to a bag of pure corn kernels without corn cobs and a bag of rice. The remaining sack contains several small cloth bags filled with soybeans, mung beans, red beans, millet, and other grains. Now the family eats grain porridge or corn grits porridge with wild vegetable cakes in the morning and either pasta or rice at noon and night. They eat about 5 or 6 kilograms of food a day. The existing food in the family can last at least 3 months. Shun Qing bought from the mall to replenish the stock from time to time. She did not replenish too much and decided to keep it at more than 500 kilograms but not more than 600 kilograms. If there is too little food, people who have been hungry will feel insecure. If there is too much food, there will be many things to do on the road of escape, and the food is heavy and tiring to pull. Besides, she can replenish it secretly later, so there is no need for too much. After the mall has been selling small wild fish, wild river shrimp, eel, loach, and some sporadic fish she has never heard of, there is still 13,000 yuan after deducting the money spent on buying food. It is really cost-effective to buy food in the mall, especially rice and flour. With food in stock and more than 13,000 yuan in savings, it will not be a problem for Jiang Yu to be well fed when she comes back, and she will not be unable to support one more person. Shun Qing poured out the silver and put it together. When he first came, he had more than 11 taels and gave more than 1 tael to Huibing. Later, he bought oil, wool, silk thread, etc., and only had more than 3 taels left. Today, he made 12 taels from selling brushes and paid them 1 tael and 3 qian as wages. Among the items purchased, cloth accounted for the largest part and spent more than 3 taels. Together with other items, he spent a total of 5 taels and 2 qian, and there were 5 taels and 5 qian left, and the total cash at home was more than 8 taels. Now the family can make more than 50 brushes a day and deliver goods every 6 days. The silver and goods are paid in full, and the income is 24 taels. After deducting the cost and labor, the profit of 18 taels is not a problem. The accumulated profit is very good. Shin Qing felt that she was obviously more confident about Jiang Yu's return because she had money and food. Why did the husband have an affair with his cousin and let his wife serve him there? Isn't this just disgusting? Not even willing to give a divorce letter, it's even more bad and vicious, forcing a good girl to death. But Shun Qing didn't plan to ask for a divorce letter. Since they were going to separate, of course they would divorce peacefully. Jiang Yu in the dream had no way to survive, but she came, and she would be Jiang Yu's biggest supporter. Zhou Yanjiang Dateo got up early in the morning. Not only did she get up early, but Jiang got up even earlier. She had already cooked corn paste and even made pancakes. After a while, Li Xilan also got up and was busy feeding the chickens and ducks. One person urged Zhou Yanjiang Dateo to wash up and eat breakfast, and the other said that they didn't need to take care of the chickens, ducks, and children, and they should go to Shirley Village early after eating. With the expectation of the family, Zhou Yanjiang Dateo rushed to Shirley Village without a break. The morning of the Liu family started with a scolding. An old hen that doesn't lay eggs still thinks she is so precious? The mother-in-law got up, and there was not even hot water to wash her face. Did you not have parents to teach you at home? Oh, I forgot, your parents died early. No wonder you can't serve your parents-in-law well. You are still pretending to be sick. Who are you pretending to see? You can't even hold my son's heart. I don't know if you are a woman. How can you be so useless? Jiang Yu had a pale face, dragged one leg, and limped into the kitchen. She weakly struck the flint with both hands, and it took a long time to light the straw. She stuffed the straw into the stove hole, and the firelight reflected her pale face, sending a little warmth. Her parents died early. She pretended to be sick. She couldn't hold her son's heart. She was an old hen that didn't lay eggs. She pulled up the corners of her mouth and showed a self-deprecating smile. What is the purpose of living? Every day, she worked like a cow and a horse for her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband, and boiled water for washing feet and brought it to their house. It was fine in the past. Everyone told her that it would be fine if she gave birth to a son, and then she would be a hero of the Liu family, and she would be a hero of the Liu family after a few years of enduring and killing her mother-in-law. And her life would be better when she became a mother-in-law. She didn't want to be a mother-in-law. Even if she was a mother-in-law, she wouldn't be like her mother-in-law. But she still wanted to have a child, looking forward to having a child of her own. But a few days ago, Lu Sheng and his widowed cousin from his aunt's family had a child. She thought it was Lu Sheng's problem before. After all, Lu Sheng's previous daughter-in-law couldn't get pregnant, but now that Lu Sheng's cousin is pregnant, it can only be her problem. She won't have her own child. The mother-in-law was even more arrogant and insulted her every day, and Lu Sheng beat and scolded her. Even her father-in-law, when she brought the water for washing feet in last night, he actually reached out and touched her. Her mother-in-law saw it, and she didn't say anything to her father-in-law, but just pinched and scolded her. What is she still alive for? The eldest brother is dead, and even if he is not dead, it is useless. He could sell her once 3 years ago, and he will only sell her a second time when he returns. The sister-in-law will not even agree to her returning. She will not agree. In that family, only Xiao Shui and Xiaobing would want her to go back. But if she goes back, it is precisely these two who will be most implicated, and Xiaohua. She has no way out. Never had any way out. She must find a chance to have a full meal in the future, as it is said that it is better to set off only after having a full meal. Xiaoyu. Hey, how can you come to visit relatives so early in the morning? Is there any etiquette? Hey, Aunt Lu, we are from the same village, and you are talking to me about etiquette as if you don't know your family situation. Zhou Yan, how do you talk like that? Are you talking like a human being? Why not? Some people have stopped behaving like human beings, and you still care if what they say is not human? What a joke. Jiang Dateo usually thinks that his wife speaks fast and directly, and he often can't stand it and gets very angry. But at this moment, he thinks that his wife is very good like this, and that's the way it should be. He praised in a low voice, Yanzi, you are great. Zhou Yan raised her chin and snorted, with an arrogant look of just wait and see. In the past, she would definitely not dare to confront the Lu family like this. After all, she is Xiaoyu's mother-in-law, and Xiaoyu still has to live in this family. But yesterday Xinqing came to ask her to see if Xiaoyu is doing well, so of course, she wants to see the most real thing. She vaguely felt that it would be okay if they really fell out. Xinqing would cover it, and her words and behavior yesterday did not seem to ask her to come just to take a look. Jiang Yu rushed out from the kitchen, and when he saw Zhou Yan and Jiang Datu, he couldn't control his tears. Second brother, second sister-in-law. It was worth it to see his relatives before he died. When Jiang Dateo saw his cousin's limping leg, his eyes turned red. He stared at the wife of the Lu family and asked with gritted teeth, "What's wrong with my sister's leg?" The wife of the Lu family paused, took a few steps back unconsciously, and then said with her neck stiff, "What's wrong?" She fell accidentally. She is so useless. She could fall down while walking properly. I don't know how your Jiang family raises your daughter. Isn't it a pitfall to marry her to someone else's family? Jiang Dateo sneered. Well, my Jiang family doesn't know how to teach our daughters. My Jiang family's daughters are good in our own families, but they are not good in every way when they come to your Lu family. It's not just my Jiang family's daughters who are not good. Your first daughter-in-law was not good in every way, and all of them who entered your Lu family are not good, right? The wife of the Lu family was shaking with anger, but she was facing the tall and strong Jiang Dateo in his prime. She turned to Jiang Yu, poked her forehead and cursed. You are a dead person, letting your family scold your mother-in-law. Do you know whose food you eat and whose house you live in? I tell you, if your second brother is disrespectful to me again, you'll have a hard time after he dies. After saying this, Mrs. Lu waited for this timid daughter-in-law to admit her mistake quickly, but she never came. She looked at Jiang Yu and directly pinched her waist and said, Are you going to tell me or not? Tell me or not. Jiang Yu pursed her lips and said nothing. Zhou Yan was anxious. She took a few steps forward and pulled away Lu Posey. She shouted to Jiang Dateo, Go back to the village and call for help. Jiang Dateo hesitated and asked worriedly, Can you stay here? Zhou Yan really wanted to curse and said hatefully, I grew up in Shirley Village. My parents and relatives are all here. Who would hit me?
Who dares to hit me?
What's the use of you staying alone? Go back and inform your sister-in-law and bring her people here. Jiang Dateo thought so too. He couldn't fight with Lu Posey, a woman. It was no problem for him to beat the father and son of the Lu family alone, but the Lu family also had relatives. Even if there were not more than a dozen or 20 men, there were still more than 10. He glanced at Jiangyu, who was pale and dull in his eyes, and turned around and ran towards Chili village. Jiangyu wanted to call her second brother to stop, but she opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. She wanted to live. The Lu family, who did all kinds of vicious things, could live, but why couldn't she, who had never done anything bad, live? But she knew she couldn't survive, and her sister-in-law wouldn't come. There was no way her sister-in-law would come. Hearing that Jiang Datu was going to go back and call for help, Mrs. Lu was panicked for a moment, but then she realized that she was going back to call her daughter-in-law's eldest sister-in-law, and this panic immediately disappeared without a trace. She sneered. "Yanzi, I used to think you were a smart person. Why do you do stupid things? Do you think Jiangyu is your family? Don't you know what her family is like? You asked Dada to go back and call her sister-in-law, and when Dada comes back alone, I'm afraid people will laugh to death." Hearing this, Jiangyu's pale face became even paler. She gritted her teeth and whispered to Zhou Yan, who was protecting her behind her, "Second sister-in-law, go back, I'm fine. No matter how hard life is, she can't drag down the people who care about her, not to mention that it will only be a few days." Zhou Yan refused to move away. She was also unsure in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. She said stubbornly, "What's the matter? You dare not beat your daughter-in-law because she has someone to support her, but you will beat her to death because her family has no support, right?" Mrs. Lu patted the hem of her clothes and said as a matter of course, "She is the daughter-in-law that my Lu family spent 10 taels of silver to marry. It is her job to be filial to her parents-in-law, serve her husband, and leave descendants for the Lu family. Now she has not done any of these. What's wrong with beating her? Shouldn't she be beaten? You can ask around the village and find out if it's right for a mother-in-law to teach her daughter-in-law the rules." Zhou Yan pretended not to know about Lu Xing's widowed cousin and asked loudly, "It's not my Suyu's problem that he failed to leave descendants for the Lu family. Why don't you say it's your son's problem? If one person fails, it can be the woman's problem, but it can't be all the women's problem if both fail, right? Shirley Village is not far from Chili Village. It takes half an hour to walk there and back. Dateo is fast, so it would take about a cup of tea to run back. Going door to door in the village to call people over, plus talking about things, it would take at least 3 cups of tea. She had to buy time. No matter if she could call people or how many people she could call, at least she couldn't let Siyu get beaten by Mrs. Lu again during the time she came. In the past, when talking about this issue, Granny Lu would unconsciously be shorter than others, but now, she would straighten her back and speak so loudly that she wished the whole village could hear. "Everybody come and see. Come on, come and see." She waited until all the neighbors came out, stuck their heads outside the adobe wall and looked inside, and said proudly, "Zhou Yan is a girl who married out. It's normal for her not to know. I was afraid that there were other people in the village who didn't know, so I told them all today. My son is in good health. There is no problem at all. I said, inability to have children is a girl's problem. What does it have to do with men? Now my sister's daughter is pregnant with my son's flesh and blood. Everyone, tell me whose problem it is?" Zhou Yan reacted very quickly and said in one breath, "I don't know whose problem it is, but how can you be sure that the baby in your belly is your son? Lu Xing is already marrying a second wife. It's okay that she is not good-looking, she is not tall either, your niece even likes him, can't she like other men?" As soon as she finished speaking, the villagers who were gathered in 3 layers outside the adobe courtyard wall burst into laughter. "Yes, Aunt Lu, how do you know that it is your son? What good can a widowed woman have with her married cousin? Just because she said it was him, do you really believe it? Especially since your last daughter-in-law and Jiangyu had been together for many years and failed to get pregnant, but she is the only one who got pregnant? I think Yanzi is right. Lu Xing is not good-looking and short. What does the girl want from him? Don't want him to be a cuckold." Everyone used to dislike Aunt Lu's arrogant look, especially when she beat her daughter-in-law to death. Filial piety is a great virtue, but you can't beat her to death. That's a human life. Isn't it a sin? They intentionally or unintentionally used Lu Xing's poor health as an excuse to suppress Aunt Lu. Ever since Lu Sheng's widowed cousin got pregnant, Aunt Lu immediately returned to her original face, and Jiang Yu's crying and begging for mercy were heard every few days. Hearing Zhou Yan's words at this moment, he immediately felt that they were very reasonable. No matter whether it was true or not, he would stand on Zhou Yan's side. Mrs. Lu was so angry that she was sobbing. She patted her chest to calm down and angrily scolded, "You are just jealous. You can't bear to see that my Lu family has an heir." A woman in the room wiped her tears with a handkerchief and sobbed, "Cousin Sheng, except for the previous one, I only have you. You have to believe me." Lu Sheng was very distressed. He stepped forward and hugged her shoulders to comfort her. "Of course, I believe you. I'm in good health. Of course it's the problem of Jiang Yu, the woman, or the fertile land of your cousin." Then he stood up angrily and scolded, "This woman Zhou Yan is too good at making trouble. Her man doesn't care about her. Today I will teach her a lesson on behalf of her husband. Chuntao, you wait for me in the room. Wait until I deal with Zhou Yan and let Jiang Yu come in to serve you." Wang Chuntao touched her belly and said shyly, "Okay, my son, and I will wait for you." That's great. Not only did she find a father for her son, but she also found someone to rely on, especially since this family believed in her without a doubt. She looked at the short and stocky figure with a flash of disgust in her eyes. It was over in just 2 strokes. She didn't know where her cousin got the confidence to say that he was fine. Jiang Dateo ran all the way, and he felt that he wasted time even taking a breath on the road. He first rushed to his own home and told his father and brother about Jiang Yu's leg being broken at her husband's house, and then quickly went to Xin Qing's house. Yanzi and Xiaoyu were still at Lu's house. Although Yanzi was from Shirley Village, there was no guarantee that the Lu family would get angry and start a fight. Especially Yanzi's mouth. He was really worried. He rushed to Xin Qing's house and found that the gate was locked. He knocked on the wooden door so hard that it made a loud noise and shouted anxiously, "Sister-in-law, Jiang Yu was beaten at Lu's house. His legs and feet can't walk properly, and I don't know if they're broken or not. Go and see what to do." Hearing the shout, Huabing rushed forward and opened the gate and asked anxiously, "Uncle Dateo, what happened to my aunt?" Jiang Dateo was sweating all over. He swallowed his dry throat and was about to explain the situation when he saw Xin Qing coming out of the house with a sullen face and ordered as he walked, "Bing, don't ask. Go get some water so your Uncle Datao can take a breath. The eldest, the third, and the fourth, stop what you are doing and go to the second, third, and fifth uncles, as well as other families in the village, and tell them that your aunt was almost beaten to death by the Lu family. Ask them to go together to seek justice for us. Jiang Shui, you can't go. Men have their own battlefields, and women have their own things to do. You, your eldest sister-in-law, and Xiaoli, the 3 of you should help make as many cakes and steamed buns as you can. Make as many as you can. The people who help will come back later to eat. Don't save on the noodles. Let them take them home if they can't finish them. There must be enough to eat. And boil all the existing chicken and duck eggs at home. In addition, prepare a set of clean clothes, boil a bucket of hot water, and wait at home for your mother to bring your aunt home." Jiang Dateo had never seen Xin Qing so decisive and quick. At this moment, he actually felt that she was very heroic. He watched his 4 nephews run out so fast that he didn't have time to tell his family that they didn't need to be notified. Then he thought that it would be good if they went. His father would know what his eldest sister-in-law's attitude was. As the village chief, he would naturally help to call on the villagers to go together. He watched his niece Jiang Shui, who had been eager to rush to Shirley Village, calmly pick up the wooden basin and turn into the house to scoop flour. Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan, who had bad legs and feet, also stood up to help. His eldest sister-in-law also turned into the house and came out again with a shovel and in her hands. "Let's go," Xin Qing urged. "Sister-in-law, Xiaoyu is at Lu's house," Xin Qing interrupted. "Let's talk about it when everyone is together. Let's talk while walking. Don't waste a moment." Jiang Dateo could run back so fast that Jiang Yu's life at Lu's house must be so bad that she couldn't survive. If she went later, she would suffer more. "Hey, okay. Jiang Dateo obeyed instinctively. He only dared to say that Xiaoyu's legs were broken, but when Xin Qing said it, she was almost beaten to death. But on second thought, he felt that she was right and should be said like that. After a while, dozens of men gathered at the entrance of the village. The Jiang family arrived first, from the 15th to the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th masters of Jiang, then the Qin family, Feng family, Guan family, the 2 brothers of the Zhao family, and the Hong family also arrived with hoes and shovels. Except for Guan the carpenter, all the men from these families were in their prime, especially the Feng family, who knew how to fight and kick, with a face full of flesh and tendons, and looked murderous. Jiang Dalong quickly counted the situation of the people coming from each family and ran forward to report. Dad, sister-in-law, only the Wang family and the Zhang family have not sent anyone yet. Should we wait?
No.
2 voices sounded at the same time. It was the second master Jiang and Xin Qing. Just now, the shouting was deafening, and the doors were knocked on every door. If the Wang and Zhang families didn't come, it must be because they didn't want to come, not because they didn't know. In this case, there is no need to force it. Besides, the Wang family is headed by Sun Xiaomai, and the Zhang family is headed by Zhao Chunqiao. The reason why they didn't come is already clear. Master Jiang said to the many men, "We are not only going there to fight, the most important thing is to bring back that girl Zhangyu. Our good daughter is married off, but now Lu Sheng brings back a wild woman from outside to humiliate our Jiang family's daughter. So we should divorce her. We can't let the Lu family have both. The Lu family is a farmer, but he is still thinking about taking a concubine. It is basically against the law. He doesn't even know his own worth, and dares to learn from officials to keep concubines. Rich families who keep concubines also hire maids to serve them. I've never heard of asking the wife to serve them. That's really too much. Let's go. Why should the girls of our Chili village be bullied like cattle and horses in his Shirley village?" The shouts of 60 or 70 men were deafening and majestic. At this moment, Xin Qing suddenly realized why they had to walk in a group. It was indeed very deterrent. The 2nd, 3rd, and 5th masters of Jiang led the way in the front. Jiang Xiangdong, Xiangnan, and Beibei, Jiang Dateo, and Jiang Dalong followed closely behind. They were Jiang Yu's closest people, and only when they rushed to the front, the men who came to help would be motivated. If they were timid and couldn't stand up, others would not rush forward. The men walked in front in a mighty manner, and Xin Qing was stopped by someone. She turned around and saw her 3rd aunt Zhao Mingyue running over with more than a dozen strong women panting. Among them, Jiang Ying, the 5th aunt Su Hongmei, the sisters-in-law of the Feng family, and Granny Qin were more familiar to her, and the rest were probably from the Hong and Zhao families. She stepped forward and said gratefully, "Thank you. When Su comes back, I will take her to thank you in person." Zhao Mingyue agreed. "Yes, it's fine for our family. It's our duty to help Suyu. When Suyu comes back, we must go and thank these aunts and sisters. Especially Granny Qin, who is so old and still running around for her. I am old, and if someone uses seniority and age to bully others when I go there, you all step aside and let me go. I will beat them to death." Granny Qin said angrily. Xin Qing felt warm in her heart. No matter relatives or neighbors, they were all helping her family and helping Zhangyu come back. She forced a smile. "Okay, let's go and take Suyu home together." Dozens of people walked quickly on the road, and the team was stretched out very long, which was quite spectacular. Sun Xiaomai held the fried broad beans in one hand and ate them while spitting out the shells. The man beside her, Wang Fugue, asked worriedly, "Xiaomai, shall we not go? All the other families in the village have gone. It will be embarrassing if our family doesn't go." Sun Xiaomai made a sneer and said, "Isn't there the Zhang family? The Zhang family didn't go either, so it's not just our family that will be embarrassed." Wang Fugue thought silently. "It's because you and Zhou Chunqiao get along well. Didn't you two agree not to go when Jiang Dalong came over and called out? If we go, it will be a fight. Shen Qingqing used to send eels to our family, but now she sells them all for money. She can't even have anything to eat and still wants us to help. She's so shameless. Besides, even if Jiang Yu comes back, She will be a divorced woman. The reputation of the girls in our village has been ruined. What's there to help a divorced woman? Sun Xiaomai became more and more angry. Wang Fugue thought silently again. These days it is good enough for poor families to marry a wife. Even widows are married. Who would care if there are divorced women in the village and think that the woman has a bad reputation? He didn't dare to say it and said timidly, but Jiang Yu is the niece of the village chief after all. Sun Xiaomai paused and then snorted from his nose. What's wrong with being a niece? We won't send anyone out to see what he can do. Anyway, there is no benefit. Why should we work hard? You wait and see. The people who went to help today came back without even a bite to eat, and they have to go home to fill their stomachs, wasting their energy in vain. Wang Fugue agreed with what his wife said on this point. He just counted secretly at least 70 or 80 people. Even if each person had a bowl of porridge, more than 10 kilograms of food would be gone. Then Shen Qing's family would be bankrupt. You are so smart, my wife. You calculated it so accurately. Sun Xiaomai smiled triumphantly. If the people who went to help today can't have a hot meal when they come back, she will go door to door to make fun of them tomorrow. Lu Sheng came out of the house angrily, aimed at Jiang Yu, and kicked Zhou Yan when she was not prepared, kicking her in the leg and knocking her down directly. Jiang Yu fell to the ground, supporting herself on the ground with her hands, which were covered with mud. Zhou Yan reacted, stretched out her arms to block Jiang Yu, and faced Lu Sheng directly, angrily scolded, "What kind of man are you for sneaking up on me?" Lu Sheng looked at the Zhou brothers who were staring at him outside the door, and did not dare to attack Zhou Yan, and cursed, "It's only natural for me to hit my own wife. Even the King of Heaven can't do anything about it. Jiang Yu, come here, I'll beat you to death." Lu Sheng reached out to grab Jiang Yu's hair from behind Zhou Yan, but was blocked by Zhou Yan. Unable to grab Jiang Yu, he reprimanded Zhou Yan in dissatisfaction. "Zhou Yan, you are a married girl, and you come to your natal village to meddle in other people's business. Do you really think I won't beat you? Get out of here." Zhou Yan's eldest brother Zhou Dashan took 2 steps forward, entered the courtyard gate, and said coldly, "Lu Sheng, dare you try to hit my sister?" The brothers of the Zhou family stepped forward together, their faces grim. Lu Sheng swallowed his saliva and argued, "It's your sister, who is in charge of my family affairs. Why don't you take care of your sister? You said my sister is a married girl. She is now a member of the Jiang family, and she is in charge of the Jiang family's family affairs. Why should my Zhou family get involved?" Zhou Dashan glanced and said lightly. Lu Sheng choked and didn't know how to refute. The sister-in-law of the natal family can indeed come to control the younger sister-in-law, especially when he beat Jiang Yu in front of the natal family. Seeing her son stumped by the question, Mrs. Lu was unhappy and yelled, "Jiang Yu is just a hen that doesn't lay eggs. My Lu family kindly gave her food and a place to live. What else is she not satisfied with? She actually made me angry. Oh my God, you're going to me off to death. Such a daughter-in-law must be struck by lightning. Zhou Yan, what are you thinking? Are you trying to force me to death by protecting her?" Zhou Yan was unmoved. If Lu Sheng beat her, her brothers would definitely not let him go, and they could also fight with Lu Sheng. But if Mrs. Lu came up to fight, she was a woman and an elder. How could her brothers from her natal family in the same village do it? Just let Mrs. Lu cry. Besides, she was already married. As long as she didn't care about reputation, Mrs. Lu couldn't control her. Mrs. Lu howled for a while until her mouth was dry. Seeing that Zhou Yan had no intention of feeling guilty and giving in, she stopped immediately. She changed her words and said to Jiang Yu fiercely, "Jiang Yu, come out. You are a member of my Lu family, and you will be a ghost of my Lu family even if you die. Where can you run to? Can you hide for a while or for a lifetime? Zhou Yan will go back later, and you'll stay in my Lu family. Come out, don't force me, an old woman, to catch you in person." Jiang Yu's face was pale, and he looked at the vicious mother-in-law and Lu Sheng opposite. His legs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead, but he still whispered, "Second sister-in-law, go home." Zhou Yan shook her head. "I'll wait for the eldest sister-in-law to come." Jiang Yu forced a bitter smile on his pale face. The second sister-in-law believed that the eldest sister-in-law would come, but how could she come? Not to mention that she would take up a share of the family's rations if she went back, just to say that Lu Sheng's fifth sister and the city's constable's son were living together. With constable's son as a backer, the Lu family dared to be so unscrupulous. Outsiders didn't know the relationship between constable's son and the Lu family, but the eldest sister-in-law knew it for sure. How dared the eldest sister-in-law offend the Lu family? Moreover, it was for her who had already received the betrothal gift and married. Zhou Yan did not move aside. Lu Sheng did not dare to step forward out of fear of the Zhou brothers, and Mrs. Lu could not call out Jiang Yu, and the yard fell silent for a while. Suddenly, Wang Chuntao in the room groaned and shouted, "My stomach feels uncomfortable. Please send food in quickly. It will be bad if the grandson is hungry." Mrs. Lu immediately became anxious, pointing her finger at Jiang Yu and shouting, "Did you hear that? Go and serve breakfast in quickly. Let me tell you, our Lu family only has Sheng as the only child, and you are a loser. If you affect my grandson again, I will peel off your skin." She gave birth to 5 money-losing babies before she finally gave birth to a son, so that the Lu family had an heir. As a great contributor to the Lu family, she had long disliked Jiang Yu. "Why don't you go quickly? If you were useless, why would I need to go outside to find someone else? Now your cousin Chuntao is working hard for you. You should be grateful to her. Mom is old, and she is the elder, so of course you have to do these things." Lu Sheng was also anxious and urged,
Bah!
"I've never seen anyone working so hard for others." Zhou Yan was very angry. The villagers outside the adobe wall opened their eyes wide, thinking they had heard wrongly, especially the women, who kept whispering to each other, "The Lu family is too shameless. If I were you, I would have said that the one outside had been brought back, so why not let Jiang Yu go back? Why bother wasting him here? It was simply not something a human would do. You got married late, so you don't understand." Mrs. Lu gave birth to Lu Sheng, her only child, after giving birth to 5 daughters. Didn't she treat him like the apple of her eye? How could she let him work? Mrs. Lu had 5 daughters, and when her daughter-in-law came in later, she was used to being served, and she would not serve others herself. If Jiang Yu was driven away, who would do the work? Hey, Lu Sheng has 5 sisters. Why haven't I seen them go back to her parents' home? I haven't heard about which village she married into, or what her husband's name is. How can they be married? Do you think they are all digging for food in the dirt? There are few people in the Lu family, and they are lazy. Where did they get the money to build brick and tile houses and marry one wife after another? Did she sell them to rich families as concubines? Oh, can rich families make a concubine whenever they want? They don't want every woman. If she was really sold to a rich family as a concubine, that would be great. It's 100 times better than going to a brothel. The young wife, who had just married in front, gasped. Immediately, a voice of persuasion sounded from the side. "Stop talking. Don't say anything. I heard that the girl from the Lu family hooked up with the head of the police. Be careful that he will cause trouble for you. If you whisper something in your ear, you will be in trouble. Mrs. Lu is so proud. Let's just pretend we don't know about it. Alas, it's a pity for girls who marry into the Lu family. They can't get away." The discussion became more and more louder. Lu Sheng looked at Zhou Yan, who was blocking him tightly, and exchanged glances with Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu rushed to Zhou Yan's left to grab Jiang Yu. Zhou Yan instinctively moved to the left to block him. Lu Sheng saw the gap, rushed to the right and grabbed Jiang Yu's hair. He used his hands to grab her hair and dragged her out. Jiang Yu's hair was pulled, and she couldn't lift her head at all. She staggered. She slapped Lu Sheng with both hands at first, and then seemed to think of something. She endured the severe pain from her scalp and touched her head.
Her hairpin.
Since she couldn't live, why should she let the beast in front of her go? Lu Sheng grabbed Jiang Yu's hair with one hand and was about to slap him with the other hand and said proudly, "I wonder who can protect you." "Stop." A loud shout sounded at the same time. Lu Sheng trembled all over, and his palm was raised high, but before it fell, he was directly knocked away by someone who rushed over. The person who came was very strong, and his body was knocked back. Naturally, the strength in his hands loosened, and the whole person fell back several meters until he hit the brick house and stopped. Lu Posey, who was originally holding Zhou Yan, saw that her precious son was knocked away from him. She had no intention of holding Zhou Yan, so she rushed over and cried loudly, "My son, are you okay? Does it hurt?" She wiped her tears and snot and looked at the person who came. This look frightened her to the point of being stunned. Jiang Xiangnan, who had bumped into her son, had a smug look on his face. He had no fear or regret on his face, but a triumphant smile. Behind him, there were many strong men, and people were still pouring in from the gate of the yard. Each man was sturdy and fierce-looking, holding a shovel and in his hand, as if he wanted to flatten her house. Her mouth trembled, and she shouted tremblingly, "Old man, come out quickly. People from other villages are bullying us. Go and call someone." Old man Lu was lying on the bed smoking a pipe. He heard everything in the yard clearly, but he didn't want to interfere in the affairs of women. Besides, his wife was fierce and fierce. Once she disciplined Jiang Yu, he would definitely be more obedient. Then he could. Hearing old woman Lu shouting, he stopped smoking immediately, got up, and ran out. "What's wrong?" When he saw the yard full of men, his face changed drastically, and he shouted sternly, "What are you doing? Who let you into my yard? I don't care if you let me in or not." Jiang Xiangnan shouted, without any respect in his eyes or face. Old man Lu recognized that this was Jiang Yu's nephew, who was 2 generations lower than him. In the past, he smiled all over his face and nodded and bowed politely when he saw him, but today he was so rude. He said angrily, "I am your aunt's father-in-law. How dare you talk to your elders like this? What did your parents teach you at home?" That's what his mother taught him at home. As for his father, you can ask him in person when you go to the underworld. A female voice came from the end, and the words were not only rude, but also very unlucky. Old people are particularly taboo about death, and old man Lu is even more so after his life has improved. After hearing this, his old face turned blue and red with anger. The crowd made way, and Xinqing walked forward quickly, while calming his breath, looking straight at the Lu family. Jiang Yu, who was supported over there, saw the person coming and choked with tears and shouted, "Sister-in-law." Xinqing looked at Jiang Yu, only to see a young girl of 21 or 22 years old with messy hair and pale face. She stood with one leg higher than the other, and the other leg was obviously unable to bear the force, and she was holding a wooden hairpin tightly in her hand. Xinqing understood immediately, her eyes sore. She said softly, "It's okay, sister-in-law will take you home today. From now on, you will have a good life." Jiang Yu could no longer hold back the tears, and they rolled down. "What a big tone. What right do you have to take her home? Don't forget that you accepted 10 taels of silver from my Lu family. If you want to take her back, you have to return the 10 taels of silver as a betrothal gift to me." Mrs. Lu stood behind old man Lu, pointing and shouting. Lu Xing agreed. "Yes. What rights do you have to take her away? If you want to leave, you must not only return the 10 taels of silver as a betrothal gift, but also convert all the food, drink, and lodging that Jiang Yu has consumed in my Lu family for the past 3 years into silver, and give it all to me." The man from Chili village was so angry when he heard this that his chest heaved violently, and his hands holding the shovel, and could not stop exerting force. "Do Lu family have any shame? It's okay. I'll beat you to the ground later, and see if you still want it. You really deserve to be punished. I don't know how much you weigh if I don't beat you up." The women also squeezed in from the back. They supported Jiang Yu and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. We are not pushovers either. If the Lu family is reasonable, we have people who can reason with them. If the Lu family is naughty, we have plenty of strength to deal with them." Jiang Yu looked at the familiar figure in the front, and only at this moment did he feel a little relieved. When a person relaxes, she feels as if all her strength is exhausted. She leans on Zhao Mingyue and Su Hongmei and whispers, "Well, Auntie, let me lean on you for a while." Zhao Mingyue almost burst into tears of sadness. She repeatedly said, "You lean on me. It's okay, don't worry." Su Hongmei pulled her long sleeves to wipe her tears. Jiang Ying and other women who followed surrounded Jiang Yu in the middle. They all looked at the Lu family angrily, and then looked at Xin Qing, fearing that she would suffer a loss if she answered. Xin Qing sneered. If you want to return it, then let us calculate the wages for hiring people. Mrs. Lu was stunned. Hiring people? What do you mean, what wages? Since you want to return the betrothal gifts, then you are not marrying a wife. Why has our girl worked so hard in your house for 3 or 4 years? She is not stupid, so who would work for someone else for free? The monthly salary of a maid in a wealthy family in the capital is 1 tael of silver. In Xingcheng, let's break it in half and calculate it to 5 cents, which is 6 taels of silver a year. 3 or 4 years is 3 years, a total of 18 taels. As for the food, drink, and accommodation that Lu Sheng mentioned, it doesn't exist at all. It is natural to provide food and accommodation when working for the master's house. Xin Qing applied the knowledge he had seen in the past here. At that time, the news in China was not particularly open and transparent. Many people had never been to the city in their lives, let alone knowing the monthly salary of the maids there. Okay, now you give us 8 taels of silver, and we will take the maid home directly. The Lu family was stunned when they heard it. They were unable to tell what was wrong. Lu Sheng was the first to react and change his words. The 10 taels of silver is the betrothal gift, and Jiang Yu is the wife I married. Xin Qing sneered. Oh? You still know this is your wife? I thought she was your enemy. Lu Sheng pretended not to hear and insisted. I finally married her. What can you do to me if I don't give her a divorce letter? Xin Qing also pretended not to hear. She took a few steps back and looked up at the brick house behind Lu Sheng. She praised. Not bad, not bad. It's still a brick house. I guess the furniture and furnishings inside are also very good. When Mrs. Lu heard Xin Qing praising her house, she puffed out her chest and boasted proudly. That's right. It cost a full 20 taels to build it, and even the roof is made of tiles. It's the only one in the whole Shirley village. I remember that your house is still a thatched cottage. Jiang Yu is really not destined to enjoy life. You have a nice big brick and tile house to live in, and you want to go back to live in a broken thatched cottage? You have 3 meals a day to eat bran and wild vegetables for 1 meal and 1 meal? Xin Qing was thinking that in another 3 months, your brick and tile house would also be gone, and it was not known whether you would be able to save your life by then. She looked at her 3 eldest sons and said slowly, Did you hear that? Your aunt hasn't been divorced yet. This is your aunt's home. You nephews have finally come to visit your relatives, so you must go in and take a good look. Don't be careless when you see bowls, plates, vases, and so on. You eat bran and wild vegetables at home, so of course you can't eat these when you come to your uncle's house. It doesn't matter if there is no pork. There are eggs, duck eggs, and old hens in the chicken coop, just right for entertaining guests. By the way, we are out of rice, flour, grain, and oil, but your uncle has some, so it won't be a big deal if you give him some. Jiang Xiangdong, Jiang Xiangnan, and Jiang Xiangbei immediately understood what she meant and responded loudly, Yes. Mother is right. The 3 immediately rushed into the house. The 3 people from the Lu family were furious. The 3 Lu family members were stunned. Jiang Xiangnan and the other 2 nimbly ran to 3 different places. In just a moment, the sound of the old hen's plop came from the chicken coop, the crackling sound came from the kitchen, the crisp sound of chicken and duck eggs in the house, and at the same time, there was a woman's scream. Jiang Xiangbei's scream was even louder. He ran out with a shocked face, shouting extremely loudly, There's a woman in my aunt's room, sleeping in my aunt's bed, covering my aunt's quilt. The people in Chili village knew that Lu Sheng had an affair with his widowed cousin, but they didn't know that he had the audacity to bring her back in public. And they slept together openly. This was simply too much. Let's go. We are all family, we should go in and be guests. Brothers, take care of it. We won't fight with a pregnant woman, but those furniture and ornaments are dead objects, so we can vent our anger. The 3 people from the Lu family had just come back to their senses from the things destroyed by Jiang Xiangnan and his 3 friends. They were heartbroken. When they heard this, they were shocked and their brains reacted quickly. They also had to go in and smash things. No, no. Those were all bought with hard-earned money. The 5 daughters had already been sold, and the money in the family was getting less and less. How could they afford such a toss? Old Lady Lu cried out in grief. No, those were all bought with money, and it will not do you any good if you destroy them. Jiang Xiangbei said first. There was no good when you beat my aunt. I saw you were enjoying it, didn't you? What good do we want? Today we just want to have fun. Jiang Xiangdong couldn't help but cheer for his brother. Well said. Jiang Dateo and Jiang Dalong echoed in unison. Yes. We just want to have fun today. No good. This is our sister's home. We're still a family even if there is trouble outside. It's all family affairs. Old Man Lu looked at the restless men of the Jiang family and understood that the people from Chili village came today to take people away, and if they didn't take them away, they would make trouble. They asked for the return of the betrothal silver, but Xinqing said it should be calculated according to the wages of the hired people, and this excuse didn't work. They were unwilling to give the divorce letter, so the men of the Jiang family smashed and destroyed things in the name of visiting relatives. He looked at the dozens or even 100 people on the other side. All of them were strong and sturdy, and his 3 family members could not resist at all. He shouted to the people outside the wall, "The people from Chili village are too bullying. They came to my Lu family in broad daylight to smash and destroy things. Fellow villagers, are you going to let people from other villages bully us?" A man outside the wall was ready to make a move. Zhou Dashan replied loudly, "This is not other villages making trouble. It is the Jiang family coming to visit relatives. It is your family affair. Other people in our village will not stop me, but my Zhou family will definitely not get involved." With Zhou Dashan's statement in front, the others immediately reacted. The Jiang family came here to take people back. If they didn't take them back, Jiang Yu would be dead in the Lu family.
What's the point of them helping?
Immediately, a woman reacted, pulled her man, and whispered something. After a while, the men outside the wall replied, "The others are from the Jiang family. Uncle Lu, you also have relatives. Let your relatives help you. Yes, this is a family matter. You should handle it by yourselves. We outsiders should not interfere. It is normal for neighbors in the village to help each other, because you never know when you will need help from others. But the Lu family is different. He doesn't think you are good if you help him, but thinks he is powerful. What's the difference between him and an ungrateful person? After decades in the same village, everyone knows who is who. This time, he is determined not to stand out. Besides, everyone in Chili village came prepared and was ready to fight to the death. If they went up and really fought, the 3 members of the Lu family could hide behind. Would they rush in or not? The Lu family members originally just wanted to watch the excitement, but were suddenly named, so they could only grit their teeth and stand up. One of the old men squeezed into the yard tremblingly, panting for a long time, and then said, "Everyone calm down. As the saying goes, it is better to demolish 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. If you force Jiang Yu to go back, won't that ruin the marriage? The old man is old, and he has eaten more salt than you have eaten corn kernels. Today, you listen to the old man's advice, and you are doing good deeds for yourself and your family." Shen Qing thought that it was true that he didn't feel the pain until the board fell on him. This old man saw that he couldn't beat him, so he used his age to suppress others. He was worthy of being a member of the Lu family, just as shameless. Jiang Xiangdong and Jiang Dalong were so angry that if he hadn't been pulled by someone, he would have wanted to go forward and beat him up. Old Master Lu seemed to be standing trembling, but he was not panicked at all. At his age, who would not bow and call him old master when he saw him? If they really dared to do it, he would not be afraid. He would just lie on the ground and see if they panicked. "I am old, and I have eaten as much salt as you. I advise you not to take advantage of your age to do evil things, or you will be punished." The gray-haired Granny Qin came here in high spirits, but now she seemed to have difficulty breathing and was supported by 2 women. She spoke clearly and with full energy. Master Lu was confronted and got angry. He looked up and saw that it was an old woman who was about the same age as him. Without the advantage of age, he threatened, "I will stand in front of the door today. Let's see who dares to step over. If anything happens to me, you can just wait for the government to put you in jail. Lu Xun got excited when he heard that and hurriedly moved behind him, stretched out his neck and shouted, "This is the old master of our Lu family. Who of you dare to hit him? Everyone in our Lu family will fight you to the death." Old Man Lu and wife Lu were delighted and saw Granny Qin, who was supported by others before, stepped forward in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed Old Master Lu's arm, and walked to the side, saying, "We old people don't find a good place to stay. If we don't find a good place to stay when there are too many people who will accidentally bump into us and break his arm or sprain his leg, then we will be buried in the ground soon." He dragged them all the way to the adobe wall and said to everyone, "I didn't hit your old man." Everyone was watching. "But I also want to say that whoever dares to touch me will be thrown into jail by the government." Well, now we 2 old men will stay here quietly. Young people have their own way to deal with their own problems. Let's not get involved, right? Old Master Lu, whose arm was grabbed. He wanted to get involved, but the old woman's hand was like an iron clamp and he couldn't move at all. The 3 people of the Lu family who thought they had found a savior were dumbfounded, watching their greatest support being taken away. They were the same age and the other party was a woman, so how could an old man like him lose? What a useless man. Old Mrs. Lu stared at Jiang Yu, who was protected by the women, and cursed. "You are a jinx. If you were not infertile, why would my son get involved with other women? It's obviously your fault. How dare you still live?" The Feng sisters Feng Xing and Feng Tao pouted, stepped forward, and swiftly grabbed Lu Posey's arm and twisted it behind her back, scaring Lu Posey to scream. "Mom, what are you 2 doing?" Lu Xun looked at the 2 girls who were stronger than him and was frightened, and his voice became much sharper. Feng Xing rolled up her sleeves and stretched out her rough and thick palm. "Let your mother learn what it means to speak nicely." Lu Posey looked at the raised palm and said in horror, "How dare you? Do you know that the son shopkeeper in the city is me, my 5th son-in-law? If you hit me, you will definitely be in trouble." Feng Xing laughed. "Okay, let me see how I'll be in trouble."
Wait.
Zhao Mingyue suddenly shouted. Old Lady Lu thought that she was afraid, and she ordered Feng Xing and Feng Tao, who were holding her arms. The people should not fight against the officials. He is the chief constable. It's good that you are afraid, but let me go and compensate for the losses. I will speak well of you. Zhao Mingyue stepped forward, rolled up her sleeves, raised her hands high, and slapped her hard. "They are the juniors and too young to do this job. It doesn't matter for me. I am the elder and older than you. You can hit my niece, and I can hit you too." Old Lady Lu felt a burning pain on her cheek after being slapped hard. Her head was dizzy, and she saw that the second slap was about to fall. She kept yelling, "Did you hear that? My son-in-law is Constable's son. He is a master in the government office. How dare you hit his mother-in-law? You are asking for her life." Zhao Mingyue slapped him again and asked while hitting him, "How did you hit Jiang Yu? How did it feel? Was the force too light?" Mrs. Lu was dizzy and dazed. She was yelling at first, but she wailed directly later. The father and son of the Lu family persuaded her from a distance not to hit her anymore. When Mrs. Lu shouted that her son-in-law was Constable's son, Xin Qing immediately went to Zhou Yan's family to inquire about the situation. When she learned that they were just living together and not even concubines, she immediately had an idea of how to deal with it. She watched Zhao Mingyue slap Mrs. Lu one slap after another without stopping her and waited patiently, waiting for the other party to let her go. Jiang Yu, however, could not wait in peace. She squeezed in front of Xin Qing and reminded her worriedly, "Sister-in-law, Captain's son is not easy to mess with." Seeing Jiang Yu trembling with fear, Xin Qing patted Jiang Yu's hand and comforted her gently. "It's okay. If someone from the government comes, we can send them away with silver. Our family has silver now, and anything that can be solved with silver is not a big deal, right? No one from the government will come. If Captain Sun abuses his power for personal gain and wants to benefit from her, it's just right. She is worried that the flood will come and she can't take the land away from her family and turn it into cash. She doesn't cheat innocent people, but greedy people with ulterior motives have to jump in. It can't be her fault. Hearing that it can be solved with silver, Jiang Yu felt sorry for the silver, but her sister-in-law looked like spending money was nothing as long as she could be safe, which made her suddenly feel so precious. It gave her an illusion that her life was very important, more important than money. Xiao Shui and Ah Bing are waiting for you to go home. Don't think about anything else, and don't be afraid. Jiang Yu felt a courage from the bottom of her heart, which spread to her whole body. Even if Sun Pu Tu really came with the Yamen runners, she would bear it. She wanted to go home, back to her own home. Even if she had to eat bran and wild vegetables after returning home, she would be willing. Seeing that Mrs. Liu was slapped and screamed but still stood firm and refused to let her go, Xinqing knew that she had to take real action. She looked at the older boys, and Jiang Xiangnan immediately understood what his mother meant. This was to let their own family take the lead. Let's go. Aunt San is on it, and we men should not just watch, we have to move. The biggest roadblock, Old Master Liu, had been invited to the courtyard wall by Granny Qin, and Jiang Xiangdong, Jiang Dalong, and other men were ready to fight. Seeing the Jiang family picking up and trying to enter the house, Old Man Liu panicked. He didn't want to confront a woman like Xinqing, so he turned to look at Second Master Jiang. Talk. Let's talk it out nicely. We are relatives. Why make things awkward? Second Master Jiang stretched out his hand to control the man on his side and asked in a serious look, "What do you, the Liu family, think?" When Jiang Yu got married, he forced the eldest couple to buy quilts, clothes, fabrics, and other dowries, which amounted to nearly 1 or 2 taels of silver. If the Liu family was willing to let her go, he could give up all these. Old Man Liu looked at Jiang Yu with cloudy eyes and said, "We in the Liu family promise that when the one inside gives birth to a child, we will give it to Jiang Yu to raise. From now on, it will be her child. Anyway, she can't give birth, so it's her blessing to have a baby without giving birth. As for my son and her mother-in-law, I promise that as long as she doesn't make a big mistake, I will try my best not to beat her. What do you think? Is the Liu family sincere enough?" When Liu Sheng heard that the child was going to be given to Jiang Yu to raise, he shouted "Dad" in dissatisfaction, but was suppressed by the old man Liu's eyes. He realized that they had to send the person away first, and then he promised, "Fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Jiang Yu is my wife, and I will treat her well in the future. You should finally be able to go back with peace of mind." Master Jiang took a deep breath, wondering why he had tried to stop them just now. He put down his hand to stop them. The men were already angry, now even angrier. They picked up the hose and went into the house to smash things. This time they were different from the previous politeness. They dug up the wooden doors, tables and chairs, cabinets, big iron pots. They even wanted to dig up the stove. The shouts of Old Man Liu and his son Liu Sheng this time were much more heartbreaking than when they saw Old Woman Liu being beaten just now. Tears and snot bubbles came out. They fell on the furniture again and again. It was more painful than falling on them. Talk. Let's let them go. Let them go. They really won't cry until they see the coffin. Liu Sheng rolled his eyes, lowered his head and said, "No one in our village can read. I'll go to the city to ask someone to write the divorce letter and then let Jiang Yu take it home." Jiang Yu nervously grabbed Xinqing's sleeve. She didn't want to stay in the Liu family. Xinqing said, "No, wait a little longer." Liu Sheng raised his eyes and asked hesitantly, "What are you waiting for?" After a while, Jiang Ying's husband Xie Qingshan came panting with Jiang Xiangzhong. Jiang Xiangzhong had paper, ink, and brush in his arms. Jiang Xiangnan quickly went into the kitchen, picked up half a broken bowl, filled it with some clean water, and ground it. Jiang Xiangbei and Jiang Dalong moved out the wooden table with one leg missing, and both of them supported it with their hands. Jiang Xiangzhong spread the rice paper, and Jiang Xiangdong immediately pressed the edge of the snow-white and soft paper with his hands. Jiang Xiangzhong looked up at Xinqing. "Mom, is it a divorce or a divorce?" Liu Sheng was anxious. "Of course it's a divorce." Jiang Xiangzhong understood, picked up the pen and wrote, "Divorce letter. First, write down the names of the two people, then write the reason. The relationship is not compatible. I have developed 2 hearts, and inform all relatives and friends. Shun Qing understood, but said nothing. 2 copies were made, and both parties signed and sealed in front of everyone, and each of them held one. Jiang Yu's hands couldn't stop shaking as he held the snow-white and soft paper. Mrs. Lu regained her freedom. As soon as she opened her mouth, she saw the 2 sisters Feng Xing and Zhao Mingyue, and her words were much more restrained. You are infertile. Which man would want you? If you leave my son, I don't think you can find a wealthy family like the Lu family. You are destined to live in a broken thatched house and eat bran and vegetables. You can't get used to the hard life at home, and you can only dream of coming back. Mother, why bother talking to a divorced woman like her? Your Jiang family has a divorced person. Just wait to be stabbed in the back. Shin Qing showed a sincere smile. You'd better hurry up and buy some cheap and good household items. Lu Sheng stiffened his neck and said, It's just right. I'll buy all new things for my new wife. Shin Qing. Okay. How can I use up my savings without buying new things? It's best to buy more and more expensive things. Summer is coming. She wants to see how the Lu family survived the flood. Mrs. Lu kept chattering, repeating over and over again, abandoned woman, a hen that can't lay eggs, not destined to enjoy happiness. I'll let Captain Sun punish you. The faces of the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th masters of Jiang were extremely ugly. After receiving the divorce letter, the 2nd master of Jiang waved to his 2 sisters-in-law. It was you 2 who helped Xiaoyu to buy the dowry. You 2 have to pack it up today and take it away. You have nothing to do with the Lu family anymore. Clothes, bedding, and the like were not easy for the men to go in and pack. Zhao Mingyue and Su Hongmei responded happily and ran into the house. Then there were cries of surprise from the room. I'm covering myself with the quilt. How could you take it away? There are also my new clothes in the Camp Horwood box. You can't move it. Zhao Mingyue's voice was heard afterwards. What do you mean by taking it away? This is Xiaoyu's dowry. You are an unmarried woman, and you went to sleep in someone else's mistress's bed and cover her dowry. How dare you make such a fuss? The Camp Horwood box was a dowry gift from our 2 families to our niece. Why are we not moving it away and leaving it for you to use? What are you thinking? And this new dress, Hongmei, look, isn't this the fabric given to Xiaoyu as a dowry 3 years ago? It's really strange that she is wearing it. You found a man and a bad-in-law. You're pregnant, but you don't buy me some new fabrics to make clothes. You're using fabrics from 3 years ago, which were the dowry of the wife. It's really funny Wang Chuntao was fine before, but she was angry and annoyed when she heard this. She wanted to cry, but when she saw that Lu Sheng was not around, she held it back. It's okay. She will be the legitimate mistress of the Lu family in the future. Zhao Mingyue's loud and clear words came out like a string of cannonballs, and the people outside the house laughed. Lu Po's face was still burning, and she dared to stand far away and shout, You can't take our things by force just because you have more people. The dowry is, of course, from the Lu family. It has been divorced by the Lu family. Get out of here. Jiang Eri snorted coldly. Look carefully at what is written on it. Since it is a divorce, the dowry brought by the woman belongs to her, and she can take it all back. The 3 people of the Lu family. It's not a divorce letter? Master Jiang Xin mocked. If you have money, read more books and learn to read, instead of just remembering the things in your crotch. It's bad enough that you suffered a loss, but you have to be laughed at. Lu Sheng felt that his face was rubbed on the ground. He didn't dare to confront the strong Master Jiang Er and Master Jiang San, and only said to Shin Qing, You, Captain Sun, are my 5th brother-in-law. You wait. Wait for him to find you. Don't expect to have a good time then. Master Jiang Er said, I asked you to move the dowry. Come to me if you have any problems. As a bodyguard, even if he retired due to injuries, Zhang Yang still had a fierceness. Lu Sheng shrank his neck. Captain Sun might be willing to stand up for a woman, but he might not be willing to stand up for the fierce Master Jiang Er, who is the head of the village. No, every wrong has its perpetrator. Of course, we have to find Jiang Yu's closest relatives to settle the accounts for today's shame. Shun Qing asked with a smile. What accounts to settle? What accounts are there to settle? It was just a few things that were smashed, and you weren't divorced at that time. Isn't a conflict between relatives a family matter? It's also a family matter if it is brought to the officials. You beat my sister-in-law, and her nephews were so angry that they smashed a few things. You didn't hurt anyone. What else do you have to say? If it's not a family matter, then let's settle the matter of you beating my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law's leg is still injured. She will definitely have to ask a doctor when she goes home. Not only will she have to ask a doctor for treatment, but she will also have to take medicine for recuperation. It's just right that Captain Sun is here. Let's go to the county magistrate to settle the accounts together. Lu Sheng didn't expect Shen Qing to refute, and the rebuttal was well-founded. He hesitated and paused, watching Zhao Mingyue and Su Hongmei carry away the quilt, clothes, and camphor-wood box. Many men in Chili Village waited until all the women and girls walked to the front before turning around and leaving the Lu family's courtyard. The Lu family's courtyard, which was originally full of things, was suddenly empty. The Lu family's house was not only empty, but also messy. Old woman Lu looked at the scattered objects, slapped her thighs, and cried loudly. What a sin! Stop crying. Hurry up and clean up. While you are still pitiful, go find the girls and let them give you the money they have saved. Old man Lu scolded. Although the 5 girls sold to the brothel were more than the betrothal silver, there was not much left after building a brick house, buying land, food and clothing, and marrying a wife for the son. Fortunately, the 5 girls were promising and coaxed Captain Sun to redeem them as concubines. They had money to rely on and could help the family from time to time. It was really worth it for the old woman to give birth to them and for the Lu family to raise them. Old Lady Lu got up, wiped her tears, and said, I'll go to the city right now. Lu Sheng asked hesitantly, Dad, should we ask Captain Sun to help us vent our anger? Old man Lu also heard what Shen Qing said. He frowned and sighed. Your mother will go talk to your 5th sister today and ask her to find a chance to test Captain Sun's intentions. If she succeeds, the Jiang family will be in trouble and vent our anger. Yes, let them know how powerful our Lu family is. Shen Qing didn't care what the Lu family thought. She was now fully focused on Jiangyu. At this moment, Jiangyu was supported by the 2 sisters Feng Xing and Feng Tao, and he couldn't walk fast with one leg. Shen Qing thought that it was inevitable that he would get injured or sick on the way to escape.
He couldn't walk fast at that time.
Even if he didn't get injured, his 2 granddaughters were too young. He already had a lot of belongings. If he had to spare 2 people to carry the children, the manpower would be even less. Without replacement, everyone would be more tired. Tomorrow she would go to the city to inquire about the price of livestock, and then order 2 or 3 carts. But before that, there was something more important. She looked at the eldest and the youngest and ordered, Eldest, take Xiangzhong back quickly, fill your stomach, and go to the city to find a doctor who specializes in treating injuries. Xiangzhong, take your aunt's divorce letter, go to the government office to register, and get a pass. The pass is equivalent to the identity card in China. No matter where you go, you must show the pass before you're allowed to go. In order to avoid more trouble, it is better to get it out early and put it together to feel at ease. Jiang Xiangdong responded with a yes, took Jiang Xiangzhong to Jiangyu's place to get the divorce letter, and hurried home. Jiangyu looked at her nephew, who actively helped her get the pass without any complaints, and the uneasiness in her heart was mostly dissipated. Finally, she had a real sense of security to start a new life. After getting the pass, she really belonged to the family again. She shouted gratefully. Sister-in-law at the same time, Shen Qing's mind made a ding sound. Do the right thing and you'll be rewarded. Mall is online, and the book category is open for you for free. In view of your outstanding performance, an additional 5 cubic meter storage cabinet will be given as a gift. I know books are very important in the mall, but can you open the categories of meat, weapons, transportation, daily necessities, and seasonings first? If not, even eggs, vegetables, and cloth will be fine. What she lacks most now is not spiritual food, but the practical daily necessities she needs. Never mind, it's better to have some than not. Shen Qing couldn't look at the books carefully while walking on the road, so she turned her eyes to the locker. 5 cubic meters is not big, probably about the same size as a bathroom the size of a commercial house in the city, not the bathroom of a self-built house in the countryside. The bathroom of a self-built house is almost the same size as her guest bedroom, or even the master bedroom. Its advantage is that the things you put in will be the same when you take them out, and they will not rot or spoil. It has a similar function to a refrigerator, but the difference is that it is more excellent and still as fresh as before when you take them out. Shen Qing was excited. This locker is so practical. Even though it is not big, it is perfect for carrying heavy items and valuables such as silver, money, and road passes. She can also put a kitchen knife in it. This is equivalent to carrying a weapon with her. It can save lives at critical moments. Shen Qing looked at Jiang Yu with burning and eager eyes, as if looking at a rare treasure. Jiang Yu, sister-in-law. Shen Qing came back to her senses and replied happily, "Yesterday, my family bought new cloth and asked Da Bing to make you 2 new clothes for washing.
Don't wear these clothes you brought back,
so as to avoid feeling uncomfortable after wearing them." Jiang Yu understood what her sister-in-law meant, and she said sensibly, "It's okay. It's a waste to throw away clothes that can be worn. You can make clothes with new cloth. Cloth is so expensive." How could she not know the conditions of her family? She must have calculated and saved as much as possible to buy a small piece of cloth. How could she take up most of it when she returned? Don't throw it away. It has other uses. Don't worry, it won't be wasted, Shen Qing said casually. Jiang Yu was about to ask again in confusion when she saw several men walking towards Shen Qing, getting farther and farther away from Shirley Village and closer to Chili Village. The men who were anxious to go back wanted to come over to say hello and go home first after they were no longer afraid of danger. Shen Qing shouted, "No, you guys have worked hard today. If it weren't for you guys, how could Lu Sheng sign the divorce agreement so smoothly? There would be no way to bring Xiaoyu back so smoothly. Before leaving, my eldest daughter-in-law and my daughter have prepared food at home. It's not too rich, but it's enough to fill you up. If you guys don't mind, just go to Zhang's house and eat your fill before going back. Now is the month of lean season, and every household has saved food. Today they came out to prepare to go home for lunch after working hard, and never thought that Shen Qing would pack lunch. After all, there are 70 or 80 people, and one meal alone can eat at least 3 days of food for the Jiang family, not to mention the way to eat enough." They didn't dare to agree, but looked at the village chief Jiang Eri. Shen Qing said to Mr. Jiang Eri again, "Uncle, I asked Da Bing and Xiao Shui to prepare food before I left. You have helped so much today, so you can eat without worry. It is just ordinary pancakes and steamed buns." Jiang Dateo knew what Shen Qing had ordered. Those were pancakes and steamed buns made of white flour, and there were eggs. Mr. Jiang Eri was probably thinking of steamed cornbread and wild vegetable pancakes, and said to everyone, "Everyone has worked hard today. Please forgive me if I don't treat you well later." Hearing what the village chief said, the men cheered and walked towards Shen Qing's house more eagerly. After a busy morning, they were indeed hungry. Shen Qing told Feng Xing and Feng Tao, who were supporting Jiang Yu, to run ahead of the team to go home first to make arrangements. When they got home, they found that Hu Bing, Zhang Shui, and Guanli had cleaned up all kinds of items for making brushes and soaps, and the yard was clean and refreshing. The kitchen was steaming hot. The clean dustpan was piled high with white flour cakes. 2 bamboo baskets were filled with fist-sized white flour buns. The firewood was burning brightly under the big iron pot, and 5 steamers were steaming hot on top. In the pottery pot next to it was egg drop soup, and Guan Shaoshan was scooping it out bowl by bowl. Hu Bing saw Shen Qing coming over. "Mom, the cakes are baked while the steamed buns are doughy. There are fewer, but the number of steamed buns should be enough. These 5 steamers will be ready soon, and the next one will be ready in a cup of tea." The 3 of us were choking when we thought about eating buns and cakes, so we decided to change to egg drop soup. The bowls were brought back by Xiaoli from home and borrowed from the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th uncles. Do you think it's okay? How could Shen Qing fail? She was extremely satisfied with her daughter-in-law, who could respond flexibly. "Okay, you've done a great job. They'll be here soon. Let's take the finished ones to the yard first." The men stepped into the simple yard surrounded by reeds and saw several large baskets of steamed buns on the long benches. They thought they had come to the wrong place. They stopped unconsciously, looked around, and even wanted to go back. Shin-Ching came out with 2 bowls of egg drop soup and greeted them warmly with a smile on his face. Come in, come in. There are not many tables and chairs. You can just stand or squat to eat. The man behind was still coming in. Seeing that the one in front was not moving, he pushed. The man in front came back to his senses from the shock and hurried forward to take the soup bowl from Shin-Ching's hand. He was shocked again when he saw it. It was full of egg drops and even lard, with a little oil floating on the soup. Jiang Shui in the kitchen poked his head out and shouted crisply, "Uncles and brothers, there is more in the pot after you finish eating. Don't be polite." The people behind also walked to the front and saw the fist-sized white flour buns, the piles of pancakes like a small mountain, and the solid egg drop soup lined up. Finally, they understood why the people in front stood still, because they were also shocked and couldn't move. The elders of the Jiang family really didn't expect Shin-Ching to be so willing to give. They held the steamed buns in one hand and the egg soup in the other. At first, they still restrained themselves from eating, thinking that they would only eat one steamed bun, but the delicate white flour and the sweet egg drop soup made them unconsciously eat one and then another. Just when they were worried that they had eaten too much and were about to put it down, they saw 2 more baskets of steaming big steamed buns from the kitchen. In less than a cup of tea, another batch came out, not only for the men, but also for the women behind them. Master Jiangwu was secretly shocked and whispered, "How many pounds of noodles do you think our niece-in-law will spend on this meal? She is so generous. There are also a lot of eggs. I have never had egg drop soup with so many eggs." Master Jiang San praised. The fried meat sent a few days ago was also very good. Yes, it is meat and fried, and it is so oily. Master Jiang lowered his head and ate the soft white steamed bun, without saying a word. I don't know what he was thinking. Jiang Yu ate the soft steamed bun and drank the hot egg drop soup, tears falling down. It's great to have family. No, it's great to have family who protect her, support her, and can rely on. Every one of them is helping her and doing their best to help her. After Shin-Ching greeted the helpers and went into the house, she closed the door and carefully looked at the book categories opened in the mall. This look was very pleasantly surprised. Shin-Ching thought that the books available in the mall were spiritual food. When she saw the tool books, only one thought crossed her mind. There is a golden house in the book. This is not spiritual food. This is definitely a way to get rich. She found a book on making soap by ancient methods and quickly browsed through it. She had made handmade soap before and had experience, but after coming here, she was also worried about the ratio of lye water. She almost failed because she didn't have straw. But with this book, it's different. It not only says that straw and soybean stalks can be used to extract lye water, but also the common yellow vitex tree and the branches and leaves of the southern lily tree. In addition, the shells of tea oil and the branches and leaves of yellow gardenia can be used. The steps and proportions are recorded in detail one by one. The same is true for brushes. It would be great if you could open the book category earlier in the mall. Then she thought that food and medicine are more important, and neither of them can be replaced. Well, she is looking forward to the next category to be opened. After taking a general look at the methods of making tofu, brewing wine, and maltose, Shin-Ching put away the books with satisfaction and turned to count out the valuables and put them in the locker. Needless to say, the family now has a total of more than 8 taels of silver, which she carefully put into the locker. The pass is also very important. Without it, you will be unable to move unless you stay in the mountains and forests for the rest of your life. She carefully wrapped it with layers of oil paper and put it in together. Jiang Yu's pass will be put in after he returns. Anyway, it is very convenient to carry with him. After packing up her belongings, Shin-Ching began to think about what she would do when she got up early tomorrow morning and went into the city. Kitchen knives are a must-buy item, and by the way, take a look at whether iron products are expensive. If they are not expensive, buy a few more. Knives are for self-defense. If they are expensive, they can be purchased after earning more money. Buy more brown sugar. Some of it can be boiled for eggs by Huibing. Jiangyu and Jiangshui to nourish their bodies. The other part can be stored in the locker. There is a lot of rain in summer. It is inevitable to get wet when going out. Then boil a pot of brown sugar and water. The effect of driving away the cold and warming the stomach is the best. Go to the livestock market to understand the market conditions of horses, cattle, and donkeys, and compare which one has the best cost-effectiveness and is most suitable for your family. You must buy it back in May at the latest with books. You don't have to worry about how to feed it. The most important thing is to find out about the character of Sun, the head of the police. The Liu family is really a villain. If they offended them today, they would definitely think of revenge with their temperament. However, even if they begged on their knees, the Liu family would not let Jiangyu come back, and their nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong would make them retaliate twice. It would be best if Sun, the head of the police, did not want to take the lead, but if she was the same kind of people as the Liu family, she had to be prepared first and not fight an unprepared battle.
Mom,
Are you free? Second Master and Anting want to talk to you about something. There was a knock on the door, and Jiang Xiangnan's cheerful voice came. Jiang Xiangnan has been eating well recently, and he is happy every day. Shun Qing found that it is easy to raise this son.
as long as he has delicious food, it's fine.
He doesn't have high requirements. He is very good if he can eat rice and flour. If he is meat, it's simply too good to say. I'm free, come. Everyone else in the village has gone home. Jiang Shui and Guan Li are washing dishes and sorting them according to each family so that they can be returned one by one later. Jiang Yu is in Huabing's room. Huabing is taking her measurements and making new clothes. The original clothes and quilt fabrics are not wasted. They are all torn into long strips and used to polish the pen holder. The yard, which was originally crowded, is now very empty, with only Second Master Jiang and Jiang Ying and his daughter. Sister-in-law, let's find a secluded place to talk for a while. Jiang Ying saw Xinqing coming out and hurriedly said first. Xinqing understood that there was something important to say, and she didn't want others to hear it. What important thing could it be? Could it be about Jiang Yu? Xinqing was puzzled, but she followed without asking. Today's events made her understand the importance of family and unity in this dynasty. If it weren't for the second master of the Jiang family, who is the village chief, to help call for help, how many people could she call for help with the bowl of crispy meat she temporarily sent to 2 or 3 neighbors? If Zhou Yan hadn't stood in front of Jiang Yu with her identity as her natal sister-in-law, Jiang Yu's injuries would have been several times more severe than now. If it weren't for the third Aunt Zhao Mingyue who used her own friendship to call those strong women, how could Liu Pozi be easily controlled? And today in the Liu family, most of those who rushed to the front and worked the hardest were from their own family. They rushed to the front, and the villagers were motivated. Having more people is important, but unity and mutual assistance are more important. Whether it was today's incident, the uncertain Sun Constable, or the future escape, her family alone could not do it, and everyone had to be strong to be really good. The 3 of them walked along the main road of the village, and when they came to the fields, Zhang Yang looked at the green wheat and suddenly asked, "You are very generous with this lunch, and it is very well made. I am afraid that a lot of food will be used. Do you have enough food at home? The wheat can only be harvested in early May at the earliest." Ingzi said that for this lunch, so many people will eat as much as they want. Even if there is egg drop soup to fill part of their stomachs, at least 20 to 30 kilograms of flour will be used. A full 20 to 30 kilograms of fine white flour, not to mention the real egg drop soup. Enough. Don't worry, there is still plenty of food at home. Hearing that he was concerned about whether she had enough food, Xinqing responded happily. Jiang Yang frowned and asked, "I remember that your family sold less than 50 kilograms of wheat at the beginning. Can you still have more than half left after nearly a year? And this most of it was eaten at lunch today?" Xinqing knew that this was a test for her. Thinking that she must not be exposed, she gave the excuse she had prepared long ago. How could it be possible? There was not much left, and I bought all this later. I mentioned it before when I sent the fried meat. I accidentally learned a business and earned some money. The food and cloth for the family were bought with the money I earned. Jiang Ying interrupted anxiously and advised, "Sister-in-law, we can't do bad things. or we will go to jail. Even if the family can't eat or wear well, it's better than life in prison. If we really can't make ends meet, there are still my father and the family. We can help each other, and we can always make ends meet. Shunqing was dumbfounded. She thought it was concern, but later she found it was a test. When she thought it was a test, it turned out to be out of concern. Are they afraid that her money came from an illegal source? Are they afraid that she will commit crimes for money? That's why they stayed alone to persuade her. Mr. Jiang also said, "My family, the third and fifth brothers, don't have much surplus food. If we save some, we can get together 70 or 80 kilograms. It should be enough for your family to eat until the wheat is replenished. You don't have to be polite." Shunqing knew the value of these 70 or 80 kilograms of food. In the lean months, every household didn't have enough food to eat, and they had already saved as much as they could. Now the three families have collected 70 or 80 kilograms, which is really scraped out from their teeth. She looked at the still green wheat, took a deep breath, and made a decision. Of course Shunqing would not tell anyone about the mall and other things. She looked into the distance and sighed. "You two may not believe me if I tell you this, but I had a dream. In the dream, we were fleeing from a flood. It was hard and difficult. Our Jiang family died one after another, and we were almost extinct. Maybe because she felt sorry for us, the Bodhisattva guided me in the dream and taught me several skills to make money. I used to buy brushes for xiangzongxiazi and knew that these items were expensive, so I made them according to the guidance and sold them in the stationery shop, and that's how I made money. Don't worry, the two of you, it's not money from an illegal source." Hearing that it was not money from an illegal source, Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying, father and daughter, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Hearing that it was the guidance of the Bodhisattva in the dream, Jiang Ying's first reaction was joy, and he blurted out praise. "Sister-in-law, no wonder you treat Xiaoyu differently. You really don't live up to the guidance of the Bodhisattva." After saying that, he scratched his head embarrassedly. It's not her fault that she can't speak, but the sister-in-law in the past would never care about Xiaoyu, let alone help her leave the Liu family and take her home. What the whole family couldn't figure out yesterday, they finally understood today, no wonder. After receiving the guidance of the Bodhisattva, how could she not be like a different person? Shunqing didn't expect Jiang Ying to be so receptive. She asked hesitantly, "Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you?" Jiang Ying patted her shoulder generously and said loudly, "The brush didn't come out of thin air. I will always see it in the future. You can't lie to me for a long time." Besides, it was originally a worry between family members. She didn't want to say that she would use reasons to deceive them. If something really happened, she would have to bear it by herself. Shouldn't I care about how to make the brush, how much money I can make, and even whether I can make money with her? Or question the truth of the Bodhisattva's dream? She looked at Jiang Eri, who used to be a bodyguard, and had seen a lot of things. The excuse of the Bodhisattva's dream might fool Jiang Ying, but it might not fool him. Master Jiang asked in a serious tone, "Is there really a flood? When? Is it serious enough to flee?" Shunqing. Summer rainstorms destroyed riverbanks, collapsed houses, and washed away not only crops but also the soil, and the same goes for livestock. Jiang Yang is the village chief. If he pays attention to this, can we make plans in advance? Especially set out in advance. This way, we don't have to squeeze together with a large number of disaster victims, and the danger is greatly reduced. However, uncle, this is just a dream I had. We don't know whether it's true or not.
You.
Jiang Yang nodded affirmatively. I understand. The flood is a serious matter. No matter whether those officials believe it or not, they will definitely accuse us of spreading rumors to confuse the public for the sake of stability. Ingzi, and I will not tell anyone about this matter. He looked at Jiang Ying, and Jiang Ying immediately nodded heavily to assure, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I won't tell anyone." Jiang Yang was more insightful than Shunqing thought. She continued to ask what she wanted to know with confidence. "Uncle, if there is really a flood, can we escape to a safe place in advance?" Jiang Yang shook his head. Shunqing thought he was reluctant to leave his fields and old home, so she heard him say heavily, "Our pass can only be used within the scope of Xingqing. The yamen runners at the official road post station will not let us go to other places. When fleeing, there are many people and the local officials are short of staff and unwilling to receive the victims. Most of them choose to turn a blind eye and let us go elsewhere. Shun Qing's heart sank. She continued to ask, "Can't we make a fake pass?" Zhang Yang sighed, neither agreeing nor denying. Shun Qing understood that even if they could do it, it might not be something that the lower-class people like them could get. Jiang Ying was anxious and shouted anxiously, "Dad, if there is a flood, we have to prepare in advance." Chili Village had encountered several floods in the past, but most of the time the water receded in 2 or 3 days. There was a flood that required evacuation decades ago, when her father was not yet born. It is said that the giant river next to Xingqing has a major flood every few decades or hundreds of years, and people move here from other places after each flood. The ancestors of the Jiang family also came here for this reason. Jiang Yang knew more about what Jiang Ying knew. He thought for a while and said, "Tomorrow I will go to the city to find acquaintances and see if I can arrange a job for your second brother." But the hope was slim. It was already very difficult to find a sporadic job for the eldest brother before, and now if I want to find one for the second brother, people may not be willing to help. But I have to give it a try with a thick face. Jiang Ying also understood and frowned with worry. Why didn't you two hear the point of her words? She clearly said that the Bodhisattva taught her several skills to make money. Wouldn't they be greedy and ask about the other skills? Seeing that the two were in a hurry to go back, Shun Qing had to take the initiative to ask, "The Bodhisattva taught me several skills. Why don't you do the others?" Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying turned their heads in surprise, their eyes full of disbelief. Shun Qing smiled and said, "You also said that we are from the same family, and we can support each other no matter how difficult the days are. I have a small family, and I can't handle it at all. I will give it to you to earn money, and we can take care of each other on the road of escape, right? Since we can't go alone, and we can't go ahead, don't we have to form a trustworthy team?" And after what happened in the morning, the 3 families of Jiang Eri are trustworthy. Teammates who are poor and miserable will inevitably be dragged down on the road. Compared with giving fish, it is better to teach people how to fish. She sells her brushes and soap to make money, and they sell their tofu and maltose. Jiang Ying stuttered, but that was given to you by the Bodhisattva. Shun Qing interrupted, "You said it was the Bodhisattva, so of course the Bodhisattva hopes to help more people, right?" Jiang Ying knew this was the truth, but a skill to make money is so difficult and precious, and Shun Qing just gave it to them so easily. Jiang Yang was quite efficient, you tell me. Besides what I make, there are 3 other things that can quickly earn you money: brewing, tofu, and maltose. It would have been nice for you and your 3rd and 5th uncles to each make one, but brewing requires koji. Although I have learned how to make koji, it is too late now. 1 pound of soybeans can make 5 to 6 pounds of tofu, and 2 pounds of wheat plus half a pound of glutinous rice can make 1 pound of maltose. Making tofu is hard work, and maltose takes a long time to prepare and requires skills. Uncle, how do you think the 3 families should divide it up? Jiang Ying did a quick calculation. 1 pound of soybeans costs 3 or 4 cents, and a half pound of tofu costs 2 cents, so 1 pound is 4 cents, which means that 1 pound of soybeans can make 16 to 20 cents by making tofu. 1 pound of unhulled wheat costs 7 or 8 cents, and 2 pounds costs 14 to 16 cents. Glutinous rice is more expensive than polished rice, and half a pound costs 5 cents. The cost of 1 pound of maltose is about 20 cents, but 1 pound of maltose can be sold for more than 70 cents. Brown sugar is expensive, costing more than 100 coins per pound, so the cheap maltose can also sell well. The 3 of them understood that maltose looked much more expensive than tofu, but firstly, the production volume could not be compared. Secondly, the sales volume would certainly not be compared. Shun Qing looked at Mr. Jiang, waiting for him to decide how to distribute it. Mr. Jiang was good at accounting, and he calculated it in his mind. If he sold 30 kilograms of tofu made from beans in a day, the net profit would be 480 coins. What is 480 coins? The eldest brother worked for others in the city, which was hard and tiring, and he earned 32 coins a day, but there were still many people scrambling to do this. The hard labor of carrying heavy bags for 4 or 5 hours a day only earned 37 or 38 coins. Even if making tofu was tiring, it was nothing compared to this income. Even if the pound of maltose sold is not much, the profit is really high and not much manpower is needed. There are not many able-bodied laborers in his own family and the fifth family. He hesitated for a moment and said, "The third family has many people and many able-bodied laborers. Your third aunt is good at talking, so selling tofu should not be a problem. I think the tofu can be given to her family. The fifth family has mostly teenagers who work outside, and no one wants them, but they can still be eaten. I took care of his family before. His eldest son and dada both have odd jobs in the city, and they have a fixed income every month. Let our two families make maltose together." Xinqing felt that Jiang Yang's distribution was very reasonable. After these 2 days of contact, Jiang Ying and Jiang Dalong are carefree, and they are good at talking and are not afraid of talking to others. Not to mention the third aunt Zhao Mingyue, it is not a problem for these three people to do business and sell things, but the fifth family from top to bottom, from men to women, are like a teapot cooking dumplings, with typical introverted personalities. The family can bury their heads in work, but going out to sell things is as uncomfortable as asking them to die. The fifth family cannot be responsible for a business independently, so they can only cooperate with the second and third families. Since their two families already have two strong laborers who can't be used, it is more appropriate to cooperate to make malt sugar. Okay, then wait until you gather the people, and I will unify the church? Jiang Ying swallowed her saliva, thinking that such a profitable business, the eldest sister-in-law gave it up so easily, and her father accepted it? Although the eldest sister-in-law's family has a skill that can make money now, the 5 Xiangdong brothers can each have a skill when they divide the family in the future. If it is given to them, it will become someone else's family. Jiang Yang raised his hand and said solemnly, "Wait, let me tell you something first. I will make an agreement with you in advance on behalf of the third and fifth brothers." Didn't they agree that the 3 families would be fine if they agreed? Why do they need to make an agreement with her? This is your skill. No matter how you learned it, it belongs to you. Today you are generous enough to teach us, and we are not the kind of people who don't know what's good for us. Therefore, the money earned from the tofu malt sugar after deducting the cost will be divided equally with you. Jiang Yang said. Hearing 50-50, Xinqing's first reaction was no. I will teach you a recipe. From raw materials, production to selling, I don't participate in anything in the middle. I can say that I don't contribute a penny or any effort. So how can I share the money? She holds the 2 most profitable skills in her hands. Tofu and malt sugar are hard work, and the money earned is real hard work. How can she take it? Jiang Ying followed and persuaded. Sister-in-law, your recipe is the most important. Even if it is 50-50, take tofu as an example, you can earn at least hundreds of coins a day. Hundreds of coins, even if we are willing to go out and work hard. We can't earn it back, so you deserve to take the dividends. The 3 families are not afraid of hardship, but they are afraid of not being able to earn money. These skills are so rare, which family that knows them has not passed them down from generation to generation? Not willing to let others peek at them. Only the sister-in-law is willing to give them. Seeing Jiang Yang insisting and Jiang Ying taking it for granted, Xinqing knew that the matter of letting her take the dividends could not be changed. She gave in and said, okay, let us each take a step back. I'll take the dividends, but 20% is enough for me. If you don't agree, I won't teach you. Jiang Ying was so moved that she almost cried. Sister-in-law is so nice now. Is this them taking a step back? It was obviously sister-in-law who took several steps back. Seeing Xinqing's insistence, Jiang Yang sighed and replied, okay, then it is settled. When he goes back, tell the 3 families that no matter what happens in the future, they must remember Xinqing's kindness and repay him when they have the chance. Xinqing added, to make tofu, you need to grind, boil, add, clean, put into troughs, pack, and press the brain. Let's do it separately. You go back and call everyone together. Ansan's family can grind soybean milk first. I have lime at home. I will go back and get some. By the way, I will go to Guan Carpenter's house to order a few wooden troughs for pressing tofu. There is no rush for maltose. When you go back, soak the wheat in water. Take it out at this time tomorrow and put it in a cool place to germinate. Water it 2 to 3 times a day. I will go there to see the germination situation in 4 days and then decide. It's just right to use these 4 or 5 days to get the tofu business on the right track. Okay, I'll go back and call people now. When Xin went home to get lime, he saw that Jiang Yu had taken a hot bath and changed into Guan Li's clean clothes. The doctor, who Jiang Xiangdong hired to treat injuries, also came. He said that fortunately there was no fracture, but he didn't know whether the bone was cracked. He asked if he wanted to buy bone-repairing plaster to apply. Let the bone grow faster. Jiang Yu was about to shake his head when he thought of the silver, but Xin said, yes. Doctor, how many prescriptions would you recommend? It takes 100 days for a broken bone to heal. Even if Jiang Yu didn't have a broken bone, a fractured bone couldn't be ignored. Especially since he would be fleeing in 2 months, how would he walk on the road when his legs and feet were inconvenient? If a disaster victim bumped into a refugee and was attacked by a refugee, that could really put her life in danger at any time. The old doctor stroked his beard and said, her condition is not serious. 3 plasters will do. She will heal in half a month. She will be able to walk normally in a month or so. She will be basically the same as usual in 2 months. Xin breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go get the money. Jiang Xiangzhong saw that the consultation was over and continued, Mom, my sister-in-law's pass has been brought back. Who do you think is keeping it? Before Xin could speak, Jiang Yu hurriedly said, I'm the same as you. I'll keep it with my sister-in-law. After Xin got the locker, he was going to keep it together for safety. When he heard Jiang Yu mention it, he didn't refuse and took it without hesitation. After entering the room, he immediately put the pass into the locker and took out the money from it. Paying medical expenses, getting lime, and going to go on the carpenter's house to fix the wooden trough. Xin didn't rest for a moment. After finishing it, he rushed to Jiang Yuri's house. Village chief, you may have been partial to her because she is your niece's wife, but you should be more careful about her being unfaithful and ruining her reputation because she is your niece's wife. Zhou Chunchao, keep your mouth shut. Who is unfaithful and who is ruining her reputation? Ingzi, I know you always protect your family, but don't you think about your eldest brother who passed away only 2 years ago? If she cheated on him, wouldn't it be a shame for the entire Jiang family? Besides, you have several nephews and nieces. How can they face people with their heads held high in the future? How can they stand up straight and do things? You should think about them, too. The person who Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai said was unfaithful and had a bad reputation couldn't be her, right? She was so busy making money that she didn't have time to cheat on a man. Besides, aren't Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao too idle? Even if she cheated on a man, what does it have to do with them? They are really worrying about others' affairs. Their own lives are not easy, and they still have the energy to stare at other people's families. Sun Xiaomai and Zhang Chunchao, I'll say it again, my sister-in-law is a very upright person. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you out with a broom. Jiang Ying's angry voice came. Then men, women, old and young echoed. Yes, don't think that we men don't beat women. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ask the Wang family and the Zhang family to take her back. I can also go to the village and tell everyone that you cheat on men. Let's see what you say. Xin was extremely fortunate that when Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying cared about her just now, she told them the truth. Look how strong their backs are now. Hey, village chief, we came here with good intentions to remind you. How can you be a good village chief if you don't handle things fairly? Yes, we trust you, but we never thought you would be so biased towards your own family. What's the matter? Are you afraid that Shen Qingqing's reputation will affect your Jiang family, so you are suppressing our opinions? I finally understand. What's good for the village? That's all. Shen Qing. Okay, they are even blackmailing Mr. Jiang morally. As the person involved, she should come forward to confront him. It's better to have a reputation than not. Besides, if she really did it, it wouldn't be a loss. It's not worth it to bear the stigma for nothing if she didn't do it. She pushed open the door to the yard and asked in a clear voice, Tell me, how did I violate public morals? The two quarreled, and a large group of people had already gathered outside the yard. Sun Xiaomai surrounded the onlookers, looking at them with disdain. Need I say more? In the past, your family only bought meat 2 or 3 times a year and cloth once every few years. Now you have to buy oil, meat, rice, and cotton cloth. Can you honestly say that you can afford all these by selling eels and miscellaneous fish and river shrimps? Shin Qing could answer without even having to check her conscience. No, she didn't make any money from selling eels, wild fish, and river shrimps, but all the money was made in the mall. Without waiting for an answer, Zhou Chunchao asked aggressively, "Don't lie. There are many people in our village who can trap eels and catch fish and shrimps, so they know how much money they can sell them for. Besides, every household in the village is not well fed, so who has surplus food? Calculate how much flour was used for today's lunch. Last year, you only had 50 kilograms of wheat left. At the beginning of the year, you told me that you only had 10 kilograms left. You must have bought more. Don't think I don't know. That's white flour. It's so expensive, and it wasn't given by a wild man outside. Could you bear to buy it? Do you have the money to buy it? Everyone, don't tell me. Isn't this abnormal?" The people who were watching from all sides would have answered loudly that it was abnormal in the past, but they were unusually silent at this moment. The main thing is that when they went to Lu's house today, only Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chuancao's families didn't go in the whole village, which means that their families all went, and some of them had several people. They had eaten white flour buns and white flour pancakes and drank egg drop soup at Shin Qing's house at noon. Now they turned against each other and said that other people's food was not clean.
How could they have the face to say it?
Feng Xing used to get along well with Jiang Yu. Today, seeing that Shin Qing was not just putting in superficial efforts for Jiang Yu, but actually contributing money and effort, how could she tolerate Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chuancao's nonsense? She was unhappy and said, "When you were contributing effort, you were like dead people and didn't want to go. When you were eating white flour buns, you were jealous. If you are jealous, just close the door and be jealous. You have to bring it out for everyone to know. You said a pile of doesn't stink. Why do you two have to stir it up?" The onlookers understood instantly that this was calling the two people stirs. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai's faces were ugly, and they were so black that water was about to drip. Shin Qing was holding back his laughter, and it was uncomfortable. I want to say that although the elder sister's words are rough, your words are too rough. Granny Qin interrupted. You are 2 years younger than Shin Qing. You should also find a wild man who can buy you fried meat noodles and cloth. Let me, an old woman, see what kind of wild man is so generous. She was really angry. Last time, it was also these two people who talked nonsense. I thought they would restrain themselves after the last time. Unexpectedly, they're holding back a big one now. They're going to ruin people's reputation in front of men, women, and children in the village. Not only did they ruin their reputation, but they also disgusted a group of people who ate refined food at noon. Zhou Chunchao was so angry that her body was shaking. She smiled and said mockingly, "Oh, that good lunch was really worth it. Look at how many people jumped out to help speak for her. It's true that he is grateful to others and is soft-hearted. He got 2 loyal dogs with just a meal of steamed buns. Although my family can't eat fine white flour, I don't bother to eat what is bought with dirty silver. You are really ignorant. People who don't know would think how much silver I gave." Shin Qing replied at the right time. "Coincidentally, I have money to help them earn." As soon as the words came out, not only Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai were stunned, but also the people who were originally around to watch the fun.
It's not a wealthy family.
What money can Shin Qing give to others? If she has money, doesn't she know how to earn it for her family? They stared at Shin Qing nervously, curiously, and excitedly, waiting for what she would say next. Feng Xingqin and her mother-in-law just thought that Shin Qing was trying to evade Zhou Chuancao's words and didn't take it seriously. Zhou Chunchao was unhappy and sneered. "Okay, then you tell me how to let them earn money. Just because you have money for others to earn? Don't be so arrogant, and don't make us laugh." Sun Xiaomai followed with a smile. Jiang Ying looked at Shin Qing worriedly, and just as she was about to speak, she heard Shin Qing said, We live in the same village, and since some things can't be hidden, I'd better tell you as soon as possible. The money sold for eels, small wild fish, and small river shrimps is indeed not enough to buy oil, meat, and cloth, and there is no way to buy them. Because they were sold to them all, they could only buy white flour, cornmeal, rice, millet, red beans, mung beans, peas, etc. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai looked happy and looked at the group of people proudly. The money I used to buy oil, meat, and cloth is all earned from selling brushes. As for how I make brushes, I won't and can't tell you too. It just so happens that the pen holder needs to be polished. Xinger, I think you are suitable. Are you willing to do it for 1 penny per brush? You don't have to come to my house. Just make it at your house and bring it to me for inspection. And Granny Qin, you can pick someone from your house, just like Xinger. She was delayed for most of the day today. She was afraid that it would affect the delivery in 6 days. On the way back, she thought that only polishing, which does not require any technical skills, can be outsourced. Xiangnan can help Xiangdong bake the pen holder. Xiangbei can help Jiang Shui sort the hair, Guanli can tie the thread with Xiaoshan, and Zheng Yu can fill in the gaps after getting familiar with it. With a storage cabinet, the extra goods that Manager Lin can't eat can be stored in the storage cabinet first. When passing by the city on the way to escape, you can go in and sell them. Besides, you are not fleeing all the time. If you find a place to settle down, you can still make money by selling the finished brushes. Xingqing is flat, and there is not even a small hill in sight. During the slack season in Chili Village, the men would fish for food, and the women would dig wild vegetables to supplement their food. That was all. It was not that they were lazy and unwilling to work, but they went to the city to find work. But where could they earn money? They had no skills, no connections, and were dumb, so they were not even given the chance to do the hard, dirty, and tiring work. Now, when they heard that Xinqing was going to give Feng Xing and Qin the job of polishing pens, they were all excited. Then they started discussing, what is pen polishing? Is it difficult? 1 cent per penny. How many can you polish in a day? Who cares if it's difficult or not? Even if you can only polish 7 or 8 pennies a day, it's good. 7 or 8 cents can buy 2 or 3 pounds of corn and add more wild vegetables, so you don't have to worry about going hungry. Oh my God, 7 or 8 cents a day. How much can you earn in a month? How could the Jiang family be willing to give it up? If it were me, I would definitely do it with my own family, and I could earn so many more cents a day. The Feng and Qin families were surprised and happy. They were happy that they had extra income, but they were surprised that Xinqing actually chose their family. You know, every household in the village is unemployed at home now, and they lack everything except people. Granny Qin was so excited that she forgot how to start. Although her family has many fields, there are too many people in the family. Food is already tight. They changed to 2 meals a day early on. Now both meals are thin, mainly wild vegetables, mixed with water. At noon, she and her 4 sons had the most filling and best meal since the Chinese New Year at Xinqing's house. On the way back, the sons were still talking about Xinqing's generosity. They didn't expect that she came to join in the fun and actually earned a living for the family. Feng Xing was happy, but she quickly adjusted her mood at a young age and asked Xinqing, "Aunt, can I do it well? If I don't do well, will I be deducted money?" Her family is an outsider, and they don't have many fields. They know some boxing but are not good at farming. Dad and uncle are physically strong. They found a job in the city to carry heavy bags, but it is not stable. They do it when there is work, and they can't do it when there is no work, even if it rains or snows. There is an entry fee every time you go to the city. The original salary of 37 coins a day was abruptly increased to 35. The most important thing is that only men can do the odd jobs in the city, and women like them can't do it. Now Xinqing said that they can also earn money, and they can earn it at home. How can she not be excited and happy? She is so happy that she almost jumps up. Hearing Feng Xing's words, Granny Qin reacted and hurriedly asked, "Yes, is the pen very expensive? How much compensation will be if it is damaged?" Zhou Chunchao looked ugly and choked. "Of course I have to compensate. Even if it is not expensive, it will become expensive when I compensate." After hearing her words, The others acted as if they didn't hear it. All their eyes fell on Xin in the crowd, waiting for her answer with full concentration. Zhou Chunchao, who was automatically ignored by the villagers, felt that this made her more uncomfortable and embarrassed than a big quarrel with her. She bit her teeth and almost broke them, but her feet were still nailed in place. She wanted to see how Xin answered. How many coins can that thing earn in a day? As if everyone in the village thought it was an extremely good livelihood. Xin was not panicked at all when being watched by everyone. He smiled and said, "Polishing pen barrels is only about whether they are done well or not whether they are bad or ruined. Don't worry, I will teach you until I learn it. I will also provide the materials for polishing. You can take them back and do it. If you can't make 30 pens a day, you can ask other people in the family to help. At present, each family cannot make more than 50 pens. Xiangdong can bake 50 to 60 pen barrels a day. Xiangnan was transferred to help him. He can bake about 100 a day. Feng and Qin families can't make more, and the supply is not enough at present. So they can only provide a fixed amount." The villagers present gasped when they heard 30 pens, and they didn't know what to say when they heard 50 pens. "If you can ask your family to help, you must make 50 pens a day. God, 50 coins a day, how many kilograms of grain can you buy?" Someone immediately congratulated Feng and Qin families, but more people looked at the second and third families of Jiang with sympathy in their eyes. As a member of the Jiang family, Xin didn't take care of the Jiang family for such a good thing, but gave it to 2 outsiders. I don't know what the second, third, and fifth families of Jiang think. But no matter how generous you are, you can't help but feel sad and chilled. After all, that's 50 cents a day. Unexpectedly, Mr. Jiang was always calm and composed, and the noisy third master and the taciturn fifth master all looked normal, as if it had nothing to do with them. There was even a hint of satisfaction with Xin. Among them, those who wanted to see the joke and the disharmony in their family immediately put away their bad thoughts after seeing it. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai originally caught Mr. Jiang as the village chief, favoring Xin and speaking unfairly, but now Xin's money comes from a legitimate source and provides jobs for the Feng and Qin families to make money. They looked at the Jiang family with obvious sympathy. What's the use of favoritism? You think she is a member of the Jiang family. She didn't take you with her when she made money. It's so funny. Master Jiang narrowed his eyes, looked back at Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai, and spoke in a low voice but not politely at all. "You two spread rumors and cause trouble. Do you have to bear the consequences?" Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai panicked for a moment and asked puzzledly, "What consequences will we have to bear?" "It didn't cause any losses." "Yes, if Xin didn't tell us, how would we know the money she earned from making brushes? If she had told us in advance, we wouldn't have made random guesses. Besides, we are also doing this for the good of our village. We are afraid that someone will ruin our reputation and implicate our entire village." "Village chief, you can't take it out on us just because Xin didn't bring your family to earn money." Jiang Yang was unmoved, looked at the two and asked, "According to what you two said, in the future, if someone in the village eats meat or buys new clothes, you can make random rumors in the name of doing good for the whole village?" Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai bit their lower lip and said nothing. The other villagers shouted back, "Of course not. If this goes on, our village will be in chaos. Not only will it be in chaos, but we will also become suspicious of each other. Think about it, don't you have to be careful when buying meat or cloth? Will we still be able to talk to each other normally then?" "Yes, that's right. Village chief, you must take care of it and let them remember it." Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai panicked when they saw that the villagers echoed Jiang Eri's words. In the past, when they talked to Jiang Eri privately, although he was cold, he never said harsh words. They always thought he was easy to talk to, forgetting that he had been escorting for decades and had seen a lot of the outside world. After returning to the village, he was like a fallen leaf returning to his roots, so he was so kind. It's not that he is incompetent or unable to lift a knife, but because they are all from the same village, there is no need to be strict. How could they forget it? Sun Xiaomai lowered her head, wiped her tears and cried, Village chief, I was blinded by greed. Please be magnanimous. Since this is my first time, can you not pursue the matter? Zhou Chunchao quickly responded, Me too. Please be magnanimous. Please forgive us this time. Jiang Eri frowned and corrected, It's not me who did the evil, so you don't need to ask for my forgiveness. Besides, if you just admit your mistakes verbally, won't everyone follow suit in the future? You can't afford too much apology, and too little won't make you realize your mistakes. How about this? Each of you give a duck to Xinqing, and if it happens again, give 3 or 5. Hearing that it was just one duck, Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai felt distressed, but also felt that they could accept it. After all, Chili Village has a lot of water, and every household raises a lot of ducks. Duck eggs are cheaper than chicken eggs. If the apology was made by an old hen, it would be really heartbreaking. But ducks are meat after all, and they have several kilograms of meat. We are still saving food now. It's a loss to lose a duck just because of a few words. The two of them endured their grievances and replied hesitantly, Okay, I'll send them to Xinqing's house later. Jiang Yang whispered, It's what they deserve. After hearing Jiang Yang's punishment, the crowd dispersed. For a while, they felt that Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai deserved to pay 2 ducks for spreading rumors, and for a while, they envied Xinqing by for getting 2 fat ducks, but in the end, they all attributed it to the good luck of Feng and Qin's families. Why were there 2 families chosen by Xinqing? What should they do to be selected? The crowd dispersed. Xinqing breathed a sigh of relief, and the Jiang family members also breathed a sigh of relief. Second uncle has told you, right? Xinqing asked everyone. Zhao Mingyue smiled brightly and said cheerfully, I've said it. We've also ground the soybeans, but we haven't gotten much out of them after grinding for a long time. Your 4th and 5th brothers are still grinding at home. Why don't you go over and see if they're enough? The Jiang family is ranked according to the whole family. Xinqing's husband is the eldest grandson of the eldest son and the oldest, and is the eldest of this generation. Jiang Dateo and Jiang Dalong are the 2nd and 3rd sons. She and the 5th son's family are separated from the above 2 families by many years, and their children, both big and small, are ranked alternately. Xinqing walked towards Zhao Mingyue's house while teaching. Okay, today is our first time, and we don't have enough time to soak it. In the future, 3rd aunt, you should soak it after dinner when it's cold, and before going to bed when it's hot. Start at show time 1 to 3 a.m. to catch up with the morning market, which is very hard. 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning is when people are the most sleepy and are sleeping soundly. How can it not be hard to get up at this time and push the stone mill? But you have to get up early because tofu is sold fresh and juicy, and the morning market is also the main time for each household to buy food for the day. What's the hard work? Xinqing, you don't know. 3rd Anne is not afraid of hard work, but she is afraid of not being able to make money. Besides, there are so many men in the family. There is nothing to do during the slack season. It doesn't matter if they don't sleep all night. Anyway, there is no work for them to do during the day, so they can just make up for the sleep during the day. Zhao Mingyue said indifferently. Knowing that they can make money by selling tofu, the family is very happy, especially the younger ones who haven't got married yet. The older ones are also very happy. With the income, the whole family will not worry about being hungry. If something happens, it won't be so panic if there is money saved at home. As they were talking, they had arrived at Zhao Mingyue's house. When the other people in the room saw Xinqing coming in, they stood up unconsciously and made way. The 2nd Master Jiang's family is the richest in the village. First, the 2nd Master Jiang has been escorting for decades and has a rich fortune. Second, the 2nd Master Jiang knows how to deal with people. Although the village chief is small, he can meet the officials after all. There is no good job, but scattered jobs are still okay. He arranged it for his own boss and the boss of the 5th Master's family. Jiang Dateo has a fixed income, and the family's fields also have output. In addition, Xie Qingshan used to, so Jiang Ying's family background is not bad, so his family is the richest. The 3rd Master Jiang can fish. Zhao Mingyue has a straightforward personality. She always goes to the city to sell fish and eels. She is diligent and good at managing the family. She is also one of the top 3 rich families in the village. The most obvious thing is that her family is not only a mud house, but also has a stove in the kitchen, unlike Xinqing's family, which is built with a few stones. Now it is just right for making soy milk. Today was just a trial, so the things didn't have to be too formal. There was no large piece of gauze, but a small piece would do. It just so happened that the wooden trough for tofu hadn't come yet, so she used a basin and a bowl to cover it. The small piece of gauze was enough. After the gauze, the basin and bowl for tofu pudding were ready. The filtered pure soy milk began to boil in the pot. Xinqing took out a small bowl and poured in the slaked lime she brought. She first poured in some water to dissolve it and said, "This is slaked lime, not raw. Pay attention to the difference when you buy it, and don't buy the wrong one. The slaked lime here is gypsum." When she bought it, she couldn't tell the difference between the two, so she bought both. She originally thought that gypsum would be wasted, but she didn't expect that gypsum was used to make tofu, so she took the initiative to bring it to Zhao Mingyue. Everyone in the room nodded obediently, indicating that they remembered it. Xinqing added, "Tofu can be made with 2 kinds of starch, which is to make soy milk into tofu pudding. One is our slaked lime, which is characterized by a tender and smooth taste, delicate tofu, and a strong bean aroma, which is more suitable for stir-frying or stewing. The other is brine, which is characterized by a coarse texture, an old taste, and a strong bean aroma. This is suitable for dishes with a stronger taste, such as fried tofu. The two are different, but the production method is the same. Both are slowly poured into the cooked soy milk and stirred slowly with a wooden spatula while cooking so that the two are fully blended together. In the future, if you come across brine, you can buy it and try it. Let's make slaked lime first today. In fact, there are 2 other ways to make tofu. The mall may sell them in the future, but they are not available here. It is better to teach practical methods." The people in the room nodded hurriedly. Several children looked at Xinqing, who was talking freely, and the admiration in their eyes could not be concealed. This admiration reached its peak after seeing the juice ground from the beans slowly transformed into tofu puddings. "That's amazing, sister-in-law. How did you do it?" "I didn't even blink. How did it become a lump?" "It's so difficult. I don't know how the first person discovered it. No wonder the skill of making tofu can be passed down from generation to generation, and others can't steal it. If sister-in-law hadn't taught us step by step, I wouldn't know how to make it even if I just watched." Being praised, what should I do if I feel proud of my accomplishment? I just made soy milk from 2 kilograms of beans. I used about this much. Did you remember it? Who wants to try it? It's the same as adding salt to a dish. I can't tell you how much to put in. Only the one who can put it accurately can do it. It's better nowadays. People can be precise to a few grams. It's hard to say here. Moreover, people who are precise to a few grams really don't cook delicious dishes. The basic way to cook delicious dishes is to tell you to use the right amount of salt, oil, and sugar. The most important thing in making tofu is to add the soy milk. It is difficult to fail if you get the amount right. Some people can accurately grasp the amount after trying 3 or 5 times, and can put in the right amount no matter how much soy milk there is. Some people can't put it right even if they use the same amount every time, just like cooking. Some people work hard for a long time, but the dishes they make are not clean and tasty. There is only one pot, so it is impossible to try all of them. The eldest daughter-in-law who is in charge of cooking tried it nervously with shaking hands. Others are going to try again later. After all, Xinqing has her own things to do, so how can she keep wasting other people's time here? Xinqing continued to teach on the spot. After the tofu pudding solidifies, you can scoop it out and put it in gauze to wrap it up. Press it with a wooden board. It doesn't need to be too heavy. Press it for about a cup of tea, and the tofu will be ready. This is tender water tofu. If you put stones on the board to squeeze out all the water in the tofu, it will be dried tofu. Generally, 1 pound of soybeans can make 5 or 6 pounds of water tofu, but only 2 to 2.5 pounds of dried tofu. You can adjust the weight and price of each item according to the daily sales situation. Wow, you can also sell dried tofu? Old 7 Jiang de Bao looked at Xinqing with sparkling eyes and asked, The 16 or 17-year-old boy's eyes were full of beautiful expectations of making money by selling tofu. Xinqing raised the corners of his mouth and replied with a smile, "Not only dried tofu, this is tofu brain without squeezing out the water. Sprinkle a spoonful of soy sauce and sprinkle a pinch of chopped green onion. It costs 2 cents a bowl in the city. And the thin layer of skin condensed on the soy milk just now is very nutritious. It is convenient to preserve after drying. It can be eaten cold, cooked in egg soup, or fried. Do you think it can be sold? There are many more soy products, more than a dozen kinds are not a problem, but now it is just starting out and being pragmatic is the most important thing." Jiang Dabo swallowed unconsciously and suddenly felt that this made him look greedy, as if he didn't listen seriously. He nodded heavily and said loudly, "Sister-in-law, you are really amazing." The second uncle told them that they could only ask about tofu and not ask anything else. Listen more, watch more, and talk less. He remembered it. Xinqing was very proud in his heart and very humble on the surface. He reminded some precautions and then said goodbye to go home. As soon as Xinqing left, the family of Jiang San immediately got busy. Looking at the family running around like headless flies, Zhao Minghua shouted with full energy, "Big brother, you and the second brother go to the city to buy soybeans and bring the cart from home to buy more, as well as gauze and slaked lime. It's okay to buy more, but don't buy less. Big brother's wife, you and the second brother's wife soak the soybeans at home, and we will get up at Cho time tomorrow morning to grind soybean milk and make tofu. We will see when it can be done and whether we can catch up with the morning market. If we can't catch up, we will have to get up earlier later. Third brother, take the silver and go to Guan the carpenter's house to get the wooden trough. Your eldest sister-in-law ordered it. Go and see if it is ready. If not, how long will it take? Others should do what they should do, and don't come to the kitchen to get in the way." As soon as Zhao Mingyue finished speaking, the crowd dispersed, as if they had found a backbone, and went to do their own things. Zhao Mingyue looked at the finished tofu, which was made by Xinqing using 2 kilograms of soybeans. She weighed it with her hand, and it weighed about 11 kilograms. Tofu is a good thing. Only during the New Year and other festivals would people in the village be willing to buy 1 or 2 pounds of it to stew fish. When it comes out of the pot, the tofu tastes better than the fish. She turned to Jiang Dabo and instructed, "Take 2 pounds of it in a soup bowl and send it to your second uncle, 2 pounds to your fifth uncle's house, and when you come back, send 4 pounds to your eldest sister-in-law's house. If she doesn't want it, you just put it down and run away, okay? Keeping 3 pounds for yourself is enough for eating. Besides, there are those that are not well made. They just taste worse. It doesn't matter if you eat them at home. Things that can fill your stomach should not be wasted." Jiang Yu had ointment applied to her calves, and wooden boards were tied on both sides, with cloth strips wrapped around them to fix them. The eldest nephew Xiangdong went to cut a wooden stick for her to use as a crutch. She came to the yard with the crutch. This time when she came back, her home was the same as she had remembered before, but also completely different. The thatched house made of reed stalks and yellow mud was still the same, and so was the yard, with a small house surrounding a large yard. The dirt floor after a rain. The house and the outside were full of water and mud. The kitchen stove was still not built, and every time they cooked, they still had to squat on the ground. There was no table at home, and the family squatted or sat on the ground around the big iron pot to eat. But it was completely different. In the past, Xiangdong would never take the initiative to make anything for her, and she just saw Xiangdong changing the baby's diaper, and he was very skilled. Huabing used to always have a sad face, and even when she smiled, her eyes were sad and worried, but now her smile was bright and relaxed. In her memory, Jiang Shui quarreled with her younger brother and older brother, like a hedgehog with sharp thorns erected to protect herself, but today she saw that she was much gentler and softer. There were also several other family members. Even Guanli was busy at home. "Look how blessed your aunt is." As soon as she came home, "Our family got 2 ducks for free and 4 pounds of tofu." Xinqing praised. "It's because I know my aunt is coming home, so I want to nourish her body. I can have a good meal thanks to my aunt." Jiang Yu felt her eyes moist. It was obviously the sister-in-law who was awesome. All these were obtained by her, but she said it was the blessing she brought back. Aunt, what do you want to eat? I'll cook it tonight. Huabing asked. Jiang Yu felt embarrassed. Everyone in the family was busy, and she was the only one who was eating for free. Especially since Huabing's baby was not even a month old. How could she let Huabing serve her now that she was back? She said, "From now on, I will cook and do the laundry and cleaning." Huabing smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I don't touch cold water. I only cook. Do you want to compete with me? Besides, your leg is injured, and it is not convenient to squat beside the iron pot to cook." Jiang Yu looked at Xinqing nervously and stammered, "Sister-in-law, what kind of work do you think I do? My leg is not a problem. It doesn't affect my work at all." She was a divorced woman, and it was very good for her sister-in-law to take her in. How could she eat for free at home and be supported by her sister-in-law? Xinqing knew that Jiang Yu wanted to reflect the value of her existence through work. She looked at Jiang Yu's legs and feet and did not assign tasks directly but said, "Your nephews and nieces will make brushes later. You can watch each one and do whichever one you are suitable for." Jiang Yu was confused for a while, then reacted and nodded happily. "Okay." Xinqing reminded, "Don't get tired. Our family puts health first. Take care of your legs and feet." She is like a little hamster now, earning money, hoarding food, and hoarding people. Of course, people must be healthy. "Well, I know, sister-in-law." Jiang Yu responded obediently. She understood her sister-in-law's style of doing things. She didn't need people who worked all the time, and she didn't lack people who worked all the time. What she wanted more was that her family could do things without causing trouble. She didn't have much ability and skills, but she would follow her sister-in-law closely, doing whatever her sister-in-law asked her to do, and doing it the way she asked her to do it, so as not to bother her sister-in-law. Official reunion dinner after Jiang Yu returned was exceptionally sumptuous. Xinqing cooked it. She killed a duck as an apology. This was an old duck that had grown up eating fish, shrimp, and snails. She chose to stew it in a clear sauce, which had a rich broth and sweet meat. She added some salt to the duck blood and condensed it into blocks, and made a dish of duck blood stewed with tofu with half of the tofu. The other half was soaked in cold water and eaten tomorrow a full 4 pounds of tofu, and after showing off all of it, would she eat anything else? The 4 duck pieces were cleaned and stir-fried with pickled vegetables and lots of chili peppers, which was fresh and appetizing. Chinese tune has a peculiar fragrance, and she loves it very much. Her family has been making it recently. She cuts it into small pieces and mixes it with eggs to make Chinese tune omelette. Amaranthus is mixed with cold sauce, and purslane is stir-fried. Served with the large white flour buns left over from lunch, everyone was extremely satisfied. It was also the most sumptuous and satisfying meal Jiang Yu had ever had since she was a child. Lying on the bed with Jiang Shui at night, looking at the thatched roof, she still felt that it was unreal, like a dream. They did go home and had steamed buns and egg drop soup at noon. She thought that she would eat again at least during the Chinese New Year, but she didn't expect that there would be 6 dishes in the evening, 4 of which were meat and eggs. "Xiao Shui, do you guys eat like this at home?
Do you all eat so well?"
Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu were lying on the bed at this moment, relaxing and chatting. No. Jiang Yu thought so too. Today, it was because those 2 women spread rumors and were punished by their second uncle to apologize to their sister-in-law. How could they eat meat all the time other than that? There are only a few ducks, and we need to keep them for laying eggs. Now, no matter how many eggs the chickens and ducks lay, they are not sold. They are all kept for the family to eat. Mother said that eggs are the best for nourishing the body. On weekdays, we mainly rely on meat to replenish fat and water. Mother bought pork belly, lean meat, ribs, and pork. The most fat and water-rich thing is lard residue. Whether it is stew or stir-fry, it is very fragrant when a few are added. After a tiring day, Jiang Shui was a little tired. She rubbed her eyes and spoke in a lower and lower voice. "Jiang Yu." Jiang Shui was sleepy. She could no longer bear it. She turned over and left a soft sentence. "Mom has changed. Now life is better at home. It's great that you are back. We can live a good life together." Jiangyu was stunned by the slight and gentle breathing sound from the side. After a long time, she whispered softly, "Yes, if I hadn't changed, I'm afraid I couldn't come back." Xinqing felt that she was a spinning top after she came here, busy every day. She raced against time, fearing that she would be forced to flee the famine if a rainstorm came. She sold the eels in the bucket and was a little worried when she saw that the balance in the mall had increased by more than 500 yuan. She could earn at least more than 1,000 yuan a day, and with the small fish and shrimp, it was close to 2,000 yuan. The recent decrease in eels may be related to Zhou Chunqiao and Sun Xiaomai telling everyone that she made a lot of money by selling eels. There are more and more men in the village who are catching eels. If they can be sold, they will sell them. If they can't be sold, they will sell them at a low price. If they can't be sold, they can still have a snack for the whole family, so it's not a loss. The third and fourth children are now devoted to making brushes. Even if she offers extra rewards, they are not very enthusiastic. She has to find a way to increase the income of them all. After all, Chili Village has a lot of water and can make money by selling fish, shrimp, and eels, but it may not be so easy to make money elsewhere. The food, medicine, and books in the mall are not expensive, but if tools and weapons are open later, especially life-saving weapons, they will definitely not be cheap. Will I buy them then? The balance of more than 10,000 in the mall is far from enough. Xinqing went from being a little worried to being deeply concerned. She carried an empty bucket into the city, first bought brown sugar, and then bought a kitchen knife. As she thought, iron products are indeed not cheap, and custom knives must be reserved, unlike common knives such as kitchen knives and hatchets that can be bought whenever you want. Xinqing does not have much money on hand now, and is planning to come and make a reservation after the second batch of brushes are sold. The earlier the reservation, the sooner the better, otherwise it will be too late to get it before the rainstorm comes. Then go to the livestock market to ask about the prices of horses, cows, donkeys, and mules. The first thing to go out is the horse. It's too expensive. Horses run fast, but the price is also expensive, 30 taels a horse. And there are very few to choose from. Oxen have great endurance and can carry a lot of loads. It is no problem for them to carry 500 kilograms of cargo for 70 to 80 miles a day. Xinqing was tempted by the price of only 18 taels of silver. When it comes to donkeys, they can not only carry cargo, but also pull carts. They can not only walk on flat ground, but also walk freely on mountain roads or rugged terrain. They can not only plow fields, but also pull mills. I don't want the 30 taels of horses or the 18 taels of oxen. I only need 11 taels. For 11 taels, you can take a strong adult donkey. Add 10 taels of silver, and you can take 2 donkeys. Xinqing. Don't say any more. I'll just buy it. It's a donkey. Xinqing, who touched his pocket, returned to reality. Alas, the silver was not enough. The pace of earning silver was not fast enough. Xinqing, who walked out of the livestock farm with his head down, looked up at the sky. Seeing that it was still early, he turned and went to Jia Zhai. Shopkeeper Lin was not there, but fortunately the second brother was there. He recognized Xinqing and greeted him politely. Xinqing took the opportunity to ask, "Does our Xinqing have a captain son, or are there several?" In order to prevent asking the wrong question, she added one more sentence. Otherwise, if she asked the wrong person, she would suffer a great loss. There is only one captain with the surname Sun. There was no one with the surname Sun among the constables in the past. I don't know if there is one now. The second brother thought that the women in the village did not understand the difference between the captain and the constable, and explained with a smile. Xinqing understood why the Lu family was so proud and arrogant just because Lu Sheng's sister was just living with Captain Sunday. It turned out that he was not the constable she thought, but the head of the constables. She asked again, "Little second brother, you are well informed. Do you know how Captain Sun behaves in society?" The little second brother, who was praised as well informed, immediately smiled brightly and told her everything he knew. However, the more Xinqing listened, the colder she felt in her heart. He is greedy for money and treats things unfairly. He is selfish and petty. He has little ability but is arrogant and conceited. Xinqing took the opportunity to interrupt and ask, How did he become a constable and even promoted to captain if he has no ability? Well, everyone knows that Captain Sun relies on his wife. Captain Sun was born in a poor family. If it weren't for the support of his father-in-law, how could he be so powerful now? It is said that Madam Sun has the final say at home. When people go out, they are more respectful to her than to Captain Sunday. Captain Sun always greets his wife with a smile. Anyone who doesn't know the situation will praise him as a good husband. The second brother changed the subject and snorted coldly, but there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. Especially those of us who run shops are well informed. Everyone knows that shopkeeper Sun has bought a house in Yonglu Lane and keeps a mistress. Men, when they become little men at home, they want to act like real men in front of women outside. The tenderness and kindness that Madam Sun can't give, women are willing to give. This is living off all the resources and money are dependent on the father-in-law's family, and now you feel wronged when your life is easy. What were you doing before? There are so many ungrateful people in the world. Shunqing can't take care of other people's family affairs. She can't protect herself now. She anxiously chose the ones related to herself and asked, "Little second brother, do you know which family the mistress lives in Yonglu Lane?" "Well, how can we know this?" The waiter scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Knowing that she is kept in Yonglu Lane is because someone often saw Captain Sun coming out of there early in the morning. The people should not fight against the officials. Who dares to risk offending Captain Sun to go in and see? What's more, I heard that Captain Sun cares a lot about the mistress and often asks the shopkeepers of the merchants to give things to the mistress. But I guess the mistress is not from a good family and she is not good at writing, so our Jia Zhai escaped a disaster." What Shunqing was thinking about was that the girl of the Liu family was sold to a brothel by her parents to make money, and she finally relied on herself to find a man to redeem her. Now her parents come to her again to ask her to help vent their anger. Will she help? According to her idea, if she didn't kill such a heartless father and mother, she would be considered filial. But the girl of the Liu family has lived in an oppressive environment since she was a child. She may have been brainwashed to contribute to the family and would rather sacrifice herself so that her parents and brother can live a good life. If so, she will definitely help her parents. She sighed and asked again, "Then shower brother, do you know where Captain Sun lives?" Afraid that the waiter would be suspicious, she smiled and explained, "Maybe I'll have to rely on him in the future. I have to find out in advance, otherwise I won't be able to find a way even if I give gifts, right?" I know. It seems to be in Shengping Lane. I don't know the details. You will know when you go there. But it's not easy to enter the threshold of the official. You have to be prepared." Shunqing thanked again and then said goodbye and went out. After leaving Jiazhai, Shunqing couldn't think of a good excuse for a while. She walked back with the bucket on her shoulder. When she saw the entrance to the village from a distance, she saw Jiang Debao standing on tiptoe and stretching his head to look around. After seeing her, the boy's eyes lit up and he ran over briskly. "Sister-in-law, you're finally back." Jiang Debao was so happy that he looked like he had found money on the road, and he looked at Shunqing as if he saw the god of wealth. Shunqing, who was confused, heard the young man's chattering report. "After you left yesterday, my mother asked us to soak the soybeans, and we got up at midnight to make tofu. We actually did it. After trying several more times, only one failed, and the 2 times were not very good, but they were also pretty good. In the morning, I went to Uncle Guan's house to get the wooden trough and made a few more. Mother and sister-in-law said that it was exactly the same as the ones they bought in the city before, so I asked you to come over and have a look. I went to your house, and my eldest nephew said that you had not returned from selling eels in the city. Sister-in-law, you are really hardworking. The brushes can make so much money, but you still work hard to get up early to sell eels, and even go in person. No wonder my second uncle and my parents asked me to learn from you. Now I know that I must be diligent in life." Shunqing. Misunderstanding. It's not that she works hard, but that eels can only be sold by her alone. She explained hesitantly, "I'm not hardworking either, I just have to live a hard life." Jiang Debao silently added another advantage in his heart: modesty. Shunqing came to the courtyard of Mr. Jiangsan and saw that the originally empty and open courtyard was filled with objects for making tofu. The stone mill for grinding soy milk was placed in the most open place for easy grinding. The selected soybeans were soaked in a large wooden basin, and each grain was full. The used gauze was washed clean and hung out to dry. The most eye-catching thing was a large square piece of snow-white tofu in the wooden trough, which was really the same as the one sold in the city, with no big difference. Zhao Mingyue and the eldest daughter-in-law Hong Hehua heard the noise and ran out of the kitchen quickly. Seeing Xinqing, Zhao Mingyue shouted loudly, "Xinqing, you're here, come and see how it is made?" Hong Hehua stood shyly with her hands clasped, nervously waiting for Xinqing's comments. She was in charge of making the tofu with the soy milk, fearing that if it wasn't done well, not only would it waste money, but it would also mean that she wouldn't be able to make any money. Xinqing scooped up a small piece with a wooden spoon handed to her to taste it, and praised with a smile, "Both the appearance and the taste are quite good, and there is no difference from the ones sold in the city." Third aunt, "You are making great progress." Hong Hehua breathed a sigh of relief, and said with true admiration, "It's because you taught me well, sister-in-law. If you hadn't taught me step by step, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get the right amount even after 10 days or half a month if I tried it myself. Let alone getting the amount right, she couldn't even figure out how that thing could turn the yellow soy milk into snow-white tofu." Zhao Mingyue was also obviously relieved. She lowered her voice and said, "Hehua is right. If it weren't for you, we would never have done it. To be honest, I plan to make 50 to 60 kilograms of tofu tomorrow and try it out in the city. Do you think it's okay?" "Okay, we'll know whether it's a donkey or a horse after we take it out for a walk." Xinqing disagreed, "But how are you going to sell the tofu?" As far as she knew, the market seats in the city were all occupied. Could Zhao Mingyue and her friends from outside the city, especially those who came late, them away? Zhao Mingyue didn't hide anything and said in one breath, "I've thought about it. In the past, we went to sell fish, eels, loaches, chickens, ducks, etc. by walking around the streets and hawking. If we had a cart at home, we would use the cart to pull tofu and walk around the streets and hawk it. It's nothing more than walking a little more. It's not a big deal. Maybe it sells better than a fixed shop. After all, many people feel that they have overspent their money when they buy things at the market, so they just save money. If they sell things at the door, they feel that they can still buy more. If other people are also buying, they feel that they will lose money if they don't buy. Even those who don't want to buy will come up and buy some." She used to sell fish and eggs like this, and she didn't know why. When she heard about walking around the streets, an idea flashed through Xinqing's mind, and she seriously thought about the feasibility. Zhao Mingyue asked without waiting for a reply, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Seeing that there were no outsiders, Xinqing told him in detail about the incident with Captain Sun that she had inquired about this morning. Zhao Mingyue took it to heart and said, "The Liu family is not good. We brought Xiuyu back and they didn't live well. They may come to cause trouble. You are right to worry. Yonglu Lane and Xingping Lane, right? I have sold things there before, but I didn't think about asking about it at that time, so I didn't pay attention. But anyway, I have become familiar with them. I will go to ask about it tomorrow when I sell tofu." Xinqing didn't expect that Zhao Mingyue not only didn't think she was making a fuss, but took the initiative to help find out. She thanked her sincerely. "Third aunt, thank you for your trouble. Why are you being polite? We are all family. Besides, it doesn't matter where you sell tofu. Maybe Yonglu Lane and Shengping Lane sell better." Zhao Mingyue felt a little embarrassed when she was thanked seriously. She looked at the other people in the family and announced, "Your sister-in-law said that our tofu can be sold. Let's start tomorrow morning." Excited cheer in the yard. Xinqing was affected by the lively and joyful atmosphere, as if she was as excited as if she had made money. No, she did make money after all. She got 20% of the profit. Zhao Mingyue began to assign tasks. The second and third sons will be responsible for grinding. The first and second sons' wives will be responsible for boiling the starch. You guys should have dinner and rest early. Dabo is a quick talker. Come with me to the city tomorrow morning to sell tofu. Third brother, you have to go to the city to buy more soybeans and clean the cart. Others are responsible for cooking, washing dishes, washing clothes, digging wild vegetables, and tending to the vegetable garden. When I earn money, I will buy meat for you." Hearing that there was meat to eat, the cheers in the yard were louder and louder than before. Zhao Mingyue said to Xinqing unhappily, "Look, they are all a bunch of lazy donkeys. They have to hang a carrot in front of them to earn money." Hearing that there was meat to eat was more exciting than anything else, and it was more useful than anything else. Xinqing laughed. "Isn't it? Who doesn't like to eat meat? Isn't earning money also for a better life?" Zhao Mingyue felt better after hearing this. Xinqing saw Jiang Dashi, the third son of the Jiang family, putting on the rope of the cart and preparing to go to the city, and suddenly said, "By the way, third aunt, soybeans are also 4 cents a pound in the city now, right? Can we not buy them and exchange them?" Zhao Mingyue was stunned, not realizing how to exchange. Xinqing continued, "Your family has many people, and your second uncle's family also has a cart, which can be borrowed. You and Debeo can go door to door in the city to sell. Then arrange 2 more people to go to the villages. It may be difficult to sell, so you can exchange soybeans for tofu, for example, 1 pound of soybeans for 1 pound of tofu. Tofu tastes better than soybeans, and it is cheaper than in the city. There should be many people willing to exchange." Zhao Mingyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she slapped her thigh in surprise and said, "Why didn't I think of it? Yes, soybeans can grow even on barren land. Who doesn't have soybeans in every household in the village? 1 pound of soybeans can make 5 or 6 pounds of tofu, but the villagers don't know that. They see that the soybeans they sell for 3 cents a pound can be exchanged for tofu bought at 4 cents a pound, so they are making a profit no matter how you calculate it. What's more, soybeans are different from other grains. Eating too much of them will make you feel bloated and uncomfortable, and they don't taste very good when cooked. There should be many people willing to exchange them for delicious tofu." She hurriedly stopped Jiang Dashi, who was about to go out. "Wait a minute, Lao San, don't go buy soybeans yet." She gave another order, "Soak another 6 pounds of soybeans and make more than 30 pounds of tofu tomorrow morning. Lao San, you and your father go to each village to exchange for soybeans." Jiang Dashi responded with a sigh. 30 caddies of tofu can be exchanged for 30 caddies of soybeans, and 30 caddies of soybeans are worth 120 coins. After deducting the original cost of soybeans from the 120 coins, the net profit is 96 coins. Oh my God, he and his father can earn 96 coins in a trip. Even if it is not silver money, the soybeans exchanged can save 96 coins for the tofu business. Sister-in-law Xinqing is smart and thinks faster and better than they think. Xinqing pointed to the tofu in the wooden trough in the yard and said, "The tofu made in the yard can be tried in our village first." Zhao Mingyue's family can't finish eating so much in 2 or 3 days, so it is convenient to store after exchanging soybeans. Yes, Lao San, quickly wash the cart. Let's go to the village to try it first. By the way, Hua, take out a bowl, put your eldest sister-in-law's share in it, and take it back together. Zhao Mingyue responded hurriedly. Xinqing had already received 4 pounds of tofu yesterday, and there were still 2 pounds left to eat. So, how could she receive more? She refused and said, "No need, third aunt." Zhao Mingyue interrupted. "Originally, you should have taken half of the tofu business, but you insisted on changing it to 20%. So, you can't eat it with 20%? Xinqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was it a question of not being able to eat it with 20%? It should be that no matter whether she took 50% or 20%, she couldn't eat it for free. Since you took 20%, of course you can't eat it for free. How about this? I will also exchange it with soybeans." Although there was no soybeans at home, there were some in the mall, so there was no worry about not being able to buy them. Zhao Mingyue said casually, "You have to exchange it for eating tofu, so should I include it in the amount I eat at home? Okay, if it's not enough to sell, we can make a few more pounds of beans. How can we be short of a few pieces of tofu you eat?" Hong Hua had already packed the tofu. After hearing this, she helped and said, "Mom is right. This tofu business depends on you. Why do we need to divide it so clearly?" Xinqing suddenly realized that she was a pure businessman, thinking that business should be done in exchange for money, while Zhao Mingyue and Hong Hua had the simple idea of farmers, thinking that they were family members, and the skill of making tofu was also provided by her, and 1 pound of beans can make 5 or 6 pounds of tofu. They converted the cost of beans instead of the selling price, so they thought it was very cheap. How could they ask her for money? As for the hard work and labor in making tofu, they were automatically ignored. For farmers, a little effort is not worth mentioning at all. After thinking it through, Shunqing no longer insisted and took it with a smile. Farmers believe in give and take. They gave her tofu, and their family did not need the brush, but there were a lot of scraps and defective products when cutting soap which did not affect the use, and it was not a problem for their own use, and it was practical, so they would send one to each of the 3 families. Before, only Shunqing's family was busy in Chili village. Now, in addition to Shunqing's family, Zhao Mingyue's family is even busier. The remaining ones are Feng and Qin's families. Although there is only 1 item of polishing pen holders, the 2 families are afraid that they will be replaced if they do not do it well. Basically, the whole family is providing convenience for polishing and is particularly attentive. Next are Jiang Iri and Jiang Wuya, but the malt is still in the germination stage. Apart from being nervous and anxious, there is not much to do. After lunch, Jiang Sanyi, Jiang Tian, and Zhao Mingyue came to Shunqing with smiles on their faces. The 2 knew that Shunqing was making brushes in the yard of the house. After the yard door was opened, they did not go in. Just like Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying that day, they walked and talked with Shunqing along the main road to a secluded place in the field where there were few people. Zhao Mingyue was in high spirits, and her voice was trembling slightly when she spoke. Today is the first day. I dare not make too much. I only made 80 kilograms and a bao, and I went to the city to sell 50 kilograms. We sold them all in 1 hour. The other 30 caddies of soybeans were exchanged by the head and dashi along the official road in the south. They went to 3 villages and exchanged for 30 caddies of soybeans. It took a long time on the road, but they arrived home before noon. Qing'er, your idea is really good. We sold 80 caddies of tofu in 1 day. After waiting for his wife to finish speaking, Mr. Jiang Sen finally spoke. Mingyue and I discussed it. The beans we exchanged are equivalent to tofu sold, so we still calculate it based on 80 caddies of tofu, for cents a caddy, which is 320 cents. Deducting the 16 caddies of soybeans, which costs 64 cents, there are still 256 cents left, and 2/10 is 52 cents. Jiang Tian and Zhao Mingyue felt a little embarrassed. They earned 256 coins from 80 kilograms of tofu, but Shunqing didn't even get a fraction of it. Shunqing understood that this was the money for her dividend. She didn't do anything, but she earned 52 coins. Although it was still far from the 11 taels of silver to buy a donkey, a little bit adds up, and buying a donkey is not a dream. Shunqing thanked him gratefully, which made Jiang Tian and Zhao Mingyue even more embarrassed. Zhao Mingyue suddenly thought of something important. By the way, I went to Yanglu Lane and Xingping Lane. There were few people buying in Yanglu Lane, so I didn't get any useful information. There were many people buying in Xingping Lane, including the old nanny who served Madame Sunday. I talked to her and got to know her. The families living in Xingping Lane were much richer and had servants to serve them, but compared with the groups of servants in the homes of wealthy businessmen and officials, they were much worse. Captain Sun's family was not rich, and the only 2 servants were his wife's dowry. After the old nanny came to the Sun family, she lived in poverty. She gave her an extra half-pound of tofu. The old nanny happily held her and talked for a long time. She said, "Today is only the first day of selling. Let's go to these 2 alleys first. Let's make more tofu tomorrow and go to these 2 alleys last to inquire carefully." Jiang Tian added, "The people in Yanglu Lane need to know which family it is. If Captain Sun really dares to come and cause trouble for us, we should disclose this matter to the main wife in Xingping Lane, and some people will make trouble for a while." Mr. Jiang Sen was talking about causing trouble for us. Shunqing understood that they were treating this matter as a matter for the whole family, and her heart was warmed immediately. Zhao Mingyue hummed and said with some concern, "I am worried that Madame Sun will eventually forgive Captain Sunday. We can only delay it for a while. She will come to find us later, and it will not work after all." Shunqing thought that delaying it for a while was enough. The flood will come in less than 2 months. By then, the whole city will be flooded. Even if Captain Sun is not dead, he will no longer be in glory. How can he have the time and energy to stand up for the Liu family? She found an excuse and said it's okay.
Just hold off for a while.
After the anger has subsided and time has passed, I will probably earn a lot more money. I will just use the money to pay him back. Jiang Tian and Zhao Minghua thought so too. Since Captain Sun is greedy for money, at most they will pay him extra money. It can be regarded as spending money to avoid disaster. Their family is making money now and can help Xinqing. As long as no one is fine, it's fine. After the two sides exchanged information, they went home. After Zhao Minghua got home, she began to order the picking and soaking of beans, determining the weight of tomorrow's tofu, and adjusting the route for selling tofu tomorrow. Not only the routes in the city need to be adjusted, but also those in the village. Even if farmers can exchange beans, they will not be willing to exchange them every day. Fortunately, there are main roads in the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions corresponding to the city. If you go to the south today, you can go to the west tomorrow, and go in a circle. If it doesn't work, you can just walk a little longer to the next village. It's just a little more walking. After giving instructions on the tofu, Zhao Minghua returned to her room, closed the door tightly, and poured all the copper coins in the small cloth bag onto the bed. Although she has counted them several times since she got home, she still can't stop being excited when she counts them now. After deducting the tofu exchange for soybeans, the copper coins she earned were 200 coins, 52 coins for Xinqing, and 148 coins for her family. 148 coins. Even if the head of the family leads the eldest, second, and third sons, they can't earn it back in a day. This is pure profit, and there is no need to buy soybeans in the future. Tomorrow I will make more than 20 kilograms of beans and sell 80 kilograms in the city. The rest will be exchanged for beans in the village. The total is, after deducting, I can get more than 250 coins. If I earn this amount every day after a month, I can work hard for 3 to 5 years, and I won't have to worry about the marriage of several children. The dividends from tofu were delivered every day, sometimes from Zhao Minghua and sometimes from Jiang Debao. Xinqing proposed that they could settle every 5 or 10 days, but Zhao Minghua rejected it, saying that he would have to keep accounts. They lived in the same village, not far away, and the money had been delivered by the time he had time to keep accounts. After receiving 4 dividends, the second batch of brushes arrived. After outsourcing the pen holders, 3 people were freed up at once, and with Zhang Yu who came back, the number of people in each link doubled, and the output naturally increased a lot. Now the daily output is 70 to 80 brushes, which is much more than the original agreement with Manager Lin that 300 brushes in 6 days. With inventory, Xinqing is not afraid of not being able to deliver the goods on the agreed date, and the psychological pressure is much less. Early in the morning, the 2 brothers Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei packed up and set off for the city with a bamboo basket full of brushes on their backs. Xinqing was not idle either. After breakfast, she came to Jiang Eri's house without any delay, because today is the big day for making malt sugar. When Zhou Yan saw Xinqing, she reported hurriedly. The glutinous rice and corn kernels were soaked last night, steamed early in the morning, and kept warm in the pot. Is it okay? Yesterday, Xinqing came to check the degree of germination of the wheat and said that it should be ready this morning. He asked them to do the preparations first. The 2 families were very happy. God knows how they have been spending the past few days. It's really harder than working. They would rather work, especially when they see the 3rd uncle's family busying around. They are very envious. Now, they can finally start working at home. Xinqing instructed, "You can take off the lid of the pot and put it on when it is warm to keep it warm. Let us take out the fermented malt, wash it, and crush it all. The finer the better." The malt was fermented several times so that after making it today, we don't have to wait 5 or 6 days to make the second batch.
Okay.
The women hurried into the house to take out the fermented malt, gently pull the finger-length malt from the bamboo strips by the roots, trying not to break the roots, then put it in a large wooden basin and wash it repeatedly. The men brought a stone mortar with a wooden pestle to crush the cleaned malt. Qing began to prepare according to the proportions taught in the book, mixing the mashed malt with the warm glutinous rice while teaching on the spot. You must remember the respective amounts of malt and glutinous rice, because the sweetness of maltose can be controlled by adjusting the amount of them. Less malt will ferment slowly. I will tell you what fermentation is later. More malt will ferment quickly. But too much will produce a sour taste, which will affect the sweetness, right? So you must remember it. Zhou Yan, Jiang Ying, and other women hurriedly nodded seriously, indicating that they had taken note. The eldest of their two families still had work to do in the city, and the remaining men mostly did the physical work of mashing and the work in the fields and water. The stirring and boiling processes were naturally done by the women, so they had to remember them well. Qing gave everyone some time to digest and think, then took a break and continued. After mixing, let it ferment. The temperature is not high now. We fill a wooden basin with warm water that is slightly hotter than bath water, and then put the mixed malt in a wooden barrel into it. It will take about 3 hours. I will come over in 2.5 hours. During these 2 or 3 hours, remember to add hot water to keep the water temperature in the basin slightly hot. The book said that it is best to use the keep warm setting of the rice cooker. If converted to warm water, it is probably slightly hotter than bath water. Instructing her on the matters that needed attention, Qing did not stay any longer, but returned to her own home. After all, it would take another 5 or 6 hours to ferment, so it would be just right for her to come after lunch, and then use the afternoon to simmer it. As soon as she got home, she saw the third and fourth sons looking at her with shining eyes. Qing. Needless to say, they must have been dazzled by the silver. After entering the room and closing the door, even though Jiang Xiangnan's voice was suppressed again and again, he still couldn't stop being excited. Mom. So much silver. Qing. Yeah. I've never seen so much silver, Mom. How can you be at ease with the fourth son and I going alone? What if it's lost or robbed or stolen? More than 20 taels of silver. If it were him, he would have to bring his entire family with him to feel at ease. Qing looked at the two men's patched linen clothes and shook his head. Thieves are the most discerning. Two young men from poor backgrounds, wearing rags and looking like they have never seen the world. Which one would steal and which one would rob? After all, they are poor but strong, and one doesn't know who will suffer the greater loss if they are not careful. Compared with his third brother, Zhang Xiangbei seems much calmer on the surface. After all, he went in with his mother last time. He knew the shipping price of the brushes and how much this batch of brushes was worth. But knowing is knowing, when he actually took over more than 20 taels of silver, he still couldn't help but feel excited. Last time it was only 12 taels. This time it doubled, a full 24 taels. Jiang Xiangnan tugged at his patched clothes and said foolishly, Mom, I'll keep this dress. I'll wear it when I go to the city. In the past, when he didn't have money, he always wanted to wear good clothes and felt ashamed of wearing tattered clothes. But today, he and his fourth brother each had more than 10 taels of silver on them, and he didn't feel ashamed at all for the same dress. Now that he heard his mother say that it was the clothes that saved them from being targeted, he immediately felt that for the safety of the silver, it was just a tattered dress, and he didn't mind from the bottom of his heart. Qing gave her approval. The third brother was smart, and the fourth brother was steady. She was relieved when the two of them worked together to deliver goods and sell goods. After receiving the silver, Qing still decisively closed the door in the reluctant eyes of Jiang Xiangnan. She knew what the third brother meant. He wanted to have silver in his hands. Every one of them would have silver, but not now. Qing looked at the heavy 20-odd pieces of silver. It was not much to buy the items needed on the road of escape, and there was even a big gap, but she felt more at ease than ever before. With these 24 taels, plus the 8 taels of silver at home, the savings suddenly exceeded 30 taels. 30 taels seemed to be a hurdle. With these, many things and things on the road of escape can be put on the agenda. Go to the city tomorrow and buy a few pieces of gauze to make summer clothes. Gauze is thin and easy to dry, and it is most suitable for the hot and rainy summer. The most important thing about making clothes in advance is that the broken silver can be beaten into thin and long silver pieces and sewn on the hem of the clothes. If they are scattered and lost by the disaster victims on the road of escape, they will not panic with the silver. There are 11 people in the family, big and small, and each person makes 2 sets, and then makes 2 sets for Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan. It is estimated that 3 taels of silver will be needed. Then go to order a big knife, which can be obtained in 1.5 months at the earliest, so it must be ordered in advance. The eldest to the 4th child in their prime years each had a knife. Huabing was strong, brave, and careful, so she also had a knife for self-defense and to deter bad guys. As for her having a kitchen knife for self-defense, Xiangzhong, Jiang Shui, and Jiang Yu would not dare to cut people even if they had knives. If they were taken away, it would be more dangerous. There were also hoes and shovels at home. When the time comes, they will each get one. Even if they close their eyes and smash randomly, it will be better for them than a broadsword. Knives are not cheap, especially broadswords. 1 is 1.5 taels, and 5 are 7 taels and 5 coins. Fortunately, you only need to pay a deposit of 1.5 taels of silver for customization, and the balance will be paid when you get the goods. After a month and a half, it will not be a problem to make up the remaining 6 taels of silver. Shen Qing hesitated. Can a team of hundreds of people rely on only 5 people holding broadswords? Both the deterrent power and strength are far from enough. Jiang Yang and Xie Qingshan, who are escorting, have knives at home. The Feng family knows boxing and kicking. Even if there is a shortage of knives and guns, there must be no shortage of sticks. The Guan family has no strong laborers. The 3 members of the family are old, weak, and disabled. They are the ones who need to be protected wherever they go. There are many young and strong men in the families of Jiang Sanyi and Wuya. If they are equipped with big swords, the safety of the 3 people in the Guan family will be greatly improved. Then order 10 more swords. 15 taels of silver seems a lot now, but you'll find it worth it when you are against the enemy. Donkeys and cows cannot be bought this time. The remaining 20 or so taels of silver will feel a lot if placed elsewhere, but it will be stretched to buy large animals. I can only wait for next time. She has other uses for the remaining silver. Originally, only the families of Jiang Eri and Xinqing had 3 meals a day in the village. Later, Zhao Mingyue's family worked harder after making tofu, so they also changed to 3 meals a day. Seeing that they started making malt sugar today, Su Hongmei was afraid that her family would be hungry and affect the progress, so she gritted her teeth and changed to 3 meals. After lunch, the 3 families gathered at Jiang Eri's house again. Because Jiang Eri's house not only has a stove but also two large iron pots that can be boiled at the same time. Shen Qing lifted the cloth curtain on the big wooden barrel, looked at the fermentation situation, and filtered out the juice with gauze. Jiang Dalong immediately carried the bucket full of juice to the kitchen and poured it into the big iron pot according to Shen Qing's instructions. At the same time, the stove hole started to light a fire. After the high fire boils, turn to medium heat and stir slowly all the time. When the juice thickens, turn to low heat and continue to boil. At this time, the stirring speed should be accelerated, otherwise it will easily stick to the pot. The fire should also be as small as possible. It is better to be small than big. Do you understand? The young boy who was stoking the fire quickly responded. Understood. It takes 3 to 5 hours to boil. Shen Qing asked Zhou Yan, Zhang Ying, Su Hongmei, Li Xiulan, and others to take turns to try it. When the water slowly dries up, the color turns yellow-brown and can be hung on the wooden shovel. Shen Qing quickly scoops it out and puts it on the oiled tray prepared in advance. Jiang Dalong and several strong men quickly pulled, folded, and pulled the yellow-brown maltose blocks repeatedly while it was still hot, just like pulling noodles. After dozens of times, the maltose blocks changed from the original yellow-brown to silver-white. Jiang Ying, Zhou Yan, and others quickly cut them into small with scissors, put them into the cooked glutinous rice flour prepared in advance, and shook them well. So far, the silver-white sugar are made. Everyone in the kitchen has been staring at it without blinking, and now they are staring wider and wider, in great wonder. Even the second and fifth masters of the Jiang family at the back of the crowd have a satisfied look on their faces. Oh no! Oh no! Captain Sun is here with the officials. Xinqing was explaining why they wanted to pull maltose. The maltose in Xinqing is in the form of yellow-brown blocks. When you want it, you use a small hammer to knock off a piece and weigh it. We are latecomers, and we sell the same items as other merchants. There is no novelty, and even if we can sell it, we won't sell much. After pulling it, we cut it into a round ball shape. The color is beautiful and special, and it is convenient to eat. People are naturally willing to try to buy ours at the same price. The simplest and most direct way for latecomers to open up the market is to lower the price, but a price war will hurt both sides. Not to mention that they don't have the strength and capital to fight a price war. Even if they do, it won't work. The market is so small that both sides will have nothing to eat after the muddy water is stirred. The whole room seemed to have opened up their minds, and their eyes were still surprisingly bright in the dim kitchen. Xinqing was about to say that maltose and tofu are for different groups of people and the selling methods should be different, when she heard a shout coming from far and near. Captain Sun is here with the officials. She frowned slightly. Even if she was mentally prepared and didn't think about the good side, she didn't want to see the situation develop in a bad direction. The Liu family is evil, and Captain Sun is the one backing them up. No wonder the Liu family is fearless and dares to blatantly torture one daughter-in-law after another. The second and fifth masters of the Jiang family were standing at the entrance of the kitchen. When they heard this, they frowned and turned around and asked, "Where is he?" Jiang Debao panted and reported hurriedly, "Just now at the entrance of the village, I heard him call himself Captain Sun and asked how to get to the village chief's house, so I hurried over." Hearing that he was coming to his house, Zhang Yang was not panicked and said to the kitchen family in a deep voice, "Let's have a good meeting with this Captain Sun." Jiang Xing snorted coldly. "The captain is an official to us, but Xingqing is not under the control of a captain like him. I don't believe that he can take Xiaoyu away by force even if he risks my life." With the words of the two elders of the Jiang family, the panic in the hearts of the younger generations inside and outside the house disappeared invisibly. The Liu family abused Jiang Yu. Fortunately, there were many members of the Jiang family, and they were united. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would have been hanged like the last daughter-in-law of the Liu family. Captain Sun did not care about what he should do. If he wanted to help the evil, they would not watch Jiang Yu return to the Liu family. Uncle Wu was right. He still had a life. They did not believe that a captain wanted to cover the sky with one hand. Prepared to fight to the death, the Jiang family had a sense of courage and stared at the door with heavy eyes. Wang Fugue nodded and bowed with a smile on his face, leading the way. "This is the village chief's house. Captain Sun, please go slowly. Be careful of the stones on the road." After speaking, he straightened up and directed Jiang Yang, who was standing under the eaves. "Hey, who is that? The captain is here. Why don't you come to greet him quickly?" "Haha, the village chief used to be the biggest in the village. Xiaomai falsely accused Xin Qingfei of making his family pay for a duck. Today, he got the chance to show off. But it was strange. In the past, not to mention the city's constables, even if the village chiefs of other villages came, Mr. Jiang would personally go out to greet them from afar. Why didn't the whole family show any enthusiasm today? Constable Sun was used to being warmly entertained by the small vendors in the city and in various villages. At this moment, he was used to waiting for the Jiang family to come out to greet him. He waited and waited, but he didn't see him. He looked up and saw that the men, women, old and young standing under the adobe eaves all looked unhappy. His heart skipped a beat. Liu Yenner, who was wearing the constable's clothes beside him, whimpered a few times to express her dissatisfaction. He patiently patted her little hand. "Don't worry, your man will make the decision for you." Then he set up his posture and stepped into the yard. Liu Yenner was satisfied, looked around proudly, and followed into the yard with her hand covering her nose. Jiang Yang bowed and said, "Meet Constable Sun. Who is this?" He looked at Liu Yenner. Not only Jiang Yang looked at Liu Yenner, but also the villagers in and outside the yard who were looking out all looked at Liu Yenner. Liu Yenner puffed out her chest proudly. Her chest was bulging, making the front of the constable's uniform bulge. Jiang Ying frowned. How can this be a constable? How can a constable wear makeup? But I see she didn't try to hide it, and she seemed very proud of it. Zhou Yan looked at him carefully for a long time, and after recognizing him, she called out affectionately, Xiangnan. Hey, isn't this Lu Xiangnan? I'm your sister Zhou Yan. We are from the same village, have you forgotten? Lu Yener was suddenly called by the name she had used for 15 years. She was more annoyed and embarrassed than happy. Moreover, since she was sold to that kind of place, what she feared most was meeting acquaintances. At this moment, he looked at Zhou Yan and said lightly, You recognized the wrong person. Zhou Yan would not let him go and shouted enthusiastically in a loud voice, How could I recognize the wrong person? We have been in the same village for more than 10 years. When you were a child, your mother didn't give you food, and you cried because of hunger. You always followed me to catch cicadas and roast them in the stove. One time, your brother snatched the cicadas you roasted, and you cried and told your mother. As a result, your mother slapped you several times and said that you should not wait for your brother to your food, but should rush to hand the delicious food to your brother. You cry when you are angry when you think about it. Have you forgotten? Lu Yener was stunned for a moment and whispered for a long time, Those are my mother and brother. It is my duty to feed them. Only when they are well can I have something to rely on. How can I really ignore them? Who can really ignore the parents who gave birth to them? What's more, Sheng'er is the root of the Lu family and has to carry on the Lu family's lineage. Without Sheng'er, the Lu family will be extinct. As a member of the Lu family, she certainly can't ignore it. You told me many times at that time that when you have money in the future, you should buy lots of delicious food, eat by yourself, and live a good life. Xiangnan, you are really living a good life now, right? Lu Yener wanted to laugh and cry. Is she living a good life? No one knows how she lives a good life. She suddenly vented the rage that she had when she came here to convict Jiang Yu and the Jiang family, but she raised her head and said contemptuously, I told you that you recognized the wrong person. We are here today for official business. Why don't you hand over Jiang Yu quickly? The Jiang family members don't matter, but Jiang Yu must go back. Chuntao is pregnant and can't work, and her father and brother can't work. If Jiang Yu doesn't go back, all the work at home will fall on his mother alone. Master Zhang's eyes were cold, and he asked directly, May I ask why you want to hand over Jiang Yu? What did my niece do wrong? Please tell me clearly, sir. Captain Sun's swollen cheeks after drinking and having trembled, and he said unhappily, She is a married woman. Why doesn't she stay at home to serve her parents-in-law and husband? She is not a good wife. Captain Sun, you don't know that Jiang Yu has divorced Lu Sheng. As a divorced woman, she naturally has to stay at her parents' home. Captain Sun waved his hand and said indifferently, The divorce agreement is invalid. Lu Sheng said that he didn't want to sign it, but you forced him to sign it. Tell me, how can you, the Jiang family, break up a good marriage for no reason? Today, this captain will make the decision to change it. The Jiang family was so angry that they almost spit fire.
Why?
Many of the onlookers had been to the Lu family that day and helped bring Jiang Yu back. At this moment, they were at a loss. The divorce agreement had been signed. How could it be changed? Would the woman have a chance to survive in the future? The second Master Jiang's face turned cold, and the fifth Master Jiang was already furious, and he snorted. Why? The divorce agreement has been filed at the government office. How can it be changed just like that? Hearing that it had been filed at the government office, Captain Sun was stunned. He looked at Lu Yener beside him and asked dissatisfiedly, Why didn't you say anything when you filed it at the government office? If it hadn't been filed, just take it back and tear it up. Anyway, everything written on Jiang Yu's pass was at the Lu family. If the Lu family didn't let him go or wanted to take him away, it would be illegal for the Jiang family not to let him go. Moreover, the Lu family was holding the pass, so Jiang Yu couldn't even enter the city and could only stay in Chili village for the rest of his life. But the case has been filed, and the pass is in the Jiang family. He can't use the law to force the Lu family to bring the person back. Even if Jiang Yu gets married again with the pass, it will not be affected. Lu Yenner opened her confused eyes and replied puzzledly, I don't know either. My mother didn't tell me. The onlookers shouted dissatisfiedly. Jiang Yu is almost beaten to death in the Lu family. What else can she do if she goes back? Captain Sun is so powerful. He should also point out a way out for the people, right? Yes, Lu Sheng has raised a child, and she is pregnant. How can Jiang Yu live in the Lu family? Don't bully people like this. This family already has a wife, but they openly remarry. I dare to ask Captain Sun if this has violated the law. Captain Sun was overwhelmed by the questions. He, a captain, didn't dare to openly take a concubine, so how could Lu Sheng, a farmer, dare? He took a breath, suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, your mother, tell me what your mother said. Didn't they say that the Jiang family bullied others by bringing people to openly back the daughter-in-law who had spent 10 taels of betrothal gifts? They also smashed the house and she was beaten a lot. They also said that Jiang Yu was disrespectful to her parents-in-law and disrespectful to her husband.
Lu Yenner skjøddet all over.
Mother cried and said that the people in Shirley Village looked down on their family more and more. Jiang Yu was a married woman, and 60 or 70 men in their prime and more than 10 strong women from Chili Village came to help, but the people in Shirley Village watched their Lu family being bullied, and no one helped. Isn't it because they saw that their Lu family was small and felt that they couldn't rely on the Lu family in the future, so they didn't help? Mother said that she wanted to let the people of Shirley Village see that although the Lu family had only one son, his sister worked hard to find a good man, and she didn't need the help of the people in the village to fight back. Mother said that now it is not about money, but about face, and whether the Lu family can still gain a foothold in Shirley Village. Lu Yenner suddenly felt very tired. When she was young, she said that her family was looked down upon because they had no son. Why are they still looked down upon after having a son? She forced herself to cheer up, put on a smile, and said softly, Sun Lang, I rely entirely on you. My mother has never seen the world. She only knows that if you can get Jiang Yu back, you will be a very powerful person. The Lu family is small in population and has always been looked down upon by the villagers. Now the people of Chili Village dare to openly bully them. If you help this time, even the people of Shirley Village will not dare to look down on the Lu family in the future. You will have face, and the Lu family will have substance. Upon hearing this, Captain Sun's vanity was greatly satisfied. He did not care what the surrounding villagers said, and was dissatisfied. He only ordered Jiang Yang, you, go and call Jiang Yu. This captain will personally ask for her opinion. The little woman in the village whom he had never met, if he scared her and then threatened her with her family, wouldn't she go back obediently? Mr. Jiang said coldly, Captain Sun, if you have anything to say, please tell me in person. Captain Sun raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction and asked without giving any face, you are Jiang Yu? Can you make the decision for her? Go and call someone. This captain does not have much time to waste on this. Shin Qing stepped forward and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, I am Jiang Yu's sister-in-law. Jiang Yu lives in my house. As the saying goes, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. I can make the decision about her affairs. May I ask what Captain Sun has to say? Captain Sun did not expect that a group of ignorant villagers would dare to contradict him and disobey his orders. He squinted and looked back, only to see that the woman in front of him had a fearless face, as if the person in front of her was not an official, but an ordinary person. But what she said was not wrong. Jiang Yu was now living under her, and she could indeed make the decision on marriage matters. One side was determined not to call anyone, and the other side would not leave easily for the sake of face. The two sides were deadlocked. Hey Jiang Yu, why are you here? Which big mouth told you? Go back quickly, don't go in, your sister-in-law and uncles are in there. They can handle it, don't worry. Thank you for your kindness, Auntie. I will handle my own affairs by myself. Hearing this, Captain Sun and Lu Yenner were delighted at the same time. Captain Sun was the first to react and asked loudly, which one is Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu walked quickly over with a cane, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead and messy hair on her temples. When she saw Captain Sun, she stopped, walked forward slowly step by step, and answered, I am. Okay, are you voluntarily divorcing? The Liu family sued your family for forcibly taking you back. Now are you going back to the Liu family voluntarily, or will this captain arrest your family and punish them? You have to think about it before answering. Captain Sun narrowed his triangular eyes and put pressure on him. Your Excellency, there is no need to ask about the crimes of my family. What crime have they committed in helping me? Captain Sun hummed, and the smile on his lips became wider and wider. As soon as the city gate opens tomorrow, I will go into the city and crash myself to death on the stone lions in front of the government office. Let the great magistrate see the evil deeds of the Liu family. If the Liu family doesn't give me a way to live, I can't let them have an easy life either. As for you, Your Excellency, you should report to the Liu family and the officials. Captain Sun retracted the smile on his lips, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip. This is not to prevent the Liu family from having an easy life. It is clearly to prevent him from having an easy life. An ignorant countrywoman actually dared to threaten him like this. Where did she get the courage? No, she is not afraid of death, and she is indeed not afraid of where she will die. Captain Sun took a breath again and again to calm himself down, and comforted himself that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. After all, he is also an official, so how can he be serious with a woman who can't even get enough food? He tilted his head to look at Liu Yenner beside him, only to see the latter shaking his arm unwillingly. Sun Ling Zhou Yen under the eaves spoke. Xiangnan, your parents treated you like that, and your brother is not a good person. Why do you still help them? Jiangyu was not bad to you when she married into the Liu family, and she finally got out of the fire pit. Why do you have to drag her in again? Seeing that Captain Sun did not respond, Liu Yenner bit her lip and said sadly, I am already in this situation. If I don't help them, how can I help outsiders? Your badness is caused by your parents. You should blame your parents, instead of transferring this badness to other women and forcing them to be as bad as you. Shen Qing finished speaking. Liu Yenner was slightly startled after hearing it, as if she had thought of something, with helplessness and confusion in her eyes. Then she shook her head and forced a bitter smile. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly grasping the sleeves of Captain Sun, unwillingly saying, If I can't bring Jiangyu back, my mother will suffer in the Liu family. Captain Sun looked at Jiangyu, who would rather perish together with his enemies, and then looked at the Jiang family, who did not retreat at all, as well as the layers of villagers lying on the wall of the yard, and gritted his teeth and advised, We made a mistake today. They are so numerous and powerful that it may not be possible to take them away by force. It doesn't matter. Wait for me to summon the constables below to come again. You can relax. There is nothing I, Sun Gui, can't do. They are just a few powerless villagers. Taking away a divorced village woman is as easy as catching an ant, and leaving them alone will not cause any trouble. Liu Yenner smiled charmingly and praised. Sun Lang is a real man, but he is to do it as soon as possible. There are a lot of chores waiting for people to do at home, such as washing clothes and cooking. Sun Gui's eyes were full of pride. He planned to take a rest for 2 days. Once he was on duty, he would gather people. The Jiang family just waited. Don't think that life would be easy. Captain Sun took Liu Yenner away, and Mr. Jiang extended his hand and clasped his fists to thank him. Thank you all for speaking up for justice today. Jiangyu bowed and thanked everyone. The villagers who were watching felt embarrassed and said one after another, Well, why should we be polite when we are from the same village? Jiangyu grew up under our eyes. He helped to say a few words without spending money or effort. It's not a big deal to thank him. In the harmonious atmosphere, Wang Fugue sneaked away with a dusty face. He originally wanted to stay and watch the fun and see the scene where the Jiang family offended the Liu family and got humiliated, but he didn't see the fun. Instead, he seemed to help outsiders laugh at his own villagers. At this moment, he became an irrelevant person in the thank you scene. Forget it, it's irrelevant. His family doesn't need help from the villagers. His family is not small, and he can't rely on them in the future, and he won't suffer if he doesn't have a good relationship with them. Who said that he must have a good relationship with his neighbors? He didn't have a good relationship with them for decades, but he lived a good life. What's the big deal? Besides, Jiang Yu offended the Liu family, which means he offended the head of the police son, and offending the head of the police son means offending the officials. The people in the village are really short-sighted and dare to help speak, and their good days are over. Maybe the head of the police son will come again in 2 days, and they will have a hard time then. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was a smart person. Wang Fugui hummed a little song and walked away. The crowd dispersed, and Xin Qing asked Zhou Yan and Lu Xiulan to send Jiang Yu home first, and also let the two of them comfort him. Zhou Yan and Lu Xiulan took on the task, supporting Jiang Yu on the left and right, and advised sincerely, "Sister, please don't do stupid things secretly. The days in the Liu family are over. Let's live well in the future." Jiang Yu smiled brightly. "Don't worry, my two sisters-in-law. My sister-in-law treats me very well. My family members treat me very well, and I won't be sad. She can die, but she will never be prepared to die secretly like before. She is not afraid of death. Why should she let go of the people who forced her to death? The Liu family and the head of the Sun Constable treated her badly. Even if she died, she would drag them to be the scapegoat to prevent them from causing trouble for the Jiang family again. She has thought about it carefully these days. Now she is a member of the Jiang family again. If she goes head-to-head with the Liu family and the head of the Sun Constable, not only will she not be able to beat them, but even if she uses a knife to chop them, the government will investigate, and the sister-in-law, nephews, and nieces will all be punished, and the whole Jiang family will be implicated for no reason. Only by saying that can we scare Captain Sun and make him a little afraid, but who knows how long this little fear will last." Zhao Mingyue was worried. "Do you think Xiaoyu will do something stupid?"
She was already upset.
After coming back, she finally had a few days of peace, but this happened again. Not all the people in the village are good. It seems that the person who secretly went to pass the message to Xiaoyu just wanted to see a joke. It's not too much to watch other people's excitement. She worriedly muttered, "A woman's reputation is so important. A drop of spit can drown a person. What should we do?" "Don't worry, Aunt San. Reputation can only confine women who care about it. Once they don't care, it won't matter. Xiaoyu doesn't care about reputation now, but her family. As long as we can't prevent Captain Sun from coming here to show off, Xiaoyu won't do anything stupid." Sun Qing analyzed. Zhao Mingyue thought about Jiang Yu's spirit in recent days. He was indeed different from the gray and defeated one he saw at Lu's house. He seemed to be alive again. However, why can't Captain Sun come to cause trouble? Sun Qing leaned close to Zhao Mingyue's ear and told her in detail in a low voice. Zhao Mingyue's frown relaxed as she listened, and then she slapped her thigh. "Why didn't I think of it? Qing'er, wait for the news from Third Aunt and make sure everything is done well tomorrow morning." Zhao Mingyue's family went back to prepare, while Sun Qing took the time to give a small lesson to the families of the 2nd and 5th masters of Jiang. Tofu is an affordable daily food, and most families in the city can afford it. People in the village are willing to change the taste of the soybeans they grow themselves. But maltose is different. It costs more than 70 won per pound, and most people are reluctant to buy it. Those who are willing to buy it will not buy it on the streets for fear of being cheated. If you exchange it for wheat and glutinous rice, let alone the food shortage in this month, even if the wheat is harvested next month, there will be only a handful of people willing to exchange it for maltose. Jiang Ying and Jiang Dalong nodded continuously, and Jiang Iri and Jiang Weia also nodded imperceptibly. So the way to sell tofu is not suitable for maltose. We still have to cooperate with sugar shops, pastry shops, and even cosmetic shops, that is, supply them and let them sell. The profit will inevitably be lower, but this also has an advantage, which is to free up manpower to concentrate on making it. Sun Qing finished speaking and asked, "What do you think?" "It is not clear at night, so it can only be boiled during the day. One pot takes at least 3 to 5 hours, that is, at most once in the morning and afternoon. The men do the preparation work, the women boil it, and then send 2 people to deliver it. It is like a small sugar factory which saves worry and labor and only needs to focus on the sugar-making process." Jiang Dalong agreed with surprise. "I think it's great." He was originally worried about where to sell it after it was made. What if such an expensive thing can't be sold? Even if it can be sold, how much can it sell in a day? Jiang Ying conservatively estimated, "We have 2 families with many people and 3 large iron pots. We can make it in batches in small quantities and multiple times. As the malt ferments more, it is not a problem to make dozens of kilograms a day." Xin Qing. Not only that, the book says that pure boiling can make hundreds of kilograms a day, so there is a lot of room for improvement. It is precisely because of the large quantity that we have to go the wholesale route. Retail is too slow. They need money, and the sooner the better. Early the next morning, Zhao Mingyue specially brought Jiang Dashi and Hong Hehua to cooperate, pulling the tofu cart and heading straight to Xingping Lane. As soon as the old nanny of the Sun family left, Hong Hehua came forward with a dozen pounds of tofu, with a flattering smile on her face. The old nanny sighed twice. "I'm not buying tofu today. Don't pass it to me." "I'm not selling it. I'm giving it to you," Hong Hehua immediately said with a flattering smile. The old nanny was confused when she saw the 10 pounds of tofu, and then she thought that someone must want to use her connections to ask the master for help. "In fact, someone asked us to give it to Madame Sunday. Before, the people in our village were ignorant and asked her sister-in-law to divorce. Although there was nothing we could do about it, it was wrong to offend her parents and brother. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart." The old nanny was stunned, and her eyes gradually widened. "Her lady's family is very good. When did her brother and his wife divorce?" "Wait, do you know who my master is? Did you get the wrong person?" Zhao Mingyue stepped forward with a smile and asked in surprise, "How could I get it wrong? Isn't it the family of the famous Constable Sun Guisan? How many Constable Sons can we have in Xingqing? Besides, Constable Sun went to Chili village in person yesterday evening to seek justice for his brother-in-law and insisted that the divorced sister-in-law go back to the Liu family." Dashi quickly packed a few more pounds of tofu for Auntie. "Auntie, please say a few good words in front of Madame Sunday." Jiang Dashi quickly packed another 5 or 6 pounds of tofu, handed it forward and cooperated. "Yes, Auntie, the women in Chili village can't do anything. It's really that the Liu family is outrageous. Hey, I don't mean to say bad things about your madam's family. Don't take it to heart. But since they have already divorced, Madam Sun, as a sister, can you persuade her brothers to let go?" The old nanny took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and comforted her first. "Okay, I'll go talk to the madam, you wait." No wonder Sun Gui was on vacation yesterday, but he said he had something urgent to do in the afternoon. It turned out that he went to work for a wild woman outside. Sun Gui relied on his master to become a constable and then a head constable. Before the young lady had a good life for 2 days, he actually started to keep a mistress and support her. Fortunately, the tofu sellers didn't know the inside story. They only knew that she was a servant of Constable Sun. Otherwise, she wouldn't know. Zhao Mingyue, Jiang Dashi, and Hong Hehua watched the old nanny turn around and rush back to the house with a serious expression. After a while, she led a woman in elegant clothes out. The two walked and whispered, and stopped when they saw them. Then the old nanny stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter with you saying that Constable Sun went to Chili village yesterday afternoon?" The woman in elegant clothes stood aside, waiting with an uneasy look on her face. As if he hadn't seen the elegantly dressed woman, Zhao Mingyue sighed and began to speak. "Well, in fact, we can't really blame Chili village. They brought the Jiang family girl back because they couldn't make ends meet. They were divorced, so everything should be fine. Yesterday, somehow, Captain Sun brought a pretty constable to the village chief's house and asked them to hand over the Jiang family girl and let her go back to the Liu family. We heard what the pretty constable said. His father-in-law's family is glorious, father-in-law and brother-in-law think he is powerful, etc. Isn't this your wife's family?" Yes, I'm close to him, and I heard Captain Sun say that he would definitely handle this matter well, so that his father-in-law and brother-in-law's family can have face in the village and hold their heads high." Jiang Dashi added, "Mom, that little constable is so pretty, with white and tender skin. I want to touch it to see if I can squeeze out water." No wonder Captain Sun touched it several times. Jiang Debao blushed and scratched his head. Hong Hehua joked, "Young brother-in-law, be careful of being scolded. It's okay for you to think about a girl, but how can you think about a young man? The old nanny saw that her young lady's face became more and more ugly when she heard the words handsome little constable, as if she was about to scold in the next moment, so she hurriedly and nervously pulled her sleeves to remind her. This group of people don't know that they have found the wrong person. If they knew, they would not dare to say it. In that case, wouldn't they continue to be kept in the dark? Madame Sun was so angry that she was about to spit fire, but her face was gloomy enough to drip water. She took a few deep breaths and suppressed her anger. What young man? He is obviously a foxy woman. Okay, your surname is Liu, right? Your father-in-law's brother-in-law, right? You dare to disguise yourself and go with me. You really treat her as a dead person. Sun Gui had such an easy life that he had forgotten how much he weighed. She took a deep breath and ordered, "Go, call Sun Gui back to me." The old nanny said in embarrassment, "It's a day off today, and I don't know where he went." Madame Sun said coldly, "Where else can he be? He is either with that witch or in the government office where they're going to call someone to help that witch. No matter where he is, we can always find out by asking at the government office. Ask him to come back immediately. As for keeping a mistress, even if everyone around her knew about it, she might not know about it. They could all hide it from her. If these country folk hadn't understood the situation and bumped into her stupidly today, she didn't know how long she would be kept in the dark." On the other side, Zhao Mingyue and the other three stood nervously and awkwardly. After hearing this, they were confused, as if they had done something wrong or said something wrong. Madame Sun finished her angry instructions, and seeing the four people's frightened looks, she said, "No one will know that it was you who said it. If Sun Gui goes to Chili village again in the future, you should come and tell him." Jiang Dashi apologized and kept saying, "Okay, I know." After the two left, Zhao Mingyue waved her hand. "Let's go and sell the remaining tofu." She was not nervous at all. Shin Qing was also in the city. Captain Sun's fault was a matter of the moment. Although it was annoying, it was far from a life-threatening matter. The flood was not only life-threatening, but also could cause separation and death, which was worse than death. She knew which was more important. Captain Sun had to solve it, and the preparations for the flood could not be delayed. She first went to the blacksmith shop to order 15 broadswords and paid a deposit of 3 taels. Then she went to the car dealership and reserved 2 oil paper cloth carriages, the most common, simple, and practical style and cloth, to protect against wind, rain, and sun. Each carriage cost 2.5 taels of silver, and she also paid a deposit first, and the balance was paid when the goods were delivered. Originally, she planned to order from Juan the carpenter, but the work of this one would take more than a month, and it would not be enough for 2 carriages. Moreover, she would have to buy oil paper and cloth to nail them on when ordering from Juan the carpenter. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Some money cannot be saved. In addition to the 2 carriages, she also ordered 2 carts from Juan the carpenter. This one was faster and could be completed in about half a month. Shun Qing thought about it. 1 cart for pots, pans, food, etc., and 1 cart for clothes and food that were not worn, which were covered with oil paper cloth. There was a lot of rain in summer, and it was okay for the men, but there were 2 little granddaughters and a girl at home, so a carriage to protect from wind and rain was necessary. Took a long time and needed to be ordered in advance. Shun Qing went to the cloth shop again and bought some 3-layer and 6-layer gauze and put them in the bamboo basket on her back. After selling the second batch of brushes, Xiangnan and Xiangbei's minds were no longer on fishing and catching shrimps. Because of Jiang Yu's matter yesterday, they didn't go to the ground trap, so today she didn't need to carry a bucket to sell yellow eels, so she carried a bamboo basket. Earning money is important, but the income from the mall must not be lost. However, it is also a serious matter for the 3rd and 4th brothers to turn all their energy to making brushes. Now that she has money and food in her hands, she can think of other ways. Before leaving, Shin Qing entered the pastry shop. Date paste crisps with rich date fragrance, sweet and soft osmanthus cakes, soft and glutinous chestnut cakes, sweet and sour appetizing hawthorn pot cakes, fragrant mung bean cakes, osmanthus lotus seed cakes, sweet and crispy walnut cakes. Qing bought several packs of each with a generous wave of her hand, watching the pastry boy carefully wrap them tightly with oil paper, thinking in her mind that she could fill her stomach first if she was slow and late to cook on the road. She didn't dare to think about it when she didn't have a locker. Because even if the oil paper is waterproof, the air is humid in summer, especially when it rains, it will probably go moldy in 2 or 3 days, and even if it is stored, it will not last long. Now there is a storage cabinet that can be used to store whatever you want. Even if it is not big, pastries are only needed occasionally or for emergency use, so 1 cubic meter is enough to store them. If it is not enough, I will find a way to replenish them along the way. The storage cabinet is useful, but there are other more important things that need to be stored. It would be great if I could reward a few more. I have to think about it, but I have to be pragmatic and diligent in making preparations. As soon as she returned to Chili village, she went to Jiang Eri's house to discuss. Jiang Eri was wiping the big knife he used when escorting. When he heard Jiang Ying say that Qing was here, he put away the knife and walked out. Qing sat on the chair that Zhou Yan brought in the yard, opposite Jiang Eri and Jiang Ying. The big yard was filled with all kinds of things, but it looked messy but made people feel very relieved. Jiang Ying said joyfully, "I took the 2 or 3 pounds you made yesterday to the candy shops, pastry shops, grocery stores, etc. in the city to test them as you said. The least they ordered was 10 pounds. But we didn't dare to make large quantities before. The wheat we distributed was far from enough. We can only supply a small amount at present. The earliest for a large quantity will be 5 days later. In any case, being able to sell it is a good start." Qing was very happy to hear that many merchants placed orders. There is still more than a month to June and time is tight. Every penny earned in this month is a penny earned. Jiang Ying looked around and saw no one, so he lowered his voice and said, "After I came back, I went to go on the carpenter's house and ordered 2 carts. Together with the 2 at home, if a flood really comes, it will be enough for our family. If not, everyone will carry some on their backs. But I'm worried about my 3rd and 5th uncle's families. They only have 1 cart now. As the saying goes, even a rotten boat still has 3 pounds of nails. How can 1 cart be enough for a family of more than 20 people? Don't worry about your 3rd uncle's family. They sell tofu in 2 places. They originally borrowed it from your family first. After they make money, they will definitely buy another one for their own use. It's just that my 5th uncle's family doesn't need to go to the city to sell. The family members just need to concentrate on their work. I'm afraid they won't order more carts." Qing analyzed. Jiang Yang thought for a moment and said, "No problem. I'll talk to Lao Wu and ask them to prepare an extra cart." Then he added, "With your help, our Jiang family has a way to make money, so I'm not worried. But for other people in the village, the Feng and Qin families have the polishing work you provided, and they can earn 50 coins a day. With this income, they won't go hungry even if they don't eat well. The Wang and Zhang families don't get along with you, and I was disappointed by Xiuyu's matter. Let's just give face in the future, but what about the Zhao and Hong families? Not to mention that the Zhao and Hong families went to Shirley village. They were diligent on weekdays, and as the village chief, he didn't want to abandon them. There is also the Guan family. The Guan family must have no shortage of money, but the 3 of them are old and weak, and walking alone is like a fat sheep left alone. Won't they be eaten by others? They had to follow the team from the village, but Xiaoshan was disabled, and Guan Li and Xiangxi didn't know. Although Qing's purpose of coming here was not to help the Zhao and Hong families, it was exactly what Mr. Jiang had proposed that she come here. She suppressed her excitement and said, "There are still more than 20 days before the wheat harvest. Everyone in my family is busy every day. If we can spare someone to harvest more than 10 acres of land, the money from selling wheat will be far less than that from making brushes. Harvesting during the busy farming season is still a very tiring, hard, and dirty job. By then, everyone in the family will probably be so tired that they will lose a lot of weight." Jiang Yang and Jiang Ying looked at Qing at the same time, thinking that she was going to ask the Zhao and Hong families to help harvest wheat. Unexpectedly, Qing changed the subject and said, "I remember that these 2 families would catch fish, shrimps, and yellow eels and loaches. I have a supply store for yellow eels and shrimps, and it would be a pity to throw them away." I really can't spare the manpower to harvest wheat, so I thought of letting them exchange yellow eels, loaches, fish, shrimps, etc. for wheat, but they will need to go to the fields to harvest them themselves. Second Unklingzy, do you think it's possible? After the wheat is harvested, it needs to be threshed and then dried. Before eating, it needs to be shelled and ground into powder. Especially the food in the mall is cheap, good, and has many varieties. The family now eats what they buy in the mall, using fish, shrimp, and yellow eels to exchange for wheat that has not yet been harvested, and the money from the sales is directly used to buy food from the mall, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Jiangyang and Jiangning opened their mouths, wanting to say that it was wrong, but felt that there was nothing wrong. Yes, Shunqing did this so that his family didn't have to spare labor to rush to harvest, and the Zhao and Hong families would not refuse to exchange the unsold fish, shrimp, and yellow eels for food. Farmers, fields, and food are their lives. Who would complain about having too much? Then I thought that this was the reason why Shunqing's idea was different. Others would not exchange their own food even if they were tired. As a farmer, Shunqing could do this completely for the sake of the village. Jiangning thought divergently that Shunqing helped the people who went to Shirley village to help that day. She was repaying their favors. In addition, I also want to collect some dried vegetables and wild vegetables in the village, such as purslane, water spinach, pickled mustard greens, dried fish, and the like. You can see the situation in my family. Bing can't go out to get some fresh air. Xiuyu has difficulty walking, and Xiao Shui is in charge of an important link and can't leave. At present, the wild vegetables at home are dug out when we have time, and we have to eat them sparingly. I thought that Zhao Hong and his family could send a few wild vegetables every day, and we can eat fresh ones. As for dried vegetables, there is no limit on the weight. In this way, they can make dried vegetables with more digging and still sell them to me. How about it? Pickled mustard greens can be made into pork with preserved vegetables and dried mustard greens pancakes. Other dried vegetables are also delicious when steamed or stewed with fat in winter. Jiangning. It's confirmed, Shunqing is repaying Xiaoyu's debt of favor. Jiangyang looked at Shunqing deeply, thinking. As the village chief, he was not as broad-minded and thoughtful as she was. If we survive the flood, it will be your credit. If they didn't survive, it was their fate. Shunqing was stunned. She didn't expect Jiangyang to think so highly of her. She was a little ashamed. To be fair, everything she did and thought was based on her own interests. She taught the 3 branches of the Jiang family to make money because she thought they were excellent relatives and could form a team to take care of each other on the way to escape. She outsourced it to Feng and Qin's 2 families to make money because she needed it, and secondly, they were very nice people. The same was true for Zhao and Hong's 2 families today. Like Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao, they were also neighbors living in the same village, but she didn't want to earn a penny for them, let alone form a team together. If we can survive on the way to escape, it will be everyone's credit. After all, in the dream, the Jiang family died one after another, and they were almost extinct. The first priority is to ensure survival. As for whether they live well, I can't care about it for the time being. Jiangyang thought even further. When the flood comes, where can we flee to? Other places cannot farm this year, so we have to wait until next year, but how can we solve the food problem from the next year from the sowing to the harvest? Shunqing wants to leave in advance. Not to mention that he can't leave. Even if he can leave, he has to stay and see. If he is not sure that the fields cannot be cultivated, how can the farmers who dig for food in the soil be willing to abandon their homes and businesses to live in another place? Only when they are sure that they can't survive on this land will they resolutely embark on the road of fleeing from famine and unite to fight the enemy. Only when the hearts are united can the team be led. Why did Shunqing tell Mr. Jiang Heir to find Zhao Hong and his family to collect fish and shrimp and supply vegetables as soon as possible? It was mainly to avoid alienation from his family. Most people in Chili village can catch fish and shrimp. Jiang Dateo, Mr. Jiang Sani, and Mr. Jiang Wei can do it. There are also wild vegetables and dried vegetables. Every household has a woman resting at home. There are purslane and amaranth everywhere in the ridges. If everyone is accepted, it will be impossible to distribute them. There are not many resources, so we can only try to distribute them evenly, otherwise the poor families may really starve to death. Unexpectedly, Jiang, the second master of the Jiang family, not only did not leave her, but thought that she had a vision and responsibility, and was selfless. Selflessness is far from being achieved, and I don't want to achieve it, but I am a little proud of being praised for having a vision and responsibility. When I arrived at the Zhao family and told them about this decision, the Zhao brothers' mouths were almost open enough to fit eggs, and it took them a long time to react. The eldest brother Zhao blinked his dry eyes and asked uncertainly, "You said that you want to exchange this year's new grain for fish and yellow eels and loaches, and even small wild shrimps?" He could understand big fish, yellow eels, and loaches, but small wild shrimps have big heads and small bodies, with only a little meat, which is troublesome to eat. In addition to feeding the children with some shrimp tails, the rest can only be smashed and fed to chickens. It's almost free. Who is willing to exchange grain? Especially the new grain produced this year. Shenqing added. Well, we also want small wild shrimps. As for fish, small fish are best. Forget it, we also want big fish. They were reluctant to eat the big fish they caught, and they still had to go to the city to sell them. It was time-consuming and laborious, but they could not sell them for much money. It was better to save time and catch more fish. As for the big fish in the mall, although they were not valuable, they could keep them for their own consumption. Chopped pepper fish head, boiled fish, pickled fish, pepper and salt fish bones, braised fish pieces. She was a little greedy for fish. Zhao Lao was sure that Shenqing was subsidizing their Zhao family in disguise. Otherwise, it would be reasonable to ask for big fish, but why would he want small fish and wild shrimps? These two things were brought back and smashed to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese, so that they could lay eggs. Shenqing explained, "You also know that my family is making brushes now. Everyone is very busy and has no time to go out to fish. Besides, the wheat will be harvested next month, and we can't spare the time, so we can only trouble you to harvest it by yourselves. I'm really sorry." They worked hard to catch fish and shrimp and sent them over, but they had to harvest the food in exchange by themselves. They put in 2 efforts for the same thing. The Zhao brothers shook their heads hurriedly and said in unison, "No trouble, no trouble. We are very happy. That's wheat that is already grown in the fields. Who wouldn't be happy to see it?" They went to the fields to visit every day, looking forward to a fuller, mature, and good harvest every day. Shenqing was now going to give them the wheat that their family had worked so hard to grow. They just had to work hard to harvest it, and it would be theirs after the harvest. How could this be a trouble? This was what all farmers wished for. Okay, unshelled wheat is 7 cents per pound, and yellow eel is about 13 or 14 cents. How about 2 pounds of wheat for 1 pound of yellow eel? Fish and shrimp. Shenqing was in a dilemma. How to decide on these 2 things? There is no specific selling price in the city. The eldest brother Zhao added, "How about 3 pounds of small fish and shrimp for 1 pound? After saying that, he thought anxiously, it shouldn't be considered a bargain, right? The second brother Zhao was also uneasy. Small fish and shrimp are not valuable. There is nothing to sell in the city. If they are sold, they are either given away with big fish or a lot of them for a few cents. There is no specific price. 3 pounds for 1 pound, Shenqing just wanted it. At that moment, she felt that the Zhao brothers were really good, honest, and simple, and they didn't make trouble when she came to them. She said in one breath, "Okay, in addition to the wild vegetables in the water, we will send 5 caddies of fresh wild vegetables every day for 10 cents. If there are dried vegetables, we will also take 5 cents per caddy. You can ask the women at home. If it is possible, it can be delivered tomorrow morning." Before Zhao Laoda and Zhao Lao Er could answer, the 2 wives who were hiding at the door and eavesdropping could not wait to rush out and hurriedly replied to Shenqing, "Okay, make sure it is delivered early tomorrow morning. It is absolutely fresh." Unexpectedly, the wild vegetables everywhere in the field can be turned into money, and 2 cents per caddy. There are also dried vegetables. If they dig too much and can't eat them all, they will blanch them and dry them and save them for winter when there are few vegetables. Everyone has them in every household, and Xinqing chose their Zhao family. Xinqing is really good. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai are really ungrateful. Originally, Xinqing was good to them, but they were treated as donkey liver and lungs. No wonder Xinqing didn't treat those two well. They must learn from experience and lessons, and must not learn Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai's wolfish heart and dog lungs. Xinqing stood up and said with a smile. Then it settled. The Zhao family thanked Xinqing profusely until they could no longer see her. The family closed the courtyard door and looked at each other, still feeling unreal. Boss, I originally thought that the Jiang family, no, Sister Shin, was so kind. Isn't this giving us money and food? Yes, otherwise who would spend money to buy wild vegetables? I heard that third Master Jiang's family makes tofu because of her. Isn't it enough to ask third Master Jiang for a few pounds of wild vegetables every day? Why spend money to buy them? Not only third Master Jiang's family, have you forgotten the Feng and Qin families? As long as she says a word, which family will not send wild vegetables and dried vegetables? And small wild fish and river shrimps, that is this year's new grain, and they are also exchanged with us. She is promoting us on purpose. We must live up to her in the future. Xinqing went to the Hong family again and said the same thing. The Hong family was no less excited than the Zhao family. In the evening, Zhao Mingyue's eldest daughter-in-law Hong Hehua personally sent a few pounds of tofu. Xinqing suddenly remembered this relationship. No wonder there were so many people from the Hong family who went to Jiang Yu's matter. It turned out that they were there to support their daughter and her husband's family. Xinqing thought that this was quite good of the Hong family. They did not regard their daughter, who was married off, as spilled water. They took their daughter's affairs and her husband's family more seriously than their own family. It was also good to have good eyesight when choosing a husband for their daughter. Zhao Mingyue was not a mother-in-law who would torture her daughter-in-law. Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai found that except for their two families, all other families in Chili village were busy. It was the slack season in farming now. Apart from catching some fish and shrimps in the water for a snack and digging wild vegetables on the wasteland, what else was there to be busy with? It's really strange. Jiang Laosan's family is busy selling tofu, but what are the village chief and Jiang Lao doing? I always see the two families pulling carts passing by the village entrance, and I don't know what they are carrying. Zhou Chunchao asked in confusion while spitting out the shells, while cracking fried broad beans under the adobe eaves. Sun Xiaomai took a few beans from her hand and explained helplessly in her dissatisfied eyes, "It's my boss's fault that I didn't let me go to Shirley village to help that day. Now I am excluded by the villagers, and even broad beans are blocked from me. In the past, I could also fry peas and soybeans, but peas are gone. Since I can exchange soybeans for tofu with Jiang Laosan's family, they are reluctant to give her as a snack." She looked at Zhou Chuancao's disgusted face, and she was unhappy to think that Xinqing was generous. Not to mention a little broad beans, she was willing to give even eels, chickens, and duck eggs. If I had known, I would not have been so mean to that big fool, otherwise I would still have delicious food now. No, even more. She gathered her thoughts and replied indifferently. What else could it be? Maybe they saw their brother making money from selling tofu and were jealous, so the two families started to secretly figure out how to do it. Zhou Chunchao thought so too. If it were her, she would definitely figure out how to do it behind the scenes. They are all members of the Jiang family. Why is it only his family that makes money? Of course, they should make money together. By the way, have you noticed that the Zhao brothers and the Hong family have been busy recently? My head of the family said that instead of going out to fish and catch shrimp every day, they might as well live in the water. The fish and shrimp can't be sold for money. It's a waste of energy to catch so many that we can't eat them all. It's better to save some energy and lie down comfortably. Sun Xiaomai didn't pay attention to the men from the Zhao and Hong families, but she noticed the women from the two families. She got closer and said, "Don't tell me. I went to dig wild vegetables these 2 days and found that the women from both families were outside. They were working so hard. Wild vegetables are not delicious to begin with, and it's not a famine year. Why dig so many? They don't even let go of a wild vegetable. They are really petty." Zhou Chunchao suddenly thought of what she had seen before and curled her lips and said, "Let me tell you, I saw the Zhao and Hong families sending wild vegetables to Xin Qing's yard 2 days ago. The baskets were solid and juicy." Sun Xiaomai thought with some sadness. A few days ago, Xin Qing wanted to please her and send her food, but now someone was sending things to please Xin Qing. She must have seen the Feng and Qin family's work of polishing pen barrels and was thinking of replacing them and giving them gifts. Ugh. Zhou Chunchao suddenly realized. Why didn't she think of giving gifts? Polishing pen barrels can earn 50 coins a day. The Feng and Qin families attach great importance to it. I heard that they don't let outsiders see it. She just asked Xin Qing to give her the job. Why did she have to learn it secretly? Besides, she could make a brush just by learning to polish pen barrels. What's the point of learning secretly? The root cause is still Xin Qing. But she didn't want to give gifts. In the past, Xin Qing gave her gifts to please her. Now, at most, she would not accept Xin Qing's gifts, and she would just pay attention to her reluctantly. Xin Qing didn't know what others thought, and she didn't have time to care. She was very busy now. Since she proposed to purchase aquatic products with Zhao Hong and his family, she finally felt the feeling of making a lot of money. In contrast, the third and fourth brothers were just making small moves. The men of the Zhao and Hong families not only catch fish, shrimps and eels, but also loaches, snails, clams. Anyway, they can catch anything in the water. Not only did it increase her mall balance, but it also enriched her family's dining table and improved her living standards. The women of the Zhao and Hong families were equally amazing. The wild vegetables sent were of many varieties and fresh. The wild vegetables dug back from the river before, except for the dead leaves, the yellow leaves were reluctant to be removed, and the wild vegetables sent by the Zhao and Hong families were all fresh and tender, and they were picked clean, and they could be put into the pot directly after washing. Xin Qing felt that the 2 cents per caddy were worth it. Fresh wild vegetables were delivered once a day, and dried vegetables were delivered every few days. After all, 5 or 6 caddies of fresh vegetables can make 1 caddy of dried vegetables, and they have to be dried repeatedly, so they can't be delivered every day. However, 10 caddies of fresh wild vegetables a day cannot be eaten up, and Xin Qing put all the dried vegetables, smoked meat, and lard residue into the locker. At present, the bacon and lard residue only takes up less than 1/3 of the cubic locker, and Xin Qing plans to fill it up before leaving. Dried vegetables and fresh wild vegetables that cannot be eaten take up 1 locker. Cakes take up 1 locker, meat 1, vegetables 1, road permits, silver, and self-defense kitchen knives together take up 1, and there is 1 more to be stored later. In just a few days, the balance of the mall has increased to 20,000, and the family's deposits have also increased a lot. Tofu now has a fixed daily income of about 81. Maltose is less in the first 5 days, only 30 to 51, and after 5 days, malt keeps up with the increase in production, and it can reach more than 201 at high times. Based on her own dividends, Xin Qing roughly calculated the silver earned by the 3 households of the Jiang family and felt a little relieved. It was only 30 to 40 days before the flood, and she just felt that time was too short. The Jiang family and other families in Chili Village had just started to earn money. If it was half a year later, no, even 3 months later would be fine. In another 3 months, the difference in the money they earn will be huge. At least they can buy a big animal. The big animal will pull food, and the men will pull the belongings, which will make the journey easier. But now the time is far too late. At least the money earned by the 4 families of Feng, Qin, Zhao, and Hong is not enough. Thinking of the big animal, Xin Qing suddenly remembered that it was already the end of April, and Jiang Xiangxi, who was doing corvée labor, was coming back. She could give Guanli a donkey as a betrothal gift. Guan Xiaoshan couldn't walk, so he had to sit in the cart. The Guan family still had so many belongings. Originally, on the way to escape famine, Guan the carpenter pulled the belongings, Jiang Xiangxi pulled the food, Guan Xiaoshan's share and his share of the Jiang family, and Guanli helped push the cart. After the Jiang family got a cart, and Jiang Xiangxi was called back to pull their own cart, the Guan family had an extremely difficult day. They almost couldn't keep up with the team several times, and finally they were left behind and killed by the refugees. Jiang Xiangxi came back from a month of corvée labor, and he had lost a lot of weight. He had no time to rest and had to rush to harvest and then flee from famine. When he was called back to take care of his family, he was completely exhausted from body to mind. Xinqing was counting the money in her hand and thinking that a donkey was nothing to her now when she heard shouting outside. "Aunt Zhou, who are you looking for?" "I'm calling someone out. Let's talk outside if you have anything to say. It's not convenient to enter the yard." "Hey, do you know what my relationship with Xinqing is? We were so good before that she often brought me food. There were just some misunderstandings in the middle. Now I come to her in person, and you dare to stop me?" Zhou Chuancao's voice came in unceremoniously. Xinqing frowned. What was she doing here? "I'm sorry, Aunt Zhou. I really can't go into the yard recently. Please wait, I'll go call Auntie to come out to see you. There are so many married and unmarried men in the Jiang family, and you are an unmarried girl who stays with the men every day."
How dare you stop me? Who do you think you are?
Xinqing recognized Guan Li's voice and knew that her temper could stop Zhou Chunchao, so she was not in a hurry to come out. Hearing these obviously insulting words, she stood up and ran out in her cloth shoes. Unmarried girls are shy, and Zhou Chuancao's words must have made Guan Li cry. Guan Li looked at Zhou Chuancao's arrogant face and spoke very clearly. "I don't know who I am, but you are not even a green onion. You know I can stay at my aunt's house every day, but you can't even step into the yard. Do you think I have the right to stop you? People can't just grow older without gaining insight. If I were your age, I would know where I can and can't go before others stop me, and I wouldn't argue with a junior after being stopped. There's no loss of face, right? Oh, you don't have much to lose. No wonder you can ignore your face." Zhou Chunchao was stunned, and Xinqing, who rushed out of the house, was also stunned. The former was angry, and the latter was admiring. This child, the core is really stable, and he won't deny himself because of other people's verbal attacks. Jiang Shui and Guan Xiaoshan in the yard laughed out loud. Guan Xiaoshan blushed and said, "My sister has this kind of personality." Jiang Shui replied, "This kind of personality is good. She won't be bullied." Guan Xiaoshan's chest unconsciously straightened, and he hummed inaudibly. Zhou Chunchao pointed at Guan Li's face and angrily said, You. Guan Li said calmly, "And Zhou, we all live in the same village. Don't assume that others don't know your thoughts. People can be without other things, but they must have backbone, right?" Even if Aunt Jiang was not good to others, she had nothing to say about Zhou Chunchao and Sun Xiaomai, and the two of them just ignored them in various ways. Now that Aunt Jiang is changed and doesn't come forward, the two of them feel uncomfortable and come forward again. It's nothing more than seeing that Aunt Jiang is making money now, and they want to take advantage of her and get benefits. With her around, she won't let her go in and disturb Aunt Jiang. "It's better that I have no backbone than that you have no shame," Zhou Chunchao reacted and said with her neck stiff. Xinqing looked at Zhou Chunchao coldly and said loudly, "What shame is there? The betrothal gifts have been prepared long ago. Xiangxi hasn't come back yet. As soon as Xiangxi comes back, we will pick a double date to send the betrothal gifts to the Guan family. But whether it is sent or not, I already regard Ollie as my second daughter-in-law. Everyone in the Jiang family regards her as a member of the Jiang family. It is said that both our Jiang family and the Guan family have no objection to this matter, but you, an outsider, come and say it is not allowed. Aren't you too lenient?" Zhou Chunchao originally thought that Xinqing was just angry that she ignored her before. Today, she came in person and gave Xinqing a way out. Xinqing must have been moved to tears and returned to his original appearance of clinging to her to please her. Unexpectedly, she came in person, and Xinqing did not come out to greet her. She was stopped outside the courtyard gate and could not even enter the courtyard. When Xinqing saw her, he did not criticize Guan Li, but said she was an outsider. In the past, Xinqing said that she was her best friend. Yes, it must be, because she said that she hooked up with a wild man before, which hurt her heart, and she is still angry now. She is as petty as ever. Okay, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have said that you were looking for a strange man. At that time, I didn't know that you made money by making brushes. But after so long, you should have calmed down. Shenqing. Who are you? When did we become so familiar with each other? What are you angry about? Didn't you compensate me with a fat duck? That duck is really delicious. If I hadn't calmed down, would you have compensated me with another one? Zhou Chunchao felt so distressed when she mentioned the duck. She herself couldn't bear to eat the duck. And because of this, she was severely scolded by the head of the family, and her eldest son also talked about her many times. She took a deep breath, turned to look at Guanli, and provoked. What do you mean by waiting for Jiang Xiangxi to come back and then giving the betrothal gift? You're just teasing you. Jiang Xiangxi is already 19 years old. What have you been doing? Why are you waiting for him to do corvée labor for this month? You are a grown-up girl, and you don't respect yourself. You go to your husband's house without anything. If it were me, he would have come to my house anyway, so why would I need a betrothal gift? Guan Xiaoshan wanted to say that he and his sister came to earn money. His sister would not stay at her husband's house without a matchmaker or betrothal, and his aunt was not that kind of person. Shenqing raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and said first, You also said that it was you, but I am not. Don't say that the rice has not been cooked yet. Even if it has become popcorn, I will not give the girl a penny less. Zhou Chuancao's chest rose and fell violently, and he snorted. Okay, then I'll wait and see. What are you bragging about? Hu Bing's situation is not unknown, and he will not give less money. I'm afraid he won't give a penny. If she hadn't been reluctant to spend the betrothal money, why would she have waited until Jiang Xiangxi was 19 years old and still hadn't made any move? It just so happened that she came today, so she was willing to spend the betrothal money? She really treated people like fools. She looked at Guanli with contempt in her eyes. There really was a fool here. No need to wait, we'll see soon. A low voice came from a distance. The three of them looked at the voice at the same time. Guanli, who had just been mocked and suppressed by Zhou Chunchao, didn't blush with anger. At this moment, she just blushed and showed a shy expression when she saw the person coming. Love is really sweet when it's young. She urged Guanli, Go, I haven't seen you for a month. Guanli pursed her lips and finally ran to meet him. But she stopped a few steps away, and the two talked in a low voice. Shenqing met Jiang Xiangxi formally for the first time and squinted her eyes in the sun to look at him carefully. As the labor of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiangxi is very tall and strong. Unlike the muscles trained in the gym, his strength is obtained through physical labor. After serving a month of corvée labor, his figure is even more lean. This is because Jiang Xiangdong occasionally sends white flour buns and lard residue to him. If it weren't for these foods, he would have become very thin after serving the hard corvée labor. Mother. Jiang Xiangxi looked up and called out respectfully. Shenqing responded instinctively. Okay, you must be tired. Come in and have a rest. I'll boil a bucket of hot water for you to take a good bath later. The tall and burly man was stunned, and complex emotions flashed in his eyes. Mother had never been so good to him. Even if the hot water had not been boiled yet, it was just verbal care, but she had never even verbal care in the past. Especially this time, he was doing corvée for the Guan family. Before he went out, his mother pounded the bed and cried loudly, pointing at his nose and scolding him. He was originally prepared to be ordered around when he came back, but he didn't expect that during the corvée, his mother asked his eldest brother to send him sumptuous food. When he came back and heard that his mother was willing to go to the Guan family to propose marriage, she was even more concerned about him. Guanli on the side urged softly, Go in quickly. Jiang Xiangxi's heart was filled with warmth, and looking at the home and family in front of him, he felt his blood boiling. When passing by Zhou Chunchao, a sneer came. Xiangxi, don't you know what your mother is like? She is so old. How can she be as naive as a child? No wonder she hasn't even married a wife. He looked at Zhou Chunchao, his eyes turned cold. His mother had not been very good to him in the past. He knew that his greatest use was that he could work, but whether he was good or not was not something that others could say. Aunt Zhou, I respect you as my mother's friend, but if you say something disrespectful to my mother again, don't blame me for being rude." Zhou Chunchao took a step back in horror when the harsh words were spoken in a flat tone. How could she forget? Xinqing's sons are ranked in terms of filial piety from top to bottom. In the past, when life was hard, the eldest and second sons were extremely filial. What's more, now that life is good, they have to worship Xinqing, their mother, to the sky. Being told this by a junior, she felt embarrassed. She snorted and turned around, saying, "We LLC." She would never believe that Xinqing would be willing to give a betrothal gift to a woman who often stayed at her house. Even if there was one, it would probably be very shabby. Anyway, Guanli would not run away without a betrothal gift. Xinqing might even dream of Guanli marrying into the Jiang family. Xinqing had no feelings for Zhou Chunchao. She could not understand why the original owner wanted to be friends with Zhou Chunchao. After seeing how Sun Xiaomai and Zhou Chunchao behaved, she was not prepared to understand. She happily entered the house to prepare dinner and shouted to the yard, "Ollie Xiaoshan, you guys stay for dinner. Xiangxi has been back for so long, it's a good time to get together." Hearing about the dinner, Guan Xiaoshan was embarrassed to refuse, but when he saw his sister's blushing cheeks, he swallowed it back silently. His sister and Xiangxi hadn't seen each other for a month. If he went back, his sister would definitely feel embarrassed to stay alone at the Jiang family for dinner.
"Thank you, Auntie."
There were 3 more people for dinner. Xinqing walked around the kitchen to see what to eat. They had eaten well in the past month. It could be seen from the fact that everyone had gained weight. They were no longer skinny and bony. Their sunken cheeks were gradually filled. In another month, even if they were not bulging, they would be even. Jiang Xiangxi, who had just returned from corvée service, was different. Although they were all working, his brothers and sisters did light work. They could rest when they were tired, drink water when they were thirsty, and have hot meals when they were hungry. He ate cold and hard-steamed buns, and occasionally had lard residue. He moved stones, wood, and soil. Each of these was hard work that required real effort. If he was lazy, the supervisor would whip him from behind. Even though he was strong, he had lost a lot of weight when he came back. He had to make up for it. In the dream, he did not rest. He worked in turns, and eventually his body collapsed. She could not let such a tragedy happen. There is only 1 month left before fleeing the famine, and she must use this month to take care of the health of her family, especially Jiang Xiangxi. In the basin are snails delivered this morning. They haven't spit out all the mud and sand yet, but it doesn't matter. Pick them out one by one with a needle. In the past, they were washed with flour, but here she has long developed the habit of not wasting any food, and flour will never be wasted, so she uses wood ash to wash. Wood ash is really a good thing. It has strong cleaning ability and sterilization effect. After scrubbing, rinse it with clean water twice, and even the gaps in the corners can be cleaned. The chives in the yard have grown up. Cut a handful and stir-fry snail meat. This dish is not easy for children with weak stomachs to digest, so they can't be eaten. You can add dried chilies and stir-fry to make it spicy. In the bucket is the fathead fish delivered, 1 fish, 2 meals. After the fish bones were stir-fried, boiling water was added, and then the thinly sliced fish meat was added, and then it was transferred to a pottery pot and slowly simmered on low heat. The fish head was used to stew tofu, and cornmeal cakes were placed along the edge of the pot. She had tried it, and cornmeal cakes stewed in an iron pot were more delicious than white flour cakes. The small double-handled iron pot bought later was first used to bake more than 10 white flour cakes, and then stewed with wild vegetables and lard residue. Xinqing was busy cooking dinner in the kitchen, and Jiang Xiangxi, in the house, had his eyes busy. He thought a lot before coming back, from preparing to welcome his mother's wrath at the beginning to being puzzled and confused after his eldest brother sent expensive food several times, and just wanted to come back quickly to see what happened at home. But no matter which one, the scene in front of him was something he didn't expect. Everyone in the family was working, but they were doing jobs he had never seen before. Even Ollie and Xiaoshan were among them. What shocked him the most was that his aunt was back.
"Aunt?"
He shouted hesitantly, not understanding what was going on. Did his aunt come back to stay temporarily? He could tell the Liu family that there was too much work to do at home and that his aunt couldn't come over for half a day because there was no one to cook. Jiang Yu sat on a chair with a simple crutch next to her. She looked up at her nephew and said gently, "Well, Ollie has been waiting for you for a long time. You can talk to Ollie for a while. We can still talk later." Jiang Xiangxi's eyes fell on the aunt's legs tied with wooden strips and the crutch next to her, and he was instantly furious. Jiang Yu noticed it and comforted her. "It's okay. Your mother and the entire Jiang family have vented their anger for me. From now on, our family will live a good life." Jiang Xiangxi understood that his aunt was not staying temporarily, but had really returned to the Jiang family. What happened at home during the month he was away? How could there be such a big change? But this change was so good that he suddenly felt that he had hope for the future. Dinner was served early. Seeing the dishes for dinner, others were happy, but Jiang Xiangxi, Guan Li, and Guan Xiaoshan were shocked. 4 dishes, each with meat. Even though the same corn cakes tasted better than the ones at home, what was going on? Jiang Xiangxi looked at the white and tender tofu bubbling in the big iron pot, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Mom, did you know I was coming back today?" So she went out to buy tofu. Shun Qing looked confused. "I didn't know." Oh, the second son didn't even know that his third grandfather's family was making tofu to sell. Your third uncle's family is making tofu and selling it. People in the village can exchange soybeans for tofu, 1 pound for 1 pound. They can exchange soybeans for 4 won per pound, and many families are willing to exchange. Jiang Xiangxi. He has only been away for a month. How come the third uncle's family can make tofu? But don't we have any soybeans at home? He remembered that they were all eaten up when they were still edamame last year. There was little wasteland at home, so they didn't plant much. Second brother, you don't know that we also have a share in the tofu business of the third uncle's family. Sometimes, if they make too much and don't sell it, we will share it between our 2 families. Jiang Xiangxi only felt that today's shock came one after another, more than he had in the past 19 years combined. He adjusted his mentality and thought, his family can make brushes, so why can't he understand that the third uncle's family makes tofu? After all, there will be nothing more surprising to him. Not only tofu, but also maltose. Our family has eaten maltose several times. Jiang Xiangxi suddenly felt that his brain couldn't keep up. He accepted the brush and tofu, so why did maltose come out again? How many things at home did he not know? He had only been away for a month, not half a lifetime. Could it really be half a lifetime? No. Even if it's a lifetime, it won't happen. He looked at his mother and found that she just smiled faintly, as if it was a very sparse and normal thing. His mother was very different from before, but this difference was very good. After dinner, it was still a little light. Shen Qing asked Jiang Xiangxi to send Guan Li and her brother back, and then visit Guan's father to tell him what he was going to say and ask for his opinion. The sun was setting in the west, and the 3 of them walked on the bumpy dirt road in the village. Guan Li hung her head and blushed, and Guan Xiaoshan's childish face was excited and happy. Seeing his father from a distance, Guan Xiaoshan wanted to run over to tell him about the betrothal gift. Carpenter Guan couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw Jiang Xiangxi. "You've lost weight. How come you've lost so much weight? It's so hard to do corvée labor. It's all thanks to you." Xiangxi, who is strong and healthy, lost a lot of weight after going there, so if his old body went there, he would be carried back before he could even stand half the weight. Every time there was corvée labor, several men would fall, and it was Xiangxi who blocked the way for him. He repeatedly ordered, "Shaoli, go and make a cup of brown sugar water for Xiangxi to nourish his body. We have made a lot of bacon and let Xiangxi take it home later." Before Xiangxi didn't come back, Zhang's wife would definitely not want to accept it. Now that it was given to Xiangxi to nourish his body, there was no reason to return it. Guanli rolled her eyes at her father and said angrily, "It was our aunt who asked us to stock up on smoked meat for nourishment. Do you think it's appropriate to send it there? Besides, the food at our aunt's house is very good, and they don't need our little meat at all." Carpenter Guan thought, after all, this is a little thought from their family. Apart from the meat, their family didn't have anything else to offer. Guan Xiaoshan happily agreed with his sister. Yes, Dad, you don't know how good the food is at our aunt's house. My sister will definitely gain weight after she gets married, and I'm afraid Brother Xiangxi won't be able to hold her by then.
Guanli.
Actually, you do and have to talk if you can't. Jiang Xiangxi lowered his head and whispered, no. Guan Li's face lit up. It was rare for Brother Xiangxi to talk. In the past, he was so choking when he spoke, which often made her wonder why such a good man had such a big mouth. Could it be the result of their separation? Well, you also think I won't get too fat, right? Xiaoshan is just exaggerating. No, I mean that no matter how fat you get, I can still hold you, so don't worry about eating. Jiang Xiangxi looked at the slender Guanli and said seriously. He just felt that she was too thin and would be better if she was fatter. Guanli took a deep breath and repeatedly emphasized to herself that it was the first day that Brother Xiangxi came back after working hard for a month, and she couldn't yell at him. No, absolutely not. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll go get you some water. Jiang Xiangxi was about to say no. He wasn't thirsty, but saw Guanli had already entered the house. Carpenter Guan smiled and said, My Xiaoli really values you. She's so good to you. Jiang Xiangxi agreed with him, and there was a deep joy in his eyes. Guan Xiaoshan. Why did he feel that his sister was a little angry just now? Jiang Xiangxi turned and said, Uncle Guan, my mother said that she would take me to the city tomorrow to choose a betrothal gift for Ollie. I would like to ask for your opinion and see what else should be bought in case I miss anything. Carpenter Guan's hands, which were always very steady, trembled, and he looked at Jiang Xiangxi, afraid that he had heard it wrong. To be honest, he had been waiting for the Jiang family to come and propose marriage since Xiaoli was 15 years old. From the beginning, he was reluctant and hoped for a later time, to the later getting more and more anxious, and even almost despaired some time ago. Unexpectedly, Shen Qing came and said something of approval, which rekindled his hope. He was relieved, knowing that the Jiang family would come to propose marriage, but he really didn't expect it to be so soon. Xiangxi just came back today. Why don't you have a good rest? Will he go to the city to buy betrothal gifts tomorrow? However, the proposal in the village only requires 2 boxes of cakes and a bag of sugar, plus 7 or 8 taels of betrothal silver, which should not be too tiring for Xiangxi. He spoke carefully. We should do what the village has, no need to be too extravagant. Xiaoli likes to eat walnut chops. Just remember to buy this cake. As for the betrothal money, it's up to you. Xiangxi, let me tell you the truth. I don't want more or less. When you get married, I will let Xiaoli double the amount and take it back to your little home. In addition, I have prepared a complete set of furniture and dowry for Xiaoli to ensure that you two will not have a bad life. Jiang Xiangxi has always been taciturn, and he didn't know how to answer after hearing it. I also made a cart for your family. This is the only skill I can show off. Since Xiaoli and Xiaoshan said that smoking meat is not possible, then a cart should be okay, right? Jiang Xiangxi knew that he was marrying a wife no matter how dull he was. How could he let the woman give so much money?
Uncle Guan. No.
You raised Ollie. How can I let you marry your daughter and give money to her? Carpenter Guan waved his hand, smiling casually. As a son, I raised him. Shouldn't I give money to Xiaoshan? Building a house, marrying a wife, and raising grandchildren, I am afraid I will give more money. My daughter is no worse than my son. Why can I give money to my son, but not my daughter? I am willing to give money to her. It has nothing to do with whether she is a boy or a girl. I just want her to have a better life after she has her own little family. Guan Xiaoshan on the side echoed, Brother Xiangxi, my father should give money to my sister, and I can support myself. Even if he didn't work for his aunt, he would learn carpentry from his father, and it would not be a problem to support himself. Guanli in the room could no longer take a step forward, and tears fell down. Jiang Xiangxi looked at the Guan family father and son, and was happy for Guanli from the bottom of his heart. Her family is also very good. He looked at the two and said, I'll go back and discuss with my mother what to do. If Uncle Guan had said this in the past, he would not have dared to tell his mother the truth, because if his mother knew, she would only be glad that she did the right thing and dragged it until Ollie didn't ask for a betrothal gift and would marry into the Jiang family. But now, He knew that his mother would not be glad, but would find another way to make up for it. Didn't say anything after hearing what Jiang Xiangxi brought back. The next day, she borrowed a cart and took Jiang Xiangxi straight to the city. It's useless for her to say anything now, but it depends on what she does. Her in-laws are all reasonable people from top to bottom. How can she let them be laughed at by people with ulterior motives? She has to support Guan Li and the Guan family father and son. Ollie loves walnut chops, right? Come on, pack 10 portions. She loves walnut chops the most, and it's not like she doesn't like other pastries. Give her 1 portion of each. Can't finish it? It's okay. There are still family members and handkerchief friends. Share some to share the joy. Fabric is indispensable. How can a wedding be without red? Come on, 6 feet, 1 set for each of the newlyweds. You have to wear new clothes when you go back to your parents' home after the wedding. 3 feet of peach red and pomegranate red. Jiang Xiangxi doesn't need to buy them. When I bought clothes for the whole family before, I made 2 new ones for him. Later, I made a gauze jacket. Too many would be a burden on the way to escape. Dried fruits have good meanings and cannot be saved. 2 kilograms of peanuts, red dates, and lotus seeds are all available. Preserved fruits are sweet snacks that girls love to eat. A bag of dried apricots, peach preserves, and dried plums are available. Little girls love to be pretty. They can choose not to think about their best years, but they cannot miss the time when they want to dress up, so they can buy a few red ropes and silk flowers. Mom, what else should we buy? Do we need to buy more? Jiang Xiangxi asked anxiously as he followed behind the gradually filled cart. Wouldn't his mother buy all the money for the family if she bought like this? The family earns money, but how much can they earn, especially in just 1 month? 20 taels is probably the limit. Shenqing thought for a while and replied, nothing more. You don't need to buy sugar. I talked to your aunting last night and ordered 10 kilograms. Maltose moistens the lungs and relieves coughs, strengthens the spleen and nourishes the stomach. It is also very nutritious for people who lack food and clothing. In addition, it is their own business, so of course they have to take care of it. Jiang Xiangxi was relieved at first, but was still shocked when he heard about 10 kilograms of maltose. Maltose is cheaper than brown sugar, but only half the price. Most other families buy 1 kilogram of brown sugar just to look good, and if they buy 2 kilograms, they are very serious. Although his mother chose maltose, she ordered 10 kilograms. Shenqing was calculating her belongings in her mind. The brushes had been sold 5 times, including the first time. The first time she bought daily necessities, she basically didn't save anything. After deducting the small amount of stockpiling and deposits from the next 4 times, plus the dividends from tofu and maltose, she saved a total of 96 taels of silver. Although it's not yet 100 taels, it's not a problem to buy large animals. She might as well buy the large animals today. After raising them for a month or so, she can get a general idea of how to feed them and their habits. 11 taels of silver for a donkey. If there are 2 donkeys, the second one will cost 10 taels, which means 21 taels of silver for 2 donkeys. Including the one she gave to the Guan family as a betrothal gift, she has to buy 4 donkeys in total, which is 42 taels. Buy another ox, 18 taels. A total of 60 taels were spent, most of which was from her savings, but Shenqing felt it was worth it, and this expense was essential. She had been thinking about it over and over again recently. Needless to say, there were 2 little granddaughters. Huibing had to feed the children, and Xiuyu had a calf injury. Even if she recovered by then, it would be too hard for a girl to walk all the way through the long journey, and the same was true for Xiao Shui. 2 donkeys with a large carriage could carry 500 to 600 kilograms of weight, and light, comfortable and safe bedding and clothes could be put in it. Then 3 girls would take turns to take care of the 2 children in the carriage, and at least the 3 of them would not have to walk for 2 hours a day. She had a mall, and she worked so hard just to avoid hardship, so she equipped herself with a donkey cart. Put more than 100 kilograms of food in it, and when she got on the cart, she would put the food in the locker, and the donkey would be much lighter. As for the ox cart, it was used to carry the family's food, wooden barrels, pots and pans, and other belongings, so that the 5 men could all travel light. The eldest can protect his wife and children, the second can help the Guan family, and the third, fourth, and sixth can protect the belongings on the ox cart. The Guan family has a donkey cart, so Guan Shaoshan does not need anyone to pull it, and can also reduce the weight of other belongings by 200 kilograms. At that time, Guan the carpenter and the second will take turns pulling the cart. Even if they are tired, it will be much easier than what they saw in the dream. Today, it costs about 3 taels of silver to buy cakes, cloth, hair flowers, and the 10 kilograms of maltose ordered later. Add the 60 taels for buying large animals, and there are 33 taels left. 33 taels can do a lot of things. Jiang Xiangxi saw his mother turned and entered the jewelry store. This time, she was not looking at hair flowers and red ropes, but silver jewelry. A pair of silver bracelets and silver hairpins cost 2 taels of silver. He looked at his mother and waved her hand and asked for 4 pairs. Mother? Your eldest sister-in-law came to our house when she was 10 years old. At that time, she was said to be a child bride, and no betrothal gifts were prepared. She has not enjoyed happiness in these years, but has suffered a lot. Now that life is better at home, I want to make up for her share. Your younger sister-in-law, Hey, the betrothal silver was also obtained by our family. She suffered a lot in vain, and she has nothing to rely on. Silver bracelets and silver hairpins are jewelry in prosperous times and life-saving money in troubled times. As for your younger sister, it can't be that others have it but she doesn't. Jiang Xiangxi listened silently, raised his eyes and asked, But what about your share, Mother? Mother has considered everyone, but she doesn't have it. Shun Qing smiled indifferently. Mother doesn't like to wear it. The whole family's money is in her hands, and she has a locker to store it. What's the big deal about buying it or not? Wearing it is a burden. But these words fell into Jiang Xiangxi's ears. Just like Mother doesn't like to eat, you eat it. Mother gives them the best. He promised, Mother, I will buy you gold jewelry in the future. Shin Qing, why did you say that you want to buy her gold jewelry? You can buy it for Ollie in the future. As for her, she can buy it for herself. And she bought faster and heavier than the second son, not only silver and gold, but also crystal, agate, jade, and nephrite. Although she only had 25 taels of silver in savings after buying the big animals today, it's okay, she is still making money and has the ability to make money. Jiang Xiangxi felt sour and promised more firmly. Ollie has it, and Mother has it even more. Without Mother, there would be no him and Ollie. Shun Qing thought it was a good thing for children to be filial, and she couldn't always discourage them. She hummed. Okay, you work hard. Jiang Xiangxi's blood boiled immediately, thinking about how much money he earned from working a day, and how long it would take to buy jewelry for Ollie and Mother. Then he was dumbfounded when Shin Qing bought 4 donkeys and a cow in one go. Is his mother so arrogant? He thought that the 8 taels spent on the 4 sets of jewelry was already a lot, and the family's savings were almost gone, and then his mother spent 60 taels without blinking an eye? God, let him slow down. 60 taels. He couldn't calm down. Shin Qing bought a lot, so the owner of the livestock shop gave her another carriage. It was not a flatbed cart, but a waterproof and sun-proof oilcloth carriage with a roof. Shin Qing had already ordered 2 carriages in advance, which were enough for her family, but she would not refuse such a gift, so she happily accepted it. After letting the clerk harness the strongest donkey, she turned to Jiang Xiangxi and asked, Do you think it is very practical to use this as a betrothal gift? Carpenter Guan did not want a betrothal gift, and would bring back the money no matter how much money was given, and would bring back the Guan family's money as well. People who love their children are reluctant to spend money on themselves, and they are very generous with the money they save on their children. However, Jiang Xiangxi was marrying, not marrying into the family, and marrying should be done in a proper manner. Why should the daughter, who was raised with great difficulty, be forced to enter the Jiang family? The Jiang family is not so good that you can enjoy a life of luxury just by marrying in. Jiang Xiangxi watched his mother buy cakes, cloth, and sugar, and he thought it was very good. Later, when he saw her buying silver hairpins and silver bracelets, he felt that his heart had become stronger and stronger, and he would not be shocked by anything. But his mother spent 60 taels of silver, but it was not as good as a donkey and a carriage as a betrothal gift. A donkey costs 11 taels of silver, and a carriage costs at least 2.5 taels. Most marriages in the village cost 7 or 8 taels. When marrying a daughter-in-law, she cried and thought it was too much, and when marrying a daughter, she thought it was too little. His mother took the initiative to marry a daughter-in-law and prepared jewelry for Xiaoshui, who was not married yet. As soon as the 4 donkeys and a cow arrived at the village, they immediately caused a sensation in the entire Chili village. The children who were playing with mud and stones almost jumped up, ran around the village to tell each other, and went home to inform the adults. The final result was that before Xinqing got home, the village, from the elderly in their 70s and 80s to the children in their arms, all looked at the donkey and the cow eagerly. It's really a cow. The horns are so beautiful. I really want to touch them. Is that the one with long ears a donkey? I think it looks a little silly, but it's cute in a silly way. Why did Xinqing buy so many animals at once? God, how much money will it cost? Isn't it time to harvest wheat in a few days? Then it's time to plow the fields. Donkeys and cows must be prepared for farming and pulling plows. You rewrite. Listening to the heated analysis and discussion, only the Zhao and Hong families thought it was impossible. Xinqing's family didn't harvest the wheat, but gave it to the 2 families. How could they buy donkeys and cows just for plowing the fields? Could it be that they wanted to expand their business? For example, delivering brushes. The more I thought about it, the more I thought it was possible. Annie, can your donkey let my kid touch it? He used to dream of touching it. Don't worry, he will touch it very lightly a few times. If he dares to touch it too hard, I will beat him to death. My kid is so happy. She's been thinking about it for a long time. Auntie, can you touch her? Someone started the conversation. The children who were just watching and envious immediately tugged at their parents' clothes, their eyes expectant. The adults were helpless, especially afraid that they would miss this opportunity, so they hurriedly asked for help. Xinqing joked, I can't, but donkeys and cows are fine. Come on. Everyone line up and touch them from the side. Don't get kicked by the donkeys. It's just a touch. It won't hurt. What's wrong with that? Cheers broke out among the children, and the adults were full of joy. Xinqing stepped aside and maintained order from Jiang Xiangxi. Zhao Mingyue also had time to come over to watch and pulled Xinqing to ask, why did you buy so many big animals at once? It must take a lot of energy to cut grass and feed them all day. But the wheat harvest is coming in a few days, so donkeys and cows can be used, which is practical. Xinqing did not answer but took the initiative to recommend, Aunt San, have you ever thought about buying a donkey? It's not far for you and Debao to go to the city to sell tofu, but how many miles do Uncle San and Dashi have to walk to various villages to exchange beans by pulling a cart? If there is a donkey, not only do they not have to pull the cart, they can also take turns sitting on the donkey cart, which is not tiring and runs fast. Isn't it equivalent to earning more money to go to 2 more villages to exchange for beans? Zhao Mingyue had never thought of buying a large animal before. She always thought that walking a little bit was nothing, as long as she could earn money. Not only did she think so, but everyone in the family thought so. But now, after listening to Xinqing's words, she suddenly felt that buying a donkey was not only for enjoyment, but also for increasing speed. Wouldn't it be possible to earn more money if the speed was increased? The wheat will be harvested in a few days. Her family has a lot of fields, and this year's harvest is considered good. In previous years, there was no need to worry, but this year the family made and sold tofu, which took up a lot of manpower. Stop for a few days. Let's do it. To be honest, she couldn't bear to do it. Besides, the busy farming season is also the time when farmers are most willing to spend money on food. By then, tofu will sell quickly and in large quantities, and it will be no problem to double the money earned. If you don't stop, it will be really tiring. But with a donkey, it's different. The heavy work of carrying grain in the fields can be handed over to the donkey. For a person, a 100-jean sack is very heavy, but for a donkey, it's nothing. And pulling the mill. Zhao Mingyue thought about it and wished she could go to the city right now to buy a donkey. She said, I'll go home and discuss it with your uncle. The family originally had 29 taels of silver in savings, and they earned 7 taels from selling tofu these days. It's not unacceptable to add a few taels of silver to buy one. After all, buying wheat early and plowing the fields can all come in handy. The manpower saved can be used to make tofu and earn more money. Jiang Iri and Jiangming also came to see it. The two looked at each other, and Jiangming asked, "Dad, if Aunt San buys one, should we also buy a donkey?" The family originally had some savings, and they would have been reluctant to use it in the past. However, they have recently made a few taels of silver from selling malt sugar. If the flood really comes in June, it should not be a problem to make a dozen taels of silver before the flood comes. Jiang Yang nodded and said, "Let's buy a cow." A donkey is several taels of silver cheaper, but a donkey can carry 300 kilograms of weight, while a cow can carry 500 to 600 kilograms. The third brother's family needs a donkey to pull the mill, so buying a donkey is the most practical, both now and in the future. Our family does not need to pull the mill, but carrying things and plowing the land is indispensable, so it is more suitable to buy a cow. Jiangming was stunned for a moment before reacting. Yes, it is more practical for our family to buy a cow. Not only do we have a lot of stuff at home, we also have many children. If we flee from famine, the men will pull the belongings and the women will push the carts. But what about the children? It's okay to walk a few miles or 10 miles, but when it comes to 30 or 50 miles, the adults still have to grit their teeth and persevere, and the children will cry loudly. We can't lose our belongings, and we can't lose our children even more. It will really drive us crazy. Buying a cow can save 500 kilograms of weight at once. She looked at the donkey and cow of Xinqing's family and knew that she was making all-out preparations for the flood. Perhaps her family could also come up with the money to buy a donkey. When the time comes, the cow will pull the belongings and the donkey cart will pull the children at home, which will not be in vain for Xinqing's advance notice. After the big event, some people were happy for Xinqing, some were envious, and naturally some were jealous. Not all the people in the village were good, and not all of them were honest. As soon as Sun Xiaomai opened her mouth, her sour taste almost overflowed. How can she live by buying 5 heads at once? It's really like a poor person who suddenly becomes rich, and she doesn't know how much she weighs. Wang Fuguei stared at the 5 big animals, then turned to look at Xinqing and said jealously, "Brother Jiang is so lucky to marry such a capable woman, but she is unlucky and died early. She was not born to enjoy happiness." Sun Xiaomai was so angry when she heard this, and sneered angrily. "Hey, who said before that the wife of the Jiang family is not good, with a hard life that will bring bad luck to men, and whoever marries her will be unlucky? And they also said that nothing else is important for men, and you must marry a good wife, otherwise you won't know how you will die. If you die, everything will be in vain." "What? You forgot it in less than 2 years." Wang Fugui's face turned blue and red, and he stiffened his neck for a long time to defend himself. "I've thought about it. It's Brother Jiang who is unlucky. He can't blame others. If he had a strong life, how could he be killed by a woman?" Sun Xiaomai retorted, "I also said that a woman should wait for her husband to die. Look at how the Jiang family and Xinqing lived when Jiang Da was alive. It has only been less than 2 years since his death, and the Jiang family is already thriving. It's simply too good to be true. Tell me, is this Jiang Da's fault? In my opinion, if this woman wants to succeed, the first step is to kill her husband." You. Wang Fuguei heard the meaning of these words and almost couldn't breathe, his face flushed with anger. Sun Xiaomai took a deep look at the 5 big animals, glanced at her useless man with disdain, turned around and left. Wang Fugui's chest heaved violently with anger, but since everyone had left, he couldn't argue with anyone, so he sulked for a while and went back alone. In the crowd, Zhou Chunchao stared at the several sturdy big animals, her eyes red with regret. Why couldn't she keep her temper last night and parted ways with Xinqing again? No, she still had to give Xinqing a way out. In a few days, wheat will be harvested. With 5 big animals, it will be easy for her family to transport wheat from the field to the house. There is also plowing the field. She must put aside her face and go to coax Shinqing. Jiang Shengdong didn't know why his mother suddenly bought several big animals. Their family didn't need so many. However, although he didn't understand, he still built a thatched shed next to the vegetable field under his mother's instructions. Mom, it's not a problem now that the weather's warm, but will a thatched shed be okay in winter? Brother, you're stupid. By winter, we won't have a big house? Maybe it will be a brick and tile house. Jiang Shengnan said excitedly. Jiang Shengdong didn't know how much money the brush made, but he knew that big animals were not cheap. Others could do business with one big animal to support their family. His mother bought 5 at once, which might be more expensive than building a brick and tile house. He looked at the thatched hut behind him and thought that he really had to build a big house, even if it was not a brick house but just adobe. It would be best if it had a tiled roof. He was really fed up with having to replace the thatch on the roof every year, and when it rained, the house would leak everywhere, especially on the bed. It was so wet and uncomfortable. With Jiang Xiangnan interrupting, Shinqing didn't have to answer the question of keeping warm in winter. After all, he would not live in Chili Village in a few days. But where should he move to? This dynasty is unstable. Once a natural disaster occurs, you can forget about relying on the court and can only rely on yourself. While natural disasters are terrible, man-made disasters make people more desperate. As a civilian, you have no power and can only plan ahead. Fortunately, the mall has open books. Whether it is historical climate, map routes, or local customs, you can compare them carefully and find the most suitable paradise for retirement. Not long after breakfast the next day, Shinqing went to Jiangning to pick up 10 kilograms of maltose. He also prepared the cakes, cloth, and jewelry he bought yesterday, put them on the donkey cart, and hurried from the river to the Guan family. Behind the donkey cart followed his family, and the elders of the Jiang family, who were invited to accompany the guests. The couple of Jiang Sanyi and his wife had not returned from selling tofu yet, but it was not a problem to catch up with lunch. It was just that Zhao Mingyue, who was lively and could stir up the atmosphere, was not there. Hu Bing and Jiang Yu were reserved and didn't talk much. Jiang Shui was a girl after all, so Shinqing invited Jiang Ying and Zhou Yan to accompany him. During the slack season, especially during breakfast, every household would squat under the eaves with bowls in their hands, or in the corners, or chat with neighbors. When they saw the things covered with red cloth, they immediately knew it was a happy event, and their eyes were wide open. They hurriedly swallowed the food in their mouths, and didn't even have time to put down the bowls, and followed the donkey cart. Is the second son of the Jiang family going to the Guan family to propose marriage? How fast! I waited for so long, but nothing happened. I didn't expect that they would propose marriage right away. Well, it's good to have money, but I don't know what's wrapped in the red cloth. If someone in the village bought a piece of meat, it would spread from one end of the village to the other in a short time, not to mention such a big event as weddings and funerals. In a short time, all the people who stayed in the village gathered outside the Guan family yard to look. Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan were told yesterday that they would come to propose marriage today, and they packed up and waited at home early in the morning. Guan the carpenter was busy running around. He had no relatives in Chili Village, so he should have asked a few women to help with the affairs, but as a widower, he didn't want to avoid suspicion. Next, the village chief should be invited to accompany him, but the village chief is the man's relative, so he must come with the man. Fortunately, the 2 children have earned more money than him these days, and bought a lot of meat to make bacon and store it, which is very convenient to cook now. He cut the bacon into large slices, filling up half a bowl. He then cut the wild garlic and leaves separately and fried a large bowl of it at noon. It was not too shabby to serve meat to guests. He killed an old hen and stewed it into a clear soup, which was now golden. He used the chicken offal to stir-fry pickled sour peppers, filling up a plate. He bought a big fish from Mr. Zhao's house in the morning and exchanged it for 5 pounds of tofu from Mr. Zhang's house. He stewed the two together, filling up a large bowl. He cut half a bowl of leeks into pieces, beat a dozen duck eggs, and fried them into 2 plates of leeks and eggs. He also fried a vegetarian dish. It shouldn't be ugly, right? Although there were not many dishes, except for the chicken offal, the other portions were sufficient, so it shouldn't be a problem for more than 10 or 20 people to eat. Carpenter Guan ran into the kitchen and thought that the amount of each dish was large and enough to eat. Then he thought that there were not enough dishes. What if there were not enough? How embarrassing. Before he could hesitate for too long, there was a noisy sound outside, accompanied by joyful shouting. Carpenter Guan's excited heart and trembling hands immediately shook even more vigorously. Congratulations, Uncle Guan is very happy and Ollie is very happy. Carpenter Guan was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling and kept replying, Congratulations, we are all a family from now on. After hearing this, the second daughter-in-law of the Zhang family laughed out loud and said to the people on both sides, Listen, I've never seen anyone who is so eager to marry off his daughter. The way you say this sounds like he can't wait for the girl to get married off early. The people on both sides instinctively wanted to laugh along, and suddenly they remembered that Carpenter Guan was a good person, and they would indeed be a family in the future, so what he said was not wrong. He forced himself to suppress his instinct and change the topic. You can't say that. It's not easy for Carpenter Guan to be both a father and a mother. Completing his daughter's lifelong event is also an explanation to her mother, right? Yes, and Guanli is really not young anymore. When her children were young, there was no rush at all. She even felt that she could take her time to choose and find a good one. But as she got older, she was so anxious that she wanted to get married the next day. You don't understand if you haven't experienced it. The second daughter-in-law of the Zhang family was not recognized, so she snorted, turned to look at the yard, and then shouted, Show me the betrothal gift so that I can broaden my horizons. The mother-in-law said several times at home that Xinqing was too stingy and would never give valuable items as a betrothal gift. And when the two were close in the past, Xinqing and her mother-in-law had revealed several times that they would wait until Guanli was older and wait for the Guan family to pay for their daughter's marriage. Now, isn't it that Guan the carpenter is more anxious than the man? Maybe the red cloth-wrapped things are worthless, so they dare not show them. The other villagers, in their original intention of sharing the joy, cheered. Auntie, open it and let me see it too. Yes, there hasn't been a happy event in our village for a long time, especially since both of your families are from our village. You have to take a good look. Xinqing ignored Zhou Chuancao's second daughter-in-law, who is also her niece Zhou Tian. She thought this was stupid and smiled and replied to other enthusiastic villagers. Okay, but it's not a valuable item, just for good luck. Then they began to open one by one. The largest package was cakes. How long will it take to finish all these cakes? Auntie, you are so generous. Zhou Tian snorted inappropriately and muttered, It is really worthless. No wonder it's so big. What's the point of buying so many cakes? They are not cheap and can't be kept for a long time. Isn't it a waste of money just for the sake of face? It's really a bragging. After hearing this, the two people next to him stood 2 steps away silently, and at the same time thought to themselves, They are from the same village. Don't they have any idea about the marriage market? As Zhou Chuancao's niece, Zhou Tian was lucky to have 2 bags of cakes at the beginning, but now she dares to despise others for more than 20 bags. She is really incompetent, but she is so arrogant. Xinqing then opened the second big package, which contained peach red, pomegranate red, and gauze fabrics. Zhou Tian looked at the neatly folded cotton cloth and said nothing. The bright red cloth for wrapping things was enough to make a set of clothes, but she didn't expect that there were several sets of clothes in it, and they were all cotton. It was very nice for the girls in the village to have a new set of clothes, no matter whether it was cotton or linen, but Guanli got 4 sets of cotton cloth at once. The men present saw that the cloth was okay, and they did not show any obvious excitement, but the women and girls could not hide their envy. If they could have a few sets of cotton clothes, they would have enough to wear for the rest of their lives. Xinqing then opened a small cloth bag, which contained a hair flower, a silver hairpin, and a silver bracelet. This time, even the men were silent. They could say they didn't want it before, but they could afford it if they tried hard, and these silver hairpins and silver bracelets were real silver, which must be at least 2 taels of silver, right? How could they just buy it? Zhou Tian's face was extremely ugly. She bit her lip, thinking about how she had 2 red hair strings at the beginning, and her mother-in-law said that only she had them, and her sister-in-law didn't, and asked her if her aunt was particularly good to her.
What a?
The sister-in-law didn't have a red hair string, but getting a red hair string wasn't a good thing. She only felt that she was a joke in the past. She kept thinking about her mother-in-law for 2 hairbands and secretly felt that she was worthy of being a member of the Zhou family, and her treatment was better than that of her eldest sister-in-law. Wait, she squinted at the red cloth bag that was opened and immediately discovered a great secret. She shouted with a raised eyebrow, "Annie Jiang, it's not that? Where is the betrothal silver? You didn't prepare it?" "I really didn't prepare it," Shin Qing replied frankly. Carpenter Guan said that no matter how much betrothal silver she prepared, he would double it and let Guanli take it back. The Guan family had debts in the past, and they had finally paid off the debts and did not have much money on hand. The reason they said this was nothing more than that they were prepared to include all the wages of Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan. She paid the betrothal silver knowing this. Even if she only paid according to the normal betrothal silver in the village, it was also emptying the Guan family's assets. When Guan Mujiang, Guan Li, and Guan Xiaoshan heard that there was no betrothal silver, they were moved. Guan Mujiang blamed himself for saying it too early. Now Sister Jiang got a bad reputation for thinking about them. Zhou Tian smiled and said proudly, "I was wondering why there are cakes, cloth, silver hairpins, and silver bracelets. Together, it's only 5 taels of silver. Compared with the betrothal gift of 7 taels of silver, you saved 2 taels." Jiang Ying's face changed slightly, and he said hurriedly, "And there are 10 caddies of malt sugar." "Oh, 10 caddies is only 7 cents. You really made a good calculation and spent a small amount of money to do big things." She had 7 taels of silver as a betrothal gift at the beginning. That's a full 7 taels. Now Guan Li's total is less than 6 taels, which is more than 1 tael less than hers. Zhou Tian looked at Guan Li with pity in his eyes. Shin Qing went on calmly, "I haven't prepared any silver for the betrothal gift. That's because I thought the wheat would be harvested soon, so it would be more practical for the Guan family to send a donkey and a donkey cart." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. "What? This donkey cart is a betrothal gift to the Guan family? No wonder there are 4 donkeys and 1 cow, but only 1 carriage. It turns out to be a betrothal gift. By the way, sending a donkey cart is not only for carrying wheat, isn't it more for Xiaoshan's sake? Of course, it's really thoughtful. More than thoughtful. Asked about the donkey a few days ago, and it cost 11 taels of silver. I left in shame after asking. And this carriage, it must cost at least 2 or 3 taels of silver, right? My God, how much silver is this? Including cloth, cakes, candies, and jewelry, it's almost 20 taels. I'm afraid no one will be able to surpass Guan Li in the next few years." Zhou Tian's face was ashen and extremely ugly. A donkey is worth 2 men. Many families can afford to marry a wife, but cannot afford a donkey. Large animals are sometimes more valuable than people. And Shen Qing actually gave a donkey and a car as a betrothal gift. Is she out of her mind? Shen Qing's donkey cart was delivered. Even those who had been laughing at Guan Li in the village could no longer laugh. If the difference was small, it would be fine. But the difference has doubled, and there is still something left. How can you still laugh? Are you laughing at yourself for not having it? Jiang Eri looked at the donkey cart in the yard, and his eyes showed understanding. He was worried that Xiangxi did not give Guan Li a name, and that the old and weak family on the road of fleeing famine might not live to reach their destination. Shin Qing reminded him and Yingzi that they had no choice. After all, the more people knew, the more likely it was that there would be rumors, and they would never take unnecessary risks to tell a group of people. But if they didn't tell, other families could still do it, but how could the Guan family? Unexpectedly, Shin Qing had always planned for the Guan family and thought of a way out for them. Indeed, even if Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan worked for Shin Qing's family and got paid, Guan the carpenter would not buy a donkey cart, and sending a donkey cart was the most necessary thing for the Guan family. This is much more useful than the betrothal silver, but it is indeed much higher. Zhao Mingyue also came over at lunchtime. With her joining in, the party became more lively. The two sides were already familiar with each other, and with a sumptuous lunch, both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves. After returning home after a good and full meal, Hu Bing and Jiang Yujiangshui were confused when they were called into the room by Xinqing. The betrothal gifts had been sent, but the wedding date had not yet been decided. Could it be that they were discussing the date and other matters? After all, marriage is a complicated matter, and preparations must be made in advance. The three of them entered the house, and Xinqing immediately felt that the house was cramped and depressing, but there was nothing he could do about it. He would think about the house after he settled down. Now, he didn't know if he could make it to the new place alive. She took out 3 silver hairpins and 3 silver bracelets from the quilt, which was actually a storage cabinet. After placing them on the bed, she said, "The plum blossom set is Hu Bing's. The osmanthus is Jiang Yu's. Yours is the lotus. You have all worked hard these days. Now that you have earned money, you should reward yourself." Hu Bing was stunned. Today was the day when Ollie was betrothing her, and there was also a set of silver hairpins and silver bracelets with peony patterns. The 4 sets were exactly the same except for the different patterns. Did her mother think that she didn't have any money in the marriage and wanted to compensate her? But she was a child bride. Money had already been spent when she was bought. It was normal that she didn't have anything in the marriage. What's more, she had made new clothes and had good food during this period. She had everything that Ollie had. Her mother didn't need to compensate her at all, and she didn't have any complaints. "Mother, this will cost several taels of silver. I still have a lot of silver left from the last time you gave me. Besides, I use the public money for food and clothing, and I don't have any place to spend money. This is too much of a waste for me." When Jiang Yu heard that Ho-Hat's share was hers, she felt that she was not worthy of it. How could she deserve to use silver? That was precious silver. After hearing what Hu Bing said, she followed up awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, me too, Mimi. You should keep it. I am a divorced woman. How can I wear these things? Besides, I have no place to wear them. It would be a waste to give good things to me." Jiang Shui was originally in a happy mood, but after her sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law refused, she was a little undecided.
Could she take it?
There was no reason to take back what Xinqing had given away. Most women these days have a deep sense of unworthiness, that is, they feel that they are not worthy of good things and a good life. They are panicked when they live a slightly better life, fearing that God will take it back. She looked at Hu Bing and Jiang Yu and emphasized seriously, "This is not silver. Although it can be used as silver in troubled times, it is just jewelry now. Whether you wear it or not, it belongs to you. You will have many more in the future. When you are old and have many children, you can also use it to add makeup to your granddaughter and give it to your granddaughter-in-law as a gift. It is up to you to decide. But now they belong to you. It is not a waste, but you deserve it." While the two of them were slowly digesting it, she turned her head and looked at her little girl. "You have always liked gold, silver, and money. I always think this hobby is very good. Practical, we girls should like some practical things. Why didn't you even say thank you when I gave it to you today?" Jiang Shui heard the hesitation on her face and disappeared. She did not hesitate, took 2 steps forward and thanked openly. "Thank you, mother." "Well, not bad," Xinqing praised. How could Hu Bing and Jiang Yu not understand the meaning of Xinqing's words? At this moment, they all thanked at the same time. "Thank you, mother."
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
Xinqing was very relieved. They were just surviving in an atmosphere of oppression and repression. As women, their lives were already hard enough. She only hoped to do her best to make their lives a little better and better. In May, the wheat ears became fuller and fuller day by day, and gradually turned yellow. The whole Chili village, no, the whole Xinqing, was filled with the joy of the upcoming harvest. When the official harvest began, every household was busy. Xinqing's family did not need to harvest wheat, so they were relatively the most idle family in the village. The production of brushes was on the right track. Although the daily working hours were long, they were not tired overall. Jiang Er, Sanwu, and Wuya were particularly busy, and Jiang Sanyi's family was the busiest. After all, during the busy farming season, the tofu business was the best. His family was divided into two groups, and they were reluctant to throw away the money they earned from either group. In addition to harvesting wheat, the whole family was so busy that they wished they had 8 clones. But even if they were busy, the 3 families did not come to borrow large animals. And if the 3 families did not ask, others would come. What's wrong with the help from a village? Your donkeys and cows are not empty. Even if you need so many, you can't use them. We are villagers every day, and I have finally asked for help. Shenqing, think about the relationship between us in the past, and think clearly before you decide whether to lend it to me or not. Shenqing. She didn't need to think about it. She could answer her. I can't borrow it. Don't even think about it. My donkeys and cows are very valuable. They need food after work. Do you have any? Zhou Chunchao came with full confidence, thinking that it was a sure thing, and even boasted in front of his son and daughter-in-law. Now he was bluntly rejected by Shenqing and asked angrily, "What good food do you want to eat? How valuable can an animal be? It's not that good, it's just that your family doesn't have it. If you borrow it from my second uncle, you can eat malt glutinous rice residue, and if you borrow it from my third uncle, you can eat tofu dregs. If you can feed my livestock with them, how about I lend it to you?" Shenqingqi laughed and said in a cold tone, "Some people don't understand what people say and are very thick-skinned. No, it's just that they can't get enough of taking advantage." Zhou Chuansao's face was ugly, but she couldn't argue. Tofu dregs are good for people to eat, so who would be willing to give them to livestock? She borrowed the livestock just to save effort, but if it costs money, what's the use of saving effort? She said, "You are guarding 4 large livestock and you are unwilling to help with even the smallest things. Wait for the villagers to spit on you." Whether she would be scolded or not, but even if Zhou Chunchao scolded her day and night, she would not lend it to her. Besides, her 3 donkeys and 1 cow would be put to great use. Yes, she had no intention of keeping large animals without working, but even if she was helping others, she had her own selfish motives. That was to wait until the middle and later stages of the busy farming season to start helping. Because the transportation capacity and endurance of livestock are incomparable to humans, if they were to lend them to the families of Zhongsan and Zhongwei right away, the livestock would undertake most of the farm work, and they would be busy but not completely tired and would not be determined to buy one. Only when they are so busy that they are too tired to do anything and are almost exhausted, the addition of donkeys and cows will make all family members realize the huge gap and unanimously decide to buy. In fact, this is indeed the case with the families of Zhongsan and Zhongwei. Originally, Zhao Mingyue saw the usefulness of large animals and wanted to buy one when she returned. However, she was unanimously opposed by everyone who felt that it was not worthwhile to spend such a large sum of money. The busy farming season lasted for 10 days or half a month, and everyone could bear it and get through it. The money saved was real money. Zhao Mingyue was not annoyed or persuaded, and waited very patiently. Anyway, she would not suffer alone, and she would not be tired alone. Everyone would suffer together. When the busy farming season came, everyone couldn't bear it after just one day. Because in the past, people who got up early to make tofu could rest and sleep during the day, but now, let alone rest or sleep, they don't even have time to hang themselves. They made tofu and sold it, and after selling it, they went to the fields to cut wheat, transport it back, dry it, and thresh it. They didn't sleep well, and the whole person was floating, and their heads were dizzy, and it took a long time for them to react to a word. After holding on for 3 days, they were really about to cry. They wished they could buy a donkey and a cow right now. On the 4th day, Shenqing took the initiative to lend a donkey and a cow to their family, and they were so grateful that they almost cried. With 2 donkeys, it was not tiring to go to various villages to exchange for soybeans. The 2 donkeys could transport wheat and pull the mill. The family members did not want to buy one at the beginning, but changed their minds to buy 2. And they had to buy even after the rush to harvest. After all, after harvesting the wheat, they still had to push the mill, go to various villages, and plow the fields. The same was true for Jiang Wei's family. His family was better than the third family in that they did not have to go out to deliver goods, but pounding malt and boiling maltose took up several laborers, and each of the other family members was responsible for more and more tiring work. Looking at Jiang Eri's family with a cow and a donkey, his eyes were red with envy, and at the same time he secretly hated himself for not having foresight. If he had bought a donkey early, he would not be crying now. When Xinqing sent a donkey, it was like a long drought and a sweet rain for their family. After having a large animal, he was more determined to buy a donkey. Xinqing also lent a cow to Zhao Hong and his family for a few days in rotation. The two families didn't earn much, and even if they wanted to buy, they couldn't afford it.
She didn't expect them to buy it.
She lent it to them purely because they could catch more fish and shrimps because it was easier for them. The two families exchanged their seafood for wheat, and with their own, the workload increased by at least half. Farming is most afraid of the weather. Often, a heavy rainstorm will make the results of half a year of hard work go to waste. It is also possible that a light rain will cause the wheat to sprout when it is harvested and dried, and the hard work will be in vain. So there can be no delay, and we dare not delay. In mid to late May, the wheat of most families in Chili village was not only harvested, but also dried and stored in warehouses. Except for Xinqing and Jiang Eri's family, everyone in the village was busy plowing the land and sowing. The two families were not tired, but they were worried and their mouths were not idle. Taking turns to persuade. Mom, we can exchange the wheat. Anyway, we can earn money by raising fish, eels, and loaches. But can't we grow corn? Our annual food supply all depends on corn. Jiang Xiangdong persuaded earnestly. They are making money by making brushes now, but how can farmers throw away the fields on which they depend for survival? Such good fields, how can they leave them abandoned? Xinqing could still vividly remember the feeling of hunger when she first came. After so many days of hardship, how could she not know the preciousness of land and food? If they move to another place, they must plant crops. Isn't there a flood in a few days? Planting crops will not only be a waste of effort, but also a waste of seeds. Jiang Xiangxi wanted to persuade, but didn't know how. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, Mom, if you are worried about affecting the brushes, my eldest brother and I will go plow the fields before dark, so as not to delay the work during the day. Jiang Xiangdong nodded without hesitation. In the past, the work in the fields was mainly done by the two of them. The third child would be lazy, the fourth child would take shortcuts, and the sixth child was the most favored. Besides, there were donkeys and cows at home, so they only had to plow the fields, which was much easier than before. Why not? It's completely possible. Xinqing took a breath, not knowing what to say. Mom, it's bad. Captain Sun is here again, and he brought a lot of constables with him. Jiangyu stood up first after hearing this, and her petite figure was about to rush out. Xinqing winked at Hubing, who immediately cooperated and grabbed her arm. Jiangyu was unable to move immediately. She looked up at Hubing and begged, I'll go out and take a look. Please let go, it's okay. After living in peace for so long, she thought that the Liu family would no longer hold on to this matter, and that Captain Sun would no longer stand up for the Liu family. It turned out that she just thought so. They still didn't let her go. Hubing didn't listen at all, but looked at Xinqing, waiting for her to give orders. Xinqing said lightly, You don't have to show up for anything. I will deal with it. If you want to see it, just follow me. Zhao Mingyue had heard before that the fights in Captain Sun's house were known to the neighbors, and they were quiet for a while. And he didn't come early or late, but waited until the grain was harvested and stored in the warehouse. Needless to say, it was nothing more than that the family affairs were resolved or a consensus was reached, and today he came to get benefits. Sister-in-law. I'll be in front, I can do it. Jiang Yu insisted. Xinqing insisted even more. I have a lot of money in my hands. Don't you know that people with a lot of money are tough? Wine makes cowards bold, but money gives courage to the poor. Of the money she spent at the end of last month, a small half came back after 2 batches of goods were shipped this month. The biggest part was the completion of the soap saponification reaction, and she sold a large number of stockpiles, which doubled her savings. She has a lot of money now, but she didn't think about spending it, but about making another fortune. Look, someone came forward to deliver money. At the same time as the gate of the courtyard was opened, everything for making brushes was packed up. Outside the gate of the courtyard, Captain Sun had a fierce look on his face, followed not only by the constables, but also by the Liu family. Jiang family, give me my daughter-in-law back. Gentlemen of justice, you have to make the decision for me, yes. You don't know how much we have suffered in the past month, especially my mother, who has a hard time. There is endless work to do at home and outside every day, all caused by Jiang Yu. Shin Qing sneered. Whoever has a hard time for his mother should make up for it. This filial piety must be done by oneself. Captain Sun turned around and glared at the Liu family. Seeing that the three of them immediately fell silent and gave him a flattering smile, he said to Shin Qing forcefully, "The Liu and Jiang families have already divorced, and according to the law, you don't have to go back. We are here today because you smashed the Liu family and injured Mrs. Liu. If you actively compensate the Liu family, everything will be fine, but if you don't want to, you will have to go with us today." Jiang Yu heard that this was to extort money from their family, and his face was as pale as paper. Jiang Xiangdong's first reaction was, "We don't have much silver." Captain Sun had been prepared for a long time. After hearing this, he quickly said, "If there is no silver, then use the newly harvested grain to pay." Except for Jiang Xiangdong, everyone else heard the meaning of the words. No wonder they came after the wheat was dried and stored in the warehouse. It is clear that they know that the farmers don't have much silver. If they come too early, they can't take out the silver and it will be useless. If they come too late, the grain will not be sold. Jiang Xiangdong blinked and said at a loss, "But we don't have any new grains, and we have to spend money to buy food. The food is better now than before, but it is also bought with real money. I am afraid that most of the money earned from making brushes is used to buy food. But don't say it. Eating refined grains most of the time and only eating coarse grains a few times is really nourishing, especially for little babies, who are now plump and plump. This money is worth spending if it is spent in the right place." Captain Sun and the Liu family were stunned, and old lady Liu shouted first, "How is it possible? Don't look at me, I don't know. Your Jiang family originally had 23 acres of land. In order to send your son to study for the imperial examination, you sold 1 acre every few days to pay tuition, but you only sold 5 acres in total. There are still 17 acres of land? It's impossible that you sold them all in less than a month. You can't fool people like this. 17 acres of land is considered very good in both Chili Village and Shirley Village. Although the younger brothers of the Jiang family are not good, the eldest and the second are good at farming. This year, the rain came when the wheat ears were growing, and the harvest was good. In a bumper year, who wouldn't be happy? The eldest brother of the Jiang family looked at the old woman and thought she didn't know the situation of the Jiang family's land. He actually said nonsense. This time, the Jiang family didn't need to speak. The villagers who were watching started chattering. The fields are still there, but the harvest in the fields is gone. Aunt Jiang exchanged all the new grain this year with the Zhao and Hong families for big fish, loaches, eels, etc., and even miscellaneous fish and wild shrimps. How could there be any extra grain? The wheat in the Jiang family's fields was harvested by the Zhao and Hong families. They were exhausted. It all belongs to someone else. If anyone dares to move it, the Zhao and Hong families will probably fight to the death. What are you moving? The new grain has long been given to the Zhao and Hong families. Besides, who can say that the new grain belongs to the Jiang family? If you come too early, the wheat is still in the field. It's hard to say, without proof. Even if you rush to harvest, you can only watch. Now the day lily is cold. What else can you say? Captain Sun's face, which was overly swollen after drinking and having, is extremely ugly at this moment. Can't the Jiang family live a happy life? Who would give all the grain in the field to others? He gnashed his teeth and asked Jiang Xiangdong, since the wheat in the field has been exchanged for big fish, where's the money from selling the fish? This is the eldest son of the Jiang family, and he is married. The wife of the Jiang family has lost her husband, so she must rely on the eldest son to live. She would not hide it from anyone, and he must know where the family's money has gone. Jiang Xiangdong looked at Captain Sun like a fool. Didn't I tell you that we have to buy food for the family, so of course we have to spend money, and my family eats very well. I don't know if the money from selling fish is enough. If it is not enough, the only way to make up for it is to rely on the money from selling brushes, but there is no need to tell them about selling brushes. Captain Sun took a deep breath and asked hatefully, since we have to buy food, and buy good food, why do we have to our own food to others? Why not just take the food for ourselves? We still have to buy food after selling fish. Isn't this just an extra detour for no reason? Harvesting grain is tiring. You have to cut it, carry it back, move it in and out repeatedly to dry it, and then peel it and grind it into powder when it's ready to eat. How can it be more labor-saving than buying it directly from the store? Jiang Xiangdong repeated what his mother had told them before. Captain Sun opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had seen lazy, stupid, and dumb people, but never such people. He said indifferently, "Then you tell me what to do. I'm telling you, we officials are not vegetarians. If you don't pay, you'll be arrested." Jiang Xiangdong shrank back and looked at Jiang Yu. Shen Qing frowned. "Look at what your aunt is doing. She doesn't have a penny on her. How can she have silver?" There were only silver hairpins and silver bracelets, but Jiang Yu treasured them very much and carefully wrapped them in several layers of cloth so that outsiders didn't know. Old man Lu snorted and looked at Jiang Yu with a thick look of disdain in his cloudy eyes. "You want to live a good life in the Lu family, but you insist on coming back with me? Don't you still have no money? We are all living together, and it's the same with or without a man. You really don't know what's good for you." Jiang Yu said viciously, "What man do you want? I wish you were all dead." She couldn't survive a single day in the Lu family. She turned to look at Sun Fuguei and said, "We don't have money to pay, so you can just arrest me and put me in jail." Captain Sun didn't expect that a young woman was not afraid of going to jail. She didn't want a reputation and didn't want to get married again. After she came out of prison, no man would dare to marry her. Shen Qing, who had been silent, panicked after hearing Jiang Yu say that she was in jail. She anxiously expressed her attitude to Captain Sun. "Captain, my sister-in-law is just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. How can she be in jail as a girl? That would be more painful than death. How much money do you want to compensate the Lu family? I will sell everything I have to make up for it." Captain Sun was delighted and reported the amount calmly. 3 taels of silver, not a penny less. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu actually met a good sister-in-law, but she is also a fool. She is so obviously anxious and afraid, and she can't be manipulated by others. But it's normal. After all, country women have never seen the world. They have been gossiping about other people all their lives. How can they not panic when they really encounter something? They didn't take it seriously before. It's true that they won't cry until they see the coffin. When they heard about 3 taels of silver, there was a gasp. "Oh my God! 3 taels of silver. That's too much. 3 taels of silver for just those junks? It really hurts to have to take out 3 taels of silver all at once. I don't know if Shen Qing can come up with it, but even if he does, I'll be angry." The Lu family couldn't stop being excited and swallowed their saliva nervously. That's 3 taels of silver. The betrothal gift for marrying a girl is only 7 taels. Chuntao, as the second daughter, only needs to give 1 tael, and his family still has 2 taels left. How many things can be bought with 2 taels of silver? I'm willing to pay, but there's no money at home. But don't worry, I still have land. I can use the land to pay. The Lu family was stunned. Use the land as collateral?
How?
Didn't they sell the land to Inzi and the others? Shen Qing nodded continuously. Yes, my land is between our Chili village and Shirley village, not too far from your Shirley village. What's more, my land is close to the water source, which is a good location. I will definitely not lose money if I use it to pay off the debt, and I may even make a profit. Lu Sheng was very tempted. His mother said that Chuantao's belly was obviously a boy, so he had to buy some property for his baby. In the future, his son would only need to lie down and collect rent, and he would never have to worry about food and drink. Tell me how to exchange it? Shen Qing said distressedly. I have 3 acres of land, all on the river bank. 1 tael and a half per acre, so I'll give you 2 acres. Mrs. Lu snorted disdainfully. Who wants wasteland? You can't harvest much, and you have to take care of it. It's exhausting. The Lu family is small. The head of the family doesn't like to work, the son can't work, Chuntao can't work now, and Jiang Yu, who can work, ran away again. Now all the work at home and outside falls on her alone, who will take care of the 3 extra acres of land. Anyway, she won't take care of it. Lu Xing agreed. Yes. Who wants land? We want land. Let's exchange it for land. Shen Qing said with embarrassment. Who would be willing to sell land these days if the family is not in urgent need of money? Old Lu said toughly. You don't have money. You have to sell it even if you don't want to. How about this? The account of 1 mu of land will be written off, and let it go. Huh, old Lu, your abacus beads are about to jump on my face. Yes, I can hear you calculating outside the wall. 4 taels of silver for 1 mu of land, everyone knows it, but you still act as if your family is at a disadvantage by giving it 3 taels of silver. Do you have any shame, Lu family? Let alone 4 taels of silver, who would be willing to sell land, especially good land near a water source. Even if you have money, you don't have land to buy, and you still want to ask for 1 mu of land for 3 taels of silver. And don't give it to the Lu family, sell it to me, and I will give you 4 taels of silver. Shen Qing. No, how could she cheat a good person? This land can only be sold to the Lu family and the likes of Captain Sunday. When the Lu family heard someone offer, they panicked. Lu Xing shouted anxiously, Mom and Dad, good land is so hard to come by. If you don't think about yourself, you should think about your grandson. Old man Lu and old woman Lu swallowed their saliva with a gulp, and their hearts were beating like crazy. When no one was robbing, they didn't really want to buy good land, but when someone robbed it, they thought it was a good thing, and they would lose money if they didn't buy it. No matter. It can still be worth 3 taels of silver, so it's a profit anyway. Old man Lu looked around and reminded gloomily, You outsiders, just watch the fun. Don't get involved. This is a matter between the Jiang family and the Lu family. Besides, you can afford the money, but can't my Lu family afford it? Isn't it just 1 or 2 taels of silver? Jiang family, just wait, I will make up for it when I go back. Shen Qing sighed. I know everyone is doing this for my own good, but this matter was caused by the Jiang family. Let the Lu family do whatever they say, so as to avoid entanglement in the future. Besides, farming is tiring. I don't want to farm anymore, and everyone knows my family's situation, so it's better to sell it all together and save trouble. It doesn't matter who you sell it to. If someone wants to buy it, I would rather reduce the price to sell it all. The Lu family, who pricked up their ears to listen, immediately asked, Do you want to sell other good land? Sell it all together? Sell it at a reduced price? How much silver? Shen Qing glanced at the 3 people and mocked. 17 acres of land. You can't afford it. Lu Sheng was not convinced and said in a hard voice, How do you know we can't afford it? But we have to see if your land is good enough and worth the price. Jiang Xiongdong was anxious and hurriedly pulled Shen Qing's sleeve, glared at the Lu family and advised, Mom, even if we want to sell the land, we can't sell it to the Lu family. Shen Qing. Good child, you don't understand. You can only sell it to them. Everyone else saw it at this moment. Shen Qing was determined to sell the land. Not to mention that she could easily take out 3 taels of silver. Even the silver jewelry in the hands of Huibing, Jiang Yu and Jiang Shui was worth 6 taels, so it was not necessary to sell the land. Moreover, according to the previous practice, she would definitely not agree to compensation so easily, but today she agreed to it and took the initiative to use the land as collateral and seemed to be willing to sell it only to the Lu family. What is the mother's idea? But no matter what the idea is, they will cooperate. Jiang Xiangnan quickly pulled his elder brother and said cheerfully, Brother, how can you be prejudiced? Of course I will sell it to whoever offers the highest price. How can I be stingy with money? He didn't want to farm the land, but he couldn't let the Lu family get away with it for nothing. Selling it to the Lu family at a high price would not be a loss. Jiang Xiangbei also advised, Yes, brother, this is about my aunt. How can we make a mistake? Just sell it to the Liu family. Just hope they won't make trouble in the future. Jiang Shui reminded, Brother, listen to mother. You won't be wrong. Jiang Xiangdong didn't get it. Seeing his younger brother and sister being so cowardly, he was so angry that he defended himself. Why would I ignore my aunt? It's because of my aunt that I don't want to sell it to the Liu family. Our fields are close to the water source and are connected. It is convenient to plow the fields, sow seeds, irrigate, and harvest. We don't worry about not being able to sell them. Even if it takes a little longer, we can wait. Why should we rush to sell them to the Liu family? Shen Qing sighed. We are anxious to wait, but the land can't. It's time to plant corn. How can we sow seeds if we don't plow the fields? Such good fields will be struck by lightning if they're abandoned. Let's sell it to the Liu family, who made us make the mistake first. Now I have nothing else. I just hope we can live a stable life in the future. The Liu family members were delighted and kept agreeing. Jiang family boss, did you hear what your mother said? Your mother and your brothers and sisters are right. Why bother to talk to him? He can't make the decision. Jiang family sister-in-law Jiang. How do you sell it? Shen Qing pondered for a long time and raised his head, speaking with great difficulty. 17 acres of land. For taels of silver per acre, a total of 68 taels. I'll give you an integer, 65 taels. 3 acres of land, 1 acre and 1.5 taels, a total of 4.5 taels. Also an integer of 4 taels, originally added up to 69 taels, minus the 3 taels of silver. A total of 66 taels, so 65 taels, no less if you want it just. Gather the money and come to get the land deed. Otherwise, I will find someone else. Mom, your price is too low. It's too cheap for the Liu family. Yes. Why do you give them less and less? How many taels are missing? That's pure silver. Shen Qing sighed. We have a lot of land. How can we sell them all in a short time? Shouldn't we sell it to the Liu family at a lower price? But 65 taels is too much. The Liu family may not be able to afford it. Captain Sun said quickly. They can afford it. They can afford it. After seeing the land, if what you said is true, you can just wait for the Liu family to bring the money to exchange for the land deeds. The Liu family couldn't afford it, but he could. He had long wanted to buy the fertile land on the edge of the city. In the eyes of the villagers, Shen Qing's sale of land was just the Liu family relying on the power of Captain Sun to bully others. Shen Qing sold all the land in a pact to prevent repeated oppression in the future if he offended the Liu family and was targeted by Captain Sun. He might come up with some way to force him in the future. Alas, it was miserable. As the old saying goes, the people do not fight with the officials, and it turned out to be true. The Jiang family did not fight with the officials, but just had a quarrel with a bully who relied on the power of others. As a result, they were forced to sell land and became homeless. Shen Qing had no choice. After all, if he continued to fight, he would be afraid that his family would be broken up. Now at least he has a skill to make money, and the whole family should be able to survive without relying on the land. It's just that farmers can only feel at ease if they have land. Without land, they are still like rootless duckweed. The other members of the Jiang family were filled with righteous indignation. He was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Jiang Yang. They shouted in confusion. Dad? This is too bullying. Uncle, the eldest sister-in-law is so good to us. Now that she is bullied, are we just going to do nothing? Yes, our Jiang family is not extinct. How can we let a captain bully us like this? Jiang Ying hurriedly explained. The eldest sister-in-law's family even exchanged the wheat that was about to be harvested. I guess they really don't want to farm. She took the initiative to sell the land. Let's not make trouble for her. Eldest sister-in-law wants to sell it, but there is no need to sell it in a hurry. Wait a little longer, and it won't be a problem to sell it for 2 more taels of silver. Jiang Dalong calculated distressfully. If there are more acres, the price must be reduced, but it is 4.5 taels cheaper to sell it to the Liu family. 2 taels of silver is so hard to earn. It can buy a lot of things. If you wait a little longer, you may be able to wait for a buyer with a higher bid. Jiang Ying was thinking that the land was still valuable now, but after the flood, the land would be worthless, just like when her ancestors came to open up the wasteland. She really wanted to sell all the land in her family, but she didn't have such a good opportunity as her sister-in-law. Whether she sold it to villagers or other good families, it would be a scam. If God could give her a son from the Liu family, it would be great. Stop. At this moment, she had to control these young people in her family and don't ruin Xin Qing's good deeds. Didn't you hear the sister-in-law say that the land can't wait? Selling it to others will definitely delay the planting of corn. Who wouldn't feel bad if the land was left barren for a season? The other young people were silent. Jiang Dalong said angrily, "It's just right. If it can't be planted, sell it to the Liu family. I don't feel bad at all for delaying their planting of corn. If the flood comes, you will only hate why you stopped the Liu family from planting corn." She looked up at her father. Mr. Jiang frowned, looked at his second son with stern eyes. His voice was not loud but had a sense of pressure. "Nonsense. You don't need to say anything about what your sister-in-law has decided. If she wants her help, it's not too late for you to rush up." Jiang Dalong closed his mouth unwillingly and looked into the yard through the doorway. In the yard, Xin Qing had already agreed with Captain Sun on the delivery date and additional matters. Within 3 days, he would hand over the silver and the land deed. If he didn't come within 3 days, he would have the right to sell it to others. Captain Sun waved his hand and said decisively, "It doesn't take 3 days. Come tomorrow. 1 hand silver and 1 hand land deed, and there will be no disputes from now on." Adding the 3 taels of silver from the Liu family, it was a full 7 or 8 taels cheaper. If he missed this village, he would miss the store, so how could he let it go? As for the 3 taels of silver from the Liu family, he personally ran 2 trips for the Liu family's affairs, so it's not too much as a hard work fee. Without his face, how could the Jiang family compensate 3 taels of silver? Without him, the Liu family could not pay the silver, so all these were simply what he deserved. The 3 members of the Liu family were dumbfounded. They originally wanted to buy an acre of land and pay 1 tael of silver, but how come it suddenly became 17 acres of land and 3 acres of land? Lu Sheng came forward and shouted, "Brother-in-law?" Captain Sun said heroically, "I'll go back and get the silver." Although 65 taels of silver is not a small amount, how can he not accumulate some money after being a constable for these years and then promoted to a captain? After eating and taking 65 taels is only half of his wealth. Old Man Liu and Mrs. Liu looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He praised him hurriedly. "Oh, brother-in-law, you are so nice. How can we do this?" Mrs. Liu stepped forward quickly, pulled her son's hand, and said with a flattering smile, "Your brother-in-law is rich. This little bit is nothing." Oh my God, 20 acres of land just became their Liu families? The 5th daughter was not born in vain. Old Man Liu couldn't help laughing. It's still useful to have a boy. If her 4 sisters were half as good as her, our family would have had hundreds of acres of fertile land long ago. The first 4 daughters were really born in vain. They only sold them for some silver, and there was no benefit at all from the later ones. Lu Sheng's face was full of smiles, and she changed her words. "Yes, you are worthy of being my 5th sister. Only when the sister is good can the brother be better. Mother, when the 5th sister comes back, you can kill one and make her some egg custard. When she was a child, she always loved to my egg custard to eat. This time, give her a good bowl. She is eating it alone, so I will give it to her." Mrs. Liu felt sorry for the eggs and wanted to use duck eggs, but when she thought of the fields, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, Mother will make 3 eggs for her to nourish her and make her happy, so that she won't be accused of favoring you, the son. Let the girl know that she also has her daughter in her heart." Captain Sun didn't have time to listen to what the 3 people from the Liu family said. He waved to his subordinates. "Let us go back to the city." The 3 people from the Liu family looked at the eyes of the Jiang family, who wanted to peel off their skin and tear their bones. They shouted wait and quickly followed them, running away as if there were jackals, tigers, and leopards chasing them. Before leaving, the villagers looked at Xin Qing's family with sympathy, then shook their heads and sighed as they dispersed. The rest of the Jiang family wanted to persuade them, but were stopped by Master Jiang. In the end, only he and Jiang Ying were left. The three of them continued walking along the dirt road they had taken last time. When they reached an open area between fields, where there was no one around, Master Jiang spoke. "Have you been prepared to sell the land to Liu and Sun?" Shunqing shook her head. "Not that I'm prepared, I just thought about it. If they come here to ask for money under the pretext of using the name, I can convert the land into silver to pay them. That would be a huge income, wouldn't it? But it would also require them to be greedy and shameless. Otherwise, no matter how much I wanted to sell it to them, I couldn't do it. If they had the face, they wouldn't come here to ask for compensation. If they weren't greedy, they wouldn't buy all of her family's land in one go just because she lowered the price." That was exactly what Master Jiang and Jiang Ying thought. Jiang Ying was a little worried. To outsiders, you may think that selling all your land is a last resort. We don't expect to sell our land, but what excuse can we find to stop farming? Mr. Jiang stayed for this matter, but not only for his own family. He was thinking about the whole village.
It was impossible to sell the land.
They were different from Xinqing. Xinqing had been planning from the beginning and was working hard to make money. Even if the land was gone, she could still live, and it was not bad. Therefore, even if there was opposition from her family, there was not much opposition to her selling the land. And no one in their family, or even in the entire Chili village, had this condition. Now, he just wanted to minimize the losses caused by the flood while not hurting others, and all the prerequisites were to protect himself. He looked at the two younger generations. Farming not only consumes physical strength, but also wastes grain seeds. It's easy to solve for my family, but the difficulty lies in how to make your third uncle, fifth uncle, and other families in the village not farm and not get into trouble. Not to mention, after the flood, only their family did not suffer any losses, but their brothers and every household in the same village suffered heavy losses. But once the truth is told, people's hearts are unpredictable, and they may end up in a tragic end. People can be kind, but they cannot be rottenly kind, and they cannot be rottenly kind without regard for the safety of themselves and their families. Xinqing understood what Jiang Yang meant. She thought about it and suggested, "How about we just say it's a dream? The three of us all dreamed. We didn't say that the flood broke but that it was a heavy rain, and the roots of the corn seedlings were soaked and rotten. As for whether they believe it or not, it's up to them." Jiang Ying immediately reacted and said happily, "I think it's great. It's not that the flood has nothing to do with the government, but it's just that it's a heavy rain. Even if it gets out, it's not a big deal. It can't be regarded as a rumor to confuse the public. Dad and I should be more truthful and try to persuade as many people as possible. It's best if they listen, but it's okay if they don't listen. At least we won't feel guilty in the future. The main thing is that Dad won't feel guilty. After all, Dad is the head of a village, and he has different feelings towards the village and the people in the village. Especially when Dad is old, the older generation of people who are still alive in the village are his playmates since childhood, and the rest are all grown up by him. Out of selfishness and emotion, he must hope that the old people are still there." Captain Sun was indeed very interested in buying the land. He came quietly by himself early the next morning. This opportunity was rare. After all, with the 3 taels of silver he gave away, the price was 7.5 taels cheaper. If he hadn't taken advantage of his power, how could he have gotten this price? Of course, we must seize the opportunity. This piece of land is close to the city and easy to manage and close to water sources, so there is no need to worry about irrigation. It can be rented out to farmers and rent collected every year. This is a family property that can be passed down from generation to generation. With a piece of land belonging to his grandson's family to collect rent, his sons and grandsons will also be superior people. Xinqing watched Captain Sun come alone to deliver the silver, and realized that the land deed would not reach the Liu family. After a while, Zhang Xiangnan, who had followed quietly, ran back quickly and reported excitedly in a low voice, "There is a donkey cart waiting at the entrance of the village, and an old maid is standing next to it." Debeo said that she is the one who serves Madame Sunday. Captain Sun handed the land deed directly to the person in the carriage. "Mother, do you think it is Madame Sun?" It's strange. Didn't Captain Sun stand up for the Liu family for the sake of his mistress? He must like the girl from the Liu family very much. Why did he give the land deed to Madame Sun if it wasn't for the girl from the Liu family? Jiang Xiongdong was confused by what he heard, and his first reaction was, "Third brother, shouldn't it be given to the Liu family?" The Liu family was so happy yesterday, and Captain Sun didn't say explicitly that he wanted it himself. After all, Captain Sun said at the beginning that the 3 taels of silver as compensation was also to be paid to the Liu family, so how did it become Captain Sun's? The others looked at each other and said nothing. Jiang Xiongnan had no choice but to explain, "Brother, how can more than 60 taels of silver be given to the Liu family? That Captain Sun is not really trying to stand up for the Liu family. Liu Sheng keeps calling me brother-in-law. Do you think Captain Sun will agree?" Jiang Xiongdong opened his mouth and finally understood. Captain Sun looked down on the Liu family. After Jiang Xiongdong, as doubts were resolved, others began to discuss Jiang Xiongnan's doubts. A concubine is a concubine after all. Even if she is spoiled, she is certainly not as trustworthy as the legal wife who has been through thick and thin with her in terms of personal interests and money. I heard from Dalong that the Liu family girl has no children. Men cannot love their wives, but how many of them do not love their children? The 20 acres of land must not be left to the children. Jiang Xiongdong thought of the fact that he agreed to throw away the 2 children at the beginning, and he lowered his head and said nothing. What wife and children? I think it's because Captain Sun doesn't have much money, and the money is in the hands of Madame Sun. To buy such a large amount of money for the family property, of course you have to ask Madame Sun for it. How can it not be known? Shen Qing listened to the previous discussion without speaking, and only nodded with a slight smile when he heard this. Xiao Shui saw it clearly. Giving trust to the wife and thinking about the children are not the most important things, because the concubine can love to the point of abandoning the family, and the child can be born with another woman. This man can even support a concubine, and you still expect him to have a conscience? The most important thing is to control the money in the family. But since Madame Sun will take out the money, she must know about this. Alas, this couple is really birds of a feather. One uses the little power in his hand to the fullest in the front, and the other does not care about right or wrong in the back and only cares about making money. She looked at Jiang Yu, who looked depressed, and asked, "We have money now. Xiu Yu, tell me what you want. Sister-in-law will go to the city to buy it." It was 65 silver coins. Of course, we had to buy a lot. Try to stock up and fill up the 5 storage cabinets so that you won't be afraid on the road of escape. Jiang Yu raised his head, his eyes full of worry. "Sister-in-law, you said that you dreamed of a heavy rainstorm and no harvest, so you decided to sell the land. Isn't that an excuse to comfort me? She brought so much trouble to the family, and now even the land was sold." Shen Qing said very confidently, "Yes. Selling the land has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, if my dream is true, I have to thank you. Without the Liu family and Captain Sun, we can't sell it to others, right?" Jiang Xiangbei advised, "Don't worry, little aunt. My mother's dream is very accurate. If it's not accurate, we will lose a few taels of silver at most, which is not a big deal. At least it's nothing to their family now." Jiang Xiongnan said with a smile, "I don't want to farm for a long time. It's hard and tiring. It would be great if we could make brushes." Jiang Xiongdong and Jiang Xiangxi still wanted to farm, even if making brushes could earn money, but the peace of mind it brought them was far from comparable to farming. However, outsiders did not believe in their mother's dream, but their own family believed in it very much, and of course they would listen to their mother's arrangements. Huibing asked, "Mom, should we buy some more pork to make bacon, buy a few more jars to store lard residue and lard, and make some fried rice, fried noodles, and oil tea, to prepare for the heavy rain? After all, when it rains a lot, firewood will carry moisture even if it is not wet by the rain. These foods are delicious when soaked in hot water, and they can also fill their stomachs when there is no hot water." Only Huibing mentioned the point.
Bye.
"Let's go to the city to stock up." Huibing made a suggestion and quietly stepped aside, smiling as she watched her brother-in-law and sister-in-law cheering when they heard they were going to the city. She had been out of confinement for half a month, but Xiao Xiao was still young and needed to be fed every 1 or 2 hours. Everyone could leave, but she, as a mother, could not. However, there were many things at home now, and someone had to stay to look after the house. It was just right for her to look after Xiao Xiao and the house at the same time. Bing, why aren't you moving yet? Pack up the things for the baby, and let's go. Xinqing urged when she raised her eyes and saw Bing standing aside. Bing was stunned and asked stupidly, Mom, am I going too? But Xiao Xiao can't leave me. Xinqing replied without thinking, if they can't leave, just take them with you. We have a donkey, so we can take both children with us. It won't be tiring. Second child, go and harness a cart to the donkey, and eldest child, go and pack the things for the 2 children. Let's get it done early so we can set off early. She really admired the name chosen by the eldest child. At first, she thought Huahua was cute, the same name as the giant panda in China. But when she heard the second child was called Xiao Xiao, she couldn't help it. The name given to a daughter is too casual. Fortunately, it is just a nickname. She will think of a good name later when she settles down. When Huahua heard that her grandmother wanted to take her with her, her dark eyes widened. She didn't dare to be too happy, but looked at her mother cautiously first. Jiang Shui didn't expect that her mother would bring both of her nieces along. Xiao Xiao was too young to eat, drink, and sleep all the way, but Huahua was already over 3 years old. She was envious of them when they talked about the city and wanted to go there from the bottom of her heart. She didn't expect that she could get her wish today. She waved to Huahua happily. Come to my aunt. I'll hold you. After all, she was just a 3-year-old baby. Huahua cheered, and her soft and tender little body rushed to Jiang Shui quickly with her short legs, and she didn't forget to praise. My aunt is the best. After that, she quickly added, Grandma is also the best, and Mother, and everyone is good. Bing looked at her daughter's happy and cheerful appearance, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. She said to her mother-in-law, Okay, but Mother, who will stay at home? The family can't do without someone. Guan Li and Guan Xiaoshan happened to walk to the gate of the yard and heard it. They said clearly, if you can trust me, Xiaoshan, and I will guard it, okay? It's not that I can't trust you, but Ollie, I have counted your share. It's rare that everyone is together today. Why don't you go with us to buy it? Xinqing said with a smile.
Guan Li agitata.
She also heard about the heavy rain. If it were someone else, they would forget it after hearing it, but the village chief Zhang Ying and her aunt had the same dream. Especially since they were already starting to buy it, how could she not be tempted? Before going out in the morning, her father specifically told her to come and ask her aunt for advice, or to see how her aunt did it, and let her make her own decision. Guan Xiaoshan advised, Sister, this is a rare opportunity. You can go with aunt and the others. I'll just stay there. If something happens, I will shout loudly. There are neighbors on both sides, and no one will dare to cause trouble. Jiang Xiangxi glanced at Guan Li, who was worried, and said to his mother, Mom, I will stay. The donkey and the eldest brother, the third brother, and the fourth brother are here. They are more than enough to transport the goods. I will be of no use if I go. The third and fourth brothers wanted to go. If the 2 nieces went, the eldest brother could share the burden with the eldest sister-in-law. Ollie had to go to buy things for the Guan family, so it was most appropriate for him to stay at home. Xinqing thought about it and felt that the second brother was the most appropriate to stay. Okay, the third and fourth brothers, you each lead a donkey. The eldest brother, you lead the end of the cart. Bing, you take the 2 kids on it, and the others walk. Let's go. Okay. The group set off in a mighty and lively manner, with more people than last time. Others were fine, but Bing, who was holding Xiao Xiao on the cart, and Huahua, who was beside her, were obviously excited and looked at the official road with curious eyes. Before entering the city, the scenery on both sides of the official road was no different from that in the village, but Huahua was young and curious about everything. Bing had never been to the city since he was sold to Chili village at the age of 10. This was his first time in more than 10 years. Even though he was calm, he couldn't hide his excitement at this moment. Jiang Xiangnan asked curiously, Mom, what are we doing with the 3 donkeys? The cart couldn't hold the things with my sister-in-law Xiaohua and Xiao Chao, and the other two had to be equipped with bamboo baskets to load more goods. Mom didn't allow us to bring bamboo baskets, so what were we doing with just 2 donkeys? I ordered 2 carriages last month, and the pickup date is these 2 days. Let's go and see if it's ready. Shun Qingyan said calmly, as if he was talking about the weather today. The young people around were stunned. I thought my mother bought the big animal on a whim, but I didn't expect her to have reserved the carriage last month. Hu Bing, Zhang Yu, Zhang Shui, Guan Li, and the other 4 were relieved when they heard about the carriage. Hu Bing thought that with the carriage as a shelter, he could feed the grass. Grandma doesn't have to worry anymore. Zhang Yu, Zhang Shui, and Guan Li were thinking the same thing, and they were relieved for Hu Bing. The 4 of them thought at the same time that it was no wonder that Xinqing asked them to go to the city together. It turned out that it was planned long ago. The carriages were made of oil, paper, and blue cloth. One was spacious, and the other was narrow. Xinqing explained, "The spacious carriages will be pulled by 2 donkeys in the future. Bing, you take the 2 kids and Xiao Shui to sit in this one. Xiao Yu, you take Ollie to sit in the narrow one." Guanli wanted to say that it was okay for her to walk, but then she thought of Jiang Yu's leg injury. It was not easy to get better, but if he walked too much at once, what would happen if it relapsed? If she didn't sit, Jiang Yu would not sit either. Auntie was letting Jiang Yu have a good rest by accompanying her. Sure enough, Jiang Yu heard Xinqing's instructions and did not refuse. He took Guan Li's hand and got into the carriage. The brand new carriage was very clean. Several people touched here and there, and they were so precious. This is my first time riding a car. Who wouldn't? I never dreamed of riding a donkey cart. It was good enough to get into the city, but it would cost 2 cents to enter the city, and the Liu family would never agree. Look at the people and houses outside the window. It seems to be moving backwards, so magical. Let me see, it really is. Xinqing was outside the carriage listening to the obviously lowered but still unconcealed excited voices of several girls, chattering, and the corners of her lips kept rising as she listened. The oldest Jiang Yu was only 22 or 23 years old, which was the best age. Compared with the lifeless life of circling around the stove in the Liu family, today she was as energetic as a young girl of her age. The 3 men drove the donkey cart, and their faces were full of pride even though they were walking. They were happier than if they got on the car themselves. In the carriage were their wives, daughters, sisters-in-law, nieces, and younger sisters-in-law, who were the people they needed to protect. My mother is right. Women have women's work and men have men's responsibilities. My younger sisters-in-law and younger sisters share most of the work at home. When they go out, they should take the initiative to shoulder the work. If the group was mostly surprised when they took the carriage, then they were mostly shocked when they took the swords. 15 swords were too much for one person to carry. Zhang Xiongdong looked around and saw no acquaintances, so he asked hurriedly, "Mom, why did you order so many swords?" It takes a long time to order something, but the carriage can still be said to be practical. What's the use of them ordering swords? Zhang Xiongnan touched the scabbard and was surprised. "Mom, don't you know that I dream of having a sword? We have so many swords now, can you give me one? There should be a share for me, right?" Jiang Xiangbei pursed his lips and said nothing, looking at Xinqing thoughtfully. Is mother worried that people will be in chaos after the heavy rain and something bad will happen? Hu Bing thought that mother had started to order carriages and swords at least a month ago, and then earned money to buy large animals, and then sold land. One by one, mother was afraid that she had already dreamed at that time. And it was definitely not as simple as the heavy rain that mother said. Cars, knives, meat, food storage. This is to prepare for the long journey. Will Chili Village be unable to stay there? If they really can't stay there and move to other places, she looked at the neatly arranged 15 knives and said, "Mom, why don't you buy 2 more hatchets and iron whistles or gongs and drums? Maybe they can be used." Xinqing looked up at her eldest daughter-in-law in surprise. How did she know that she wanted to buy iron whistles or gongs and drums? There are many people on the road to escape from the famine, and the noise is noisy. It is definitely not enough to rely on the voice to shout. The sound of gongs and drums is loud, but it is inconvenient to carry with you. The sound of iron whistles is sharp and is most suitable for warning. There is also a hatchet that she didn't expect. There is one at home, and she always thought it was enough. After Huibing reminded her, she realized that the efficiency of cooking and chopping wood in the wilderness is completely different between one person and 2 or 3 people chopping wood at the same time. After a day of exhaustion, eating early and late is a world of difference. Firewood must be important for being ranked first among firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Moreover, if you take the mountain road, you need a hatchet to clear the way. She asked tentatively, Bing, the things you mentioned are very good and practical. How did you think of it? This is not China. Women can not only receive education, but also get more information from books, TV, computers, mobile phones, and other channels and organize them for their own use. Huibing was trapped at home all day, focusing on the stove and children. How could this concept come to her mind? Huibing's eyes flashed with confusion, and she said confusedly, I don't know. It just flashed through my mind. Gongs and drums are not convenient to carry with you. They can be placed on the vehicles in the middle of the team and sounded when something happens, and iron whistles can be used in front and behind the team to warn at any time in emergencies. Hatchets are used to clear the way through trees and weeds on mountain roads. They naturally appeared in my mind. Why did she know all this? She had been in the Jiang family since she could remember, and she didn't remember these at all. Could it be before she was 10 years old? Why did she get in touch with these things before she was 10 years old? Her head hurt so much. She endured the severe pain and looked at Xinqing. Mom, did you say that I escaped from famine before I was 10 years old? My parents and relatives were all gone during the escape, and I was alone and fell into the hands of human traffickers? Xinqing had not seen him before in her dream, so she couldn't answer. But knowing these things might not be learned from escaping from famine, it could also be marching and arranging battle formations, but for Bing at the moment, it is better to have no hope than to hold hope and then be disappointed again. She replied, It may also be that our Bing is gifted. Okay, don't force yourself to think about the past. When we get to a big place in the future, find a famous doctor to take your pulse. If he were a man, Huibing might be a general who could march and arrange battle formations. Alas, it's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. When they encounter a big capital on the way to escape from famine, she must take Huibing to see a doctor. After deducting the deposit, only 2 taels of balance are required for the carriage, but the big knife is a full 20 taels. Hatches are common necessities of life. The iron shop has ready-made ones, so I bought 3 directly. There are not many iron whistles, so I bought 6. I bought a copper gong, and I spent another 6 taels. Xinqing sighed. Fortunately, the land was sold, and he actually got an extra 65 taels of silver. All the expenses today were paid from these 65 taels, and he didn't feel bad at all. He even felt that he made more money. Guanli followed behind and bought 2 iron whistles. After buying the tools, they started to buy ingredients. The most important and indispensable thing is pork. Now that the weather is getting hotter and there are more mosquitoes, meat can't be pickled because it is easy to stink. Fortunately, smoking is not restricted. The best material for smoking meat is pork belly, followed by fat meat. The fat meat is smoked and salty, fat but not greasy, and it tastes good no matter what kind of vegetarian dish it is fried with. If lean meat is used, the taste is too, and it is dry and not sweet when mixed with vegetarian dishes. When Xinqing and his group arrived at the pork stall, they immediately took all the pork belly and fat meat. Looking at the 2 pig hind legs, Xinqing pointed with his hand and said boldly, I want these 2 too. Jiang Yu was startled and whispered, Sister-in-law, it's too hot to eat so many. Lean meat is not delicious when made into smoked meat. It's the same if we save the fat meat. The pig hind legs are all lean meat, with no fat at all except the skin, and it costs more than 20 won per pound, which is too uneconomical. Guanli thought so too. Although Jiang Shui is greedy for meat, in the past, she must have felt that it is better to have some meat than nothing, whether it is lean meat or fat meat, as long as it is meat. But after hearing the conversation between her mother and sister-in-law just now, she felt that the matter was not as simple as the heavy rain. There may be many places to spend money in the future. The money in the family should be spent on the right things. It is good to be able to eat meat, but it is not necessary to eat it. Shun Qing whispered, instead of making bacon, we're making pork jerky or dried meat. Lean meat, especially pork hind legs, is the best. Not only is the meat tender, but it's also juicy. When it's done, it's slightly sweet in the salty, fragrant, and rich in taste. It's delicious and nutritious for you to eat as a snack. Let's make more and store it. Natural, additive-free, healthy snacks with little odor and easy to preserve. After they're done, they're stored in the locker so people won't be suspicious when they take them out on the road. Jiang Shui swallowed his saliva with a gulp. Shin Qing continued, cut the pork into thin slices or mash it into meat paste, add seasoning and marinate for half an hour to an hour. Put it on a dustpan or bamboo strips, and if it's meat paste, roll it into thin slices with a rolling pin. Bake it repeatedly next to the charcoal fire and finally sprinkle it with sesame seeds. It's fragrant and chewy. The best thing about pork jerky is that it's quick to make. It can be mass-produced from morning to night, unlike pickled bacon, which has to be dried on a sunny day and is affected by weather changes. It's baked directly and can be placed around for cooking or boiling water. This time, it wasn't just the sound of Jiang Shui swallowing his saliva. Guanli raised her hand without hesitation. Andy, I bought the remaining lean meat. Can you teach me how to cook it? Pork leg is the best, but lean meat from other parts should not be bad either. The weather was getting hotter, and Shin Qing had a large family, so there was enough time to roast 2 hind legs. The 3 members of the Guan family had work to do during the day, so they could only use the evening time. She lowered her voice and said, "You can't make much at a time. If you buy too much, it will go bad after a long time. How about this? I will eventually go to the city to sell eels, and every time I bring back fresh pork hind legs, you can come over and share 2 pounds. It will be convenient and fresh. How about it?" Guanli couldn't ask for it, and she was so happy that she couldn't help but express her gratitude. Thank you, Andy. Since the last time she went to the city with her aunt, their family would buy a few pounds of pork every few days, half of which would be eaten fresh, and the other half would be made into smoked meat. It's true that oil and water are really nourishing, and the 3 people in the family are obviously much more energetic. About 10 pounds of smoked meat were saved, and the smoked meat and pork jerky would be made together later, which should be enough for the small family. Shin Qing took the opportunity to say, "Whenever I buy flour, should I also bring you 2 kilograms? You can go home and fry it. It will keep for a long time, and when you eat it, rinse it with boiling water, sprinkle some salt for a salty and fragrant taste, and add sugar for a sweet taste. If there is no fire, you can eat it dry and drink water, and you can fill your stomach anyway." She was still clear about the economic situation of the Guan family. Her family was not short of money now, but only lacked a good body. To keep a good body, you have to change your mindset and improve your food. Guanli agreed without hesitation. Okay, but it's troublesome for Auntie. Giving silver is giving silver, but Annie has to carry the meat and flour back personally, and she has to carry the meat and flour back, including the Guan family's share. Shen Qing was not afraid of others buying, but was afraid that they would not listen to advice, so she said nonchalantly, "It's okay, we have a donkey cart, so it's not troublesome. You can buy flour from the mall and take it out on the way back, so it's not tiring even if there is no donkey cart." There was more than one pork shop. This one was out of lard. The group went to the next one and ran to 5 in a row. They bought a total of 20 kilograms of lard and 15 kilograms of pork belly. Lard was the most practical. Both the lard residue and the lard were full of oil and water. Shin Qing directly gave 10 kilograms to Guanli. Her family made soap. Although the lard was not saved, the lard residue was always eaten. Compared with Guan's family, their family had enough oil and water. When they were about to set off, the lard would not be used to make soap. All of it would be saved and put in jars for cooking on the road. Guanli looked at the 10 kilograms of lard and felt relieved. She hurried to the ceramic store to buy 2 large ceramic jars. The one at home was too small. She had to fill these 2 large ceramic jars before the flood came. Guanli thought that her family had a donkey cart, meat and food were settled, clothes and shoes were worn, and she also bought an iron whistle. There was nothing else she needed to buy. As a result, she followed Xinqing and realized that there were too many things to buy. Oilcloth. Although she and her aunt both have carriages where people can stay in the rain, they can't carry much belongings. The rest have to be pulled by carts. It's okay for pots and pans to get wet in the rain, but food and clothes can't. And you have to buy not only large pieces but also small pieces. People can use umbrellas, but umbrellas can only provide limited coverage when there is a lot of rain. The baskets and bamboo baskets on their shoulders must be wrapped and covered tightly with small pieces of oilcloth. Otherwise, let alone whether they can be used after being soaked in water, the heavy weight will at least increase the weight. After buying oilcloth, oil paper umbrellas and raincoats are also bought. Tinder. They have always used flints. The firewood at home is dry, and it is difficult to start a fire. What's more, it is very convenient to the tinder and it will ignite immediately. Salt is essential. It's always a good idea to prepare a few pounds more.
Gauze.
Aunt said that multi-layered ones are used to make thin summer shirts, which are breathable and easy to dry. Single-layered ones with cotton are used to make women's mooncoats. Menstrual belt. Moon, can't we just put wood ash in the suture belt? What are gauze and cotton for? Seeing that she didn't understand, her aunt went out of her way to explain. We don't know whether we will light a fire or cook on the road. If we don't cook, where will we get wood ash? If we can't keep up with the team to collect wood ash, it will be a waste of time. And even if there is wood ash, it is not very convenient to change it. If you wrap cotton with gauze, you can change it at any time even if you get into the car on the road. After changing it, just find a place to throw it away. It is clean and refreshing, and you will feel comfortable in hot weather. They have to arrange these things for themselves. Guanli has never heard such words. When she was young, her mother was bedridden and her brother was disabled. She often got medicine and was often verbally squeezed and ridiculed. Her father did carpentry work to earn money and she did housework and took care of her brother. She treated herself as an adult since she was very young. Her mother never taught her these things. The women she saw all lived in grievances. I couldn't bear to make 2 more warp belts, so how could I bear to use cotton? But it was all because of my aunt. If it wasn't for my aunt to make her earn wages, how could I bear to use cotton? Xinqing was shopping all kinds of things. She was not alone now, but a whole family. There were so many men, women, old and young, so it was always right to buy more. The more varieties, the better, so that if the mall opened a daily necessities category one day, wouldn't it be less abrupt to take them out? Alas, I don't know when the mall will open the classification next time. There were jars, oilcloth, oil paper umbrellas, straw raincoats, pork, etc. on the cart. It was messy and bloody, so cotton and gauze naturally couldn't be put on it. Huibing had to take care of 2 children and feed them. Jiang Yu and Jiang Shui got over the novelty of riding a donkey cart and took the initiative to let the carriage out to put things. The 2 walked on both sides of the frame. The cart was piled with supplies, and Jiang Yu felt as if they were piled into her heart. Even though she knew that the days ahead might be extremely unstable, she was not afraid. Being with her family and her sister-in-law, she felt strangely calm and at ease. She looked at the energetic Xinqing in front of her and whispered, "Sister-in-law, oh, Xiangnan, isn't this your sister-in-law?"
No, that's not right.
It should be your ex-sister-in-law. The sarcastic words came out unceremoniously, and the group stopped walking. Xinqing's face darkened, and he squinted at the direction where the voice came from. Jiang Xiangnan and Jiang Xiangbei reacted quickly, stuffing the donkey rope into Jiang Shui and Guanli's hands, and rushed to block in front of their sister-in-law. 2 women and 1 man walked slowly diagonally across the street. They were Lu Sheng, Wang Chuntao, and Lu Yener. When Lu Yener heard Wang Chuntao calling her by her former name, her brows slightly frowned, and she caught a glimpse of her bulging belly from the corner of her eyes, and she swallowed her displeasure back. Forget it, her brother finally came to the city to take her home for a reunion, so there was no need to say anything unpleasant or annoying. She looked at Jiang Yu. To be honest, Jiang Yu worked hard and was very polite and respectful to her when she was her sister-in-law. She could not find fault with her, but she could not give birth to a child. The Liu family was willing to support her, but she was ungrateful and left the Liu family. If she left the Liu family, she would not be a member of the Liu family. Chun Tao was her sister-in-law, so she naturally had to help her family. Tell me, are some people the stars of disaster? When she was here, she was a hen that didn't lay eggs. As soon as she left her husband's house, she got 20 acres of land. A full 20 acres. Some people must have regretted it last night. Wang Chuntao raised her eyebrows and looked at the leader Xinqing with an increasingly sarcastic smile. Are there other people who are also regretting it? Originally, they were only going to give them a bite of food, but they didn't expect that all the land was gone, and they didn't even know where their own food was. How can they live without land in the future? Jiang Xiangnan said first. How? Of course. We live a life of luxury. Our land didn't disappear for no reason. Didn't it get exchanged for 65 taels of silver? Come and take a look at the cart. Can't you see the white fat and whole pig thighs? Lu Xing approached and saw that it was Jiang Xiangdong who was pulling the cart, and the cart was full of various things. Among them, pork fat, pork belly, and pig hind legs were particularly obvious. Thinking of the delicious pork, he couldn't help swallowing a big mouthful of saliva. He looked away and looked at Jiang Yu and questioned, You have no land, but you still buy so much meat and fish. Aren't you going to live a good life? Jiang Yu, I always thought you were virtuous, but I didn't expect you to be a superficial woman who doesn't care about the next meal. That means if I live with you, I have to be virtuous. If I live with me, I don't need to be virtuous. I just need to live a life of eating big mouthfuls of meat. Shun Qing retorted coldly. She looked at Wang Chuntao, who was staring at the meat on the cart with her pregnant belly, and said, You are pregnant with the Liu family's golden grandson and precious baby. Can't you eat meat? You have spent so much effort to it, but you can't even eat meat? It seems that my Xiaoyu is smart. It's better not to have a bad man. Wang Chuntao moved her eyes away from the cart with difficulty, curled her lips, and said indifferently, No matter how delicious the meat is, it will be gone after eating it, but the fields will always be there, and there will be endless food every year in the future. You are jealous and resentful. Your happy days will not last for a few days. Without fields, you will have hard days in the future. Oh. How can you be so sure that the 20 acres of land will fall into your hands? Shun Qing asked curiously. The three were stunned, and Wang Chuntao immediately looked at Lu Xing beside him. Yesterday, the three came back and said that it was their Liu family. So today they borrowed a donkey cart from the villagers to pick up Liu Xiangnan to go home for a delicious meal. What's the matter? Hasn't it been decided yet? Lu Sheng was anxious, pointing at Shun Qing and shouting, Why not? My brother-in-law clearly said that he was going to collect the money, so of course it was for our Liu family. Haha, 65 taels is a sky-high price for you, a countrywoman, but my brother-in-law is a captain of the police. 65 taels is like a drop in the bucket for him. A single hair of his is thicker than your thigh. Jiang Xiangbei slapped Lu Sheng's hand that was pointing at Xinqing. Lu Sheng just raised his eyebrows when he saw the three strong brothers of the Jiang family take a few steps forward, and even a strong and burly woman who was half a head taller than him came out of the carriage. The four of them stared at him angrily, which was terrifying. He unconsciously took 2 steps back and completely suppressed his anger. Shunqing looked at the three people, and his smile became brighter, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Then I really have to congratulate you all. This morning, Captain Sun sent silver to exchange for the land deed. Go back and take a look. Maybe the land deed has been delivered to the Liu family. Lu Yenner's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't dare to be too optimistic. Sun Gui only raised her for 1.5 taels of silver a month. Was he really willing to take out 65 taels at once to buy land for her brother? Could Sun Gui have so much silver privately? Wang Chuntao's face changed. She dawdled at home for a long time in the morning and didn't go out until Lu Xing borrowed a donkey cart. Chili Village is not far from Shirley Village, and it is even very close. If Captain Sun had delivered the land deed, he should have arrived long ago. Even if not, the donkey cart they borrowed was a flatbed cart. There was only one official road from Shirley Village to Chili Village and the city. Such a big living person would definitely be encountered on the road. How could he not be encountered? Lu Sheng also thought of this question, and he asked in disbelief. Really? Why didn't his brother-in-law ask him to go with him to exchange the deed? He thought he would call the Lu family to humiliate the Jiang family and Jiang Yu again. Is he preparing to give them a surprise? But why is he unsure? Of course it's true. Otherwise, what do you think we can buy with our meat and cloth? Shen Qing asked back. Lu Sheng immediately blamed Lu Xiangnan. Fifth sister, what's wrong with you? You didn't even know about such a big thing. Chuntao and I came to pick you up in person, and mother even made your favorite egg custard at home. Tell me, do you deserve to eat what you did? Lu Yenner was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She suppressed her anger and sneered. Why don't I deserve to eat a bowl of egg custard? Did I ask you to come and pick me up? Who said just now that we are a family, and a family must be united and help each other, and said that I would let my nephew take care of me in my old age? It seems that if I am useful, we are a family, and if I am useless, I am not worthy, right? She was so stupid. She had suffered so many losses, but she still chose to believe them again and again. Lu Sheng has always been strong, especially when dealing with his 5 sisters. He immediately turned his face away and said, Chuntao, let's go. Don't even think about my son breaking the pot for you in the future. Wang Chuntao glanced at Lu Xiangnan, quickly followed her man, and whispered, Don't be too embarrassing. What if my brother-in-law sends the land deed to the Lu family? That's okay. At most, let mother persuade the 5th sister again. Anyway, I am her biological brother. Can she really ignore me? Don't worry, as long as she has the surname Lu, she will always be a member of the Lu family. She will not ignore me, the only male in the Lu family. Lu Yenner's beautiful eyes were full of sadness. She looked at Shen Qing Jiang Yu hesitantly. As a woman, you understand my suffering, right? Shen Qing felt that she was well educated because she did not mock him. Comforting her was impossible. Lu Yenner did not want to step out of the quagmire herself. Anyone who helped her would only be dragged into the quagmire by her and covered in mud. It doesn't matter whether you understand or not. I can't suffer for you. Oh, you want to drag my Xiaoyu to your Lu family to suffer? We are not the same kind of people. There is no point in talking more. We will live our own lives in the future and never meet again. Jiang Yu looked at Lu Yenner steadily and said, I understand. It is precisely because I understand that I don't agree with your approach. She has also suffered. As a woman, few people don't suffer. However, when she was in the most difficult time, she just wanted to end her own life, not to harm others, and she didn't jump out of the Lu family and drag other women into the water. Lu Yenner was stunned and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. How come the words of persuasion of the two of them are completely different from those of other people in the past? The people who returned home began to prepare for escaping the famine in full swing. The men unloaded the vehicles and went out to cut grass to feed the donkeys and cows. At the same time, they cut and picked up wood and prepared as much dry firewood as possible. Hu Bing, Jiang Shui, and Jiang Yu washed the various meats they bought. Regarding the fact that the village head Jiang Ying and Xin Qing dreamed of a heavy rainstorm and no corn harvest, except for a few families, most people in the village were trembling with fear while farming and sowing. The 3 of them could understand. After all, food is life and fields are roots. How can they abandon them just because of one or several dreams of others? Among the few families who did not farm, the Jiang family occupied all the land and the other was the Feng family. As outsiders who came to the village late, the land had been cleared and allocated when they came, and they needed to spend money to buy it. They had practiced martial arts since childhood and were not good at farming. They harvested less than 5 points with 100% effort, so they only bought 3 to 5 mu. On weekdays, their living expenses were mainly based on working in the city. More than a month ago, Feng Xing and Feng Tao were selected by Xin Qing to do the work of polishing pen holders, with a daily wage of 51. After harvesting wheat, they heard about the heavy rain. The Feng family calculated that it would be fine for one season. With their harvest, they would not lose much, so they might as well spend all their energy on polishing pen holders. It seems easier to earn money to buy food than to grow crops and harvest them. The 3 Jiangs and the 5 Jiangs did not grow crops. First, they trusted Xinqing. Yes, it was not mainly because of their second brother and niece, but because of their trust in Xinqing. The reason was very simple. It was Xinqing who taught them how to make tofu and maltose. The second brother did not allow them to ask about the specific matters. He just told them to trust and follow the instructions. They did the same with the heavy rain. Whoever made them live a good life, they would follow him unswervingly. Second, they did earn money. Although their lives today have not changed drastically compared to the past, they are indeed different and much better. Money is the confidence. Even if the fields are not planted this season, as long as they can earn money, they will not panic. However, they were not idle at all. Xinqing's family began to make smoked meat, boil lard, and store lard residue to prepare for the next heavy rain. They were reluctant to buy the same as Xinqing, so they only bought a small part. Fortunately, the fields were not cultivated, so the manpower was freed up to fish, shrimp, loach, snails, etc. Unlike in the past, when small fish and shrimp were smashed and fed to chickens and ducks, now they are all dried and stored. Only snails cannot be preserved and are smashed to feed chickens and ducks. Big fish are sold, and those that cannot be sold are pickled and dried into fish, and the same is true for loach and eel. Eggs are exchanged for salt, and duck eggs are put into large jars and pickled into salted duck eggs. The vegetables that cannot be eaten in the vegetable garden and the wild vegetables dug back are all collected and made into dried vegetables. In addition, as many straw sandals as possible are woven. On weekdays, there is nothing wrong with going barefoot, and the soles of the feet have thick calluses anyway, so they are not afraid of stones and branches, but after a rainstorm, you don't know what will be on the road. So not only do you need more straw sandals, but they must also be woven finer and denser than before. Xinqing's family made a lot of cloth shoes. They were reluctant to spend the cloth, so they only needed to make straw shoes. They were just a little uncomfortable to wear, but there was nothing to be picky about free things. As long as they had something to wear, they would be content. The people in the village were more or less affected. The most obvious point was that when the old lady of the Sun family came to rent the land to the people of Chili village, no one responded for a while. The old lady was stunned. This was different from what the master and his mistress had imagined. The master and his mistress told her that if the villagers all had excited expressions on their faces, she should report 4 or 6, and if they were really fighting over it, she should report 3 or 7. But now that she said she wanted to rent the land, how come no one in the whole village said a word? Not to mention excited expressions, there was not even a happy smile. She could only repeat it loudly again. Did you hear me? This is the field of Captain Sun. You can rent it and plan it. Just work hard to take care of it, and you will get several more crops in the autumn harvest. If you don't say anything, you will regret it later if someone else grabs it. The field was located between Chili village and Shirley village. Originally, no one in Chili village responded, so she could go to Shirley village, but there was the Liu family in Shirley village. They had come several times in the past few days. It was said that the girl the master kept outside was also making a fuss. Really thinks of herself as a real wife. Although she looked down on the Liu family, she really didn't want to go to Shirley village and bring bad luck. She could only ask in Chili village. Wang Fuguei was a little tempted and shouted, "How will the profit be calculated?" Sun Xiaomai pulled his sleeve. "Boss, what if there is a rainstorm? Our efforts will be in vain. Every acre of their own land has been planted. If they rent other land to plant, not only will they have to work harder, but if there is a heavy rainstorm, won't they lose a lot?" Wang Fuguei scolded in a low voice, "Look at your womanly views. You are really short-sighted. This is the land of Captain Sunday. If we rent his land, does that mean we have a relationship with him? We can also blame him when we encounter problems outside in the future. What's the big deal about heavy rain or not? You can't believe what you dream about. Just wait, in the fall, all the Jiang family members will cry, and so will the Feng family." Sun Xiaomai was scolded and shut up silently. After thinking about it, she felt that her husband was right and agreed. The head of the family still looks at the long term. Wang Fugue was praised and straightened his chest. After all, he is an official. Maybe we can split it 50-50. If we are more generous, 40-60, 40-60 for them, 60-60 for us, then 40-60, 40-60 for you, 60-60 for the Sun family. The old lady's voice came loudly. Wang Fugue curled his lips with disdain. Zhou Chunchao in the crowd swallowed what he wanted to say after hearing it, and the others were even less interested. The village chief called them over and thought there was something good, but this is it? There is not even a 50-50 split. Whoever wants to rent the land can plan it, anyway they don't plan it. But even if it is a 50-50 split this year, they won't plan it. They really don't want to lose their own land, but if there is a heavy rainstorm that makes the corn seedlings die, what's the point of working so hard? To be laughed at by others. The crowd dispersed, and the old lady panicked. She turned around and went back to the Sun family to report the matter. When they came back the next day, they changed it to 50-50. As soon as Wang Fugue raised his hand, Zhou Chunchao also raised his hand. After the two argued for a while, the old lady decided that each family would plant half, and when the autumn harvest came, they would see which family had the highest harvest, and the whole land would be rented to the family with the highest harvest next year. In May, every household in Chili village was very busy. Some were busy farming, some were busy hoarding food, and everyone was busy in their own way. In late May, Huibing stopped making soap, and Xinqing sorted out all the saponified soaps at home and began to sell them in batches to the city. The silver earned was beaten into long and thin silver bars in the silver shop, and Huibing, Jiangyu, and Jiangshui sewed them into the hems of clothes. Except for the two little kids, everyone in the family had one for every piece of clothing. By the end of May, the boiled lard filled 2 large jars, the lard residue filled 3 large jars, the smoked meat filled a basket, the salted fish and dried fish filled a basket, the fried noodles filled 2 cloth bags, the salted duck eggs filled a jar, and the dried vegetables filled half a cart.